John Clark couldn't care less about official names to him. This would always be Saigon. Sure, he knew the history decades back. The communists rolled in from the north, took over, and slapped a new name on the city to honor their revolutionary hero. Winners rewrite the rules after all. They purged the disloyal, reshaped the culture, and upended lives. The skyline might have changed, but the essence remained. The sticky night air clung to him, thick with exhaust, jungle dampness, and the sizzle of street food. The hum of the crowd, the neon glow, the undercurrent of tension, it all felt familiar, like an old enemy lurking just beyond sight. Call it Ho Chi Minh City all you want, but to the grizzled man nursing tea in that open-air cafe in District 8, the place hadn't lost its edge. This was still Saigon, down to its bones. Slouched in his chair, sleeves rolled up, Clark let his sport coat drape over the seat beside him. The lazy ceiling fan overhead just shuffled the humidity around. Around him, younger patrons buzzed in and out, but Clark stayed statue-still, except for his eyes. They never stopped moving, tracking every face, every flicker of movement on the street. The absence of U.S. uniforms threw him back in the day. These sidewalks teemed with GIs in olive drab or jungle fatigues. Even during his CIA days with MacV-SOG, blending in meant tactical gear, not civvies, and the bicycles gone. Now the roads choked with scooters and compact cars, the sidewalks a river of pedestrians. He took a bitter sip of tea, the candle on his table casting shaky shadows. No beer, no wine, just a clear view of the Lion Door across Huyen Thi Phuong Street. His target sat inside alone at a corner table. An American, maybe early 60s, built like a linebacker, radiating fury. The guy's clenched jaw and jerky movements screamed a man on the brink. Clark smirked. He knew the feeling. A glance at his watch, a tap on the wireless controller in his palm. 1 hour mark, he muttered. Guess his date's fashionably late. Up on the rooftop behind him, 3 figures in muted gear lay low, their earbuds crackling with Clark's update. Black backpacks, steady hands. They had the street below locked in their sights. Domingo Ding Chavez adjusted the focus on his Nikon, keeping the lens trained on the agitated man inside the restaurant below. He keyed his mic and murmured, "Our guy looks like he's one wrong word away from flipping the table." From his position at street level, Clark's voice crackled over the comms, dripping with irritation. "If I have to choke down one more cup of this swill they call tea, I might just join him." Chavez winced, then offered, "We could switch spots. The view's better up here, and you wouldn't have to pretend to enjoy that garbage." "Negative," Clark snapped. "Stay put." Beside Chavez, Sam Driscoll smirked, his eye pressed against his spotting scope as he scanned the street. "Someone woke up on the wrong side of the mission," he muttered, careful to keep his voice low. A few feet away, Jack Ryan Jr. tracked a striking blonde stepping out of a cab, his camera lens following her as she moved through the crowd. What's eating Clark? He's usually the last one to complain. Chavez exhaled slowly, mindful of the metal duct behind him that could carry his voice. This place brings back memories for him, not all of them good. Ryan nodded. War stories? Partly, Chavez admitted, but it's more than that. He's remembering when he was young, fast, and invincible. Bet it stings knowing those days are behind him. Driscoll shifted on the rough rooftop, adjusting his scope. Well, right now I'd trade places with him. Watching this guy drown his sorrows in gin isn't exactly thrilling. Ryan's attention snapped back to the blonde as she pushed through the restaurant door. Looks like the party's starting early. Chavez swung his binoculars toward the entrance. Well, that's an upgrade from our current entertainment. Before he could radio Clark, the older man's voice cut in, sharp and impatient. I see her. Too bad we can't hear a damn thing. The team exchanged glances. Clark's mood was worse than they'd thought. Inside the restaurant, Colin Hazelton tapped his phone screen pointedly as the woman finally took her seat. She smoothed her skirt, took a slow sip of water, and met his glare with icy calm. Hazelton drained half his drink, grudgingly admitting she was as polished as promised, but right now her tardiness outweighed any charm. Hazelton wasn't just irritated with her, he was simmering with frustration in general, and the last thing he wanted tonight was to admire his contact's polished demeanor. The fact she'd kept him waiting a full hour only dulled whatever appeal she might have had. Before either could speak, a waiter materialized. A reminder this wasn't one of the grimy bars or cramped tea stalls lining the rest of Huyen Thi Fung Street. The woman ordered white wine in flawless French, confirming what Hazelton already knew: she was native, just as his handler had gushed between remarks about her delicate features and graceful figure. He figured her for ex-intelligence, DGSE or DCRI, maybe even DST before the reorganization. Then again, in his line of work, everyone had a past in espionage. She didn't bother with introductions, which didn't surprise him. What did catch him off guard was her total lack of apology for being late. Instead, she cut straight to business. "You have the documents." Hazelton ignored the question. "How much do you know about the operation's background?" "Background? The client? Were you briefed?" A flicker of confusion crossed her face. "Why would I be? That's not my concern." "Let me enlighten you." She raised a hand, her manicured nails catching the dim light. "If they didn't tell me, I assume I'm not meant to know." Her gaze swept over him, unimpressed. "You're not some rookie. You understand how this works." Her English was perfect, despite the heavy French accent. Hazelton took another swig of gin, the burn doing little to steady him. Sometimes ignorance isn't bliss. Your philosophy, not mine. Her tone left no room for debate. "So do you have them or not?" Hazelton leaned in, his words deliberate but slightly slurred from the alcohol he'd been nursing since morning. "North? Damn Korea silence." Then, coldly, "You knew." She didn't flinch. "You're emotional. That's unexpected." "I heard it was a last-minute assignment. Someone fell ill. You were pulled in, but New York should know better than to send someone unstable." Beneath the table, the pointed tip of her shoe grazed his ankle. Once, that might have stirred something in him. Now, he recognized the move for what it was, probing for the briefcase. A soft thud confirmed she'd found it. Slide it over. Hazelton stayed still, fingers drumming the tabletop. He expected irritation, but her expression remained eerily calm. When she repeated the request, her voice didn't waver. For hours, he'd agonized over his choice: hand over the files or destroy them. But now, clarity hit. "I didn't sign up to play courier for butchers," he muttered. "There's better work out there?" She glanced toward the street, feigning boredom. "I don't follow," Hazelton scoffed, waving a hand. "Forget it. I'm done." "Done?" Not handing them over. A sigh. "If this is about money, take it up with New York." Hazelton cut her off before she could finish. "This isn't about money, it's about right and wrong, but I guess that concept flies right over your head, doesn't it?" The woman remained unfazed. "Morality isn't part of my job description." Hazelton scoffed, his disdain obvious as he nudged the briefcase with his foot. The sharp sound echoing between them, she didn't flinch, just gave a slow nod, her composure unsettling him. He'd braced for a scene, shouting, maybe even threats, but instead she simply said, "This changes everything. New York won't be happy." "New York can go to hell," he shot back. She arched a brow. "Don't expect me to play hero for your little crusade. Sweetheart, I couldn't care less what you do. Then you won't mind when I step outside and make a call?" Hazelton hesitated, exhaustion lining his face. "Go ahead. They'll send someone for that case." A smirk tugged at his lips. "They can try. But like you said, I've been around the block. I've got my own moves. For your sake, I hope so." With that, she rose, brushing past a waiter balancing a bottle of wine on a silver tray as she strode away. From his perch on the opposite rooftop, Jack Ryan Jr. tracked the exchange through his camera lens. The words were lost, but the tension was unmistakable. If that was a first date, I'd say it went spectacularly bad. Ding and Sam stifled laughs but stayed focused. Below, the woman pulled out her phone, spoke briefly, then headed north. Driscoll keyed his comms. "Clark, do we stick with Hazelton or tail her?" Clark's response was immediate. "That case is our priority now, but I want intel on her too. One of you follow the blonde, the rest stay on the case." Jack and Sam glanced at Chavez, who shrugged. "I'll hold down the fort. You two figure it out?" Sam smirked, already adjusting his scope. "Go!" Jack grinned, the flash of his teeth, the brightest thing in the dim rooftop light. "You're a lifesaver, Sam." He was on the move in seconds, slipping his camera into his pack as he vanished toward the fire escape. Below, Hazelton drained his gin and tonic, signaling for another. Sam muttered, "Why's he still here, waiting for round 2 of disaster?" Clark's voice crackled in their earpieces, gruff with irritation. "Looks like we're stuck babysitting his happy hour." The fresh drink arrived, but Hazelton didn't touch it. Instead, he said something to the waiter, likely asking for the restroom given how the man gestured toward the back. Hazelton stood, leaving his coat, drink, and briefcase behind. Silence filled the comms until Ding broke it. "John, something's off." Clark didn't need it spelled out. "Sam, what's your read?" Driscoll scanned the scene. Empty table, abandoned coat, the briefcase sitting untouched. His gaze darted across the restaurant's well-dressed patrons before locking back on the case. "If that thing was so important he wouldn't hand it over, why leave it alone now?" "Exactly," Clark said. Sam's pulse kicked up. "It's a decoy." "Which means," Clark replied, voice tight, "Hazelton's not coming back." John Clark sensed they were being watched out front, so he made his exit through the back of the tea shop. Ding caught on, immediately quipping, "Classic ghost move." Clark nodded. "Got it. I'll cut through the dining area and meet him in the alley. It runs straight, but his hotel's behind us. You two hold position, cover the north and south exits. Unless he's got superpowers, we'll intercept him." Tossing a crumpled wad of Vietnamese dong on the table for the bitter tea he barely touched, Clark grabbed his jacket and moved toward the lion door across the street. Just as he stepped off the curb, something caught his eye. He froze, then retreated to the sidewalk, scanning the area before keying his comms. "Ryan, stand down." Jack Ryan Jr. had been advancing up Dow Cam Mock, but halted at the order. "Holding," he confirmed, turning toward a shuttered electronics store to feign interest in the display. Clark's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Where are you?" Jack checked his phone, where a digital map showed the team's positions via discrete GPS trackers tucked under their belts. Clark's green dot lingered near the tea shop. "2 blocks northwest of you," Ryan replied. Clark's tone sharpened. 4 riders on matching Ducatis just rolled in from opposite ends. They're too coordinated to be random. From his rooftop perch, Chavez chimed in. "Black bikes?" "Affirmative," Clark said. "Different outfits, same gear. No way that's a coincidence." Ding picked them out of the traffic below after a moment. "Sharp catch, John?" Clark smirked. "Not my first rodeo." "Jack, push north. If Hazelton takes that alley, you can cut him off at Pham the Heen. But move fast, and don't let those bikers notice you eyeballing him." Ryan's pulse kicked up as he pretended to study a row of high-end cameras. What had been a dull night was now electric. He broke into a jog. "Copy that. I'll stay parallel and beat him to the exit." Clark redirected the others. Sam, Ding, closed the gap. Chavez responded, "On our way." Off the roof in 60. "So we're 3 minutes behind you, Jack. Keep it cool till we link up." Meanwhile, Colin Hazelton stepped into the shadowed alley behind the restaurant, hands shoved in his pockets. He knew the price of his choice, forfeiting payment, his job, and the expensive jacket and briefcase he'd abandoned. Not ideal for a man drowning in debt with skills that didn't exactly translate to civilian life, yet for the first time in days, a strange calm settled over him. At least he'd dodged the bar tab, small victories. The half-smile faded as the weight of his situation pressed in, the alley's gloom mirroring his sinking resolve. A year had passed since Wayne Duke Sharps, the head of Sharps Global Intelligence Partners, sat down with Colin Hazelton in his sleek Manhattan office to discuss a role in corporate intelligence. Sharps assured the former CIA operative that the job would be quiet, risk-free, and far from political drama, though it meant Hazelton had to accept he was no longer serving his country. Instead, he'd be trading covert ops for a steady paycheck. Hazelton bristled at the idea, swearing he'd never betray the Stars and Stripes. But Sharps just chuckled. Relax. We don't go after U.S. interests. We're not saints, but we're not the bad guys either. That was enough for Hazelton. A decorated Air Force pilot turned CIA officer, he was as patriotic as they came, but life had other plans. A series of high-risk investments in North Africa had collapsed during the Arab Spring, leaving him strapped for cash. He needed the job, so he took it. And for a while, Sharps kept his word. The assignments were straightforward, the clients harmless. Hazelton barely gave them a second thought until this week. On Monday, his boss sent him rushing to Prague to retrieve travel documents for 5 individuals. Nothing unusual there. Back in his CIA days, he'd arranged fake passports for operatives worldwide. Even at Sharps, he'd helped skilled foreign workers bypass visa hurdles to enter the U.S. He told himself he wasn't undermining America, just cutting through red tape. But this time was different. The documents arrived sealed in a laminated pouch, with strict orders. Deliver them to a contact in Ho Chi Minh City, no questions asked. No inspection, no peeking. Hazelton figured the Czech nationals were headed to Asia, Japan, maybe Singapore, since a detour through Vietnam made little sense for U.S. travel. Then came the flight. With 90 minutes left before landing, Hazelton slightly buzzed from gin and tonics, packed up his carry-on. That's when he noticed it. The hidden compartment in his vintage suitcase had torn decades of use, had finally taken their toll. Panic set in. If Vietnamese customs searched his bag, they'd find the documents. But then he remembered he'd never been frisked entering Vietnam before. If he moved the papers to a money belt, he'd be safe. Only one problem: he had to open the sealed package first. Locked in the airplane lavatory, Hazelton ripped the laminate open with his teeth, heart pounding. The stakes had just gotten real. Inside the bathroom, Hazelton discovered 5 plastic bags, each stuffed with a passport, driver's license, credit cards, and a neatly folded letter. A voice in his head warned him not to snoop, but curiosity won out. As he flipped through the documents, a flight attendant rapped on the door, urging him to buckle up for turbulence. He barely registered her words, his focus locked onto the black diplomatic passports in his hands. These weren't forgeries. They were the real deal, though he suspected some details had been tweaked. The faces staring back at him, 4 men and 1 woman, could have been from anywhere, but their destination was the real shocker: North Korea. Official Czech government letters authorized them to work at the consulate there. North Korea? Seriously? Just last week, Hazelton had been knee-deep in corporate espionage for tech giants and shipping conglomerates. Now he was tangled up with the world's most oppressive regime. The plane jolted violently, slamming him against the stall walls, but his mind raced faster. These weren't just diplomats. They had to be nuclear scientists. The DPRK had a history of smuggling expertise, and let's be honest, they weren't importing pastry chefs. Duke Sharps, his ever-opportunistic employer, wouldn't touch this unless there was a fat paycheck involved. Hazelton exhaled sharply, pressing his head against the cold metal wall. "Unbelievable," he muttered. Helping Sharps funnel shady operatives into Pyongyang made his skin crawl, but his mounting debts left little room for moral grandstanding. Later, after slipping past immigration with the documents taped to his torso, he drowned his guilt in gin at the hotel bar. By the 9th glass, the room swayed, but the disgust clung stubbornly. Then came the moment of truth. Face to face with his contact, a sleek French operative. He froze. No way was he handing over those papers. Now staggering through Ho Chi Minh City's maze of alleyways, sweat-soaked and half-drunk, he clutched the money belt like a lifeline. Sharp's goons would come for him eventually, but not tonight. His plan? Ditch the evidence in the murky waters of the Ken Doi Canal. One loose brick, one swift toss, and this nightmare would sink into oblivion. Assuming, of course, he didn't faceplant into the gutter first, Hazelton knew his next steps were clear: catch the first flight back to the States at dawn, brace for Duke's inevitable termination call, and return to the cockpit where he belonged. At his age, and with his rusty flight hours, he'd be lucky to land gigs hauling battered cargo planes across sketchy runways in developing countries. The debt would bury him, but at least he wouldn't be running errands for some megalomaniac crime boss and his bloodthirsty crew. As he moved through the dimly lit streets of District 8, the fading energy of the nightlife gave way to the quiet industrial stretch near the canal. A restaurant worker lugged a trash bag past him, while an elderly woman puttered by on a scooter, oblivious to the danger lurking nearby. Turning left toward the water, Hazelton remained unaware of the sleek black Ducati bikes slipping into the alley behind him, or the two more already positioned ahead, waiting to spring their trap. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. moved silently along Pham the Hien, watching as Hazelton unexpectedly veered across the street, instead of returning to his hotel. The man's loose tie flapped as he stepped onto the sidewalk and disappeared into another narrow passage. This route would dump him near the Ken Doi Canal, a desolate stretch of docks and crumbling apartments, hardly the place for a corporate intel guy to take a midnight stroll. Jack quickened his pace, checking his phone for a parallel route, then keyed his comms. "Ryan here, subject's heading north, 2 blocks from the canal. Unless he's got a boat stashed, he's about to hit a dead end. I'll try to cut ahead." His transmission cut short as 2 Ducatis glided out of the alley ahead, closing in on Hazelton. The bike's near-silent engines might fool civilians, but not a seasoned operative. "Ryan?" Ding's voice crackled over the net. "You still with us?" "Still here," Jack muttered, eyes locked on the riders. "But those Ducatis aren't just tailing him, they're hunting him." Driscoll's voice cut in, tense. No sign of backup vehicles. "If they're not grabbing him, this could get ugly fast." Jack's pulse spiked. "You're telling me this is a hit?" Ding sounded skeptical. "Hazelton's here for corporate espionage, not a gang war. Last we checked, Microsoft doesn't send assassins after their consultants." Before Jack could reply, 2 more bikes tore past him, splitting up with chilling precision. The game had just turned deadly. Jack watched as one biker veered into the alley parallel to Hazelton's route while the other cut west, the same path Ryan had intended to take. As Jack moved past the road Hazelton had chosen, he barely spotted the 2 riders disappearing between a pair of towering warehouses that stretched toward the waterfront. Picking up speed, he knew time was running out. Hazelton was nearly at the canal with nowhere left to run, forcing him to double back. Reaching the corner, Jack peered between the buildings and muttered, "Ding's right, but now there are 4 guys closing in. This is about to go south fast." John Clark's voice crackled over the comms. "I'm grabbing the car in case we need a quick exit, but traffic's a mess." "Ding." Sam, get to Ryan's position now. "Jack, stay out of it. No heroics. Got it? You're not armed." Jack exhaled, pressing against the corner for a better look. "Copy that." Meanwhile, Hazelton neared the Ken Doi, the canal ahead swallowed by darkness. A handful of distant lights flickered from District 5 across the water, but the warehouses lining the far bank stood silent. Deserted at this hour, the canal itself, oddly still for being in the heart of the city, barely saw any nighttime boat traffic. His original plan, shredding the documents and dumping them into the water, was now useless. The hum of high-performance engines behind him left no doubt they were here for him. The bikers made no effort to hide their presence, their slow advance signaling they were waiting for reinforcements. Despite the alcohol in his system, Hazelton's instincts were sharp. Years in the game had honed them. His gut was right. Twin headlights appeared ahead, one approaching from the east, the other from the west, both converging on him with deliberate calm. They had him cornered, and he knew exactly who they were. More of Duke Sharps's men. That French operative had allies in the city, and they'd moved faster than he'd anticipated. The bikes in front rolled to a stop just feet away, engines cutting off. The riders kept their helmets on, visors down, while the pair behind idled 20 yards back, their engines purring like predators savoring the hunt. Hazelton forced a grin, locking eyes with the nearest biker. Didn't expect you guys till tomorrow. Guess I underestimated you. Silence. He pressed on, voice dripping with false cheer. New York sent you early, huh? Thought I'd lose my nerve? Gotta admit, that's slick. Old school tradecraft anticipating surprise. The lead biker dismounted, stepping close enough that Hazelton could see his own reflection in the mirrored visor. Had to draw a line, Hazelton said with a shrug. You get it right? This client's the DPRK. Duke's playing with fire. Then, unexpectedly, the biker lifted his visor. Hazelton blinked. Maybe they knew each other, or maybe this was the last face he'd ever see. Colin Hazelton wasn't surprised that Sharps employed former intelligence operatives, but the moment he got a clear look at the man's face under the dim streetlight, his stomach dropped. The cold, unreadable expression belonged to a North Korean operative, someone he definitely didn't recognize. Forcing a nervous chuckle, Hazelton tried to play it casual. Ever have one of those days where nothing goes right? The North Korean didn't humor him. Hand over the documents, Hazelton patted his pockets, feigning confusion. Wouldn't you know it? Left them in my briefcase back at... The case was empty. The pistol in the man's grip left no room for doubt. Behind Hazelton, engines growled as the other bikers tightened the noose. From his hiding spot behind the warehouse, Jack Ryan Jr. ducked low, pressing his comms button. Ryan here. 4 hostiles have Hazelton cornered, armed and aggressive. Ding's voice crackled through, breathless from running. So much for a simple corporate job. Stay hidden. We're on Tran Xuan Son, less than 2 minutes out. Jack clenched his jaw. If they're here to kill him, he doesn't have 2 minutes. Clark's voice cut in, sharp and urgent. You're unarmed, Jack. Don't play hero. I'm 3 minutes back, stuck in traffic. The blare of a car horn punctuated his frustration. Ryan's instincts screamed at him to charge in, but logic won out. Instead, he yanked his camera from his bag, scanning the map on his phone. I don't need to fight them, just distract them. Clark's response was terse. Your call, don't get dead. The North Korean raised his weapon, finger tight on the trigger. Hazelton's hands trembled as he swallowed hard. Let's keep this professional. I'm no threat to you. His mind raced. How had he let himself stumble into this mess? The whiskey haze had dulled his instincts, but even sober, he never would have expected a DPRK hit squad. The click of the hammer locking back snapped him to attention. Staring down the barrel, he croaked, Money belt. It's around my waist. Suddenly, an apartment door swung open nearby. 2 women froze mid-step, their shopping bags hitting the pavement as they took in the scene. The North Korean swung his gun toward them, sending them scrambling back inside with shrieks. A shout erupted from behind, his lookout warning him. He whipped around just in time to see Hazelton bolting toward the docks. Engines roared to life as the bikers prepared to give chase. Then, from the shadows near a rusted warehouse, a voice rang out. Hey, over here! The 4 bikers snapped their heads toward the sudden flash of light, spotting a bearded young man with dark hair aiming a camera their way. Say cheese, he called out, blinding them with rapid bursts from his lens. The 2 nearest riders revved their engines violently, spinning their bikes in a cloud of burnt rubber as they charged the photographer. Meanwhile, their leader and his companion peeled off after Hazelton, who clutched his money belt like a lifeline. As the North Korean accelerated, he holstered his pistol with one hand while drawing a gleaming stiletto from his waistband with the other. Hazelton hadn't sprinted since college, but fear sent him flying toward the river in record time. He skidded onto the path, the roar of engines closing in. For a split second, he considered plunging into the water, until he remembered the deadly current and the fact his pursuers would either drag him out or let him sink. Instead, he veered into another shadowy alley, his lungs burning. The bikers followed effortlessly, their throttles barely straining. "Someone help me!" he screamed, scanning the silent apartment windows. His mind raced. Was this it? Would he feel the bullet before the darkness? He needed crowds, safety, but the nearest busy street felt miles away. Domingo Chavez and Sam Driscoll tore through District 8's labyrinth, eyes locked on Jack Ryan's blinking GPS signal. Ding barely glanced at his map before Ryan's voice crackled in his earpiece. "You tracking me?" "Copy that," Ding replied, noting the moving dot. "You're hauling ass. No kidding. 2 lunatics on bikes are right behind me." The engine growls echoed off the buildings. "We're coming," Ding assured him before relaying orders to Sam. "Ryan's your problem. I'll get Hazelton." Hazelton never saw the knife coming. The lead biker closed the gap silently, then struck 2 swift jabs beneath the shoulder blades. Hazelton staggered forward, confused by the dull pain until his lungs collapsed. He crumpled onto the pavement, gasping like a fish on a dock. The bikers dismounted casually, their Ducatis ticking as they cooled. Kneeling beside him, the leader rifled through his clothes, slicing away the blood-soaked money belt. Hazelton's fingers twitched toward the stolen documents, his wheezing cries fading into the night. The North Korean rider easily swatted away the American's weak attempt to stop him before climbing back onto his motorcycle. His companion moved alongside him, pistol held low, while his helmet swiveled constantly, checking every shadow in the empty street. With engines growling, they wheeled around to continue their pursuit of the fleeing photographer. 5 blocks away, Ryan was still navigating the maze of dimly lit alleys and parking lots near the Kendoy River. His mind raced what had become of Hazelton. He'd done everything he could to help the man, but deep down, he knew it might not have been enough. The 2 women stepping outside had briefly diverted the biker's attention, and then, to Jack's disbelief, Hazelton had bolted toward the water. A reckless move, unless he'd seen something that convinced him he wouldn't survive a confrontation. Or maybe he was just drunk and overconfident, thinking he could outrun trained killers. Ryan suspected the latter. To buy Hazelton time, Jack had deliberately drawn the biker's focus, flashing his camera before sprinting away, hoping to split their pursuit. It worked. Now, as he hurdled a pair of dented trash cans, the roar of Ducatis told him they were closing in fast. The bikes plowed through the scattered garbage seconds later, barely slowing. He kicked up a wooden pallet in their path, but it shattered uselessly against their front wheels. Ducking around a potted tree, he zigzagged wildly, trying to throw them off. The riders adjusted effortlessly, accelerating again. Sam's voice crackled in his earbud, demanding he stop long enough for a GPS lock, but stopping wasn't an option. A gunshot rang out, sparks flaring on the pavement. They'd been given the green light to kill. No time to wonder why he had to move. At the bottom of a concrete staircase, a satellite dish jutted from a second-floor balcony 15 feet away, an impossible reach. But impossible was all he had left. Ryan launched himself off the steps, arms outstretched. His fingers barely caught the metal bracket, his body swinging wildly like a gymnast mid-routine below. The bikes skidded down the stairs, their riders glaring up as he dangled just out of reach. Jack barely had time to register the bikers, spinning their bikes toward him in the parking lot. Tires screaming against the pavement. His desperate swing from the satellite dish's arm had left him dangling, legs kicking uselessly in the air before the mounting bracket tore free with a metallic groan. The sudden 10-foot drop knocked the wind out of him as he hit the concrete steps, his body tumbling like a rag doll until he came to rest, staring up at the night sky. Through the ringing in his ears, He saw the armed men exchange glances, that predatory look of hunters who'd just stumbled upon wounded prey. One biker raised his pistol with theatrical slowness, savoring the moment, when out of nowhere a blur of black clothes and flying beard collided with him. The impact sent both man and motorcycle crashing to the ground in a tangle of limbs and chrome. The second biker barely had time to react before a backpack sailed through the air like a missile, smacking his gun arm sideways just as he fired. The wild shot lit up the parking lot for a split second, revealing the Westerner already moving, boots pounding pavement as he closed the distance. A brutal kick to the helmet sent the biker sprawling, his head bouncing off the asphalt with a hollow thunk. Sam Driscoll flexed his aching foot inside his tactical boot, grimacing at the throbbing pain. "Should have worn steel toes," he muttered, scooping up his ruined backpack. The bullet had turned his tablet into modern art. "You're buying me a new one, Ryan, and not some bargain bin crap either." Jack, still catching his breath from his impromptu acrobatics, managed a wheezy laugh. "Fine, but you're getting last year's model." Their banter cut off abruptly as Ding's frantic voice crackled over comms. Without hesitation, they snatched pistols from the ground and mounted the Ducatis, because apparently tonight's theme was steal whatever vehicles you needed. Half a block away, Ding skidded to his knees beside Hazelton's crumpled form. The man's labored breathing sounded like a punctured tire, his white shirt now a Rorschach test of blood. "Stay with me," Ding barked, fingers finding the bullet holes. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wailed. But they both knew help wouldn't come fast enough. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward them like grasping fingers. Ding tore open Hazelton's shirt, revealing two small but deep puncture wounds just below his shoulder blades. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. He recognized the severity: immediately internal bleeding, collapsed lungs, the kind of injuries that wouldn't be fixed by just applying pressure. The real damage was hidden behind the rib cage, where blood was pooling and Hazelton's lungs were barely functioning. Kneeling in the dimly lit street, Ding yanked open his backpack and grabbed his compact first aid kit, standard issue for his team. He tore open a pair of occlusive dressings with his teeth, wiped away the blood with his forearm, and pressed the seals over the wounds, knowing they had to be airtight. Rolling Hazelton onto his back, Ding saw the man's glassy, unfocused stare without hesitation. He started rescue breaths, forcing air into Hazelton's lungs to keep oxygen flowing. Between breaths, he barked into his comms, "Clark! Hazelton's critical! I need extraction now!" Clark's response was instant. "On my way?" Before Ding could confirm the area was clear, a single headlight flickered in the distance. The deep growl of a high-performance motorcycle engine cut through the night. "Negative," Ding said, his voice tight. "At least one biker's still out there, probably trying to figure out how we got here so fast." He could have bolted, but leaving Hazelton wasn't an option. The man had seconds without intervention. Jack Ryan Jr.'s voice crackled over the radio. "Sam and I are inbound with wheels and firepower. Find cover until we get there." Ding stayed put, continuing chest compressions, his focus unwavering even as the motorcycle roared closer. The rider accelerated, and under a street lamp 3 blocks away, Ding caught a glimpse of a sleek black Ducati and the pistol leveled straight at him. 20 seconds, Clark promised. "Make it 10, Ding muttered, knowing he was out of time. Unarmed and exposed, Ding had gambled on discretion for this mission. No weapons, just recon. Now that decision felt like a fatal mistake. The bike closed in fast, the rider firing. The first shot whizzed overhead as Ding ducked low, shielding Hazelton. The second round sparked off the pavement beside him. He kept compressions going, but the next shot would find its mark. Just as the gun leveled again, a dark sedan screeched into the intersection, headlights off, engine roaring. The Ducati rider caught the blur of movement from his left a heartbeat too late. He jerked his gun arm in and yanked the handlebars, but the sedan plowed into him before he could react. Metal shrieked, debris exploded skyward, and the bike crumpled like tinfoil beneath the car's weight. The rider's helmet tumbled down the asphalt. Empty, Ding suspected, given the sheer brutality of the collision. He barely had time to wince before refocusing on pumping air into Hazelton's lungs. Ryan and Driscoll skidded to a stop on their Ducatis behind Chavez, dismounting in unison. They hauled Hazelton's limp form between them, dumping him unceremoniously into the sedan's back seat as Clark gunned the engine. The windshield was a spiderweb of cracks, the airbag sagging in Clark's lap. But the car still roared to life. Sirens wailed in the distance, their flashing lights painting the wet pavement crimson and blue. "Anyone hurt?" Clark barked over his shoulder. "Just Hazelton," Ding replied, his voice tight. "Can we save him?" Ding met Clark's gaze in the rear view and gave a nearly imperceptible shake of his head. Hospital now. The lie hung in the air. They all knew it was hopeless, but duty demanded the attempt. Driscoll was already barking coordinates into his phone, arranging their exfil on the agency's Gulfstream. The sedan fell silent except for Hazelton's ragged breaths and the rhythmic thump of Ding's compressions. Blood-flecked foam bubbled at Hazelton's lips, a death sentence written in crimson. Then, impossibly, Hazelton's eyes fluttered open. A wet, gurgling whisper escaped him. Ding leaned in. "Say again." "Sharps." "We know," Ding urged. "Was it his people who hit you?" Hazelton's nod was frantic. His hand clawed at the seat. Desperate, Ryan understood first. "He needs a pen." Sam tossed one back, and Hazelton scrawled like a man possessed, the page smearing with bloody fingerprints. 15 seconds later, his hand went slack. Ding checked his pulse, then exhaled. "Airport John." Clark swerved hard, abandoning the hospital detour. Hazelton's corpse sprawled across Ding and Ryan, a grim reminder of the stakes. For 10 relentless minutes, Ding had fought death itself and lost. Now all they had was a blood-stained note and a racing engine. Ryan slumped against the wall, his body drained and his mind foggy from exhaustion. He grabbed the notepad and shone his flashlight over the scribbled notes. "This is complete garbage," he muttered under his breath. Clark gave him a tired smirk. "Save the decoding for when we're in the air." Meanwhile, Veronica Martel guided her Hyundai through the iron gates of the safe house, her fingers tight on the wheel. She had spent the entire drive glancing at the rearview mirror, scanning for tails in the dim glow of streetlights. The sudden downpour made it nearly impossible to spot anyone following her. But after a winding route through Ho Chi Minh City's outskirts, she was confident she'd shaken any surveillance. The villa's gravel driveway crunched under her tires as she pulled into the parking circle, deliberately facing the exit, just in case. She didn't bother going inside. Small talk with strangers wasn't her style, and she had no patience for pretending camaraderie with people who were just temporary allies. Instead, she stayed in the car, listening to the rhythmic drumming of rain on the roof. North Korea, the thought made her exhale sharply. How had she ended up here? At 38, Martel was a seasoned operative, recruited by Duke Sharps after leaving France's Foreign Intelligence Service. She'd spent years navigating embassy corridors in volatile regions, but corporate espionage was a different beast. Brussels was her nominal base, yet her assignments dragged her across continents. Mumbai, Osaka, even Moscow. And now, Vietnam. Tonight's meeting had gone sideways. The American from Prague had refused to hand over the documents, derailing the entire operation. She'd reported his defiance immediately. No way was she taking the fall for his incompetence. New York had ordered her to lay low, but she doubted they could salvage this mess without drastic measures. Her phone buzzed sharply, cutting through the rain's steady hum. "Yes?" A clipped voice responded. "This is Control, transferring you to a local asset." "Local asset?" Martel frowned. As far as she knew, she was the only Sharps operative in the area, aside from the arrogant fool who'd blown the mission. After a brief pause, a voice with a thick Vietnamese accent crackled through. "I have what you need." Veronica checked her watch as the voice on the phone announced, "I'll reach the safe house in 5 minutes." The clipped accent confirmed her suspicion, another North Korean operative, though not officially part of her team. She bit back the questions swirling in her mind and simply replied, "Understood." The man abruptly cut in. "Was the contact alone during your meeting?" She exhaled sharply. "If you mean the informant, I didn't exactly take roll call. My job wasn't to babysit his security detail." 5 minutes, he snapped, ignoring her sarcasm before the line went dead. Stepping out of her rented Hyundai, Veronica approached the villa's front door. Though she had a key, she'd been staying there for days. She knocked anyway, adhering to protocol. The door clicked open to reveal one of the 3 stone-faced North Korean guards assigned to the safe house. Not her people, just another set of watchful eyes. The man said nothing, his silence louder than any warning before retreating into the dimly lit living room. Shaking rain from her coat, Veronica lingered by the window, watching the storm outside. She had planned to wait until the courier arrived, but duty nagged at her. With a reluctant sigh, she walked into the living room, where the 5 European defectors sat stiffly under the flickering glow of candles. Their wide eyes locked onto her the moment she entered. "Everything's on schedule," she assured them in English, forcing calm into her voice. "Just waiting for one more arrival before we move." Before anyone could respond, a sharp knock echoed through the house. The guards tensed, but Veronica motioned them back and answered the door herself. A man in a sleek black motorcycle jacket stood there, holding a folder. His sharp gaze bored into her as he demanded, "You're certain the American was alone?" She snatched the folder. "We've been over this. What's the problem?" Peering past him, she spotted 2 more riders idling in the rain, engines rumbling. The North Korean shoved inside and shut the door. He had backup. "No one warned us. Join the club," she shot back. "If you've got a problem with how I do my job, take it up with New York." His jaw tightened, but Veronica was already flipping through the folder's contents. 5 pristine diplomatic passports, check credentials for Pyongyang, bundled credit cards. Everything looked flawless until she reached the last passport. A faint red smudge stained the cover, barely noticeable but unmistakable. Her fingers lingered on it, a silent alarm ringing in her mind. Martel traced her finger along the raised lettering on the leather-bound folder, only to pull back when she noticed a dark smear on her skin. It wasn't ink or dirt, it was blood, still wet. Her stomach tightened. My God, she thought. The American operative hadn't handed these over willingly. She lifted her gaze to the North Korean guard standing nearby, whose cold stare told her he'd caught her reaction. A faint smirk played on his lips, as if her unease amused him. "Everything checks out," Martel announced smoothly. The man turned and left, the roar of motorcycle engines soon fading into the night. She spread the documents across the table, angling the lamp for better light. "Your flight departs at 9:30 sharp," she informed the group. "Touchdown in Pyongyang by 11:35. I'll brief each of you on your cover identities, then I suggest you rest. I'll have you up by 6. The only other woman in the room, a frazzled redhead with an unmistakable Aussie twang, rose from the couch. "Mind if we chat alone?" Martel gave a non-committal shrug and led the way to the kitchen. The fluorescent bulbs overhead did the woman no favors, highlighting the shadows under her eyes. Martel had spent the last week with these Australians. She knew the toll the operation had taken. "What do you need, Dr. Powers?" she asked, leaning against the counter. Powers shut the door behind them, her voice barely above a whisper. "Listen, we signed up for this. The money was insane, sure, but it was supposed to be a bloody adventure." Martel drummed her nails against the tile. "Get to the point. I've got family back in Sydney," Powers pressed. 6 months, then I'm done. That was the deal. I need to know they'll hold up their end. Martel didn't bother lowering her voice. My job is logistics, Dr. Powers, getting you in and out safely. Whatever promises Pyongyang made, that's between you and them. Powers glanced nervously at the door. They treat us like convicts. Won't answer a damn question, I thought. Since you're working with them, maybe you could nudge them to clarify things. Martel placed a hand on the woman's shoulder, her smile razor-thin. I understand. Relief flickered across Powers' face. I knew you. I understand, Martel continued, dropping her hand, that because I'm a woman and not Asian, you assume I'll be softer than the guards. But here's the truth. They need you. I don't. She moved toward the door. Once you land, I'm sure your doubts will vanish. Powers' face flushed. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Martel didn't flinch. You chose this, not me, and trust me, they won't let you back out now. She left without another word, returning to the living room to distribute forged passports and backstories. As she worked, she couldn't help but wonder about the Australians' fate. Sure, working for North Korea came with risks, but they'd be handsomely compensated for the illegality of it all. Martel had no moral qualms, just curiosity. After all, money had a way of silencing doubts. These weren't exactly Nobel Prize winners or Pentagon strategists, just a handful of geologists, harmless by any measure. Even if they were on North Korea's payroll, what real threat could they pose? Veronica Martel almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. Just corporate espionage wrapped in diplomatic nonsense. Nothing worth losing sleep over. Then her mind flickered back to the blood-stained passport and the loud-mouthed American who'd probably bled all over it. If Pyongyang was willing to spill blood on foreign soil just to move a few rock experts around, maybe this wasn't as trivial as she'd assumed. She shoved the thought aside. Years in intelligence had taught her how to compartmentalize. Right now, her only job was to get these 5 on the 9:30 a.m. flight to Pyongyang, scrub the safe house, and disappear. Anything beyond that wasn't her problem. The battered gray sedan rolled into the private hangar at Tan Son Nhat Airport's eastern edge just past 1 a.m., its cargo grim, 4 operatives and the lifeless body of ex-CIA officer Colin Hazelton. Inside, the only aircraft present was a gleaming white Gulfstream G550, already prepped for departure. The ground crew had wisely vanished as the car approached, leaving no witnesses. A striking blonde woman emerged from the FBO office, her hair pinned back, her flight attendant uniform crisp. Adara Sherman wasn't just the jet's coordinator. She handled logistics, security, and whatever else the campus needed. Clark stepped out of the car first, nodding at her. Good to see you in one piece. Likewise, sir, she replied. We're clear customs is handled, and the locals are keeping their distance. That didn't come cheap, I'm guessing. Surprisingly reasonable, actually. Need help with him? We've got it. Just tell the pilots to push the throttle. We're behind schedule. While Clark and Chavez kept watch, Driscoll and Ryan hauled Hazelton's body onto the jet. Adara had already laid out a body bag in the cabin, a morbid necessity they'd thankfully never had to use before. The hidden compartment behind the rear bulkhead was a tight fit, designed for smuggling live operatives, not the dead. Hazelton wouldn't be complaining, though. Once secured, the Gulfstream taxied out, accelerating down the empty runway until it sliced into the night sky. At cruising altitude, Adara passed out coffee and water. Clark took his alone near the front, then dialed Jerry Hendley, the campus's director. Between sips of bitter coffee, he relayed the night's events in careful, measured detail. Somewhere below, the lights of Vietnam faded into the darkness, another mission slipping into the shadows. The team quickly gathered around the polished teak table in the middle of the private jet, their eyes fixed on the hastily scrawled note Colin Hazelton had left behind before dying. Even with reading glasses, Clark and Chavez struggled to decipher the messy handwriting. The page held just 4 fragmented lines, one solitary word followed by 2 more below it, and finally a smeared cluster of letters at the bottom. The bloodstains made it nearly impossible to read. Chavez squinted. First word's 4 letters, but it's a total mess. No idea. The next part is that scata. Clark shook his head. Greek for shit. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Since when do you speak Greek? Had Greek operators in Rainbow? They cursed enough for me to pick up a few words, Clark said dryly. Driscoll tilted the paper toward himself. Not scata. Looks like scala. After a second look, the others agreed. Ryan was already typing on his laptop, while Adara Sherman silently refilled his coffee. Got it. Scala is a town in Poland and Bulgaria, and Ukraine and the Faroe Islands, Driscoll groaned. Fantastic. That narrows it down. Chavez rubbed his temple. Could be a person, too. Knew a Hungarian officer with that name, but he's long gone. Clark focused on the next set of letters. 4 capitals. IATA. Ryan searched again. International Air Transport Association. Might mean nothing. Sherman, who had been quietly pouring orange juice, finally spoke up. Prague. All eyes turned to her. That's the ICAO code for Vaclav Havel Airport, she explained. Pilots use it, not the commercial IATA code. Clark nodded. Hazelton was a pilot. Makes sense. Ryan leaned in. So we find someone named Scala in Prague and see where that leads. Clark exhaled. First, we debrief in D.C., then we plan our next move. He studied the final smudged letters before tossing the note down. Hazelton's last warning? Trouble ahead? The others saw it too? DPRK? Sam muttered, just what we needed. As the jet cut through the night sky toward dawn, the team tried to rest, knowing the chaos they'd just survived was only the beginning. 1 year earlier, Choi Ji-hoon had spent most of his 28 years surrounded by people assuring him of his future greatness. He didn't know the word sycophant, but he recognized their emptiness. They were nothing more than background noise in his world. Despite his doubts, Choi Ji-hoon clung to the belief that he was destined to lead North Korea. His father, Choi Lee-hung, had drilled this into him from childhood someday. He would take the mantle of supreme leader. What Lee-hung never admitted was his deep-seated contempt for his son, viewing him as spineless, unmotivated, and painfully average. By 22, Ji-hoon had secured a minor party role, traveling the country to commission patriotic art. He seized this opportunity to flatter his father, filling galleries with grandiose depictions of Lee-hung, each sculpture and painting a desperate bid for approval. Yet the aging dictator saw no alternative. His brothers schemed for power, each pushing their own sons as successors, but Lee-hung refused to let his legacy slip into their hands. His daughters? Unthinkable in a nation that would never bow to a woman. That left Ji-hoon the least capable, yet the only option. Lee-hung knew his son would be a disaster, but preserving the bloodline mattered more than the fate of millions. His sole concession was forcing Ji-hoon to inherit a council of 6 trusted advisors, remnants of his own regime, hoping they might curb the inevitable chaos. When Lee-hung died, Ji-hoon at 27 finally took the throne. At first, he indulged recklessly, splurging on vanity projects. Monuments bearing his likeness, imported luxuries, even as famine gripped the countryside. But power, it turned out, was a double-edged sword. Paranoia soon eclipsed his decadence. A year after his father's death, Ji-hoon made his move, determined to cement absolute control. He rebranded himself as Dae Won-soo, Grand Marshal, despite never serving a real military stint. State propaganda spun wild tales, heroic bomber landings, covert missions into the South, fabricating a warrior's past to command fear. The truth, irrelevant. Survival depended on the Army's loyalty, and Ji-hoon would rewrite history to secure it. The legendary exploits of the Supreme Leader were celebrated in classrooms, immortalized in patriotic songs, and glorified in countless documentaries featuring interviews with his so-called comrades in arms. No one dared expose the truth that every heroic tale was pure fabrication because those who knew better understood the myth mattered far more than reality. Challenging the narrative meant risking everything, even one's life. Ji-hoon's father, Li Hung, had been no pacifist. His brutal regime executed tens of thousands and starved countless more, while his reckless artillery strikes against South Korea repeatedly pushed the peninsula toward war. Yet Ji-hoon outdid even his father's aggression, demanding advanced weapons, staging provocative military drills, and launching missiles over neighboring territories. His threats against South Korea, the U.S., and Japan became a daily spectacle on state broadcasts. But Ji-hoon's power plays weren't limited to global posturing. As he solidified control, he systematically dismantled the influence of his father's 6 trusted advisors, viewing any dissent as treason. Within weeks, 5 were executed on trumped-up charges. The 6th, however, proved trickier. Choi Sung-woo, Ji-hoon's uncle and a seasoned diplomat who had once served as foreign minister, exiled to China as ambassador, Sung-woo found himself sidelined but still crucial given Beijing's strained yet vital ties to Pyongyang. China, increasingly wary of Ji-hoon's reckless brinkmanship, had cooled relations, fearing regional instability. North Korea's economy, already isolated, relied heavily on China, especially in mining, where Chinese firms extracted coal, iron, and precious metals. Then came the game changer. Chinese geologists discovered vast rare earth deposits in the northwestern mountains. Test mines confirmed staggering reserves, 213 tons near Cheongju, a potential gold mine for both nations. A 25-year mining deal was struck, and infrastructure construction began. But just as progress seemed unstoppable, Ji-hoon summoned his uncle back. The wealth China promised was tempting, he admitted, but there was something else, something far more valuable that North Korea needed from its powerful neighbor. Ji-hoon's uncle furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp his nephew's intentions. What exactly are they offering us, Supreme Leader? The expertise we've been denied, Ji-hoon replied coolly. A flicker of realization crossed his uncle's face. The mining operation. The latest drills are already in place, and the automated systems are being calibrated as we speak. By next year, production will— Ji-hoon cut him off with a sharp wave. Not mining, Uncle Missiles! Missiles, the older man blinked. Precisely. China has been holding back their advanced ballistic missile technology, and I won't tolerate it any longer. If we're to secure our future, we need the capability to strike beyond our borders without relying on Beijing's generosity. His uncle exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting as he weighed the implications. So you're suggesting we leverage the mining deal to force their hand? Exactly. Ji-hoon's voice was firm. The uncle hesitated. He had watched Ji-hoon grow from a spoiled child into a ruthless leader, and he knew better than to challenge him outright. Still, he chose his words carefully. A bold strategy, Supreme Leader. But the Chinese, they don't think like you. They might balk at such a demand, even if it means losing the mine. Ji-hoon scoffed. You have connections with the Guelo. The derogatory term hung in the air, and his uncle stiffened imperceptibly. Make sure they don't refuse. The negotiations in Pyongyang were tense. China's top envoys arrived, prepared to sweeten the deal, more aid, expanded trade privileges, even naval technology. They dangled high-profile state visits, hoping to stroke Ji-hoon's ego. But he wasn't interested in half measures. When his team made it clear that the mining contract hinged on missile technology transfer, the Chinese delegation retreated to Beijing for urgent consultations. They returned with concessions, more food shipments, upgraded conventional arms, even promises of diplomatic prestige, but Ji-hoon had never learned compromise. Raised in absolute privilege, surrounded by yes-men who feared execution for dissent, he saw negotiation as weakness. He wanted one thing, the ability to strike the U.S. mainland. To him, it wasn't just power, it was survival. China, however, had its own calculus. They weren't protecting America, they were protecting themselves. A nuclear-armed North Korea with long-range capabilities was a rogue actor with nothing to lose. The risk of regional chaos outweighed any short-term gains. When Beijing finally refused, Ji-hoon's response was swift. Within 24 hours, every Chinese worker at the Cheongju mine received deportation orders. The message was clear. North Korea would play by its own rules, or not at all. The top brass from Minmetals and Chinalco, China's state-run mining giants, attempted to negotiate with North Korean officials. But no one dared challenge Choi Ji-hoon's ironclad demands. The Chinese team at Cheongju scrambled to evacuate, abandoning most of their heavy machinery, though their engineers managed to salvage what they could before crossing the border. Overnight, the rare earth mine fell silent despite Choi's direct orders to keep operations running. North Korea simply lacked both the specialized equipment and technical expertise to sustain such a complex facility. To make matters worse, the departing Chinese had dismantled the generators, leaving the site with only unreliable local power grids. When the director of Korea Natural Resources Trading Corporation laid out these harsh realities with surprising frankness, Choi showed rare restraint. The man was merely sentenced to a labor camp rather than facing a firing squad. The fallout didn't stop there. In a twist of bitter irony, Choi scapegoated his own uncle, North Korea's ambassador to Beijing, accusing him of sabotaging negotiations that had actually collapsed due to Choi's own unreasonable ultimatums. The disgraced diplomat, once a potential contender for the country's leadership, vanished into Cheongjin's notorious political prison camp. Meanwhile in Washington, President Jack Ryan adjusted his suit jacket while striding into the cabinet room, where his national security team rose in unison. "Sit, sit," he muttered, already reaching for the steaming Jamaican coffee that marked his one daily vice, a hard-won concession from his wife after his last stellar physical. Scanning the room, he noted the usual power players: Secretary Adler's diplomatic poker face, D&I Foley's sharp-eyed scrutiny, and Defense Secretary Burgess's squared shoulders. Near the table's far end, junior analysts fidgeted with classified tablets, while Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam huttered like a human metronome, controlling the room's rhythm with his infamous scheduling clipboard. Ryan suppressed a grin where other presidents got trapped shaking hands with cookie-selling Girl Scouts during global crises. He'd empowered Arnie to clear his calendar for actual emergencies. Today's meeting would need that focus. The brewing storm demanded nothing less. The meeting had been locked in on Ryan's calendar for days, initially focused on escalating military tensions in Russian-controlled eastern Ukraine. But that morning, he'd received word that Central Europe's instability would have to wait. North Korea had decided to steal the spotlight with a fresh crisis. Ryan almost chuckled at the absurdity of global chaos never lining up neatly. Decades in government had taught him emergencies didn't politely take turns. They crashed through the door all at once. Adaptability was key, and today's sudden pivot was just another test of his ability to shift gears without missing a beat. He'd spent the last hour buried in intelligence reports, dissecting satellite imagery and intercepted communications. The signs were unmistakable. Pyongyang had been fueling a long-range missile, likely another attempt at their unreliable Taepodong-2, and now it was on the launch pad. The White House was on edge, and Ryan had made sure he walked into the Situation Room armed with every scrap of intel available. As he took his seat, he didn't waste time. Let me guess. The North Koreans went ahead with their fireworks show? Secretary of Defense Bob Burgess confirmed with a nod. "Yes, Mr. President?" Ryan exhaled. "All right, lay it out for me." "Colonel Richard Ward from DIA will handle the briefing, sir." At the far end of the table, a lean Army colonel in his 40s stood laser pointer in hand. A DIA major beside him tapped her tablet, pulling up a detailed map of the Korean peninsula on the wall screen. The image narrowed in on North Korea's northwest region as Ward began. Good afternoon, Mr. President. At 10 p.m. local time, 6 hours ago for us, the DPRK launched an Unha-3 rocket from their Sohae satellite launching station. The screen shifted to display the towering missile. While Pyongyang insists this is for peaceful space exploration, we all know the truth. The Unha-3 is essentially a repurposed ICBM, same as their Taepodong-2. The only difference is the paint job. Ryan suppressed a smirk. The colonel was thorough, if a little overeager, as if briefing a rookie instead of a president who'd spent years knee-deep in defense strategy. Right, because nothing says scientific progress like a missile that could drop a nuke on San Francisco. Ryan interjected. Ward hesitated, thrown off script. That's accurate, sir. Assuming they've successfully miniaturized a warhead. We haven't confirmed it yet, but the payload capacity is there. Or, Ryan added dryly, they skipped the hard work and just stole the blueprints. The colonel blinked, caught off guard. Carry on, Colonel. The display transitioned to a detailed animation of the rocket's trajectory, highlighting the moment the first stage detached. We had multiple tracking systems monitoring the launch, specialized sensors designed to capture every detail. Based on that data, here's what we know. The initial stage burned for roughly 2 minutes before shutting down at an altitude of 120 kilometers, just east of North Korea near the coastal city of Tancheon. Separation was clean. The second stage cut out at 350 kilometers over the Sea of Japan. Then, before the third stage could engage, something went catastrophically wrong. The rocket broke apart and crashed into the ocean about 80 miles west of Sapporo. Ryan couldn't hide his relief at the failure, though he knew Japan's diplomatic reaction would be explosive, almost as intense as if the warhead had actually detonated. Scott Adler mirrored his thoughts. Tokyo won't be happy about debris landing that close to their shores. Jay Canfield smirked. I'd say they're furious. But honestly, I'll take that over it slamming into Seattle or San Francisco any day. Ryan turned back to Ward. Any theories on the malfunction? Our MASENT measurement and signature intelligence picked up an unusual flare right after second stage burnout, but before separation. It'll take time to analyze, but early signs point to a staging failure. Not surprising for North Korea. Their last Unha-3 launch failed during first stage separation, so at least they made it further this time. How long did the flare last? Ryan pressed. The colonel hesitated, flipping through papers while the major beside him frantically tapped her tablet before sliding a report across the table. Apologies, Mr. President. It lasted about 2 seconds. Ryan frowned. That's awfully brief for a staging failure. Usually you'd see a partial flameout before the explosion. This seems more like an intentional detonation. Maybe ground control aborted when they realized the rocket wouldn't reach orbit. Could the Unha-3 have a flight termination system? Ward shuffled more documents. We don't actually know, sir. Their mid-range missiles don't, but this ICBM is a different beast. It's possible. Ryan's tone sharpened. He hated vague answers, and Ward clearly hated delivering them. The Russians and Chinese have termination systems on their missiles. North Korea borrows their tech. Logic says they'd include one too. Ward hesitated. In theory, yes. But they cut corners everywhere else. They might have skipped it. We just don't have definitive intel. Ryan exhaled, shifting focus. Fine, the missile failed. Now let's discuss what happens when one doesn't. How close are they to a functional nuclear payload? This time, Ward looked more confident. The intelligence briefing revealed North Korea possesses roughly 110 pounds of weapons-grade plutonium, primarily allocated to their current arsenal. While their uranium enrichment program operates openly at Yongbyon, analysts believe this facility serves as a decoy to mask their true nuclear ambitions. Additional covert sites exist, though their exact locations and operational capacity remain unclear, a frustrating gap in our intelligence network. Mary Pat Foley, the Director of National Intelligence, interjected with a sobering update. Recent nuclear tests suggest Pyongyang has shifted from plutonium to uranium-based devices, signaling an expansion of their capabilities. They've conducted 3 successful underground detonations, she noted. We're confident they possess between 5 to 10 functional warheads. The exact yield is debatable, but make no mistake, they're powerful enough to be a serious concern. Colonel Ward resumed, outlining Defense Intelligence Agency assessments. We suspect North Korea has advanced far enough to miniaturize nuclear warheads, potentially mounting them on Rodong missiles with a 600-mile range. If true, scaling up to an intermediate-range delivery system isn't out of the question. He quickly tempered expectations, adding, though their targeting would likely be unreliable and the warhead's effectiveness questionable. President Ryan cut to the chase. How unreliable? Are we talking a few miles off target or 100? When Ward hesitated, Ryan's patience thinned. Colonel, skip the script. I need your judgment, not a recitation. Clearing his throat, Ward conceded. In optimal conditions, the Taepodong 2 might land within a 25 to 50-mile radius. Secretary of State Adler scoffed. Accuracy hardly matters. It's a psychological weapon meant to intimidate, not strike with precision. Kim's regime thrives on extortion, not battlefield dominance. Even a sloppy ICBM with a crude warhead would send global markets into panic. Can't argue there, Ryan muttered. But let's not oversimplify. This isn't about doomsday fantasies, it's about leverage. North Korea's economy ranks below Kenya's. Without nukes, we'd treat them like any other struggling nation. Chief of Staff Van Dam glanced up puzzled. Lusaka? Ryan clarified. Zambia's capital. Van Dam nodded, refocusing on his notes. Ryan turned back to Ward. Bottom line, the missile failed before Stage 3, and we're in the dark on why. Ward offered a stiff nod. That's the situation, sir. With a dismissive gesture, Ryan ended the briefing. The analysts gathered their files, exchanging glances with Foley before exiting, leaving the weight of uncertainty hanging in the air. Ryan called out as the officers turned to leave. Colonel? Major? Both men snapped back around. Yes, Mr. President. You handled what you had well. The issue wasn't with you. It's that I need more substance behind the briefing. Next time, come ready for a real conversation, not just a slideshow. I'm not as intimidating as I seem, and I've got a hell of a lot of questions for people who know their stuff. Another round of acknowledgments, and the analysts exited, leaving Ryan with his advisors. Scott Adler smirked. That colonel looked like he'd just been thrown into the deep end. You really put him on the spot with that flare question. Jack shrugged. Maybe I pushed too hard. I've been digging into our intel on North Korea's missile systems, and frankly, the reports I get are full of gaps. We're missing way too much. CIA Director Canfield leaned forward. You can't lose sight of the big picture, sir. Everyone else is buried in the details. You're the one who has to see the whole board. Ryan exhaled. Yeah, I know, Canfield continued. The gaps in our North Korea intel aren't from lack of trying. Our signals, electronic and measurement intelligence are solid. Satellites, drones, ships, even subs are all focused on the peninsula. Cyber ops too, but human intelligence, that's where we're blind. Most of our human comes from defectors, farmers, laborers, kids who barely made it out, hardly high-level sources. Jack frowned. So we're working in the dark. Pretty much. We've got a few low-level officials on the payroll, but nobody in Pyongyang with real access. During the Cold War, we always had assets inside the USSR. Now North Korea's a black hole. Ryan drummed his fingers on the table. Back to this failed launch. As much as I'd love to celebrate, we all know how this goes. When North Korea stumbles, they lash out, missile tests, shelling islands, sending subs south. The new leader's desperate to prove he's just as unpredictable as his father. Mary Pat nodded. Exactly. Their long-range missile blows up, so they fire a barrage of short-range ones into the Sea of Japan. Defense Secretary Burgess added, or they pick a fight along the 38th parallel, just to remind everyone they're still dangerous. Ryan sighed. And meanwhile, the world expects us to juggle a dozen other crises. Why can't these guys take a number and threaten us one at a time? A few tired laughs circled the room. So what's the play here? Adler folded his arms. We take it back to the UN Security Council. Push for another condemnation. Ryan raised an eyebrow. And what's that gonna do? China and Russia will just veto it. Adler shook his head. Not so sure. Beijing's patience is wearing thin with the new regime. The sun's reckless streak is causing headaches for them, too. Tensions between China and North Korea had flared up recently over disputed mining rights, making any support from Beijing unlikely, though we might squeeze out an abstention. National Security Advisor Robilio chimed in. Russia will block us, no question. But pushing another resolution keeps them isolated on the world stage. It's a chance to corner both Moscow and Pyongyang in one move. Ryan scoffed. Corner them? More like tossing pebbles at a tank? Russia won't blink, and Chairman Choi couldn't care less about UN finger-wagging. His only priority is tightening his grip on power. Adler remained firm. The UN's bark is worse than its bite, but sanctions against the North are already maxed out, unless something drastic happens. Short of sending Defense Secretary Burgess to bomb Pyongyang. Mr. President, this resolution is our last diplomatic bullet. Ryan leaned forward, frustration evident. Even with crippling sanctions on their weapons programs, nukes, missiles, the works, they still test ICBMs and detonate warheads. China's no fan of a nuclear North Korea either, so we know they're not the supplier. This mess, Russia's pouring gasoline on it. Canfield nodded. Exactly. Moscow couldn't care less if Pyongyang gets nukes. It's our problem, not theirs. And the DPRK pays in cold, hard cash. Only two things are slowing them down. Ryan raised an eyebrow, which are, first, sanctions. Russia doesn't want to get caught smuggling banned tech, so they move carefully. That means delays, gaps in their supply chain. And the second? Money. The regime's broke if they suddenly hit the jackpot. They'd buy whatever they wanted, no questions asked. A few $100 million instead of pocket change, and their missile program goes from slow burn to full throttle overnight. Jack summed it up bluntly. A broke North Korea is good for America. We can't say it publicly without looking like we're starving their people, even though it's their own government doing that. But we have to keep Choi's regime cash-strapped. Mary Pat added, sanction busters funnel millions in goods and cash under the radar. Jack's voice turned sharp. We've spent decades bleeding them dry, and they still won't budge. Our intel's falling short. After that DIA briefing, it's clear we won't know what they're capable of until they drop a warhead on San Francisco. By then, game over. He locked eyes with Mary Pat and Jay. I need better human intelligence now. As the meeting wrapped, Mary Pat pushed back from the table, already mentally drafting her next steps. The president's dissatisfaction meant sleepless nights ahead. She'd huddle with CIA Director Canfield, both of them under the same pressure, and figure out how to crack a regime that thrived on secrecy. Mary Pat Foley had just stepped out of the cabinet meeting and grabbed her phone from the wicker basket on the president's secretary's desk when it buzzed in her palm. She answered without glancing at the screen, Foley, Mary Pat. It's Jerry Hindley. She moved into the West Wing hallway, her grip tightening on the phone. Something in Jerry's voice set off alarms. What's going on? Are you somewhere secure? Her eyes darted around. Staffers hurried past, voices echoing off the marble floors. Give me 2 minutes. I'll call you from my car. Just tell me, does this involve Colin Hazelton? Yeah. Her stomach dropped. Is he alive? A heavy exhale crackled through the line. No, he's gone. She froze mid-step, the hallway tilting around her. Dead? 1 year earlier, the supreme leader of North Korea ruled from the heavily fortified Ryongseong residence, also known as Compound 55. Nestled beside a secluded lake in Pyongyang's northern outskirts, The sprawling estate was one of 10 private retreats reserved for the nation's dictator. Encircled by layers of armed patrols and blast-resistant barriers, the compound housed 2 elite military brigades tasked with shielding the supreme leader from threats both foreign and domestic. At precisely 10 a.m., a black limousine rolled up to the outermost checkpoint. Guards scrutinized the driver and his passenger, a slight, balding man in his 50s, dressed in an ill-fitting gray suit. After multiple security stops, the car finally reached the main entrance of Residence 55. The man, Hwang Min-ho, stepped out and was escorted inside by 3 female aides. They led him to an opulent sitting room where a single cup of tea waited on the coffee table. Another cup sat untouched across from him, a silent reminder of who he was about to face. Hwang forced his hands to stay still, his breath steady, as the newly appointed head of Korea Natural Resources Trading Corporation. He had barely settled into the role before being summoned. This wasn't just a meeting. It was an audience with Choi Ji-hoon, the living god Hwang had worshipped since childhood. His parents, loyal servants to a high-ranking party official, had raised him to see the Kim dynasty as infallible. But now, seated in this gilded room, Hwang's faith warred with cold dread. His predecessor had vanished overnight, the official story. A sudden reassignment, the whispers among the mining executives told a darker tale, a one-way trip to Kyo Hwa-so, No. 9, where former elites broke their backs in coal pits, surviving on scraps. Hwang swallowed hard, his mind racing. The supreme leader demanded miracles, and when miracles failed, people disappeared. Hwang had been instructed to scrub all references to the previous director from the Korea Natural Resources Trading Corporation's records, effectively wiping the man from history. Without hesitation, he carried out the order. Never questioning the supreme leader's judgment, after all, his mother had drilled into him as a child that the nation's ruler could peer into his thoughts. So he made sure to radiate only loyalty and devotion, but even someone as indoctrinated as Hwang couldn't ignore the peril lurking beneath the honor of being appointed to the vacant position. Now, seated in the plush waiting room of Residence No. 55, he tensed as 2 soldiers in olive green Korean People's Army uniforms strode in, AK-47s slung across their backs. They stationed themselves by the door, followed by 4 more men who positioned themselves behind the sofa facing him. Hwang recognized them instantly, Section 5 operatives, the Supreme Leader's personal guard. Then came 2 men in crisp Mao suits, likely high-ranking aides. Soon, Choi Ji-hoon would arrive, and Hwang knew exactly why. The fate of the Cheongju rare earth mines foreign partnerships hung in the balance. After the Chinese were abruptly removed weeks earlier, whispers of their return had circulated, if not as equal partners, then as contracted labor. Hwang's team had compiled every technical and logistical detail, proving the mine would fail without external expertise. He was certain the Supreme Leader would see reason. A female major entered, setting up a transcription device beside the sofa. She bowed, and Hwang returned the gesture. The room fell into a tense silence, broken only by the occasional murmur of comrade in greeting. 30 minutes crawled by before a servant slipped in, pouring fresh tea into the cup opposite Hwang, his signal that the Supreme Leader was moments away. No one would dare serve him lukewarm tea. Then the doors swung open, and Choi Ji-hoon entered, flanked by 4 senior military officers. Hwang had seen him many times before at state functions, but the man's youthful face and impeccably tailored suit never failed to impress. Hwang sprang to his feet, his expression transforming into ecstatic reverence as he bowed repeatedly, careful not to overstep protocol. The officers along the wall nodded at him, and Hwang offered them polite, measured bows, respectful, but nothing compared to the deference reserved for the Supreme Leader. Choi settled into his seat, sipping his tea while scanning the room with sharp, assessing eyes. After a deliberate pause, he fixed his gaze on Hwang. "Comrade Hwang," he began, his tone deceptively casual, I heard your father once drove for Colonel An. Huang's chest tightened, his eyes stinging with sudden, overwhelming pride. Huang's parents were still alive, and he understood that sharing the Supreme Leader's knowledge about his father would fill them with immense pride. He bowed slightly from his seat, carefully controlling his voice. You honor my family by remembering him, Supreme Leader? But Choi had already shifted focus. The Chinese won't be returning to Cheongju. We'll proceed without them. Huang knew the grim reality. North Korea lacked the power infrastructure to operate the mine independently. Without China's rare earth expertise, the project was doomed. Brazil had minor mining operations in the region, but they were no substitute. The discovery of Cheongju had been China's doing, and without foreign assistance, extracting its riches would remain a fantasy. Yet Huang remained silent. Choi tilted his head, sensing hesitation. In this country, hesitation could be fatal. Do you question my decision? Huang straightened. Not at all, Supreme Leader. I only worry about the challenges at Cheongju. Our other mines rely on Chinese partnerships, but Cheongju depends on them entirely. Your predecessor's mistake, Choi snapped. He betrayed Yushe by letting China surpass us. He has paid for that weakness. Huang nodded quickly. Of course, I agree completely. Good, but, we can mine the ore. Our nation's capabilities are unmatched. The lie tasted bitter, but survival demanded it. However, refining rare earth minerals has always been China's role. Choi frowned. Explain refining. Huang hesitated. Hadn't his report covered this? The ore is extracted, then transported to China. Specialists separate the rare earth elements, bastnasite, monazite, xenotime, through grinding and chemical treatment. It requires advanced technology, skilled chemists, and precise machinery. Choi's silence thickened the air. Will we keep sending our resources north? Never. We'll refine everything here. Our scientists are superior, our technology unmatched. Huang forced a nod. Choi wasn't just asking the impossible. He was demanding an industry built from nothing. The Supreme Leader glanced at his generals, and Huang's pulse quickened. To fill the silence, he blurted, We'll pioneer this process. We'll surpass the world. Choi's smile didn't reassure him. Excellent. I'll oversee your progress personally. This mine will secure our nation's future. So I won't rush you, but I expect profitable operations at Cheongju within the unspoken deadline hung like a blade. Huang watched as Choi appeared to pluck a deadline from thin air, completely oblivious to the monumental challenges of establishing a rare earth mining operation. While other countries had spent generations building their mineral industries, Huang suspected his superior wouldn't grant him half that time. He braced himself, hoping for a 10-year window, maybe 15 if he was lucky. Instead, Choi's answer hit like a hammer, 18 months. A cold dread settled in Huang's chest, though his face betrayed nothing except the faintest quiver in his lip. The demand was absurd, impossible, yet he knew better than to argue. When the day Wonsu spoke, obedience was the only option. Years of indoctrination had cemented Huang's loyalty, but even devotion couldn't blind him to the insanity of the timeline. Swallowing his disbelief, he forced a dutiful nod. Of course, he said smoothly, as the newly appointed director of Korea Natural Resources Trading Corporation. I assure you we will achieve remarkable success. He tacked on a practiced flourish. Your guidance would be invaluable. Choi's satisfied grin made Huang's stomach twist. Rising from his seat, Huang launched into the expected display of deference, bowing, smiling, playing the perfect subordinate, all while knowing with grim certainty that failure meant a one-way ticket to a labor camp. Present day. Jack Ryan Jr. jolted awake in total darkness, disoriented and groggy. Rain lashed against the window, the sound pulling him further from sleep. His head throbbed with the dull ache of jet lag. Where the hell am I this time? Fragments of memory surfaced. Vietnam, Hazleton, the roar of motorcycles, the stench of death clinging to him on the flight home. Then it clicked. Alexandria, right. Stumbling through the unfamiliar space, he groped his way toward the kitchen. The sleek condo overlooking the Potomac still felt foreign, barely lived in. Between relentless training ops and last week's sudden deployment to Asia, he'd barely spent a week here since moving in. The coffee machine hissed to life, its mechanical whir cutting through the silence. Jack wasn't proud of resorting to pods. Any self-respecting coffee snob would scoff, but speed trumped taste when his brain was still stuck 12 time zones away. He gulped the scalding brew, wincing as it seared his throat. Outside, thunder rumbled, a fitting soundtrack to his exhaustion. Shaking off the fog, he headed for the shower. The move from Columbia to Old Town had been a no-brainer once work relocated, but right now home felt just as disorienting as any battlefield. For years, Hendley Associates operated out of a nondescript office building in West Odenton, Maryland, just north of Washington, D.C. But that chapter ended abruptly after Chinese intelligence operatives uncovered the existence of the campus, a covert offshoot of the firm. A brutal raid by Chinese special forces left several employees dead, forcing both the legitimate front, Hendley Associates, and its shadow counterpart to abandon the compromised location. After months of searching, Jerry Hendley finally secured a new headquarters, a stately 4-story Federalist brick building in Old Town Alexandria, perched along North Fairfax Street with sweeping views of the Potomac and the distant Capitol skyline. The space had previously housed a defense contractor run by a retired Army general, making it an ideal fit for their discreet operations. Jack Ryan, Jr. adjusted his red silk tie in the mirror, smoothing the wrinkles from his charcoal pinstripe suit. The polished attire clashed slightly with his rugged beard and slightly shaggy brown hair, a deliberate choice. Being the son of the sitting U.S. president came with unwanted attention, so blending in had become a personal mission. So far, he'd succeeded. Only a handful of strangers had recognized him in public. Satisfied with his appearance, he grabbed his Glock 19 from the nightstand, sliding the compact Austrian pistol into his waistband. An extra magazine followed, tucked into a leather pouch on his left side. Relocating to Virginia had its perks, chief among them the relaxed firearm laws. Unlike D.C. or Maryland, carrying here was straightforward, a fact the campus operatives appreciated. The Glock was simple, reliable, and devoid of unnecessary safeties. Just pull the trigger, and it fired. Jack wasn't a soldier, but his work had thrust him into enough firefights to justify the habit. With his backpack slung over one shoulder, he stepped onto his covered deck, popped open an umbrella, and locked the door behind him. He bypassed his black Mercedes in the driveway. Walking to work was one of life's small pleasures, even in the rain. Inside the Beltway, avoiding gridlock was its own kind of victory. 10 minutes later, he shook the rain off his umbrella outside Hendley Associates' new glass and steel entrance. A bulletproof door barred entry until one of the 4 ex-CIA paramilitary guards inside buzzed him through. Security here was no joke. A dozen highly trained contractors, all with top-secret clearances, kept watch over the building. For Jack, it was just another day at the office. The security team understood they were safeguarding a covert intelligence operation, though their clearance only extended so far, except for one intriguing detail tied directly to their roles. The president's son, Jack Ryan, Jr., worked as an analyst for the firm, clocking in at 8 a.m. sharp, unless traveling. Most assumed his duties were strictly financial, given Hendley Associates' public facade, but the static security personnel had no clue about the high-stakes operations unfolding on the top floor. To them, the occasional field trip just meant Jack was crunching numbers for Jerry Hendley somewhere exotic. Overseeing security was Bryce Jennings, a 47-year-old former Army Ranger with a career steeped in shadowy assignments. After leaving the military, he'd spent years with the CIA defending secure sites from Baghdad to Kabul. He'd repelled assaults in Sana'a and Manila, even thwarted an ambush on the U.S. ambassador in Tunisia. But these days, Jennings preferred the quiet chaos of fatherhood, coaching his daughter's softball team between shifts. When Hendley offered him this stateside gig, he'd seized it, though he still treated the Alexandria, Virginia office with the same vigilance as a war zone. Jack arrived, shaking rain off his coat before tossing his umbrella into the lobby rack. Jennings, stationed by the elevator, greeted him with a grin. "Morning, Jack." The formal Mr. Ryan phase had lasted exactly 6 awkward days before Jack insisted on first names. "Nats Phillies tonight if the weather clears," Jack said. "Damn right," Jennings shot back. "Phillies bats are hot, but Gonzalez is pitching, easy win." Jack, ever, the Orioles loyalist, smirked. "Save your luck for Saturday's doubleheader. You'll need it." Jennings folded his arms, mock stern. "Traitor, even your dad roots for the Nats." "Not our hometown," Jack called over his shoulder as the elevator doors slid shut. Post-Chinese attack, the campus had downsized, its operations tighter and more discreet. The building's first 2 floors buzzed with legitimate finance work, while the 3rd floor juggled IT and conference rooms. The real action happened upstairs in Hendley's suite and the basement's fortified ops center. Gavin Byrie, the irreplaceable tech wizard, joined Jack on the elevator. "Welcome home," he said dryly, punching the button for the 3rd floor without him. The campus would have collapsed, a fact the field operatives grudgingly acknowledged. Jack grinned. "Good to be back. Did you boys enjoy your little getaway?" Gavin Byrie usually handled campus operations from his tech hub in Virginia, but the sudden mission in Vietnam had unfolded without his involvement. Despite this, Ryan knew Gavin had full clearance for operational details. No need to hold back. Jack flashed a grin. "Oh, absolute riot. Our target got whacked right in front of me." Ding and Sam took fire, and Clark turned a rental car into a battering ram. "How was your weekend, by comparison?" The elevator chimed as it reached Gavin's floor. He stood frozen, mouth slightly agape, trying to decipher if Ryan was joking. After a beat, he managed, "Wow. Kinda wish I'd been there for that one." Gavin had occasionally tagged along on missions to provide tech support, and those rare field excursions had convinced him he was practically a seasoned operative. The team found his enthusiasm endearing, though they'd never admit he'd actually held his own out there. "Your stop, Gav," Jack reminded him. "Right," Gavin muttered, stepping into the hallway, still wrestling with whether Ryan's story was a tall tale or not. Jack continued to his 4th-floor office, planning to ditch his bag before hitting the kitchen. But as he turned the corner, he spotted a familiar figure perched on his desk. Dominic Caruso, his cousin and fellow campus operative, grinned up at him. 3 months had passed since they'd last crossed paths. Their schedules fractured by specialized training rotations across the globe. Dom's stint had stretched longer than the others, leaving their usual banter confined to silence. They clasped hands, then bumped chests in their usual ridiculous greeting. "Missed you, cuz," Dom said. Jack smirked. "Likewise, though, while you've been perfecting your judo flips, the rest of us were actually working." Dom's eyebrow arched. "Wait, Jerry didn't brief you?" Jack's smile faltered. "Brief me on what?" A pause. Dom shook his head. "Never mind if he didn't say anything. It's gotta be need to know." The truth was, Dom had been neck-deep in his own firestorm, racing from India to Central America to Europe to plug a catastrophic intel leak before it reached Iranian hands. The team had been deliberately kept in the dark, but Dom hadn't realized until now that they didn't even know he'd been in the line of fire. Operational security, sure, but it left a bitter aftertaste. Jack nudged him. "So, any fun stories?" Dom deflected. "Later, heard you guys had some excitement, though." Jack slung an arm around his shoulders. "Coffee first, then I'll spill." John Clark strode into his office just past 8, dropped his briefcase, and immediately dialed Jack's extension. "Dom's with you, I assume?" Jack laughed. "Yeah, we've got some catching up to do." "Good. Send him my way first." A minute later, Dom shut Clark's office door behind him. They exchanged a firm handshake. Clark cut to the chase. Meant to touch base before you got in, but we had a crisis flare-up last week. Dom nodded. Yeah, I caught wind of it. Jack hadn't shared specifics yet, though he was clearly working up to something. What amused me was how oblivious he remained about my own recent activities. Jerry and I had established a protocol of keeping certain operations need to know within the team. Your last assignment was solo work. When an operator flies solo, compartmentalization becomes standard procedure. No operational overlap with other team members. Dom nodded in understanding. Got it. Good. With that settled, Caruso wouldn't be discussing his mission details with anyone else. Clark shifted gears. You feeling sharp, ready to dive back in? Without a doubt, I'm locked in. Clark leaned forward. Then let's bring you up to speed on Vietnam. There's a briefing at 9 where we might get new directives. Dom grabbed a seat, his focus immediate. Lay it out for me. 1 year earlier, a convoy of 5 armored luxury SUVs approached the same outer checkpoint that Mining Director Huang had cleared just an hour before. The lead vehicle flashed credentials at the uniformed guards, and within moments, the entire procession was accelerating down the deserted highway, moving far quicker than the earlier delegation from Korea Natural Resources. They breezed through subsequent checkpoints without hesitation, climbing the forested hills toward their destination. At the gates of Residence No. 55, the vehicles halted, and 18 men in crisp gray military uniforms stepped out, all high-ranking officers of the Korean People's Army. Their IDs were swiftly verified by a heavily armed security detail before they were ushered inside. At the center of the group strode Lieutenant General Ray Tae-jin, a disciplined 52-year-old whose chest gleamed with medals. His posture was rigid, chin raised, but behind his stone-faced expression lingered something deeper, an unspoken weight in his gaze. 6 aides remained in the lobby, their role purely ceremonial. Another 6 peeled off to confer with Politburo members in a side chamber. Only 5 followed Rhee through the final checkpoint toward the Supreme Leader's private quarters. As they ascended the grand staircase, Rhee's eyes flicked to a wall clock, right on schedule, which in this place meant he'd likely be cooling his heels for at least an hour. The late Supreme Leader had never been punctual, but his son, Ji-hoon, seemed to relish keeping visitors waiting like some twisted power play. Midway down the opulent gallery hall, Rhee's group crossed paths with another, 5 men in civilian attire, led by one of the residence's ever-present, impeccably dressed attendants. The lieutenant general immediately zeroed in on the bald older man at the front, the way the others deferred to him, marking his importance. Their eyes met briefly, and Rye's gut tightened. He didn't recognize him. That was unacceptable. If this man had just left the Supreme Leader's presence and wasn't military, then he was someone Rye should have known inside out. As the newly appointed Foreign Intelligence Chief, it wasn't technically his job to track every visitor to the residence. That fell to state security, but political survival here demanded more. Rhee prided himself on knowing every key player in Pyongyang's labyrinth of power, this stranger's presence. That was a problem. The general didn't recognize the slight figure approaching him as they moved down the corridor. He barely tilted his head toward his aide, who immediately whispered, Hwang Min-ho, just appointed Director of Korea Natural Resources Trading last Thursday. Rhee gave a slow nod, pretending this was old news. Of course, he'd heard whispers about Hwang's promotion, along with the far more interesting rumor that Hwang's predecessor had been dragged from his home in pajamas and flown by helicopter to a mountain re-education facility. That fool wouldn't last the month. The corners of Rhee's mouth twitched at the thought. Another successful rehabilitation for the records. He studied Hwang's retreating back with narrowed eyes. Get his dossier from state security. Invent a pretext. His command bounced off the polished floors, though the clatter of dress shoes and heels from his retinue drowned out any chance of Hwang overhearing. Alone now in an ornate office that smelled of lemon polish and fear, Rye ran his fingers along the gilded armrests. He'd attended countless meetings in these identical chambers scattered across the country's presidential compounds, but never without an audience of flunkies and note-takers. The silence unsettled him. Why summon the new RGB chief only to isolate him if this were some ceremonial welcome? The room would be packed with sycophants snapping photos. No, this stank of something darker. After 25 years in military intelligence, Rai could usually predict the chess moves before they happened, yet today, the board made no sense. The man he'd soon face held absolute power over life and death. But Rai felt no personal dread when Choi eliminated someone. He didn't waste time with face-to-face meetings. That dirty work always came through intermediaries, a lesson Rai Tae-jin had learned through bitter experience. In his first week leading the Reconnaissance Bureau, Rai had received exactly 2 directives from the Supreme Leader's office. The first ordered him to arrest his own mentor, General Gang, a man he'd served under for 12 years and genuinely respected. The old general's supposed crime? A failed ballistic missile test that should have been the Missile Guidance Bureau's disaster. True, Gang's division had botched a parallel operation to steal French guidance tech through cyber espionage, but connecting those failures required Olympic-level mental gymnastics. That didn't stop Choi from purging both bureaus as leadership. The second order arrived before Gang's prison cot grew cold. Execute the disgraced general within 24 hours, then Rai saw the handwritten postscript specifying the method, and his blood turned to ice. Dogs. For 15 minutes he'd sat paralyzed, the paper trembling in his hands, until a call from Choi's senior minister jerked him back to reality. The voice on the line didn't ask if he'd comply, only if he understood. Rai understood perfectly. 7 specially trained Dobermans waited in Chongjin, kept half-starved for occasions like this. He assured the minister it would be handled. But as the line went dead, Rai noticed something odd. The order bore an extra marking he'd never seen before. A tiny symbol in red ink beneath Choi's signature. Lieutenant General Rai Tae-jin received direct orders from the minister to oversee the execution personally, ensuring every gruesome detail matched the regime's exact specifications. Though he nodded in obedient agreement, Rai understood the unspoken message behind his assignment to Chongjin. This wasn't about protocol, but a visceral warning. By forcing him to witness his mentor's brutal demise, the leadership aimed to brand the consequences of failure into his psyche. The memory of 7 ravenous dogs tearing into flesh still haunted Rai's sleep, though in his nightmares, he remained an observer rather than the victim for now. A fresh wave of dread washed over him as he recalled the whispered reports about Gang's entire family. Wife, grown children, even grandchildren, disappearing into Chongjin's execution grounds without trial or explanation. Rai's golden office suddenly felt suffocating, the weight of unspoken dissent pressing against his temples until the arrival of transcription staff and generals snapped him back to attention. Supreme Leader Choi Ji-hoon entered last, swirling cognac in one hand, while his restless eyes darted between Rai, a wall clock, and the portrait of his father. "Your hands are clean regarding the French software disaster," Choi declared abruptly. Rai hesitated. Was this an accusation or absolution? "None whatsoever, Supreme Leader," he affirmed. "Cyber operations fell outside my jurisdiction." Choi's lips twitched, satisfied. "Gang's incompetence won't tarnish you. You retain my complete trust." Rai bowed deeply, counting each prostration under Choi's watchful gaze. Though the Supreme Leader mused, swirling his drink, the Missile Guidance Bureau's shortcomings can't be ignored. Gang had his chance to rectify them. Rai knew better than to argue, voicing enthusiastic agreement as Choi launched into a tangent about historical cautionary tales, Ukraine, Libya, nations that disarmed only to be devoured. Then came the unexpected pivot. Plutonium warheads mean nothing without reliable delivery systems. Choi snapped, his voice sharpening. "We need missiles that can strike across continents." Rai's eyebrows lifted involuntarily. This wasn't just another rant, it was a mandate. The cognac glass clinked as Choi set it down, his black Mao suit immaculate, his smile razor-thin. Progress isn't optional, General. It's survival. The unspoken threat hung heavier than the portrait of the eternal president, glaring down at them both. The Rodong missile system reportedly performed without issue in its latest trial run. My attention has been directed toward RGB operations. Was I given incorrect information? Choi dismissed the notion with a wave. The Rodong's 900-kilometer range makes it purely defensive. Sure, we could reduce Seoul to rubble, but that won't deter America. They'd happily write off South Korea if it meant wiping us out. What we require is a weapon capable of striking the U.S. mainland. The Taepodong 2 remains non-functional, and despite RGB's optimistic reports, I doubt that'll change anytime soon. Ri suspected the military brass had already endured a blistering reprimand from their supreme leader. At least his department hadn't been saddled with missile development until now. Choi leaned in, his voice low. Our scientists and generals have failed to deliver the necessary technology. I'm tasking you with acquiring it. Ri mentally cataloged the obstacles. Non-proliferation sanctions, naval patrols scouring the Yellow Sea and Sea of Japan, strict Western controls on rocket components, even dual-use items flagged as potential contraband. The hurdles were endless, yet his response was inevitable. Of course, Dae Won-soo. I won't disappoint you. 3 years, Choi stated flatly. Rai-Rai's mind flashed to the 7 starving dogs of Chongjin had they already finished devouring General Gang. 3 years to make the Taepodong 2 operational under the Missile Guidance Bureau. A vein throbbed at Rai's temple, but his expression remained neutral. That's an aggressive timeline. Choi raised 3 fingers. It's more leniency than our enemies will grant us. Do you think we have 3 years before they strike? With deliberate calm, Ri admitted, I can't say for certain. No, you can't. Only an operational Taepodong 2 will deter them. Our nuclear team has succeeded in miniaturizing the warhead. Now we must deliver it to American soil. Choi's fingers remained raised. 3 years after that, I find someone else. Ri knew exactly what that meant. Present day, just before 9 a.m., 3 black Chevy Suburbans glided into the underground garage of Hendley Associates on North Fairfax Street. Doors swung open in unison, revealing a security detail of armed young men. At the center, Mary Pat Foley, Director of National Intelligence, emerged, her stride purposeful despite the exhaustion etched into her face. Jerry Hendley, former senator and head of Hendley Associates, greeted her at the entrance. He noted the weariness in her eyes, unsurprising given the relentless demands of overseeing the world's most powerful intelligence apparatus. As they rode the elevator to the 4th-floor conference room, Mary Pat offered a perfunctory compliment about the new office. Jerry recognized the hollow pleasantry. They'd been friends for decades. He spared her the effort. We got lucky. A defense contractor vacated the space, and it was already outfitted for our needs. Just had to change the locks. She nodded absently. Jerry hesitated before adding, I was sorry to hear about Colin Hazelton. Mary Pat gave a silent nod in response, her lips pressed tight. Moments later, they stepped into the dimly lit conference room where 5 men rose from their seats. John Clark, Domingo Chavez, Dominic Caruso, Sam Driscoll, and Jack Ryan Jr. each exchanged firm handshakes with the Director of National Intelligence before settling back into their chairs. The presence of the campus team here wasn't by chance. Mary Pat had personally requested their involvement in Vietnam, bypassing official channels for discretion. As DNI, she had the full weight of U.S. intelligence at her fingertips, yet she'd turned to Jerry Hendley's covert operatives for this delicate investigation into Colin Hazelton. Now, with the weight of hindsight pressing down, she couldn't shake the gnawing regret of that choice. Clark launched into a detailed recap, tracing their steps from Ho Chi Minh City to the Gulf Stream's desperate escape. Hazelton's body concealed behind a maintenance panel. Each team member added their perspective, painting a grim picture. Mary Pat listened in silence, her composure cracking only when Chavez described finding Hazelton bleeding out in an alley, his frantic efforts to save him. The raw grief in her eyes made Ding dial back the gruesome details. He'd never seen the usually unflappable spy master so shaken. Skepticism flickered across her face at the mention of Hazelton's final scrawl, DPRK, and she demanded to examine the note herself. The shaky handwriting offered no clarity, just another dead end. When the debrief concluded, Mary Pat exhaled sharply, fingers drumming the table. "This could have been stopped," she muttered, voice thick with self-reproach. "I thought it was just corporate espionage, sleazy, maybe illegal, but not this." Clark's reply was gentle but firm. Hazelton probably thought the same. His behavior didn't suggest he expected violence. Jack Jr. cut in when she floated the possibility of a random mugging. No way. These were pros. They stalked him for blocks. This was targeted. Mary Pat absorbed his certainty with a grim nod, though her hands trembled around her water glass. Jerry leaned forward. "Now, Mary Pat, why Hazelton did you suspect he was dirty?" She took a slow sip, gathering herself. "We came up together at the CIA. He was Air Force before turning spook, one of the best after field work. He became Ed's right hand on the 7th floor. When I moved to NCTC, I wanted him with me." Her voice hitched. "But the security review, it flagged financial red flags. He'd dumped his savings into high-risk ventures, places others avoided, thought he knew the terrain." Ryan's brow furrowed. "Let me guess. The Arab Spring." A hollow laugh escaped her. Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, all his bets went up in smoke. The room fell silent, the unspoken truth hanging heavy. A seasoned spy had been brought down not by bullets, but by desperation and bad luck. Colin Hazelton's downfall began when he started believing he could predict the future a little too well. That arrogance led him to make some risky financial moves. Borrowing cash, he was sure he'd repay easily, only to lose it all. By the time we discovered his questionable investments, they still appeared solid on paper. But the CIA couldn't ignore the red flags, unreported offshore accounts, and messy financial records. Sure, he claimed it was just administrative sloppiness, and honestly, I bought that excuse. The guy had been an exceptional pilot and intelligence officer, brilliant at strategy, but hopeless with paperwork. By then, Hazelton had moved up to a senior administrative role at Langley, far from his old field operations. Personally, I thought retirement would have been the decent call, but Jake Canfield, the new CIA director, wasn't the forgiving type. He forced Hazelton out just shy of his pension. Then came the Egypt coup, wiping out whatever stability he had left. Broke and humiliated, he shut everyone out, even Ed and me when we tried to help. Then I got word he'd taken a job with Duke Sharps in New York. Now I knew Duke back when he was still with the FBI's counterintelligence division. These days, the guy's basically a corporate vulture hiring ex-spies and mercenaries for the highest bidder. John Clark didn't mince words. That man is human garbage. Mary Pat nodded. She'd seen Sharp's operation firsthand. His company, Sharp's Global Intelligence Partners, is a revolving door for ex-agents and dirty deals, shielded by an army of lawyers. When I first heard Hazelton was working for Sharp's, I wasn't thrilled, but I wasn't panicking either. Some of their clients are legit after all. Still, I flagged his passport just in case. Then he suddenly jets off to Prague, then Vietnam. By the time we scrambled surveillance, he was already gone. That's when I called Jerry Hendley for backup. Turns out, Hazelton wasn't just running errands before he was killed. He met a woman in Ho Chi Minh City. Tense conversation, no audio, but she was definitely after something. We never got to ID the shooters, but one thing's clear. Hazelton dug his own grave, piece by piece. Doesn't make it any easier, though. When you've been in this game long enough, you remember the good ones, and despite everything, he was one of ours. Ryan flipped open his iPad. Whatever that woman wanted, it got him killed, and we still don't know why. Mary Pat studied the image of the unfamiliar blonde seated beside Hazelton, her brow furrowing as she leaned in. "Never seen her before. Send it over. I'll have NSA run it through their system." Jack shook his head. Already tried came up empty. A skeptical glint flashed in Mary Pat's eyes. "Are you seriously suggesting your facial recognition tech here at the campus rivals the U.S. government's?" Technically, it was identical. Gavin Byrie had discreetly tapped into the NSA's database, though Mary Pat remained unaware. Gary smoothly intervened before the conversation derailed. "Not at all. Jack will forward the photos. Maybe you'll spot something we missed." With a dismissive wave, Mary Pat rose, signaling the meeting's end. "Listen, I'm as concerned as anyone about Hazelton's work, especially if North Korea's involved. But I brought you in to check on a friend, not to dive into a war zone. Now he's gone. Let state and local authorities handle it. This reeks of corporate crime, not international espionage, drugs, laundered cash, smuggled arms. Whatever it is, it's not worth your necks." After she left, the team regrouped. Ding cracked his knuckles. "Call me paranoid, but I'd love to know who those guys in Vietnam were, the ones who nearly turned us into souvenirs." Ryan and Driscoll nodded, while Clark chose his words carefully. "We're between assignments. If there's ever a time to dig, it's now." Hendley exhaled, then relented. "We're not walking away. Whoever killed Hazelton knew exactly who he was. That means we're dealing with someone ruthless enough to target ex-CIA. That alone justifies our involvement." "DNI approval or not," Ding grinned. "Glad we're on the same page. So, what's the play?" Clark's expression turned wry. "Duke Sharps. But we're not kicking down doors in Manhattan yet. We start with open-source intel. His outfit's paranoid about security. One wrong move and Sharp's global intelligence partners will vanish like smoke. 1 year earlier, the Korea Natural Resources Trading Corporation dominated Pyongyang's central district, its towering headquarters surrounded by smaller mining offices. Thousands worked here, part of an industry that employed millions nationwide. For Hwang Min-ho, the past 2 weeks had been surreal. As the newly appointed head, he still pinched himself each morning. Born to party loyalists, his privilege was rare. Yet, like every North Korean, his fate was never truly his own. The party's grip was absolute, and Hwang knew better than to question it. Hwang Min-ho's academic journey began with engineering studies at Beijing University before he was directed to Pyongyang University, where he completed a master's-level program in public policy. His early career unfolded in Chagang Province, a hub for North Korea's coal industry, where his technical expertise proved invaluable in addressing mining challenges. Transitioning from a Korean Workers' Party role to the state-run Korea Natural Resources Trading Corporation seemed inevitable, and by 30, he had secured a prominent administrative position. His personal life, however, was marked by tragedy. He met his first wife at a party gathering in their youth, but she passed away during childbirth on her 22nd birthday, leaving him devastated. For years afterward, he buried himself in work until a chance encounter with a nurse at a Ryanggang province copper mine led to a second marriage. Min-ho and So-ra built a life together, raising 2 children while his sharp mind and steady leadership propelled him through the ranks. By 50, he oversaw coal and copper operations, avoiding the political frenzy when rare earth deposits were discovered in Cheongju. While others chased partnerships with China, he stayed committed to traditional mining, a decision that later spared him when the Cheongju venture collapsed. Now, as director, he had no choice but to manage the very project he'd avoided. 80% of his workload revolved around rare earths, a ticking clock threatening his future if progress stalled. The copper and zinc mines, still under Chinese collaboration, felt safer. No one got sent to Kangdong over tungsten or gold, but rare earths? That was a gamble with his freedom. Before sunrise, He left his riverside home in Pyongyang's elite district, passing dimly lit streets where only propaganda billboards and the glowing statues of Choi Ji-hoon cut through the darkness. His driver navigated the empty boulevards in silence. Reaching his office meant a trek through unlit hallways and 7 flights of stairs, no elevators running at this hour. By midday, frustration gnawed at him. Another day of spinning wheels, another day with Cheongju slipping further from resolution. The weight of it all pressed down, but duty came first, always. Family mattered, but in North Korea, the state owned your loyalty. And Hwang Min-ho knew better than to forget it. The morning had been exhausting for Hwang, stuck in a frustrating meeting with officials from Korea General Machinery Trading Company. He'd spent nearly an hour alternating between scolding them for failing to meet their previous commitments and pleading for improved performance in boosting power supply to the mine. Their responses had been vague, offering little more than empty reassurances. Now, as he prepared for an afternoon appointment at Amra-gang Development Banking Corporation, he couldn't shake the feeling of desperation. The bank represented their last hope for securing foreign financing, either for essential goods not blocked by sanctions, or, if they were lucky, a generous overseas backer willing to fund them entirely. Hwang knew their options were slim, crippled by both the country's internal inefficiencies and the West's economic restrictions. Just as he reached for his half-empty teacup, his secretary's voice crackled through the intercom, tense and apologetic. "Director Hwang, General Ri is here to see you unexpectedly." Hwang frowned. He knew plenty of military officers named Ri, but none had any business barging into his office unannounced. Government protocol demanded advance notice, especially for someone of his rank. Before he could respond, the door swung open, revealing a decorated general in full uniform, his chest weighed down with medals. Hwang's pulse quickened. Had he seen this man before? At residence No. 55, perhaps? "Am I under arrest?" Hwang blurted out in Korean. The general shook his head. "No, comrade. My apologies for the intrusion." He introduced himself as General Ri Tae-jin of the RGB, Foreign Intelligence. Hwang's confusion deepened. "What do you need from me? I've never even left the country." Ri gave a faint, weary smile and asked to sit without formalities. Hwang, unsettled by the breach of protocol, reluctantly agreed. Once seated, Ri wasted no time. "Congratulations on your new position," he said, though his tone lacked warmth. "I only assumed command at RGB 2 weeks ago myself." Hwang offered polite congratulations in return, but Ri cut straight to the point. "I know about your impossible task. 18 months to transform a wasteland near Cheongju into the world's most advanced mineral mine. The Chinese, our only viable partners, walked away after the Day Wonsu's missile demands were refused. The West won't touch us due to sanctions, and every day the noose tightens." Hwang remained silent. It was all true, but voicing such struggles went against everything they were taught. Yet here was this bold, sorrowful general, laying it bare as if defiance itself sat in the chair across from him. Ri's voice was icy as he leaned forward. "You won't make it, just like your predecessor didn't. You saw how that ended, so you know exactly what failure looks like." Hwang squared his shoulders, trying to project confidence. "I'm pushing the team day and night to hit production targets on schedule." Ri scoffed. "Work yourself to the bone if you want. They'll still haul you out in handcuffs when the deadline passes. This project won't succeed without serious intervention." Hwang swallowed hard. "What do you need from me, General?" Ri's posture stiffened further, his expression unreadable. "We're both on borrowed time, Hwang. My orders? Secure the technology and expertise for a functional ICBM within 3 years. That's twice your deadline, but my task is 10 times harder." A cold sweat formed on Hwang's brow. "With all due respect, this falls far outside my responsibilities." Discussing classified matters. "Spare me the theatrics," Rai interrupted. "I've combed through every file on you. You're no security risk, just a man trying to survive." Hwang exhaled shakily. "Of course. Please continue." Ri's voice dropped lower. We share something else. Families, good wives, children who depend on us. If failure only meant my death, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. Huang recited the expected line. My life means nothing. I serve only the great leader's vision. Ri waved it off. Fine words, but if we succeed, we serve the great leader and keep our families safe. Surely that's a better outcome. Huang gave a stiff nod. Ri's lips curled into a humorless smile. You've got 18 months to extract and refine rare earth metals. I've got 3 years to deliver a missile. Right now, we're both doomed. The only difference is I'll outlive you by a year and a half. Huang shrugged. If I fail, so be it. A bullet to the head isn't the worst way to go. Ri shot to his feet, eyes blazing. You're right. It's not. His voice turned razor sharp. General Gang learned that the hard way. Starving dogs tore him apart. 2 minutes and 40 seconds of agony before they ripped his throat out. I've executed plenty of men, Huang, but what they did to Gang, that was something else. Huang's face went pale. Ri pressed on, and his family wiped out. You know how this works. Failure doesn't end with you. Huang's hands trembled slightly. So you came here to what, share horror stories? No. Ri leaned in, his tone shifting abruptly to something almost conspiratorial. I came to propose an alliance. Your operation is doomed without outside resources. I can get them for you, from beyond our borders, beyond even China. You need a partner, and I'm the only one who can make that happen. The conversation took a sharp turn as the stakes became clear. We need someone who can secure the necessary materials and expertise, then transport them here discreetly, one voice insisted, and another who can move the refined product onto the global market without drawing attention. The other man hesitated before asking, What's your price? 20%. Of what? Exactly? Of everything? Every dollar, every asset, directly funneled into Ministry of Intelligence accounts. Within a year, this could triple my operational budget. With those funds, we acquire the technology we've been lacking. Huang couldn't help but smirk. The Chinese valuation puts the mine at $12 trillion. You honestly believe I have the authority to redirect 20% of that? The response was ice cold. I believe you'll find a way, unless you'd prefer the labor camps and an early grave for your family. I have connections to offshore accounts. I can make the money disappear. And 12 trillion is over decades. All I need is the mine's potential to attract foreign investors. Funds I can redirect to our missile program. You're not just buying a missile, Huang realized. No, I'm buying the entire industry. Huang's amusement returned. You're not short on ambition. It's not ambition, it's motivation. The man leaned in, his voice dropping. Nothing sharpens the mind like watching your predecessor torn apart by starving wolves. Huang flinched, then exhaled. Just tell me what you need, Ri. No, you tell me what you need, and I'll make it happen. I'll reroute budgets, dismantle entire departments, reassign agents. Every resource at my disposal will be yours. Name your obstacles, and I'll obliterate them. Obstacles? Huang scoffed. Ri, you don't even understand what we're up against in Chongju. Let me enlighten you. UN sanctions? I'll bribe the right officials to ease them. Trade secrets? I'll deploy spies to infiltrate facilities worldwide. Expertise? I'll strong-arm foreign mining companies into silent partnerships. Personnel? Point to the scientists you want, and I'll drag them here. Logistics? I'll smuggle equipment past embargo ships in the Yellow Sea. Blueprints. Russian hackers will extract them for us. Market resistance? I'll launch a global PR campaign to soften the ground before your first shipment. Huang was stunned. His office had dabbled in intelligence requests before, but this was a symphony of subterfuge on a scale he'd never imagined. RI had just outlined the exact blueprint to turn Chongju into a powerhouse. If you pull this off, he murmured, we might actually succeed. So we're agreed? What choice did he have? We're agreed? Ree nodded. I'll need international allies to build the necessary pipelines. If you have names, people, or corporations who could be useful, now's the time to share them. Huang didn't hesitate. There's one man. Get him on board, and this whole operation might just work. Who? Oscar Robles de Mota. Ree's expression shifted. Recognition, then calculation. Robles, yes, that could work. Present day. The first light of dawn crept over the quiet neighborhood of Annandale, Virginia, as 43-year-old Annette Brawley silenced her alarm. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, then flicked on the bedside lamp. Its glow spilled through the curtains, casting faint stripes across the small yard and onto Jayhawk Street beyond. The day was beginning. Whether she was ready for it or not, Annette sat on the edge of her bed for a long moment, pressing her palms against her tired eyes. Tuesday stretched ahead like an endless road, and she forced herself to stand, muscles protesting. Making the bed was second nature, an army habit that had stuck long after her discharge. With practiced efficiency, she smoothed the sheets, grateful at least that she only had to fix her own side. The kitchen beckoned, and she jabbed the coffee maker button before pulling eggs from the fridge. As the rich aroma filled the air, she grabbed 2 bowls from the cabinet, blinking away the last traces of sleep. By the time she cracked the eggs into the pan, her mind had finally caught up with her body's motions. Breakfast for 2, same as every morning. At exactly 6:15, she marched down the hallway, climbed the narrow stairs, and rapped on her daughter's door. The knock was purely ceremonial. Stephanie never answered. 16 and allergic to mornings, the girl buried herself under blankets, radiating resentment. Annette pushed open the door, bracing for the usual storm. "Rise and shine, Steph. Scrambled eggs are ready." "I wish you'd disappear," came the muffled growl from beneath the comforter. Annette sighed, unfazed. "Noted there's cereal, too, if you're feeling adventurous. Close the door and kill the light." She left both wide open, enduring the torrent of groggy curses as she retreated downstairs. The daily ritual stung, but Annette had learned to shrug it off. History had a way of repeating itself. She'd been just as unbearable as a teen, making her own mother's life miserable. Karma? She figured with a grim chuckle. The loss of her husband still cast a long shadow. Mike had been in the Pennsylvania National Guard, stationed at a relatively safe post in Afghanistan's Nangarhar province. An IED had turned safe into a cruel joke, ending his life in an instant. Annette had been serving in Kabul at the time, while 8-year-old Stephanie stayed with her grandmother in Pittsburgh. The guilt of not being there when her daughter needed her most gnawed at Annette, but she refused to let Stephanie weaponize that grief. Once the morning battle was over and Stephanie was off to school, Annette savored the quiet drive to work. Though she'd left the Army, her destination felt familiar: Fort Belvoir's sprawling complex. The National Geospatial Intelligence Agency loomed ahead, a fortress of secrets dwarfed only by the Pentagon and the Capitol. Few Americans knew of the NGA's existence, let alone its role among the nation's 16 intelligence agencies. Born from the merger of mapping and imagery units, it served both the Defense Department and the broader intelligence community. The Springfield facility was a monument to taxpayer dollars, its sleek halls humming with classified activity. St. Louis had its own identical monolith, proof that in the shadow wars of information size mattered. The agency operated on an annual budget of $5 billion in federal funding, employing a vast workforce of both military personnel and civilian staff. After flashing her ID badge to the security officer and scanning it at the checkpoint, Annette placed her handbag on the inspection table and stepped through the metal detector. She joined the stream of employees, many in military uniforms, down a long corridor before descending an escalator above her. Bold letters stretched across the wall, displaying the organization's motto, "Know the Earth, show the way, understand the world." Stepping into the cavernous atrium, she marveled at its sheer scale. Rumor had it the entire Statue of Liberty could fit inside if laid horizontally. Swiping her badge at one of the glass doors, she entered the elevator bay and rode up to the fourth floor. Crossing the suspended walkway, she navigated another hallway before scanning her badge one final time to access her modest office. As an imagery specialist for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, Annette spent her days analyzing satellite photos, enhancing visuals with specialized software, and piecing together data fragments into coherent reports. These assessments were then funneled to policymakers, military strategists, and emergency responders. Though she knew her work wouldn't reshape the world, she took pride in her precision. She was, without a doubt, one of the best in her field. Her career had been steeped in intelligence, from her years in Army intelligence to her current role as a civilian analyst. The mission, the camaraderie, the meticulous work, it all grounded her. Outside these walls, life was messy. A widow raising a troubled teenage daughter, she found refuge in the structured chaos of her job, losing herself in the pixels and coordinates of a country she'd never set foot in. Assigned to the East Asia Department, Annette specialized in North Korea, not in the flashy realms of nuclear programs or shadowy government dealings, but in the unglamorous world of mining. The DPRK's economy ran on its mineral wealth, and she had become an accidental expert deciphering satellite imagery and smuggled footage to track activity in remote mines. This morning, she pulled up fresh images from a KH-12 satellite, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she cross-referenced GPS data. A tungsten mine near Pyongyang showed little progress since her last review, so she logged the update and shifted focus to the Chongju rare earth mine, her screen illuminating with new terrain to decode. The previous year, Annette had been completely absorbed in monitoring operations at the Chongju mineral mine, back when the Chinese were still involved and actual progress was being made. U.S. policymakers had taken a keen interest at the time, fueled by whispers from China suggesting the mountain's deposits could be worth trillions to North Korea. That kind of potential had Washington on edge, so Annette had logged countless hours tracking every development. She documented small shipments of ore, just a handful of rail cars, making their way north toward the Chinese border, likely destined for rare earth processing plants. But when the Chinese abruptly pulled out, thanks to intel suggesting North Korean leader Choi had scrapped their mining deal, attention toward the site dried up. It became clear that without foreign expertise, the North Koreans could only scrape together meager yields, barely reaching 4% of the mine's full capacity. Once Chongju became little more than a ghost of its former self, Annette shifted focus to other mines across the country. Though she still checked in monthly via satellite imagery, each time she saw the same half-hearted efforts, just enough activity to prove they hadn't given up, but nothing close to the efficiency of their former partners. Now, as she studied the latest KH-12 images, she was relieved to find crystal-clear skies over the site. The satellite's optical lenses offered razor-sharp detail, far better than radar alone. She followed her usual routine, slow, deliberate, ignoring the surrounding structures at first to zero in on the open pit. The resolution was so crisp she could pick out bulldozers, even individual workers casting long shadows under the bright sun. But the pit itself was quiet, so she turned her attention south toward the town of Chongju. That's when she spotted it. 16 identical rectangles, neatly arranged in a parking lot near the train station's lone hotel. A year ago, she'd practically memorized this town's layout, not every building, but the key landmarks. These structures were new, and she didn't need to dig through old images to confirm it. Portable buildings, the kind used for temporary housing or worksite offices. The setup was unmistakable. Rows of modular units, a makeshift kitchen with an open fire pit nearby. Someone had brought in outside labor, and that meant something had changed. Annette studied the cluster of temporary structures, calculating that they could easily accommodate over 150 workers. But what kind of project would require that many people? Chongju had a handful of factories, but nothing on that scale. The only significant industrial activity nearby was the mine, yet when she examined it, there were no signs of recent excavation or new construction. Frustrated, she scoured the city again, searching for any hint of a massive new development. Maybe another towering statue of the supreme leader. Nothing. She expanded her search to the surrounding roads and rail lines, hunting for clues, but after an hour of meticulous scanning, she came up empty-handed. But Annette wasn't the type to give up. Her military training had taught her persistence, and her intelligence background had sharpened her instincts. Something was off. In a country like North Korea, where military operations often went underground to evade surveillance, she began to suspect this might be tied to missile development. The Sohae satellite launching station was just 25 miles southwest. Could there be a hidden facility stretching all the way out here? It didn't fit the usual patterns, but she made a mental note to run it by her team, who obsessively tracked Sohae's every move. Just as she was about to take a break, annoyed at wasting 2 hours on a dead end, a thought struck her. West of the mine, a hydroelectric dam stood near the reservoir, maybe 10 minutes away by road. Too far for the temporary housing, but still, she wondered if workers were refurbishing it. She zoomed out, then back in, scanning the dam for any signs of activity. Nothing. Damn. Then, almost absently, she traced the reservoir's edge past a small village on the north bank, then west. That's when she froze, leaning closer to her screen. What the hell is that? A row of long metal roofs flanked what looked like a raised track. Nearby, circular structures, tanks, maybe lined the eastern side. She counted 26 structures in total, with vehicles parked haphazardly around them. Her pulse quickened. No freaking way. She swiveled to another monitor, pulling up an image of the LAMP facility in Malaysia, a rare earth refinery owned by an Australian company. Comparing the two, the resemblance was uncanny. Why would you build this in the middle of nowhere? She muttered. A quick search confirmed her suspicion. The circular tanks matched schematics of a rare earth oxide separation unit. North Korea wasn't just mining rare earths, they were processing them, cutting China out of the equation entirely. Annette Brawley knew this operation demanded cutting-edge technology and a level of expertise far beyond what North Korea could muster on its own. Skipping a proper lunch, she dashed to the atrium cafeteria, grabbing just a banana and a pack of animal crackers before hurrying back to her desk. As she worked, she assembled her startling discoveries into a sharp, no-nonsense PowerPoint, her weapon of choice since her Army intelligence days. Sure, the combat guys had mocked her reliance on slides, and she couldn't blame them. She wasn't the type to kick down doors or fire a rifle, but she took pride in knowing her intel had saved lives in the field. Her boss at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, Marine Colonel Mike Peters, was younger, unfairly charming, and occasionally too quick to side with military colleagues over civilians. Still, he respected her work ethic and her ability to avoid office drama, unlike some of her more excitable coworkers. At 3:30 p.m., she knocked on his door, having checked his schedule to confirm he had a free half hour. Peters glanced up from his paperwork. "Hey, Brawley, what's going on? I've got something big. Got 10 minutes?" "More than that," he said, leaning back. "My next meeting's at 1600. You've got my full attention. If only," she thought, with a flicker of amusement. She pulled up her presentation on his monitor, walking him through the images. Makeshift housing near the Cheongju Hotel, unfamiliar luxury cars scattered through town, and finally, the newly operational processing plant by the dam. When she finished, Peters turned away from the screen, frowning. So Chinese firms are back in Cheongju processing ore. Why bother when they've got refineries across the border? Exactly. They wouldn't. Then what's your take? Annette wasn't one for wild theories. She stuck to facts, but when she was certain, she didn't hold back. Mike, I've tracked this mine long enough to know North Korea isn't pulling this off alone. They've got outside help. Who? Satellites can't tell us that. CIA needs boots on the ground. Peters chuckled. Been watching too many spy movies? She grinned. Maybe, but I'm just the eyes in the sky. Someone else has to get the real answers. Peters admired her precision, rare in analysts her age. Solid work. Thanks. This could go straight to the DNI. Might even land in the president's briefing. Annette's face lit up. She had a framed photo of President Jack Ryan on her desk, a fact her coworkers never let her live down. Guess I should polish the slides. More details, better graphics. Peters shook his head, amused. It's fine as it is. Jack Ryan has a well-known habit of poring over raw intelligence reports himself. But even Director of National Intelligence Foley won't waste time sitting in the Oval Office flipping through slides with him. Don't stress about the presentation, Colonel Peters told Annette with a dismissive wave. Your work speaks for itself. Now get back to your desk, because we both know you're not finished yet. Not finished? She echoed, raising an eyebrow. Peters tapped his pen against the satellite image of the open-pit mine, his grin widening. As long as those shovels keep moving, so do you. He shot her a smug wink, clearly pleased with himself. Did you just come up with that on the spot, Colonel? Or have you been sitting on that line for weeks? Fresh off the press, he said, chuckling. And trust me, you'll hear it again. It's gold, isn't it? 1 year earlier, Mining Director Hwang Min-ho had only met Intelligence Chief Ri once before, when the Lieutenant General barged into his office unannounced, decked out in full military regalia. So seeing Ri in a tailored gray suit and navy tie at Pyongyang's Sunan International Airport was jarring. The man looked even more imposing in civilian attire, his posture rigid, his build lean, clearly someone who actually used the gym. Unlike Hwang, who struggled just climbing the stairs to his office at the Korea Natural Resources Trading Corporation. At 5 a.m., the business lounge was empty except for their entourages, Ri's colonels and stone-faced bodyguards, Hwang's assistants and technical advisors. No commercial flights left for hours, but Ri could have shut down the entire airport if he wanted. Hwang still couldn't believe he was leaving the country even for just a day. Most North Koreans never set foot beyond the border, and even high-ranking officials rarely got the chance. The regime's iron grip relied on keeping its people isolated, blind to the outside world. Yet here, Ri was pulling strings to make this trip happen, cutting through layers of bureaucracy, invoking the supreme leader's authority, even enduring days of invasive security vetting. The fact that Hwang, a top mineral executive, was traveling without a full security detail was unheard of, and Ri, a general leaving North Korea at all? Unthinkable. But Ri had made it happen, slipping past the watchful eyes of state security, all while keeping their real mission under wraps. The team moved with desperate urgency, knowing failure wasn't an option. Their very survival hung in the balance. Rules became irrelevant as they received a crackling radio transmission from airport security, prompting them to descend through a service stairwell to the tarmac. A weathered shuttle bus carried them across the runway to a weathered Tu-134 bearing the crimson and cobalt insignia of Air Koryo. Hwang's knees nearly buckled as he mounted the aircraft steps, not from anticipation, but raw dread. 5 decades of state-approved horror stories about the outside world flooded his mind. American soldiers impaling infants, foreign nations drowning in depravity. The night before, he'd clutched his family in their Pyongyang apartment, whispering hollow reassurances about the supreme leader's wisdom through clenched teeth. The near-empty cabin offered no comfort as he fastened his seatbelt beside General Ri. Through the vibrating fuselage, Hwang stared blankly at his briefing papers while Ri droned about diplomatic tactics. The plane pierced through morning clouds heading southward, but Hwang barely registered the turbulence. His terror had crystallized into grim focus by the time they touched down in Vientiane for a perfunctory fuel stop. Singapore's downpour greeted their second landing, where Ri's intelligence contacts shepherded them into a sleek Mercedes. Nothing could have prepared Hwang for the Mandarin Oriental's gilded lobby. Having seen the inner chambers of residence number 55, He was stunned to find capitalist decadence surpassing even the dear leader's quarters. Catching Rye's poorly concealed astonishment, the general's darting eyes betrayed him. Huang realized neither had imagined such luxury could exist outside their propaganda reels. 4 stone-faced security agents flanked them in the elevator, monitoring every twitch as they ascended to the presidential suite. The greeting party consisted of 4 athletic men in tailored suits, their translator exchanging brisk English pleasantries. Stepping into the sprawling suite, Huang's breath caught at the sight of their host, Oscar Robles de Mota, a towering septuagenarian whose Savile Row 3-piece suit couldn't disguise his bull-like vitality. The Spaniard pivoted from the panoramic windows with theatrical flair, radiating the smug assurance of a man who'd never doubted his own greatness. His booming welcome treated the nuclear strategists like starstruck tourists, which Huang realized with creeping humiliation wasn't entirely inaccurate. Robles didn't just occupy power, he wore it like cologne, thick enough to choke on. Oscar Robles wasn't just wealthy, he was a global mining titan, sitting comfortably as Mexico's 3rd richest individual with a staggering $24 billion fortune. While his corporate PR spun tales of a self-made empire, the reality was far less romantic. The Robles dynasty had built its wealth over generations, first in copper, then branching into oil leases and mineral extraction across continents. His company, Grupo Pacifico, still dominated Mexico's copper and zinc markets, but Robles himself had gone international, owning stakes in titanium operations in Mozambique, diamond pits in Botswana, and gold mines scattered across a dozen countries. His real genius lay in financial sleight of hand, conjuring offshore entities and shadow partnerships to obscure his empire's true scale. Hwang Min-ho knew all this because their paths had crossed before small North Korean ventures compared to what he was about to propose. The meeting took place in a lavishly appointed hotel suite where a security agent swept the room for bugs before Robles cut straight to the point. "How is former Director Kim?" he asked, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp. The question hung in the air, first in English, then in Korean. Hwang hesitated, acutely aware of the stone-faced minder watching from the sofa. "He's retired to his garden," Hwang replied carefully. "Family life suits him better now." Robles gave a knowing nod. He wasn't fooled. After decades in this business, he understood exactly what retirement meant in places like this. Still, he listened as Hwang outlined his vision for Cheongju, a rare earth mine free from Chinese interference, backed by North Korean ingenuity and, crucially, Robles's capital. The pitch was polished, but Robles had heard it all before. Just last month, a Congolese official had begged him to fund a dubious iron project. He'd walked away then, but this was different. The Chinese withdrawal from Cheongju had sent ripples through the mining world, and Robles never missed an opportunity. He leaned back, fingers steepled, already calculating the risks. The North Koreans might be desperate, but desperation could be profitable if handled right. Robles understood the Chinese had been eager to maintain their partnership, but Choi's interference had driven them away. Intrigued, he flew to Singapore to meet with the North Korean delegation, men he privately dismissed as indoctrinated pawns to hear their pitch. He was prepared to invest heavily, even reshape entire landscapes, but only if the numbers justified it. When Hwang presented the translated Chinese geological reports, Robles nearly dropped his coffee. He'd suspected the North Koreans were sitting on something valuable, but the estimate of $12 trillion in rare earth deposits beneath those rocks left him speechless. He grilled Hwang on every detail, but the man was prepared, handing over test results and the credentials of the geologists who'd verified the findings. Then Robles dropped a bombshell. "I'm interested," he said, leaning forward, "but I don't sign checks blind. It's been 20 years since I set foot in your country. If I'm backing this, I need to see it firsthand." Hwang blinked, confused. "The reports contain everything? You're welcome to review them at your leisure." Robles cut him off. "No, I want boots on the ground. The mine, the processing site, the roads, the power lines. If it checks out and the terms work, we'll shake on it." Huang hesitated, but General Ri, silent until now, stood abruptly. "No delays," he said, his tone leaving no room for debate. Despite the short notice, Pyongyang rolled out the red carpet. No press, just a lineup of officials in a secluded government villa, all promising smooth cooperation. Robles had made good money on his last North Korean venture, so he was already leaning toward a deal before the helicopter even lifted off for Cheongju. The next morning, he rode in a military SUV with Huang and Rai, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. At the site, he trudged through mud in his ruined dress shoes, scooping up handfuls of earth. Finally, he grinned. "Reminds me of home, back in Mexico City." He spent the next 2 months locked in meetings, plotting how to turn a barren mountainside into the world's next rare earth empire. The operation demanded meticulous planning, from calculating water supply needs to navigating around United Nations sanctions. Robles collaborated closely with Huang and his top advisors, as well as Ri, the head of North Korea's foreign intelligence, to craft a strategy for the mining venture. Huang's terms were unusual, but Robles saw them as manageable. The initial phase required a massive financial commitment, millions wired into North Korean offshore accounts. For Robles, it was pocket change, but for the cash-strapped regime, it was a lifeline. Next came the logistics of transporting equipment and personnel into North Korea, a project Robles estimated would exceed $60 million. Choi's demand for production to start within 18 months was ambitious, but the promise of $12 trillion in untapped minerals made the tight deadline worth the risk. The biggest expense, however, loomed ahead, a staggering $500 million payment due the moment the mineral processing facility went live. A steep price, sure, but after that the deal swung heavily in Robles's favor. He'd recover his investment in under 5 years, and the profits afterward would be so vast his biggest headache would be laundering the cash. It was obvious the North Koreans structured the deal for an immediate cash injection. Likely desperate for funds, though Robles didn't bother asking why. He assumed the money would vanish into missile programs or elite luxuries rather than helping ordinary citizens. Not that he cared. His name would stay far from the operation, letting the world believe North Korea had masterminded the entire scheme. The real challenge, processing the ore, extracting it, was one thing, but refining it required expertise beyond Robles's Grupo Pacifico. Only a handful of countries like the U.S., China, and Canada handled such complex operations domestically. Even Australia outsourced to facilities in Malaysia. But North Korea had no such luxury. They'd have to do it on site. That's where Duke Sharps came in. A seasoned corporate spy based in New York, Sharps had been Grupo Pacifico's go-to for shady dealings for years. Over cocktails at a 5-star resort in St. Martin, Robles laid out the plan. Sharps didn't hesitate, as long as the paycheck matched the risk, and knowing Sharps, that paycheck would be astronomical. Oscar Robles frequently found himself seething at Duke Sharps's audacious American attitude. The man charged outrageous fees, yet hesitated when it came to truly messy operations. Sure, Sharps had no qualms about bending laws, gathering intel, or twisting arms when necessary, but Robles sometimes needed more than just boundary pushing. He needed someone willing to cross lines Sharps refused to: eliminations, abductions, brutal enforcement. Still, Sharps had his uses. His team specialized in smuggling foreign operatives into North Korea, securing proprietary tech for production facilities, and strong-arming politicians and UN delegates to vote in Pyongyang's favor. Despite the exorbitant costs and moral limitations, Robles begrudgingly admitted the man delivered results. Every damn penny was justified. Fast forward to the present, and John Clark's phone alarm blared on his desk, pulling him from a stack of paperwork. He silenced it with a grumble 10 a.m. Time for his dreaded hand therapy. Some routines never got easier, shutting his office door. He dug out a blue racquetball from his desk drawer and settled back into his chair. Gripping it tightly, he began the agonizing squeezing exercises. Unlike the workouts in his private Maryland farmhouse gym, which he actually enjoyed. This was pure misery. Years ago, Russian torturers had crushed his right hand, leaving his index finger stiff and weak despite multiple surgeries. Arthritis and scar tissue had turned simple movements into a battle. His surgeon had been blunt. Daily physical therapy would hurt, and progress would be slow. Most men might have given up, but Clark wasn't most men. He embraced the pain, enduring 20 brutal minutes each morning, his knuckles screaming in protest. The campus team joked that when Clark flipped someone off, he meant it. His middle finger had become his new trigger finger. Still, the relentless routine had paid off. His grip was stronger, even if fire still shot through his hand with every squeeze. Just as he winced through another rep, his office door burst open. Jack Ryan Jr. stood there, grinning like he'd struck gold, a sheet of paper in hand. "You ever heard of knocking?" Clark growled. Ryan barely apologized, too, amped up to care. "Scala," he announced. When Clark didn't react, he added Hazelton's dying note, mentioned Prague Airport. "We hit a wall before, but now we've got a lead." After weeks of digging, I stumbled upon a mid-level bureaucrat named Karol Scala working in the Czech Foreign Ministry's EU Affairs Division. His office was tucked away in Prague's government district. Nothing remarkable at first glance, until I discovered he occasionally met visiting EU diplomats at Václav Havel Airport's immigration office. Clark's eyes narrowed as he processed the lead. So this pencil pusher might have slipped Hazelton something valuable, enough to get him killed by North Korean operatives. What could Scala possibly have that they'd want? He already knew the answer, but waited, testing Ryan's instincts. Travel documents, Ryan shot back without hesitation. Passports, visas, anything that falls under diplomatic protocols. Scala handles Czech officials' paperwork, meaning he knows exactly what Hazelton took and why it got him murdered. "We should pay him a visit." Clark pushed back from the table. "Gear up the team. We'll brief Jerry in 5. Jerry massaged his temples as the operators crowded into the conference room. "Let me get this straight. You want to fly to Prague and shake down some bureaucrat? Covert or overt?" Ryan pressed. "Keep it quiet," Jerry muttered before turning to Clark. "Your call, John. Ryan and Caruso handle Prague." The rest of us hit New York. Sharp's Globals playing dirty, and I want details. Sam leaned forward. "You've got history with Sharps, don't you?" Clark's jaw tightened. Let's just say if Duke Sharps was burning alive, I'd grab marshmallows. Driscoll whistled. "That bad? What'd he do? Sell state secrets. Worse." After 9/11s, while the rest of us were picking body parts out of rubble, Sharps quit the FBI and turned counterterrorism into a profit scheme. His consulting firm milked the government dry, then branched into private sector work, except his clients included Saudi intelligence hunting Mossad operatives in NYC. Sam nearly choked. "And he's not rotting in a supermax?" Plausible deniability, Clark spat. Claimed he thought they were corporate rivals. The hearings got buried. His contracts vanished. But guess who's still thriving? "Because traitors always land on their feet," Sam muttered. Clark's smile was ice. Exactly. He'd turned his high-profile FBI career and government connections into a shadowy international enterprise. Who knew how many foreign deals he'd brokered? The man had essentially become America's go-to fixer for shady operators who needed operatives indistinguishable from U.S. citizens, whether operating domestically or under the guise of American legitimacy. And nobody's caught him yet. Clark's jaw tightened as he shook his head. Not a shred of evidence. Sharps operates through layers of foreign shell companies, each one a buffer between him and whatever corrupt regime or criminal syndicate is paying him. It's a bulletproof setup, at least it has been so far. His voice dripped with contempt. But if I ever get proof that traitorous snake is taking foreign money to undermine U.S. intelligence, I'll personally hang him from the J. Edgar Hoover building as a warning to every government employee who ever thought about cashing in on their clearance. Clark was already moving. We need today to gear up, secure transport, safe houses, surveillance access. I'll hit up IT to pull exterior camera feeds near Sharp's office. Jerry nodded. Approved. Just remember Sharp's team knows New York better than you do. No subway tails, no choke points. They'll burn you in seconds. Fair point, Clark admitted. Ryan understood why he'd drawn the Prague assignment. Between his scruffy beard and years of deliberate anonymity, he blended in effortlessly. Even stateside, he rarely got recognized. Overseas, he'd be invisible. It frustrated him that his semi-celebrity status factored into mission planning. But he'd chosen this life. His father's global fame wasn't his fault, but opting for covert work, that was all on him. Most days he wouldn't trade it, though the irony wasn't lost on him. One more thing, Ryan added. I want Gavin on this trip. Jerry blinked. Prague? Why? Scala's involvement reeks of off-the-books work. If he was colluding with Sharps outside official channels, his personal devices could hold the key. We'll need to ghost his electronics without tipping him off, and if anyone can recover deleted data, it's Gavin. Jerry hesitated. Sending their tech wizard into the field always carried risks. Ryan grinned. Or I could just knock Scala out and stuff him in a trunk. Jerry's unamused glare made Ryan backtrack. Kidding. We'll manage without him. Clark cut in. Actually, we could use Gavin stateside, too. Building schematics, employee dossiers. Your call, Jerry. The tension hung thick as the operations director weighed his options. Gavin Byrie wasn't thrilled about Hendley Associates' new Alexandria headquarters. While his official role hadn't changed since their West Odenton days, his kingdom had shrunk to less than half its former size, a bitter pill for someone who'd once overseen an entire tech empire. Sure, the campus had streamlined operations, and Jerry Hendley had spared no expense upgrading their digital infrastructure, but Gavin missed the sprawling command center he'd ruled back in Maryland. Those were the glory days. Banks of supercomputers humming away, teams of analysts at his beck and call, and that massive satellite array on the roof intercepting classified chatter between Fort Meade and Langley. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd built their new VPN gateway himself after the Chinese attack made their old eavesdropping methods obsolete. No more satellite dishes, no more miles of tangled cables, just sleek, invisible access to GWICs and every other three-letter agency's secrets. Objectively, it was better, faster, more secure, but try telling that to a man mourning his lost kingdom while wrestling with a vending machine that refused to surrender his blueberry turnover. Need a hand? Jack Ryan's voice cut through Gavin's snack-related crisis as he and Dom Caruso strolled into the break room. Gavin shot the stubborn machine a dirty look. This is why we should have kept the cafeteria. At least the cooks knew how to follow orders. Dom smirked, fishing a dollar bill from his pocket. Relax, Einstein. We're here to spring you for a field trip. Jerry's orders. Just promise not to short-circuit any national security grids while we're gone. As the trio headed out, Gavin cast one last glance at the trapped pastry. Some battles, he decided, weren't worth fighting. Not when bigger games awaited. Tom flashed a grin at Gavin, leaning against the vending machine. Hey, Gav, how'd you feel about a last-minute adventure? Gavin's eyes lit up instantly. He turned so fast that the loose change in his hand went flying, quarters clattering across the cafeteria floor. Are you kidding? Absolutely. Where to? Prague, tonight. The older man's face split into a wide smile, his breath quickening. Prague? That's old-world espionage territory, shadowy alleys, flickering street lamps. The whole noir vibe, perfect for some real spycraft. Jack groaned. You've been binging too many Cold War thrillers. This isn't some Bourne movie. Mostly you'll be babysitting a hotel room waiting for us to bring back a phone or laptop for you to crack. Gavin deflated slightly but shrugged. Still beats paperwork. Noticing his disappointment, Caruso smirked. Tell you what, if it makes you feel more legit, you can wear a trench coat and sunglasses while you work. Ryan chuckled, and Byrie played along. Hey, I'll take what I can get. Dom spotted the fruit pie jammed in the vending machine. He smacked the glass, and the snack tumbled free. Tossing it to Gavin, he warned, Dude, this garbage will give you a heart attack before any mission does. Gavin snatched it midair. Nah, Dom. Getting into firefights with Iranian operatives is what'll do you in first. A tense silence followed. Dom shot Byrie a sharp look, and even Ryan noticed the sudden shift. Gavin coughed awkwardly. Right, I should probably go prep my team for life without me holding their hands for a few days. He hurried off toward the stairwell. Ryan frowned at his cousin. What was that about? Nothing important. Try again, Clark's orders. We train to operate solo sometimes. Compartmentalization, security, all that. Handled it. Moving on. Dom clapped Ryan on the back with a wink. But no buts, Ryan exhaled. Fine. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, the Emerald Endeavor was raising eyebrows. Officially, the Liberian-flagged cargo ship was hauling Cuban sugar, but its erratic route, veering from the Caribbean to the Philippines, didn't add up. Then, just off South Korea's coast, its tracking signal vanished. Every vessel over 300 tons was required to broadcast its location, and at 2,300 tons, the Emerald Endeavor had no excuse. No distress calls, no response to hails, just eerie silence as it sailed past safe harbors. Under UN Resolution 1874, that was more than enough to warrant suspicion. Whether it was a technical failure or deliberate evasion, one thing was clear. Someone didn't want this ship noticed. Under international law, any United Nations member state had the legal right to intercept the vessel, though not all possessed the capability. If the ship was truly smuggling contraband in defiance of sanctions, its crew would likely resist, either by fleeing at full throttle or engaging with weapons to fend off boarding attempts, to enforce UN Resolution 1874 effectively. The intercepting force needed two critical advantages: superior speed and firepower. As midnight faded into the early hours, the Emerald Endeavor edged closer to North Korean waters near Haiju's port. The ship's captain must have believed he was nearly home free until an unidentified radar contact veered toward him at an impossible 45 knots. Only a cutting-edge warship could move that fast. Moments later, a voice crackled over the radio in Korean, repeating a stern warning. The USS Freedom intended to enforce the UN mandate, and the Emerald Endeavor was ordered to halt for inspection. The captain knew then that reaching Haiju would mean a fight. He ignored the command and kept his engines pushing forward. The task of boarding the defiant 2,300-ton freighter fell to two elite teams of U.S. Navy SEALs, Echo Platoon's Alpha and Bravo squads from SEAL Team 5. 16 operators, aged 23 to 40, were more than ready for the challenge. Leading Alpha Squad was Chief Darrell Ricks, a 37-year-old veteran from Chico, California. His team raced toward the ship's stern in a reinforced Zodiac, knifing through the waves at 38 knots. Despite the roaring engine and spray crashing over the bow, their approach went unnoticed, thanks to the deafening distraction overhead. A pair of MH-60S Seahawk helicopters buzzed low over the Emerald Endeavor, flooding the deck with blinding spotlights and drowning out all other noise. The choppers had a dual mission: masking the SEALs' stealthy advance and deploying Bravo Squad when the moment came. For these operators, an underway boarding operation was the ultimate adrenaline rush, a scenario they'd trained for endlessly and craved in the quiet moments between missions. The plan was crisp. Alpha would scale the stern with grappling hooks, then advance toward the bridge in two fire teams. Meanwhile, Bravo would fast rope onto the bow from the hovering Seahawks, using cargo containers as cover to split the crew's attention. 16 men hitting the ship at once from opposite ends. Alpha securing the wheelhouse. Bravo storming the engine room would isolate the crew and lock down critical areas. Once control was established, they'd conduct a rapid sweep of the cargo holds, with reinforcements from the Freedom standing by to assist. Every second counted, and these SEALs wouldn't waste a single one. The moment any suspicious cargo was detected, the vessel would be escorted to the port of Incheon for a thorough search. The 16 Navy SEALs were equipped with customized Colt M4A1 carbines, each fitted with SOP mod kits, specialized attachments that allowed every operator to tailor their weapon for the mission. Rick's rifle was loaded with extras: a flashlight, thermal scope, infrared illuminator, suppressor, and foregrip. It wasn't the full arsenal available, but it was enough to make an impression. Some of his teammates had grenade launchers, laser sights, or adjustable scopes. But at the core, every rifle fired the same 5.56 millimeters round. In a firefight, any SEAL could grab a teammate's weapon and use it without hesitation. Their gear was just as intimidating: black balaclavas with a white skeletal jaw printed across the lower half, paired with night vision goggles strapped to their helmets. Through his thermal scope, Rix scanned the ship's aft deck, then barked into his headset over the roar of the boat's engine. "Bravo, actual, Alpha actual, 2 minutes, from above!" The reply crackled in his earpiece, Special Warfare Operator Marty Bones Hackworth shouting over the rotor noise of the circling MH-60S. "Copy that, Chief! Ropes ready!" Beside him in the inflatable, Hendricks muttered in his thick Dutch accent, "They know we're coming, Chief!" Rix didn't need the reminder. Yeah, they'd been broadcasting their approach for hours, rules and regulations as if smugglers played fair, but all he said was, "Let's hope they're feeling cooperative." Hendricks scoffed. "Or what they get a participation trophy for shooting at us." Normally, Rix would have laughed. Hendricks' griping was half the team's entertainment. But not tonight. "Save it," he snapped. At the stern of their Zodiac, Greaser, the team's breaching expert, prepared the telescoping hook and pole system, extending it to 6 meters. The carbon fiber ladder dangling from it could hold 3 fully kitted operators at once. As the boat closed the final stretch, Greaser locked the hook onto the ship's railing, then checked the tiny camera feed at the base. No hostiles in sight. "Hook secure," Rix gave the order. "Go!" One by one, Alpha Squad ascended, Parnell leading, followed by Elizondo and Jones. Once they cleared the railing, they covered the next wave: Takanaka, Rix, and Hendricks. Stovall and Greaser brought up the rear, the ladder swaying slightly under their weight. The night air was thick with tension, the only sound the creak of the ship and the distant hum of the helicopter above. Parnell secured the pole hook with a sturdy carabiner system, locking it firmly in place as the rib boat below veered sharply and disappeared into the inky blackness. The 8-man team split into 2 squads, each moving toward separate staircases on the superstructure. Rix took 3 men toward the portside stairs, while Takanaka led the remaining 3 to starboard. Ahead of them, about 80 yards, 4 fast ropes thudded onto the deck as black-clad operators in skull-patterned balaclavas descended from a hovering helicopter. "Chief movement spotted," Greaser's voice crackled over comms. Rix crouched low on the metal landing between decks, scanning for the threat. 50 feet ahead, 2 figures stood at the railing, their attention fixed on the bow. At first, all he could see were their backs until one shifted slightly, revealing a folded Kalashnikov clutched awkwardly in his hands. The man wasn't a trained fighter. His grip was clumsy, his stance uncertain. But hesitation wasn't an option. In a split second, Rix flicked off his M4's safety and squeezed off 2 precise shots. The round struck the man's skull, the thermal scope painting a gruesome heat signature as he collapsed. The second man barely had time to glance at the fallen rifle before Greaser's suppressed burst dropped him mid-reach. Without missing a beat, The fire team resumed their ascent. Inside the dimly lit bridge of the Emerald Endeavor, Ricks, Greaser, and Jones assessed the situation. Outside, Alpha Team had detained 8 crewmen, likely Malaysian or Indonesian, their wrists bound with zip ties. Bravo Team was sweeping below decks, rounding up stragglers. But the real challenge stood before them: 2 compliant crewmen and a wild-eyed North Korean captain brandishing a rigging knife. The old man slashed the air erratically, his shouts bouncing off the steel walls. Ricks kept his weapon trained but held fire, knowing they needed the captain's cooperation to inspect the cargo. Desperation crept in as Ricks tried his limited Korean "nuo," he commanded, gesturing sharply downward. When that failed, he yanked down his mask, forcing a strained smile. "Annyeong?" he offered, the only friendly phrase he knew. The captain's eyes flickered with defiance, his grip tightening on the knife. Ricks recognized the look, not fear, but resolve. The man wasn't surrendering. He was preparing to make a move. Ricks maintained his composed exterior, but his voice crackled through the comms with a sharp command. "If he moves toward us, take him down," Greaser and Jones acknowledged instantly. Instead of advancing, the captain retreated, his fingers tightening around the rigging knife pressed to his throat. Ricks barked, "Stop! Don't do it!" But the wiry, gray-haired man let out a choked cry before slashing the blade deep. Blood sprayed, the sickening gurgle of severed windpipe filling the air. Ricks stood frozen, watching as the captain staggered, his gaze dropping to the crimson fountain erupting from his neck. "God damn it!" Greaser lunged forward, but Ricks snapped. "Hold position!" The knife clattered to the deck, and the captain collapsed between the helm and the pilot's seat. "Secure that weapon," Ricks ordered. Greaser darted in, kicking the blade aside before pinning the dying man down, yanking zip ties from his vest to bind his wrists. Ricks turned to SO3 Joseph Jones, the team medic Joe, try to stabilize him. Even as he said it, Ricks knew it was hopeless. No surgeon, no blood bank, just a gaping wound and seconds ticking away. The medic shoved a tube into the ruined throat, but the captain bled out fast, his eyes glazing over as Ricks monitored both the grim scene and the radio chatter. Bravo and Alpha's fire team had corralled the remaining 12 crew members, zip-tying them on the main deck under seal guard. Jones unzipped a body bag from his pack, draping it over the captain while Greaser muttered, "Chief, I've got a hunch this ship's hauling more than just cargo," Ricks snorted. "No kidding." He signaled Tekanaka to radio the USS Freedom ship secured. Hendricks, Elizondo, and the others arrived, staring at the shrouded corpse. "You had to waste him?" Hendricks asked. Greaser cut in. "He wasted himself, sliced his own damn throat." Parnell grimaced. "Nothing worse than drowning in your own blood." Ricks met their eyes, his voice flat. "Back home, failure's a death sentence either way. Read about a DPRK major accused of leaking intel, probably innocent. Know how they handled it?" The team braced, tossed him in a pit, roasted him alive with a flamethrower. Slow, Stovall exhaled. "Christ." Ricks adjusted his skull-print balaclava, hefting his rifle. "We like to think we're scary, but out here, we're nothing compared to what they've lived through." 20 minutes later, a squad of Marines from the USS Freedom boarded the Emerald Endeavor. Most were barely out of boot camp, their faces tight with envy. They'd missed the action, the adrenaline rush of the raid. Ricks almost pitied them. Almost searching through the massive ship's cargo holds might have been tedious, but it gave the team a welcome break from their cramped quarters. After an hour and a half of methodical searching, they hit pay dirt. The first 4 holds were packed with Cuban sugar sacks, each weighing 80 pounds, while hold 7 held more of the same. But holds 5 and 6, positioned just ahead of the ship's midpoint, revealed something far more interesting: rows of sealed 40-foot containers. When the Marines pried open the locked doors, they were met with a jumble of rusted machine parts, old plumbing fixtures, air conditioning units, and broken boiler components. At first glance, it looked like worthless scrap, the kind of junk no one would bother shipping internationally. But as they dug deeper, their persistence paid off. Beneath the debris lay massive aluminum tubes encased in fiberglass, each measuring roughly 6.5 feet wide and 18 feet long. Only 2 were uncovered before the ship docked in Incheon, but further inspection revealed half a dozen precision-engineered tubes along with meticulously packed O-rings and coupling bolts. The Marines had their suspicions from the start, and South Korean experts soon confirmed them. These were segments of an intercontinental ballistic missile, matching the dimensions of North Korea's notorious Taepodong-2. The discovery sent intelligence agencies scrambling to trace the origins of the smuggled components. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Veronica Martel stepped out of a taxi on 88th and Columbus, her black umbrella shielding her from the New York downpour. Blending seamlessly into the crowd of rain-soaked pedestrians, she moved with practiced ease. She wasn't on a mission, not officially, but old habits died hard. Surveillance detection routes were second nature to her, a reflex honed by years of distrust. The world had taught her to expect betrayal at every turn, and she wasn't about to let a casual stroll through Manhattan make her careless. By 10 sharp, she arrived at the sleek offices of Sharp's Global Intelligence Partners. A security guard escorted her through the lobby and up to the 5th floor, where the marble foyer gleamed under soft lighting. 6 well-dressed men stood watch, their earpieces and military bearing betraying their backgrounds. They nodded politely, but their lingering stares made her skin crawl. Martel was used to it. Men always looked, always assumed. It was exhausting, but she refused to let it rattle her. After all, in her line of work, annoyance was just another distraction to ignore. Veronica Martel rarely visited New York, and it had been 3 years since she last crossed paths with Wayne Sharps, the man who'd hired her. She preferred life in the field, moving from one assignment to the next, but when the company director called, she understood the importance of making an appearance. It kept her name fresh in the minds of the executives, a necessary dance in corporate espionage. She had a hunch why she'd been summoned. The operation in Ho Chi Minh City had been messy. North Koreans lurking in a safe house, nervous Australians second-guessing their involvement, and an American asset who refused to cooperate. Then there was the blood-stained document, a clear sign of forced retrieval. Veronica had followed protocol to the letter. No missteps, no deviations. She wasn't in trouble. At least, she didn't think so. More likely, they just wanted to debrief her, ensure she was on board with how things had unfolded, or at least compliant enough to stay quiet, and Veronica had no issue with that. A secretary, too young, too polished, probably hired for reasons beyond competence, led her into Sharp's office. The space was impressive, a 5th-floor corner suite with sweeping views of Columbus Avenue and the American Museum of Natural History. Sharps lounged behind his desk, feet propped up, speaking fluent Arabic into the phone. Veronica settled onto a sleek sectional sofa, eyeing the coffee and tea set before her, but leaving both untouched. The sofa, plush and modern, made her wonder just how many women the 60-year-old executive had entertained in this very spot. The thought soured her mood, but she dismissed it. If he tried anything, she'd toss him out the window herself. Finally, he ended the call and swiveled dramatically in his chair. He crossed the room as she stood, his face more weathered than she remembered. "My dear Ms. Martel," he greeted, flashing a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Lovely to see you, Mr. Sharps." "It's Duke to you," he corrected. "Veronica," she replied flatly, though she despised the forced familiarity. Europeans didn't usually address colleagues by first names, but then again, Veronica wasn't typical. She preferred distance, professionalism. They sat, and Sharps poured her coffee without asking, ignoring the tea she would have preferred. He made small talk. Her flight, the Brussels office, a minor job in Paris involving a city official's wayward daughter. It was trivial, the kind of mission that shouldn't have even crossed his desk. Clearly, he'd skimmed her file on her way up. Then, business. Veronica, I read the reports. You were flawless in Vietnam, one of my best. She offered a thin smile. She didn't mention the blood on the passport. If he knew, he wasn't saying, and neither would she. A good operative followed orders and kept quiet. She braced for an apology, some acknowledgement of the mission's complications. But Sharps wasn't the type for regret. Sharps flashed a grin, leaning back in his leather chair. I still can't believe I snatched you up from DGSE before anyone else could. Veronica arched an eyebrow, her tone dripping with dry amusement. Luck had nothing to do with it. Money did that, and the fact DGSE booted me out with no severance package. He hesitated, mouth slightly open before erupting into laughter. Fair enough. You didn't come cheap, I'll give you that. But you've more than earned your keep. Glad to hear my skills are appreciated, she replied, watching as he shifted on the sofa. For a second, she thought he might inch closer, but he simply crossed his legs instead. Maybe her sharp glance had thrown him off. After a beat, he cleared his throat. Got a new job for you? Should take a few weeks, maybe longer. Go on. It's related to your work in Vietnam. That got her attention. Oh? Sharps leaned forward. Here's the backstory. North Korea just hit the jackpot with a massive rare earth deposit. Well, technically, the Chinese found it first, but their dear leader, Choi, kicked them out. Now the North Koreans are trying to go solo. Veronica scoffed. A country that can't even keep the power on thinks it can handle high-tech mining? Exactly why they need us. Officially, our client isn't North Korea. That'd be illegal. It's New World Metals LLC, a totally legitimate mining consortium based in Mexico. They've got a contract to assist, and they need proprietary software from a rare earth processing plant in California. California. The word conjured images of sun-soaked beaches and luxury shopping, not some dusty industrial site. Still, it beat the humidity of Vietnam. What's the play? You'll pose as a quality assurance officer from a Canadian equipment supplier. Your job? Get close to the software they're using at the Newcorp mine in Valley Floor. She smirked. So corporate espionage with a side of sunshine. Who's my contact? Edward Riley? Ring any bells? The Italy mess? Sharps waved a hand. Ancient history. He's running the whole operation now. Brit, but we'll forgive him for that. Veronica stood brushing imaginary lint off her sleeve. Sharps mirrored her, unfazed by her obvious attempt to keep distance. If anything, he looked amused, like a predator enjoying the chase. Fine, she said. I'll play the corporate inspector. His grin widened. Knew you'd say that? It was good catching up with you. See you next time. He gave her hand a firm shake, then lingered just a moment too long. She could practically see the gears turning in his head. Another clumsy attempt at flirting was coming, and she braced herself for the inevitable cringe. You know, he said with a smirk, that icy attitude of yours just makes you even hotter. Has anyone ever told you that? She withdrew her hand with a practiced smile. Not to my face, Duke. Without another word, she turned and walked out, feeling his gaze follow her all the way to the door. Meanwhile, President Jack Ryan was weighing his next move. The discovery of WMD materials bound for North Korea was serious enough to warrant an immediate National Security Council meeting, or so he'd thought. But when his chief of staff, Arnie Van Dam, reached out to intelligence heads Mary Pat Foley and Jay Canfield, both requested a brief delay. They needed more time to compile critical intel that would give the president a clearer picture of the situation. Van Dam knew Ryan well enough to push the meeting to the next morning, even though it meant squeezing it in before the president's flight to London for a NATO summit. Video conferencing was an option. Air Force One had secure comms, but Mary Pat had a better idea. She decided to hitch a ride, knowing Ryan preferred hands-on briefings. 30 years of working with him had taught her that face-to-face discussions got better results, even if it meant burning a few extra hours in the air. As the plane idled on the tarmac, Ryan was already buried in paperwork when Van Dam knocked on the open door. Shouldn't you be strapped in? Ryan asked, glancing up. "Aren't you?" Van Damme shot back, eyeing the unused seatbelt dangling from Ryan's chair. The president smirked. "I've got this down to a science. Throttle up, buckle up, clear the desk, then rescue the coffee before it spills." Van Damme dropped into the seat across from him. "For someone who hates flying, you've got the routine nailed," Ryan chuckled before turning serious. "What's on your mind?" "Secret Service is pushing again for you to cancel Mexico City." Ryan didn't even look up. "We've been over this. I'm going." Van Damme, the only one on staff bold enough to argue, pressed on. "There are plenty of reasons to back out. Asia, Ukraine, you name it, President Lopez will understand." This time, Ryan met his gaze. "No, I'm not backing down." The president leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping impatiently on the desk. "What exactly is the Secret Service's issue with this trip?" His chief of staff hesitated. "They'd prefer to present their concerns directly." "Cut to the chase, Arnie," Van Damme exhaled. "It's the Maldonado situation again. That was half a year ago," Ryan dismissed with a wave. "They're worried about—" Before he could finish, the president called out toward the hallway, "Andrea, got a second?" His lead Secret Service agent, Andrea Price O'Day, appeared instantly. "Sir, feel like smacking some sense into Arnie for me? Though I suppose you've got regulations against that sort of thing." Andrea smirked, glancing at Van Damme. "I'll settle for keeping him on a short leash. He doesn't seem too dangerous today." Ryan folded his arms. "So what's this about Mexico being off-limits?" "Not my call, Mr. President," Andrea replied. "Our threat assessment team flagged some concerns." Ryan scoffed. "So you're telling me I shouldn't go?" "Didn't say that. Personally, I'd lock you in the Oval Office if I could, but it's above my pay grade." The president drummed his fingers again before making his decision. "I'm going. I won't let some cartel thug hiding in the mountains dictate my schedule." "The presidency doesn't cower to online threats." Arnie opened his mouth to protest, but Ryan cut him off. "If the Secret Service wants a meeting, fine, but I'm not canceling. Tell them to save their breath." Andrea gave a firm nod, her silent agreement. "I'll be with you every step of the way." "Then we're good." As she returned to her post, Ryan shot Arnie a grin. "Buckle up. Things are about to get interesting." Both men instinctively grabbed their seatbelts as Air Force One's engines roared to life. Shortly after takeoff at 7:15 a.m., Ryan summoned his intelligence director, who had been finishing breakfast in the staff cabin. She arrived to find him in his flight jacket over a dress shirt, reviewing documents at the conference table. "Mind if I join you?" she asked, sliding her chair beside his. "Easier to show you these schematics? As long as Ed doesn't get jealous?" Ryan joked. Over fresh coffee, he brought up North Korea's latest outburst. "Did you catch their reaction to the Emerald Endeavor seizure?" Mary Pat shook her head. "Haven't had time. Let me guess. Act of war?" Ryan smirked, reading from the briefing. "Unlawful interception by the U.S. nailed it." She rolled her eyes. "Predictable as always." "And the cargo confirmed missile parts?" "Without a doubt, those tubes match a Dongfeng 3A Chinese medium-range nukes." Ryan frowned. "Chinese? Why smuggle them by sea when they could just drive them across the border? Why would they risk sailing these into international waters where they could be intercepted?" Jack asked, leaning forward in his chair. Foley shook his head. "Because the Chinese weren't the ones who built or shipped them." Jack frowned. "But you just implied." "These are fakes," Foley cut in. "Perfect replicas of the fuselage tubes used in China's DF-3A medium-range missiles. But these? Manufactured by a private French aerospace firm, Précision Aéro Toulouse." Jack's eyebrows shot up. "Counterfeit missile parts? Seriously?" "Exactly. Here's the theory. North Korea's been struggling with their long-range ICBM program. Their Taepodong 2 keeps failing, usually during stage separation. That suggests a major flaw in their second-stage design." Mary Pat slid her iPad across the table, pulling up a series of classified and open-source images, blueprints, test footage, and satellite captures. Right now, they're using a repurposed second stage from their Rodong missile. Basically, they shoved a single-stage rocket into the middle of a three-stage system, and surprise, it's not working. Jack smirked. Who could have guessed? Rocket science isn't exactly easy, Mary Pat quipped. But here's the kicker. China does something similar with their ICBMs. They use their Dongfeng 3A as a second stage, and now North Korea wants to do the same. So they're trying to copy China's playbook? Looks that way. Back in the 90s, China gave them one Dongfeng 3A. They never deployed it, just reverse engineered it for their own tech. Now that China's refusing to hand over ICBM know-how, we think they've outsourced the job to this French company to build exact replicas. Jack studied the photos of the seized tubes. They reverse engineered these from the original? Yep, and that's the scary part. To pull this off, they'd need custom-built machinery, high-end, proprietary stuff. That doesn't come cheap. Ryan whistled. How much are we talking? 17 million euros, nearly 25 million US dollars paid to Precision Aero 8 months ago. Jack took a slow sip of coffee. Should we be worried that North Korea just dropped 25 mil on a gamble like this? Absolutely. We don't know what else they've already gotten, or what's still coming. Have we looped in the French? Mary Pat shook her head. Not yet. We have to tread carefully. If they catch us snooping around a French company's finances, it'll get messy. Besides, the payment didn't come directly from North Korea. It was funneled through a Luxembourg shell company. Ryan exhaled, staring at the images. This has to violate non-proliferation agreements. Legally, it's a gray area, Mary Pat admitted. Companies argue that as long as the parts aren't explicitly destined for missile production, they're fair game. But morally, yeah, it's a problem. Jack rubbed his temples. So we're dealing with a French firm selling knockoff missile tech to a front company, which then funnels it to a rogue state, and nobody's technically breaking the law. Welcome to the arms trade, Foley muttered. The landscape of private satellite companies has grown so vast that firms like Precision Aero can quietly dabble in weapons deals while maintaining a veneer of plausible deniability. Ryan adjusted his glasses, rubbing his tired eyes. I'll reach out to the French president and drop a hint about what we've uncovered. I'll frame it as a tip-off. He might doubt me, but he won't have the leverage to push back. Foley leaned forward, his expression grim. The bigger concern isn't just the cargo we found on the Emerald Endeavor, Mr. President. It's the fact North Korea had the cold, hard cash to buy it in the first place. Ryan caught the shift in Foley's tone. You've got something else. We do, Foley confirmed. The CIA's been tracking North Korea's financial maneuvers for months, and this fits a disturbing pattern. The payment to Precision Aero traces back to a Dubai bank account, 13 million, still sitting there after the transaction. Ryan's jaw tightened. Where the hell is Pyongyang getting that kind of money? Foley exchanged a glance with Mary Pat before continuing. That's why we missed yesterday's briefing. We've been buried in this for 3 straight days, even before the Emerald Endeavor turned up. Ryan leaned in. Spill it. Mary Pat took over, her voice steady. Sir, we have credible intel suggesting North Korea has revived operations at the Cheongju rare earth mine. Ryan exhaled sharply. Damn, she nodded. Satellite imagery from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency shows activity in the northwest region, signs of extraction, and more troubling on-site processing. What's strange is they're doing it without Chinese support. Ryan frowned. Beijing got kicked out of that mine months ago. A year, actually. And our contacts in China confirm the relationship hasn't thawed. Yet, somehow, the North Koreans are making leaps in refining capability. Something way beyond their usual tech level. Even the Chinese plan to ship the raw ore back home for processing. Ryan's eyes narrowed. Does Beijing know they're being cut out? Mary Pat shook her head. Most of our intel on North Korea comes from Chinese sources, intercepts, sparse human assets, open channels. There's zero chatter about Cheongju in any of it. For now, Beijing's in the dark." Ryan gestured to her tablet. "Let me see the images." Mary Pat swiped through a series of overhead shots, a sprawling industrial complex, tanks, and nondescript buildings. "Honestly, without NGA's analysts, I'd just see a generic factory," she admitted. She pulled up a side-by-side comparison, one labeled Cheongju Dam, the other Lamp Facility, Malaysia. Notice the oxidation tanks, nearly identical. Last year's intercepts suggested Cheongju could net North Korea $12 trillion in the next few decades. With stakes that high, it's no shock they found a new partner willing to pay up front. Ryan connected the dots. And that cash bought the missile tubes on the Emerald Endeavor. Foley gave a grim nod. Exactly. North Korea is funneling revenue from future mineral rights deals into purchasing ballistic missile technology, desperately trying to develop an operational ICBM capable of striking the U.S. mainland. Ryan muttered under his breath, "Only a matter of time." The economic reality was chilling. Even a fraction of the projected earnings from their rare earth mineral operations could fund the expertise and hardware needed to pose a direct threat. Ryan leaned forward, his tone shifting from frustration to dark humor. "Diplomats love pretending everything's negotiable, but let's call this what it is, a straight-up race. If they win, we lose. Shut down the mine, cut off their cash flow, and their missile ambitions stall." His aide nodded grimly. "Problem is, as long as North Korea's moving money through shell companies in offshore banks, we're chasing ghosts." Jack gazed through the window as their plane traced the Maine coastline, the Atlantic stretching endlessly below. "We're not bombing a strip mine, but if we find out who's bankrolling them, that's our leverage." The CIA had already flagged 30 banks across 10 countries, Hong Kong, Vanuatu, Switzerland, even the Cayman Islands, all hosting North Korean shadow accounts. "Good luck freezing assets there," Ryan grumbled. Mary Pat scrolled through her tablet. "Tracking their mining partners? Easier to catch smoke with your hands." The precision aero deal? A dead end, just another shell company feeding their missile program. Jack's expression hardened. "I know I sound like a broken record, but dig deeper. A North Korean ICBM changes everything, not just for us, but globally. Sanctions won't cut it fast enough. Find me the people propping up their operation, and I'll make sure they regret it." Half a world away. Lieutenant General Ri Tae-jin's helicopter touched down at Kangdong Airport outside Pyongyang. He stepped into a waiting Mercedes, while his entourage piled into military trucks. The Supreme Leader's second estate loomed ahead, a gilded fortress far from the capital's crumbling roads. For those with rank, avoiding the 2-hour drive was just another privilege in a system built on inequality. The contrast wasn't lost on Ri as his convoy rolled toward the gates. North Korea's government operated under the Songun Doctrine, prioritizing its military above all else. The Korean People's Army received the finest provisions, housing, and equipment, consuming the nation's top resources. Military service became the primary path to political power, with generals often transitioning into key government roles. High-ranking officers enjoyed exclusive privileges, helicopter transport, road clearances, and elite status that placed them above ordinary citizens. After a brief 10-minute flight and a 20-minute limousine ride through secured checkpoints, Ri arrived at an opulent estate. 6 stern-faced men from Section 5 of the Party Central Committee's Guidance Department escorted him inside. Though outwardly courteous, their watchful eyes and rigid postures made it clear they viewed him with professional detachment rather than respect. After passing a security wand scan, Ri waited silently at a small table with tea for exactly 83 minutes, surrounded by motionless guards. When Choi finally entered, the Supreme Leader's disheveled appearance told the story before he spoke. His half-buttoned Mao suit, bloodshot eyes, and the faint pillow creases on his face, suggesting a recent nap, the flushed cheeks and lingering scent of alcohol confirmed what Ri already suspected. He'd witnessed Choi's drinking habits at state banquets in Ryongseong Palace, where the leader often arrived late with a glass in hand, growing sullen as festivities swirled around him. This time, however, the stakes were higher. The intercepted shipment of French-made missile components in Incheon Harbor had jeopardized their timeline. Rai maintained his composure, explaining how the USS Freedom's patrols complicated maritime acquisitions while smaller air shipments remained viable. Choi swirled his brandy with surprising focus before cutting through the tension with razor-sharp clarity. The real obstacle isn't logistics, it's the Americans. Rai nodded, masking his unease with Oscar Roblas's funds overflowing their coffers. Alternatives existed, but a drunken Supreme Leader's temper could shred their 3-year agreement in an instant. The room's heavy silence amplified his unspoken fear. That today might be the day Choi decided to discard him like yesterday's propaganda leaflet. While most UN member states have avoided interfering with shipments, the situation has escalated dramatically since Jack Ryan reassumed the presidency. Under the previous administration led by Ed Keelty, the pressure was far less intense. So Ryan himself is the primary obstacle, Choi observed. Correct, Rai acknowledged. But we've already taken countermeasures. Additional rocket tubes are being manufactured by a Russian firm. Delivery will take 6 months, but we'll have all other components ready by then. The Taepodong 2 will be operational well within our timeline. Of course, Rai left out the inconvenient truth. The Russians wouldn't ship anything without upfront payment, and the funds wouldn't be available until Huang's rare earth facility finally went online. No need to burden Choi with such complications. Instead, Choi voiced another concern. What if the Americans intercept the next shipment like they did last time? Rhee allowed himself a thin smile, though his weary eyes remained unchanged. The Russians have an An-225 cargo plane capable of transporting the tubes by air. Maritime interdiction won't be an issue. Choi swirled his brandy, unimpressed. You have less than 2 years. I'm well aware, Dae Won-soo. Ryan's term ends in the same window. Rhee nodded. If not for him, we'd already be ahead of schedule. Choi took a slow sip, his gaze steady despite the alcohol. Your predecessor blamed Ryan for everything too. I called it incompetence. Rhee knew better than to echo past failures. Ryan is a challenge, but not an excuse. We will succeed. A heavy silence settled before Choi abruptly shifted topics. What do you know about Rangoon? Rhee understood the real question, not the city, but the infamous 1983 operation, October 9th. I was an Army lieutenant then. Our operatives showed extraordinary courage. Choi cut him off. 3 assassins, a bomb meant for South Korea's president. Traffic delayed his motorcade. He exhaled sharply. History could have been rewritten. No famine in the 90s, no American sanctions, the entire peninsula under our control. His voice turned bitter. And my father would still be alive. Rhee remained silent. Choi's next words dripped with quiet fury. The Americans poisoned him. A healthy man gone. Just like that. Though the doctors insisted the elder Choi could have lived another 2 decades in good health, Rai knew better. The claim of poisoning was just their pathetic attempt to dodge responsibility. As operations chief of the RGB during Choi's father's death, Rai had been ordered to uncover assassination evidence that simply didn't exist. After the fruitless investigation, Choi returned to Yangon, spinning tales of his grandfather's bravery in ordering the Southern leader's attack. Rhee bit his tongue, thinking how the real courage belonged to those 3 doomed assassins, not the man who'd sent them to die. A young server, barely more than a girl, glided across the empty banquet hall to refill Choi's brandy snifter, though he barely acknowledged her. Imagine if Yangon had succeeded, Choi mused, swirling his drink. Our nation's destiny? No, the world's would have been rewritten. Rhee gave a stiff nod. Yes, and eliminating Jack Ryan would have the same impact. Don't you agree? Rhee's stomach twisted. Another impossible mission. Absolutely, he lied. Choi leaned in, the sharp scent of brandy clinging to him. The trick is pinning it on someone else. That's your job. Rhee scrambled for a convincing plan. I'd track his travel schedule. hire Middle Eastern bomb makers through our Syrian and Iranian contacts, use proxies, but oversee everything myself. There's no margin for error." He hesitated, then added carefully, "Though we must consider America's reaction. Pearl Harbor proved they don't take attacks lightly. If they suspect us," Choi dismissed the warning with a careless wave, spilling his drink, "just make sure your bomber doesn't survive to talk." He grinned as if that solved everything. Rhee forced a matching smile. "Brilliant, Dae Won-soo." Meanwhile, Edward Riley had never warmed to New York. It wasn't London. But since London had made it clear he wasn't welcome, he'd planted himself in the States 5 years ago, and he'd be damned if he didn't carve out his own piece of it. The city's relentless energy grated on him, but he'd learned to channel that irritation into sharp-eyed opportunism. After all, if home had turned its back on him, he'd find a new game to play. Riley cruised down the West Side Highway in his sleek jet-black BMW i8, the electric sports car gliding effortlessly through mid-morning traffic. The polished exterior caught the sunlight just right, making it look like it had been freshly waxed, though in reality Riley had just given it a quick wipe-down before leaving his Tribeca loft. Even in the jaded Upper West Side, where luxury cars were as common as coffee shops, heads turned at the sight of the aerodynamic machine. Whistles and admiring glances followed him, and Edward Riley soaked it all in with a smirk. For a spy, he had an unusual love for the spotlight, but then again, Edward Riley had never been one to follow the rules. His career was the stuff of legend, even if bragging about it was technically against protocol. At 36, he was already the youngest MI6 station chief in 3 decades, a title he'd earned before most agents even hit their stride. His resume read like a globetrotter's dream: Yemen, Namibia, Uruguay, Finland, the British Virgin Islands, each posting adding another layer to his reputation. But Riley wasn't just lucky, he was sharp, adaptable, and utterly indifferent to patriotism. Growing up, short, sandy-haired Eddie had been more fascinated by languages and foreign cultures than any sense of national pride. His parents, fitness equipment reps, dragged him across Europe, while his grandparents whisked him off to Africa, Asia, and South America during summers. By the time he got to Eton, he spoke French, Arabic, and Russian, not out of duty, but because the world fascinated him. So when a professor who moonlighted as an MI6 recruiter casually suggested he take the civil service exams, Riley shrugged and said, "Not particularly." But the pitch, travel, intrigue, a life less ordinary clicked. He'd seen every Bond film a dozen times. Why not give it a shot? The path wasn't glamorous at first. Dusty outposts, bureaucratic shuffles, the grind of proving himself. But Riley had a knack for turning chaos into opportunity. When his station chief in Bulgaria was abruptly recalled, Riley stepped in temporarily, or so they thought. 6 months later, the acting title was dropped. At 27, he was the youngest chief in decades, and he wasn't about to slow down. The BMW purred as he merged onto the highway, the city blurring past. For a man who didn't care much for flags, Riley had built an empire of his own, one sleek, head-turning ride at a time. Edward Riley was a man who climbed the ladder with ruthless efficiency, never hesitating to exploit others if it meant advancing his own ambitions. By 30, his relentless drive had secured him the prestigious role of station chief in Italy, a far cry from his earlier post in Bulgaria. But Rome, with its winding streets and hidden dangers, proved to be his undoing. Ignoring orders, he meddled with local crime syndicates, unknowingly stepping on the toes of a Russian mafia cell with deep ties to Moscow. The backlash was swift. Russian intelligence, the SVR, decided he needed to disappear, not through violence, but through humiliation. Enter Alina, a stunning Romanian model who seemed more interested in her textbook than the charming British spy who struck up a conversation at his favorite cafe. Riley, ever the hunter, never suspected he was the prey. She played hard to get, but fate, or rather a carefully orchestrated trap, brought them together again. Before he knew it, they were in a hotel suite, his alias's credit card somehow in the clerk's hand, his judgment clouded by infatuation. Alina, oblivious to her true employers, believed she was working for a British tabloid. The irony, the paper was just another puppet in Russia's long game. For weeks, Riley's tradecraft kept the affair hidden. Burner phones, surveillance routes, unpredictable meetups. He thought he was in control. But on a secluded Sardinian beach under the moonlight, the paparazzi finally closed in. The photos were damning. A topless Alina, Riley frozen mid-scandal, his career and marriage evaporating in the flashbulbs. The tabloid's gleeful headline, "On Her Majesty's Sleazy Circus," was salt in the wound. As he read it the next morning, the bitter truth hit him. This wasn't just tabloid fodder. It was a meticulously crafted takedown, courtesy of Moscow. London wasted no time recalling him. Game over. After years of dedicated service, Riley was publicly disgraced and forced out, with paparazzi hounding him and his family outside their Knightsbridge apartment. Something inside him broke. Rather than facing his mistakes, he shifted into pure survival mode, directing all his anger at England itself. For months, he maintained a stoic facade, but being the most recognizable ex-spy in the country made a quiet life impossible. When Duke Sharps, a man known for his ruthless reputation, extended an invitation, all expenses covered by Sharp's global intelligence partners, Riley didn't hesitate. The American's pitch was slick, the offer irresistible. Riley jumped back into intelligence work, this time without the constraints of morality. Money was the only rule now. To his surprise, his infamy became an asset. At Sharps, his notoriety opened doors, high-profile meetings, TV appearances as a security analyst, and a paycheck that dwarfed his MI6 earnings. Unlike the Crown's rigid pay scale, Sharps rewarded success, and Riley thrived. He wasn't just a face on camera, he built operations from scratch, demanding the same precision he once expected from his own agents. 3 years later, as he pulled his BMW up to the Mandarin Oriental near Columbus Circle, he couldn't help but smirk at the valet's awestruck expression. "Just a meeting over tea," Riley said, though the valet's grin suggested he'd noticed the striking woman who'd arrived moments earlier. Tall, blonde legs for days, Riley chuckled. He hadn't met her yet, but the reports were promising. Still, this wasn't the time for distractions. The operation was too critical. His marriage had crumbled back in London, and while the idea of romance crossed his mind, business came first. For now, he'd keep things professional. After all, he had a reputation to uphold and a fortune to grow. Riley spotted Veronica Martel tucked away at a dimly lit corner booth in the mostly deserted diner, her posture poised yet defensive with the wall at her back. She stood to greet him, offering a firm handshake, and he was struck by how effortlessly she lived up to her reputation, sharp features, piercing gaze, an air of quiet confidence. Of course, she'd know exactly who he was, or at least the version of him that Russian intelligence had carefully crafted for public consumption. The unspoken tension of her awareness hung between them, but Riley refused to let it unsettle him. They exchanged pleasantries, her flight, the hotel, her first impressions of the city, polite, surface-level chatter that revealed nothing. She was articulate but measured, every word deliberate. Eventually, he steered the conversation toward business. "Duke briefed you on the Valley floor job?" She nodded. "He did. It's not glamorous," Riley admitted, "but you'll be close enough to Vegas to make the daily commute bearable. We'll set you up in a decent place, cover your expenses. First week's just about blending in. You'll train here on the diagnostic gear before heading out, mostly monitoring equipment readouts at the rare earth facility. Tech will give you a modified phone to extract the software we need, but you'll have to charm a sysadmin for the access codes." A faint smirk. "I'll manage?" "No doubt," Riley said. "New World Metals has refinery equipment en route to North Korea soon, and the tech's coming from Europe, so timing's tight." Mining gears already in place, left behind when the Chinese pulled out in a hurry. Not enough to run things efficiently, but they're scraping by. Now they're backed up without proper processing. Then I'd better not waste time. Good. We've got a trainer flying in, expert from Brazil. Works for Vale. Same role you'll be in, 3 days to get you up to speed. Think you can sell it? Veronica had spent years slipping into identities. Hotel clerk, professor, even a pit stop model at a racetrack. 72 hours of immersion could make her convincing enough, as long as no one looked too closely. I'll make it work. Riley swirled his tea, then leveled his gaze. Let's cut the script. How do you feel knowing your work helps Pyongyang? She didn't blink. I focus on the job. Perfect lie, Riley chuckled. But I'll take it. I know about Vietnam. That mess wasn't mine. You won't see that kind of sloppiness here. Just remember, we're in this for the mining contracts. New World Metals gets paid. We get our cut. No moral dilemmas, no allegiances, just business. For a split second, Veronica considered bringing up the Sharps employee whose blood had stained that passport. But some truths were better left unspoken. Riley was determined to approach this mission with a clean slate, and she shared that sentiment completely. The past was best left buried. No need to dredge up old grievances. She needed him to know her commitment wasn't tied to emotions. This was just another assignment, nothing more. Mr. Riley, I see what you're trying to do, but don't waste your energy worrying about my morale. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me what the job is, who's paying for it, or who's on the receiving end. You've made my role at Valley Floor crystal clear, and I'll handle it without any fuss. No need for extra hand-holding. I'm good. His grin was instant, almost relieved. Glad we're on the same page. In our line of work, overthinking right and wrong just slows you down. She smirked. Couldn't have said it better myself. Edward Riley leaned back, looking pleased. Ms. Martell, I have a feeling this partnership's going to work out just fine. By 9 a.m. The Situation Room beneath the West Wing was buzzing with key officials. The president strode in moments later, motioning for the 11 advisors to stay seated. The agenda waiting at each seat was almost laughably straightforward. UN sanctions options regarding North Korea. Ryan barely suppressed an eye roll as he scanned the paper. After 7 decades of the same dance, he muttered under his breath, "Let's hope they've cracked the code by noon." Around the table sat his national security team, the Commerce Secretary, the UN Ambassador, and his Chief of Staff, Arnie Van Dam. Jay Canfield kicked things off, detailing North Korea's financial maneuvers, shuffling funds from banks in the Cayman Islands and Singapore to smaller accounts scattered from Brunei to Mexico. Despite tracing hefty recent transactions, the CIA couldn't pinpoint where the money vanished. After a labyrinth of jargon, Canfield cut to the chase. Bottom line, Mr. President, someone's funneling North Korea a fortune, and they're spending it just as fast. Who's paying and what they're buying remains a mystery. Next, UN Ambassador Danielle Rush outlined her proposal for ramping up sanctions backed by state, commerce, and treasury. Ryan listened, fingers pressed to his temples as she wrapped up. I get the need to block these deals, he said. But another UN resolution? They're a debating club, not a police force. Half these countries profit off North Korea. Why would they suddenly play nice? Secretary of State Scott Adler jumped in. We go loud, threatening unilateral U.S. sanctions against any violators, rally Europe and Asia under the UN banner, then tighten the screws ourselves. The room erupted into debate. How harsh, how public, how much teeth to show while Ryan stifled a yawn. Somewhere in the back, a junior aide spilled coffee, the sharp scent cutting through the tension. President Ryan finally came around, convinced this was the unavoidable path forward. With a reluctant nod, he admitted, "All right, I'll say it. This might be the first time you've heard me acknowledge the UN actually has a purpose here. Our banks are already barred from dealing with North Korea, but the institutions laundering their money, they're all based in places that don't enforce those same restrictions." Ambassador Rush leaned in, her tone sharp. The resolution needs teeth. A full blockade on trade and banking. No third-party loopholes, no middlemen. We'll name every last one of those 38 accounts. Expose every shell company, every country propping them up. Ryan didn't hesitate. Exactly. Cut off their cash flow, and we cripple them. A UN sanctions package targeting these offshore banks is our fastest play. The UN ambassador tapped her pen against the table. Here's the catch, before it even hits the Security Council floor. The Sanctions Committee gets 10 days to dissect it. They'll comb through every comma to see if it fits their precious rulebook. And let's be real, those UN bureaucrats, they live for this stuff. It's like a game to them, parsing legal jargon while the world burns. Ryan smirked. Then we lean on their governments, twist a few arms. Rush shook her head. Won't matter. These aren't political appointees voting. They're career paper pushers who get off on playing judge and jury with the UN Charter. Fine, Ryan snapped. Draft the damn thing now. Every day we waste, Pyongyang's one step closer to stacking ICBMs like poker chips. Secretary Adler cut in, his voice low. Mr. President, brace yourself. You're about to make enemies. Half the tech giants are drooling over North Korea's rare earth deposits, magnets for servers, components for gadgets. And the countries banking their taxes from those companies. France, Germany, Japan, they'll fight us tooth and nail to keep those sanctions buried. Ryan barked a laugh, outnumbered. Try waking up to this circus every morning? Hell, I just spent 90 minutes listening to you all rehash the same arguments. The tension cracked as the room erupted in laughter, all except Adler, who stayed grim. This isn't just about optics. If this leaks, we'll look like monsters choking a starving nation over minerals that have nothing to do with nukes or labor camps. Ryan's patience frayed. Spare me the moral panic. The Kim regime isn't handing out Happy Meals if we back off their people starve while the elites stockpile cognac. Van Dam sighed. Doesn't matter. The headlines will scream that we're blocking medicine and tractors to punish farmers. Ryan shot back. Since when do I care about polls? I'm a lame duck, remember? Van Dam rolled his eyes. Not you, sir. The next guy who'll inherit this mess. A beat passed, heavy with the unspoken and the fallout, with midterm elections looming. Your grip on Congress is shaky, and the Senate hangs in the balance. If you play your cards right, focusing on issues that actually sway public opinion, you could secure your legacy for the final stretch of your presidency. People only care about what's right in front of them, Arnie pointed out. The media's obsessed with kitchen table problems, then Ukraine, then the Middle East mess. North Korea, after that missile test, and the intercepted French rocket parts. It barely made headlines. Nobody's losing sleep over it. You think I should just chase whatever's trending? The president shot back. That's not how this works. Just because it's not blowing up on cable news doesn't mean it's not a threat. Van Dam shrugged. Suit yourself. But don't expect a standing ovation from Capitol Hill on this one. Meanwhile, Hendley Associates' Gulfstream G550 cut through the night sky, streaking from Baltimore to Prague's Václav Havel Airport. The jet's 5,000-mile range made the 4,200-mile hop effortless. No refueling stops needed. Inside, Adara Sherman kept Jack Ryan, Dom Caruso, and Gavin Beery fueled with coffee as they huddled around the cabin's conference table, prepping for their mission. Their target? Karol Skala, holed up in Prague's Žižkov district, far from the cobblestone charm of Old Town, in a maze of Soviet-era apartments and dimly lit parks. To navigate the area without looking like lost tourists, they relied on Gavin's latest toy, Map of the World, a hyper-detailed geospatial tool from U.S. intelligence. Think Google Earth if Google Earth had access to classified files, security blueprints, and even trash pickup schedules. With a few keystrokes, they pulled up Scala's building facade shots, blind spots, tenant records, everything short of the guy's grocery list. Dom smirked as he zoomed in on a pixelated dumpster behind the complex. Eagle View never told us when the trash gets taken out. Jack leaned back, impressed. Yeah, well, let's hope Scala's as predictable as his garbage man. Gavin Byrie had installed a streamlined version of their intelligence software on Jack and Dominic's iPhones for real-time access during operations. He'd even developed an experimental voice command feature that allowed field agents to verbally query the map of the world database and receive spoken responses. Over dinner aboard the private jet, Gavin encouraged Jack to test the new system. Go ahead, give it a shot. Just remember it's still in development, he warned with a grin. Jack pressed the microphone button and spoke clearly. Mount W, which Prague Airport has the lightest police coverage. The cabin fell silent as they waited. A moment later, the digital assistant responded in a smooth, synthetic voice. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Jack shot Gavin a skeptical look. Yeah, this thing needs work. But Gavin grabbed the phone back and rephrased the question with precision. Mount W, what's the police presence at Václav Havel Airport in Prague? This time, the system processed the request and delivered a detailed breakdown of law enforcement facilities on site, even offering additional contact details. Dominic whistled in approval. Damn, if this thing keeps improving, we might not need you anymore, he joked. Gavin rolled his eyes and returned to his meal while Adara refreshed their wine. After dinner, she cleared the plates and offered coffee. Jack and Gavin thanked her warmly, but it was Dominic who actually stepped into the galley to help with cleanup, something the other two barely noticed, too absorbed in their mission planning. The jet touched down in Prague at dawn, where a sleek black Mercedes sedan was waiting. They loaded their gear and headed straight into the city's morning bustle, navigating toward the 3rd District. Their target, Scala, operated out of multiple offices, making workplace surveillance tricky. Instead, they decided to monitor his home, tracking his daily patterns before making a move. The goal was simple: get access to his personal devices, hoping they'd reveal connections to Hazelton's killers. Jack figured they might swipe Scala's phone during his commute. He and Dominic had recently trained with a Las Vegas pickpocketing expert, and they were confident they could pull it off in a crowded metro or at a traffic light. If successful, they'd avoid more aggressive tactics, though those remained an option if things went sideways. Ryan understood this mission might require direct confrontation, either convincing Carol Scala to cooperate or resorting to snatching his phone by force. Breaking into his apartment wasn't an option. Scala wouldn't leave his devices unattended. For now, they'd observe, waiting for the perfect moment to move. While campus operatives rarely carried firearms overseas, Clark had made an exception after the unexpected dangers in Vietnam. Both Dom and Jack would be armed in the Czech Republic, though smuggling pistols internationally wasn't simple. Without their private jet, it would have been impossible. Even then, they had to hide the weapons in custom-built compartments aboard the Gulfstream, tucked behind access panels until after customs cleared them. Now each carried a compact Smith & Wesson M&P Shield 9mm holstered in Thunderwear pouches, an ironically named rig strap just below the waistline. Back home, Clark had drilled them relentlessly on quick draws from concealment. Dom could draw and hit a target dead center in under a second, while Ryan wasn't far behind. Their speed outpaced most cops drawing from duty belts. Gavin, the odd man out, fumed about being unarmed until Dom handed him a modified iPhone case. At first glance, it looked like a bulky battery pack, but flipping open a hidden cap revealed a stun device. Dom warned him it wasn't some Hollywood shocker, just one strong jolt in a tight spot. Ryan and Dom had passed on the gadget, preferring their fists if things got messy. Scala's apartment sat on the 5th floor of a modest building near Olszany Cemetery. Ryan had set up surveillance from a leased office space nearby, using a Luxembourg shell company to secure the spot. The vantage point gave them a clear line of sight, perfect for tracking their target's movements. As they settled in, Ryan couldn't shake the irony. Here they were, armed to the teeth, while their mark had no clue what was coming. Sometimes, the best plans were the simplest: watch, wait, and strike when the moment was right. The office's south-facing windows offered a clear line of sight to the entrance of Scala's apartment building and the adjacent parking lot, but peering directly into his condo would require risky rooftop exposure. To avoid detection, they rigged a discreet surveillance setup, mounting a wireless camera and a high-powered laser microphone under a modified rubber casing on the roof, angled perfectly to capture activity across the street. The feeds streamed straight to Byerly's computers, giving the team real-time intel without leaving their hideout. They carved out a covert corner in the office by piling desks into a makeshift barrier, then set up shop with military precision. A tripod-mounted pair of high-definition binoculars locked onto Scala's building entrance, while a directional microphone aimed through a cracked window, muffled by hung blankets to avoid drawing attention. Bedrolls were unrolled for long-haul comfort, and rubber doorstops reinforced the locked entrance. 2 enlarged photos of Karel Scala were pinned nearby for quick reference during lulls. Gavin prepped his gear, one laptop open on the desk, another stashed in a go-bag by the door. Jack had stressed the need for flexibility if they managed to swipe Scala's phone during a tail through Prague's metro. Gavin had to be ready to crack it on the spot and return it undetected. By 3 p.m., the team was in position, but the laser mic picked up only silence from Scala's apartment. No surprise, they expected him back after 5. To kill time, Gavin dug into public records, uncovering Scala's white VW Golf and its plate number. Dom scanned the parking lot through the binoculars and spotted the car almost immediately. Odd, since Scala should have been at work. Maybe he took the train, Dom muttered, though the theory felt flimsy. As hours ticked by with no sign of their target, doubt crept in. By midnight, the team's nerves were frayed. Had he skipped town, crashing at a girlfriend's? The longer the silence stretched, the more their carefully laid plans unraveled. Jack exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. Even the best ops left room for the unexpected. But this was pushing it. Ryan had no clue if his target even had a boyfriend. Details about the man's personal life were frustratingly scarce. The team rotated shifts through the night, one guy awake while the other 2 caught restless naps 2 hours at a time. By 9 the next morning, Scala still hadn't appeared, forcing them to settle in for another grueling day of waiting. The younger operatives handled the monotony better than Gavin, who was feeling every minute of the stakeout. Dom had spent years in surveillance, first with the FBI and later with the campus, so he'd learned to endure the mind-numbing boredom, the constant alertness, and the terrible food that came with the job. Ryan, though newer to the grind, had already logged enough hours in cramped cars and dimly lit rooms to know the drill. Cold meals in plastic, stale air, thick with the scent of his teammates. He hated the downtime but lived for the adrenaline of the chase, the satisfaction of a mission accomplished. Gavin, despite his years as an IT specialist accustomed to odd hours and bad coffee, struggled with the unpredictability, never knowing when to sleep, where to move, or what might happen next. At 56, his body protested every second spent curled on a hardwood floor under a flimsy blanket. When Scala failed to return after a full day, it became clear their original plan was useless. The guy wasn't even in town. Early on, Jack and Dom had joked about breaking into the lobby mailbox instead of Scala's apartment. They dismissed the idea, figuring the odds of finding anything useful were slim worse. One nosy neighbor could blow their cover if things went sideways. But now, with no leads, the mailbox was their only shot at figuring out where Scala had vanished. Dom, the better lockpick of the 2, slipped into the building by tailing movers hauling an antique table. The lobby was empty, except for a couple of distracted strangers, so he moved with the confidence of a resident. Scala's mailbox popped open in seconds under his practiced hands, but he didn't take anything, just snapped it shut and left. Back in their makeshift 6th-floor hideout 10 minutes later, Dom delivered the bad news. The mailbox was stuffed with unopened letters. Scala hadn't been home in days. Ryan leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "So what'd you find out?" Dom shook his head. "Place is packed. He hasn't been back in days." "Fantastic," Ryan muttered. "We just burned half the day for nothing." Caruso smirked. "Not exactly. That lobby was a ghost town. We've got the camera layout from Map of the World. Why don't we stir things up a little?" Jack caught on instantly. "You're thinking we pay his place a visit?" Dom nodded. Right now, before the after-work rush, less eyes, less questions. Gavin, who'd been quiet, way out of his comfort zone, finally spoke up. "Wouldn't it be smarter to go at night?" Caruso shot him a look. "And draw attention?" "Nah. Daytime, we blend in. Nighttime, every creak sounds like a gunshot. And nosy neighbors love calling the cops on suspicious activity." Gavin hesitated, then offered, "I could loop the security feeds. Make sure your ghost's on camera." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Seriously? How?" "Building's wired to one of Europe's top alarm companies. We hacked their servers during an op in Paris. I can freeze the cameras or just angle them away while you're inside." Ryan grinned. "Perfect. Kill the feeds until we're clear." Gavin cracked his knuckles, then paused. "Wait, you're not ditching me here alone, right?" Jack clapped him on the shoulder. "Relax. You're our eyes and ears. Watch the entrance. Keep comms open. If Scala shows up, we'll handle it." "And by handle it," Ryan added, "we'll figure it out on the fly." Gavin didn't look thrilled, but he grabbed his laptop and settled in front of the binoculars. Between the rooftop cam feed and the audio from the laser mic, he'd have full coverage. As Jack and Dom adjusted their hats and sunglasses, Jack tossed one last order over his shoulder. "Anything weird, you shout?" "Copy that," Gavin said, his voice tight like he was the one about to kick down a door. Meanwhile, across town, Annette Brawley was already at her desk, coffee in hand. She'd left her teenage daughter, Stephanie, a passive-aggressive breakfast setup. Cheerios, a spoon, and a cheery note next to a sad little daisy plucked from the patio. The flower would be ignored, the note trashed. The real kicker? The alarm clock she'd planted at the bottom of the stairs, forcing Stephanie to actually move to shut it off. Not her finest parenting moment, but Annette had satellite images to analyze. By 7 a.m., she was deep into her latest obsession. Identifying foreign workers at North Korea's Chongju rare earth plant. The KH-12 satellite's resolution was insane. On a good day, she could read a license plate. Today wasn't a good day. Just another morning in the world of high-stakes surveillance, figuring out who these 150-odd spacemen really were turned into a real head-scratcher for Annette. She started with some basic hunches. First off, she ruled out North Koreans immediately. The security setup around those makeshift barracks near the Chongju Hotel screamed armed compound, not your typical Pyongyang surveillance state. If these were locals, they wouldn't need that many guns, guards, and checkpoints. No, these guys were outsiders. But from where? Scanning the trailers, she didn't spot any Caucasians or black faces in the crowd. Everyone looked Asian. But were they North Korean handlers or laborers imported from somewhere else? China would have been the obvious guess, except Pyongyang had booted their Chinese partners over a year ago. By 8 a.m., after combing through every trash bin, vehicle, and scrap of clothing on her triple-monitor setup, she hit pay dirt. 15 minutes later, adrenaline buzzed through her like she'd mainlined espresso. When Colonel Peters strolled in at 8:30, he found Annette leaning against his office door, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning, 2 steaming coffees in hand. His smile was more of a polite reflex. "Morning, Brawley. Let me guess. You've already got a PowerPoint queued up to ruin my first 5 minutes of peace?" She batted her eyelashes. "Pretty please. Just 5 minutes?" He sighed. "Am I going to regret this?" "You'll want to frame the slideshow?" Rolling his eyes, he unlocked the door. The second Peters dropped his briefcase. Annette slid his coffee across the desk, commandeered his computer, and pulled up a presentation on the department server. "I cracked the refinery workforce," she announced. flashing an aerial shot of the Chongju compound with guard posts circled in red. See how the security's facing both ways? They're keeping the locals out, meaning these guys aren't from around here. Peters nodded. Makes sense. Next slide. A makeshift kitchen with wood-fired stoves, women lugging pots, and open-air lean-tos. Mess hall setup, no fridges, just grills and water tanks. Yikes. Our guys lose their minds over unrefrigerated meat. Tell me about it. My daughter would barf if she knew, though honestly, some of her avocado toast concoctions aren't much better. Annette zoomed in on stacked crates near the fires. Peters squinted. Chicken coops. Nope. The image expanded, revealing 2-foot square cages. A woman stood nearby for scale. After a beat, Peters recoiled. Wait, are those dogs bingo 20 crates, 20 dogs? This shot's from yesterday. She clicked to the next image, and here's the same spot 6 hours later. Peters counted. 8 crates missing. Fido's on the menu tonight. So they're Korean. I thought Koreans ate dogs sometimes. They do. So do Vietnamese, Indonesians, Taiwanese, hell, even some Chinese regions. But we know it's not China, right? Not them. There's no doubt these workers are Chinese. Nobody else has the specialized knowledge for rare earth processing. It's an industry completely dominated by China, with no real competition from other nations. Peters tilted his head skeptically. Wait, didn't China get banned? Brawley smirked. Officially, yeah. State-run giants like Chinalco and Minmetal's got the boot. But what we're seeing here, these are rogue operators, Chinese mining gangs running illegal digs. Mining gangs? Exactly. They've got shadow operations all over the place. How can you be sure? She advanced to the next slide. This is an unauthorized rare earth mine in Mongolia, operated by a criminal syndicate based in Shanghai. The photos from last August. The site bustled with activity workers, trucks, heavy machinery. Production's been declining for years, but they kept scraping whatever they could. Based on the housing, we estimate around 350 laborers. Slide after slide flashed by, each time-stamped October, December, February until April's image appeared. Peters leaned in, stunned. Well, I'll be damned. Annette grinned. Notice anything missing, boss? North Korea, Chongju? Bingo, she said. The North Koreans don't have the know-how to run these mines themselves, so they secretly hired these underground crews. Same goes for the processing plant, except they'll need to scrounge up workers with actual refining experience. These gangster outfits don't process their own ore. Peters pushed back from his desk, his coffee untouched. We've got to take this upstairs. Even if the director isn't thrilled about hearing conspiracy theories before lunch, this can't wait. We? She scoffed. I look like I just pulled an all-nighter. You look like someone who's been grinding, Brawley. That's a good look. Hell, I might muss myself up a bit so you don't show me up. He flashed a grin. Not that you ever could, at 2 in the afternoon. Ryan and Caruso slipped into the apartment building on Kristanova Street in Prague without a hitch. An elderly resident held the door just long enough for them to catch it, and they moved silently inside, hugging the wall before ducking into the stairwell. The 5th floor was deserted, giving them clear passage to Carol Scala's door. Ryan knocked twice while Dom assessed the lock. When no answer came, Ryan stepped aside, letting Dom go to work. Kneeling, Dom manipulated the lock with practiced ease while Ryan kept watch. His gaze locked on the hallway. The elevator was a distant hum, but the real threat was a nosy neighbor or someone bursting from the far stairwell. Neither man spoke. Ryan bit back the urge to hurry Dom along, knowing his cousin worked faster without commentary. Finally, the lock gave way. They stepped into a dim entryway, then a narrow hall. Halfway down, an archway opened into a surprisingly elegant living room. The place was dark, untouched. Ryan flicked on a lamp, revealing a space that was meticulously kept. No signs of struggle, no hint of disturbance. just the eerie stillness of a life interrupted. The two men paused in the entryway, nostrils flaring as they tested the stale air for any sign of occupancy. Detecting nothing unusual, they fanned out through the apartment in a practiced sweep, checking each room before reconvening in the dim living room. Dom kept his voice low. "Found a home office in back. No computer. Guest room's clear, too." Jack jerked his thumb toward a hallway. "Master bedroom's that way. Place is cluttered. This might take a while. I'll hit the office. You start in the bedroom." He tapped his earpiece. "Gavin, status check?" "All quiet out here," came the immediate reply from their lookout. The master bedroom told the story of a man who hadn't quite outgrown his college habits, clothes strewn over a chair, dog-eared paperbacks stacked haphazardly on the nightstand. A framed photo on the dresser showed Scala grinning beside a squash trophy, rackets gathering dust on a nearby shelf. Jack rifled through the bathroom cabinet, noting the telltale prescriptions, one for hair loss, another for heartburn. Meanwhile, Dom sifted through the office with the frustration of a man deciphering hieroglyphics. Check documents might as well have been written in code. He ran fingers along desk seams, tugged at drawers, even tilted bookshelves to peer behind them. Finding nothing, he moved to the guest bath, lifting the sink panel with a grunt. Back in the bedroom, Jack's fingers brushed something odd behind a row of winter coats crammed in the closet. Coats hit the floor as he exposed a suspicious section of wallboard. "Dom, get in here!" The panel gave way with a creak, revealing a wild-eyed man in boxers brandishing a brass lamp like a medieval mace. "Jesus!" Jack barely dodged as the lamp whistled past his ear. He tumbled across the bed, squash gear clattering to the floor as the attacker vaulted after him. The lamp came down again, embedding itself in the mattress where Jack's head had been. Dom's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Jack, no time to answer." The enraged stranger charged, swinging the lamp in wide arcs that sent Jack stumbling into the hallway. His shoulder hit the wall as the lamp grazed his ribs, close enough to feel the weight behind the blow. Dom Caruso spun around the corner from the kitchen, his handgun drawn from its concealed holster before Scala could react. The check swung wildly with a heavy brass lamp, the metallic clang echoing as it struck Dom's pistol, sending it skittering across the hardwood floor. Dom dodged the next swing, then lunged forward, slamming Scala against the wall with enough force to make his head bounce off the plaster. As the lamp clattered to the ground, Dom pinned him, fists clenched until Jack's voice cut through the tension. "Hold up! That's Scala!" Dom hesitated, studying the man's face before stepping back to retrieve his weapon. Jack crouched beside the dazed Czech, who reeked of stale sweat and fear. "You understand English?" he asked, eyeing the man's hollow cheeks and bloodshot eyes. Scala gave a slow nod. "Yeah." Jack's voice was rough. "What were you doing? Holed up in your closet like a damn groundhog?" Scala coughed, his throat parched. "Hiding from you, or whoever the hell you are." Dom holstered his gun, irritation sharp in his tone. "We're not with the North Koreans. Take a damn guess where we're from. America," Jack added. Scala's bleary gaze flicked between them. "Last American I met was working with them." Jack's jaw tightened. Hazelton's name hung unspoken in the air. "We're not them. Are they hunting you?" Another nod. Scala's hands trembled as he rubbed his face. "Let's talk in the living room," Jack said, motioning toward the couch. "We've got a guy outside watching the street." Dom grabbed a beer from the fridge while Jack inspected the cramped hideout in the closet, a coffin-sized space barely big enough to crouch in, with a phone and laptop plugged into a charger. The desperation of it sent a chill down his spine. When Scala returned from the bathroom, under Dom's watchful eye, he collapsed onto the couch, cracking open the beer with shaky hands. Jack leaned forward. "How long were you in there?" 2.5 days, Scala muttered, checking his watch. "Only came out to piss. Who's after you?" Scala squinted. "Who the hell are you?" Jack exhaled. "A friend of Hazelton's sent us." The name didn't register at first, then Scala's eyes narrowed. That old American? If you're his friends, Dom cut in. We're not with anyone. Hazelton's dead. The room went still, the weight of the words settling like dust. The suspicion pointed toward North Korea, and we're here to uncover the truth. They murdered him. Scala murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. He didn't act shocked, but the gravity of the statement visibly shook him. He took a long swig from his beer bottle, his hands unsteady, fear overpowering even his exhaustion. Jack pressed, "You handed Hazelton documents." Scala gave a slow nod. 5 sets EU diplomatic passports and Czech travel permits. You kept backups? Gone, wiped clean. He shrugged. Had to, didn't want to risk getting caught with them. Jack clenched his jaw in frustration. Who were these people? No clue. I worked from photos, names, details, all fabricated. Origins? Your guess is as good as mine. Probably American, since the guy paying me was... He collected the finished papers. Jack wasn't convinced. And their destination? Scala tilted his head. North Korea, obviously. I forged credentials labeling them as Czech diplomats heading to Pyongyang. Jack exhaled sharply. Hazelton was killed in Vietnam. The documents stolen. But who? Why? No idea if they even reached North Korea. Scala's response caught him off guard. Oh, they made it. How do you know? Because the North Koreans showed up here last week, offered me a fortune to produce more paperwork, dozens of entries this time. I warned them it was too risky, nearly got busted with the last batch. But they didn't care. Started making threats. Absolute savages. Never expected things to go this far. Dom scoffed. So when you took the job, you didn't think you'd actually be dealing with North Koreans? Scala shrugged again. Most of my clients are US-based, fake EU passports, nothing unusual. Sharp's global intelligence partners reached out, figured it was routine until they asked for a North Korean clearance. The pay was double, so I took it. Not Hazelton? No, some polite Brit in his 30s, easy to work with. Then last minute he called, claimed food poisoning, sent your big American friend instead, told me to seal the package so he couldn't peek inside. Thought that was the end of it. Then the embassy thugs showed up, threatened to kill me if I refused. I stalled, said I needed a day to access equipment, used that time to disappear. Why stick around? Why not bolt? I wanted to run. But where involving friends would have put them in danger. Figured the North Koreans would lose interest. Dom's expression darkened. Guess they didn't. Scala swallowed hard. They came back 2 nights ago. I was hiding, heard their voices, same men, tore the place apart, but didn't find me. Jack scanned the room. Wait, they were inside your apartment. Every inch. Dom muttered a curse. Scala frowned. What? Jack was already moving. They might have planted a bug, something to alert them if you returned. He turned away, phone in hand. Gav, we've got a problem. Note, additional details were subtly woven in, such as Scala's internal conflict about fleeing and the tension of the hidden listening device while maintaining the original dialogue's urgency and tone. Everything's still clear out there? Ryan's voice crackled over the comms. Byrie adjusted his binoculars, scanning the quiet street below. Dead silent, he reported, forcing confidence into his voice. Copy that. We move in 5. Stay sharp, Roger. The moment the transmission ended, Gavin nearly jumped out of his skin. A sharp rap at the office door sent his pulse skyrocketing. He froze, debating whether to answer not now, he thought, gritting his teeth. The last thing he needed was a distraction when the team was counting on him. Another knock. His hand hovered over his radio, ready to call Jack and Dom, but he stopped himself. Come on, Byrie. You wanted field work. Act like it. Ignoring the noise, he refocused on the street outside Scala's apartment. Then came the jingle of keys. Greta. The building superintendent had dropped by once before, jangling those keys like she was announcing her arrival. He exhaled sharply and bolted for the door. Jack had wedged a rubber stopper under it. But if Greta got suspicious, she'd start asking questions. On instinct, he snatched a steak knife from the kitchen counter, tucking it under his sleeve before yanking the door open. Sure enough, Greta stood there, arms full this time with an air filter. She smiled warmly, gesturing toward the utility closet. No English, but her meaning was clear. Gavin forced a grin playing along as she moved through the office. The moment her back was turned, he ditched the knife on a desk. He shadowed her closely, subtly blocking her view of their hidden surveillance setup behind stacked furniture. She worked quickly, replacing the filter before heading for the exit. Gavin stayed glued to her side, hyper-aware of her wandering gaze. Probably wondering why a bunch of Americans are camped out in an empty office, he thought. The place looked deserted, just a few water bottles and grocery bags in the kitchen. Nothing to see. At the door, Greta turned, trying to bridge the language barrier with gestures. Gavin clenched his jaw. "Not now?" He gave her a stiff nod. "Everything's fine. Goodbye, Greta." She sighed, offering a resigned smile. "Goodbye." The second the door clicked shut, Gavin sprinted back to his post. He grabbed the binoculars, scanning the street, still quiet. Then his breath hitched. That wasn't there before. A gray van now sat in the lot beside the apartment. Through the windshield, a lone figure waited behind the wheel. Gavin's thumb found the push-to-talk button in his pocket. "Ryan?" Before he could finish, a shout erupted in his earpiece. Jack Ryan Jr.'s voice cut through the tension like a knife. "Gun!" The sharp crack of a pistol shot echoed almost instantly. The team storming Scala's apartment weren't elite operatives, but they were relentless, and worse, they had numbers on their side. North Korea's embassy in Prague might have been an unassuming red brick building, tucked away in the city's 6th district, but it housed more than 24 operatives from Rite Jin's Reconnaissance General Bureau, along with a squad of military enforcers ready to do whatever dirty work was required. Their mission? Track down Karol Skala, a Czech official who had been quietly funneling scientists out of the West and into North Korea's fledgling rare earth minerals program. Skala had vanished, most assuming he'd fled the country until a hidden microphone planted in his apartment picked up English voices. That was all the RGB needed to scramble a 6-man team, armed with locally sourced CZ pistols and a brutal incentive. Failure wasn't an option. Not when the price could be their lives, or worse, their families. By the time they reached the building, their orders had shifted from capture to execution. Meanwhile, Dom Caruso was rifling through Scala's bedroom, tossing clothes and toiletries into a bag. Time was slipping away, and Skala, still groggy from exhaustion and a head injury, wasn't moving fast enough. Ryan stood guard by the hallway, phone pressed to his ear as Gavin Byerly's voice buzzed on the other end. Skala, slumped on the couch, barely registered the figures stepping into the apartment until he blinked up and saw them. 2 Koreans barely 6 feet from Ryan, who hadn't yet noticed the bearded American against the wall. Skala's sudden movement caught Ryan's attention just as the barrel of a pistol swung into view. Ryan reacted without thinking, lunging forward to intercept the weapon. "Gun!" he yelled as the shot rang out. His right hand clamped onto the scorching barrel while his left swung wildly, connecting with someone's temple. He hadn't even seen the attacker, his focus locked on the pistol. Another blast echoed through the cramped apartment hallway just feet away. The air thickened with movement as figures flooded through the doorway. Ryan pivoted, using the limp body of the man he'd knocked out as a human shield against the incoming fire. A third shot tore through the space, and the weight in his arms jerked. His makeshift cover had taken a bullet. His fingers itched for his own weapon, holstered snugly in his thunderwear, but reaching for it meant death. 1 second was all it took to get shredded in a hallway this tight, surrounded by hostiles, dropping his shield to fumble for his Smith & Wesson. Yeah, that'd end with him bleeding out, pants half undone like some tragic punchline. More shouts, another deafening report. The body in his arms twitched again. Definitely dead now. Ryan tightened his crouch, weighing the suicidal odds of going for his gun. Then movement flickered in his periphery. Dominic Caruso, bursting from the back bedroom, pistol raised. The guy moved like a shadow, sweeping his aim toward the wall where muzzle flashes betrayed at least 4 North Koreans. Oblivious to the new threat, Dom couldn't see them, but he didn't need to. The gunfire's origin was clear. He squeezed off 3 rapid shots, adjusting his angle as he sidestepped toward Ryan. Brass casings spiraled through the air, clattering against the living room floor. By the 5th round, dust erupted from the drywall. They'd caught on, returning fire blindly. Dom ducked lower, advancing past Karel Scala's crumpled form near the sofa. 9 more rounds thundered as he hit the hallway, his slide locking back on empty just as a fleeing North Korean vanished through the apartment door. The scene was chaos. 2 bodies by the threshold, another at Ryan's feet. Dom positioned himself in front of his cousin, who was finally drawing his weapon. Fumbling for his spare mag, Dom barely registered the figure reappearing in the hallway until a shout from behind sent him flat. Ryan rose like a spring, his shield roaring. The North Korean's head snapped back, a neat hole blooming off-center. His pistol cartwheeled through the air as he crumpled, the fight bleeding out of him before he hit the ground. The apartment fell into an unsettling silence after the gunfire ceased, the only sound the faint clatter of spent shell casings rolling across the hardwood floor. Acrid gunpowder hung thick in the cramped space, the haze tinted blue from the barrage of bullets unleashed moments earlier. One of the downed men twitched fingers, stretching toward a pistol resting on a corpse beside him. Jack didn't hesitate. A single shot to the base of the skull sent the man sprawling, crimson splattering the hallway wall. Keeping his weapon raised toward the door, Jack hissed. 4 down? How many left? Caruso jammed a fresh magazine into his pistol with a frustrated grunt. Hell if I know. I just walked into this mess. Jack's gaze flicked to Scala's lifeless body, the man's glassy eyes staring at nothing. Target's toast. Dom adjusted his grip, barrel trained on the doorway. No kidding. Static crackled in Jack's earpiece. Gavin, you there? Silence. He raised his voice. If you're hearing this, stay clear. Hostiles heading your way. Do not enter. He vaulted over the carnage, barking at Dom, grabbed the laptop before bolting into the hall. Meanwhile, Gavin cursed his luck as the elevator inched downward, his phone signal dead. He should have taken the stairs. By the time he hit the street, he was sprinting toward Scala's building, frantically redealing. The gunfire he'd heard earlier had been apocalyptic, like a firefight in a shoebox. The call connected just as an Asian man in a dark coat burst from the building, a concealed weapon pressed to his side. Civilians stampeded around him, oblivious. Jack? Dom? Gavin panted. Jack's voice cut through, sharp with adrenaline. We're alive. Stay back. 1 squirter in the wind, meaning bad guy fleeing. Bingo. Gavin tracked the man to a gray van. He's got a driver. They're peeling out. Letting go. We're moving. Get the car ready now. Gavin spun on his heel, sprinting back to prep their exit. 10 minutes later, the team had their gear stashed in the Mercedes. Jack eased out of the parking garage, resisting the urge to gun the engine. Dom stabbed at his phone, Adara answering instantly. Tell me you're not calling for another emergency evac. Dom smirked. Starting to notice a pattern? Casualties? Clean. But we've got North Koreans in the mix, and local cops won't be far behind. Adara's tone turned razor-edged. Define crime scene? 1 dead mark, 4 dead spooks. And a lot of questions we don't want to stick around for. Dom exhaled sharply after hanging up, shoving the phone into his jacket. Sherman's got us covered, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Ryan kept his eyes on the road but didn't hide the tension in his voice. She better be. We're cutting this way too close. Gavin slumped in the back seat, finally broke his silence. Look, I messed up. The super showed up out of nowhere. I panicked. Jack shot him a glare through the rearview mirror. You ghosting on Overwatch nearly got us killed. A heads up would have been nice. Dom didn't even open his eyes, just let out a dry laugh. Yeah, nothing like a firefight to really wake you up in the morning. The apology hung in the air, unanswered as the car rolled toward O'Hare, the only sound the hum of tires on asphalt. Meanwhile, Adam Yao stumbled off the plane at Reagan National, his body protesting every step. His internal clock was a wreck, midnight in his brain, but the D.C. sun begged to differ. 3 flights, 3 time zones, and 0 decent sleep left him leaning on his carry-on like a crutch. Singapore to Tokyo, Tokyo to Chicago, and now this. The irony wasn't lost on him. A spy who could blend into any back alley but couldn't conquer jet lag. His phone buzzed the second he powered it on. No hotel, no nap, just a terse order. Get to McLean. Now a black Navigator idled at the curb, driver waiting. No luggage, no small talk. Adam wasn't your typical CIA suit. Hong Kong had been his playground, working undercover without the safety net of diplomatic immunity. Langley's paperwork purgatory had nearly broken him, so Singapore was a gift until it wasn't. Now, instead of Langley's gleaming halls, the car turned toward Liberty Crossing, a fortress of bureaucracy where the real puppet masters lived. Twin buildings, LX1 and LX2, stood like silent sentinels. NCTC in one, ODNE the other. The CIA signed his checks, but ODNI pulled the strings. Adam smirked, exhaustion forgotten for a second. Welcome back to the shadows. The security protocols at the entrance were nothing new to him. ID verification, electronic devices locked away, full body scans, the whole routine. Adam Yao had gone through this drill more times than he could count during his 10 years with top-level clearance. Yet today, as he stepped into the third-floor office, there was an unfamiliar tension in the air. A cup of coffee sat untouched on the table. His stomach still churned from the 3 cups he'd downed on the red-eye from Chicago. Why had they yanked him back stateside? And why bring him to LX2 instead of Langley, just 10 minutes away? Normally, he could sniff out the reason behind sudden recalls, but exhaustion dulled his instincts. He barely had time to wonder before the side doors swung open. Adam shot to his feet the second he recognized Brian Calhoun, the CIA's Director of National Clandestine Service. The man was practically spy royalty, so far above Adam's pay grade, it was almost laughable. They'd exchanged exactly 1 handshake before, during a debrief last year, and now here he was, walking in alone. No entourage, no assistants, just Calhoun with a tired grin. Rough flight, kid? Adam forced a polite smile. Nothing I couldn't handle, sir. Liar, Calhoun chuckled, dropping into a chair. Singapore to D.C. wrecks me every time. Australia's worse, but not by much. I caught some sleep, Adam lied smoothly. Complaining about jet lag wasn't why the NCS director had summoned him. Calhoun leaned forward, elbows on the table. I've read every report you've filed since you landed in Singapore. Hell of a job, especially what you pulled off in Hong Kong. Adam's pulse kicked up. Praise from Calhoun, that wasn't standard procedure. Promotions didn't come from the top, not unless it was something big, and if this was about an operation, why wasn't his handler here instead? Before he could voice the question, Calhoun cut in. We've got something new. Think you're the right fit. Adam's eyebrows lifted. An op? Maybe? The vagueness set off alarms. Sir, no disrespect, but this feels unusual. Normally, my chain of command handles briefings. Calhoun's grin widened. Kid, you don't even know the half of it. Right on cue. The door opened again. This time it was Mary Pat Foley, the Director of National Intelligence, stepping into the room. Adam's stomach dropped. Whatever this was, it wasn't just another assignment. Adam sprang up from his chair the moment Calhoun did, catching Yao off guard. He was used to seeing high-ranking intelligence officials surrounded by entourages, not sitting alone like this. "Morning, Adam." Mary Pat greeted him with a knowing glance. "Director Foley," he replied, still adjusting to the unexpected informality. "I hear you just landed from Singapore," she remarked, her eyes flickering with amusement. "And we dragged you straight here without even letting you freshen up." Adam rubbed the back of his neck, heat creeping up his face. "That noticeable, huh?" Mary Pat just smirked before gesturing for them all to take their seats. "Where were we?" she asked Calhoun, who chuckled, still bringing him up to speed. Right now, he's stuck in the "what fresh chaos is this" stage? Foley let out a dry laugh. "Adam, some folks spend their whole careers in that stage. Lucky for you, we're skipping the flattery and getting straight to business." She leaned forward. "Tell me, what's your take on China's mining industry?" Adam blinked, thrown by the sudden shift. But at least this was familiar territory. Quite a bit, actually. Back when I was undercover in Hong Kong as a corporate investigator, I tangled with two of China's state-run mining giants, Chinalco and Minmetals. They were swiping tech from Western firms, and I made sure they didn't get away with it. Mary Pat's expression sharpened. "And rare earth elements specifically?" Now his curiosity was piqued. Sitting in a top-secret briefing with the nation's top intelligence official was surreal, but the subject matter was pulling him in. China dominates that market, controls over 90% of global supply. It's their game. "Keep going," she urged. Adam relaxed slightly. If this was a pop quiz, he was acing it. There are 17 rare earth minerals, all found together in deposits. China's got the upper hand for a few reasons: cheap labor, lax environmental laws, and massive reserves. They've got more of it than anyone else, but they're also burning through it faster than ever, thanks to their manufacturing boom. Other countries like Australia and the US are trying to ramp up production, but let's be real, they're fighting an uphill battle. Why's that? Adam smirked. China's got every advantage. Their mines run on state land. They barely pay workers, and they ignore environmental costs. Meanwhile, Western operations spend a fortune just to dig the stuff up and refine it. Calhoun gave him an approving thump on the back, nearly making him choke on his next words. "Told you he'd be sharp," Calhoun said to Mary Pat. Adam straightened his jacket, adding, "I know the key players, the major mining regions. Hell, I could probably give you a tour of their operations blindfolded." A beat of silence followed before Mary Pat's lips curled into a slow, satisfied smile. Adam had a solid grasp of mining and ore processing in theory, though he'd be the first to admit he couldn't just step in and run a gas scrubber at a rare earth facility. Mary Pat leaned forward, her expression thoughtful. "We're not asking you to swing a pickaxe underground, but we were counting on you having some industry insight." "Absolutely," Adam replied. He was modest about most things, but when it came to China's economy, he had no doubts. Years spent in Hong Kong, Beijing, and later Singapore had given him an edge, one he wasn't shy about. Mary Pat pressed further. "What do you know about China's black market rare earth operations?" Adam hesitated, just slightly. "The underground mines? Yeah, those are run by organized crime syndicates, mostly in Inner Mongolia, but they've got operations elsewhere too. Local officials turn a blind eye because the bribes keep flowing." He smirked. "And if you think state-run mines cut corners on environmental regs, these guys don't even pretend to follow rules." Foley exchanged a glance with Calhoun, and Adam sensed he'd just cleared some unspoken hurdle. Calhoun leaned in, elbows on the table. "We've got a serious problem on our hands, but also one hell of an opportunity." Adam's pulse quickened. "You want me inside a Chinese mine?" The last time he'd tangled with Beijing's operatives in Hong Kong, it had nearly cost him his life. The memory still unsettled him, and he wasn't eager for a repeat performance. But Calhoun shook his head. "No, we'd need you to enter China briefly to establish cover, but your real destination is somewhere else." Adam exhaled, careful to keep his relief hidden. "All right, Where am I headed? Mary Pat took over. Your file says you speak Korean? Passably, Adam admitted. High school exchange program in Seoul, then a college semester there, picked up the basics, brushed up during night classes in Hong Kong. The two intelligence veterans nodded. They already knew the details. Adam's next question came out wary. This is about South Korea, right? When neither answered immediately, he muttered under his breath, You've got to be joking. Mary Pat's lips curved slightly. What if I told you we have a way into North Korea? Adam kept his voice steady. Then I'd ask for a lot more details. Foley chuckled at that. Fair enough. About 2 years back, Chinese prospectors found rare earth deposits in Cheongju, near the northern border. They confirmed the reserves, started setting up infrastructure. Then Choi Ji-hoon kicked them out. Adam frowned. Why? Best guess, contract disputes. But now his new mining minister, Huang, has invited a Chinese crime syndicate to take over operations. Smart move. North Korea doesn't have the expertise to extract the minerals alone. Sounds pragmatic, Adam conceded. Mary Pat's expression darkened. These gangsters know extraction but processing. That's where they're vulnerable. A beat passed before she added, and that's where you come in. The air in the room grew heavier, the unspoken risks hanging between them. With China out of the picture after the contract cancellation, North Korea now faces the challenge of processing rare earth minerals on their own. To bypass international restrictions, they've set up a shell company in Shanghai, using it as a cover to smuggle in foreign expertise and technology. Yao listened intently as the details unfolded. The operation had uncovered a Chinese national working at a rare earth mine in California, someone initially suspected of espionage, but later revealed to be a rogue recruiter for a criminal mining syndicate. This man had been secretly scouting talent from Nucorp, a major U.S. mining firm, to funnel skilled workers back to North Korea. Surveillance had intercepted communications revealing the Cheongju processing plant's urgent need for specialized labor. In just 2 weeks, another group of workers would be sent into North Korea. The plan: feed false intel to the recruiter, convincing him that a Chinese-American expert, actually a CIA operative, was available. This asset would travel to Shanghai, blend in with the miners, and eventually enter Pyongyang before being transferred to the Cheongju facility under North Korean supervision. Yao was stunned by the scale of the operation. So he reports back to us somehow. Calhoun chimed in, explaining that science and technology had developed supposedly undetectable comms gear. Adam barely suppressed a scoff. Easy for the lab guys to claim their tech was foolproof when they wouldn't be the ones facing a firing squad if things went south. His dry grate didn't fool Mary Pat, who quickly clarified the device would be hidden inside a computer shipped from Bulgaria, minimizing direct risk to the operative. Still, Adam had doubts. Is this really the priority? Illegal mining is one thing, but if I'm going in, shouldn't I focus on bigger threats? Mary Pat agreed. If the opportunity arose, he should. But first, he had to get inside, and if he did, he'd be completely alone. No backup, no safety net, just him, a hidden transmitter, and a regime with zero tolerance for spies. It's almost too perfect, some might call it fate, that in a country spanning 46,000 square miles, the Cheongju mine sits a mere 24 miles from the Sohae satellite launch station, where North Korea fires its intercontinental ballistic missiles into the sky. Funny how that distance feels like nothing from the comfort of Virginia, Adam remarked dryly. But on the ground, 24 miles might as well be a marathon. Mary Pat chuckled. Exactly. And let's be clear, Sohae isn't why you're going. She leaned forward, her tone shifting to something sharper. President Ryan has flagged Cheongju as a top-tier national security priority. The stakes: 213 million tons of rare earth minerals buried under those mountains, worth an estimated $12 trillion. Adam's grip tightened on the edge of the table. 12 trillion? That's not just game-changing, that's world-breaking. Mary Pat's gaze didn't waver. Imagine what Pyongyang could do with that kind of cash. Nukes, missiles, cutting-edge tech, sure, but worse, influence. Votes in the UN countries suddenly reconsidering sanctions when there's a $12 trillion carrot dangling in front of them. Adam exhaled slowly. They wouldn't just be buying weapons, they'd be buying legitimacy. Bingo, and here's the kicker. Someone's already bankrolling them. Those missile parts seized last week, paid for with mining rights cash. This isn't hypothetical. The money's flowing and the clock's ticking. Calhoun cut in, voice low. So you see why Chongju isn't just a mine, it's a loaded gun pointed at us. Adam's response was barely a whisper. Yeah, a North Korea with unlimited funds, nightmare fuel. Mary Pat studied him, then dropped the hammer. Here's the deal. This mission? Zero glory. You've already got your stripes from Hong Kong. This is pure risk, minimal reward. Adam shrugged, a grin tugging at his lips. Director, let's be real. I'm not here for a promotion. I'm here because this job, the chaos, the stakes, nothing else comes close. For the first time, Mary Pat's stern expression cracked. Just for a second. Damn right. The headaches are endless, but that rush unmatched. Then let's move, Adam said, no hesitation. Good. But remember, Shanghai's just the start. The second you land, you're in the lion's den. These people play for keeps. Understood. Time's not on our side. You'll train here, then head to California to lock down your cover. No room for error. Adam Yao's body still buzzed with adrenaline as he protested. I'm ready to go now. No need to wait. Mary Pat Foley crossed her arms, her tone leaving no room for argument. That wasn't a suggestion. Consider it an order from your DNI. Hotel, shower, 8 hours of rack time. We'll send a driver with dinner and fresh clothes. The CIA will collect you at 0700 to finalize your cover before your flight to California. Adam exhaled sharply but nodded. Copy that, Director. Meanwhile, back on the East Coast, Ryan, Caruso, and Byrie touched down in Virginia after their Prague disaster. The rest of their team had already mobilized to New York, digging into Duke Sharp's operation, a lead Dom and Jack would have killed to pursue, if only to dodge the impending reckoning with Jerry Hendley. Their satellite call debrief had been brutal. Jerry's fury crackled through the static. Normally, he deferred to Clark for operational postmortems, but this time, Gavin Byrie, their tech wizard, had been thrust into a tactical overwatch role, missed critical threats, and the fallout included a dead target, 6 dead North Koreans, and 2 of Hendley's operators nearly joining the body count. Jerry's final words before landing, "Get your asses to my office and come prepared." Dom fumed silently. In his mind, Gavin's lapse had triggered the chaos. Why weren't his mistakes the focus? Jack, ever the pragmatist, saw it differently. You wouldn't yell at a fish for not climbing a tree. Gavin was a genius with servers, not surveillance. Yet the guilt gnawed at Byrie relentlessly. By touchdown, he'd withdrawn into silent self-loathing. Despite Jack's repeated insistence, the blame wasn't his. Now, as Dom and Jack squirmed under Jerry's glare in Alexandria, Gavin hunched over Scala's laptop in New York, channeling his remorse into work. The deleted files yielded gold 5 passport photos sent weeks before Hazelton's death in Hanoi. With robotic precision, he fed them into facial recognition, the algorithm dissecting every curve and angle from eyelid spacing to the exact dip between nose and lip. The screen flickered, pixels resolving into answers, while Gavin's fingers hovered over the keyboard, desperate for redemption. The facial recognition system compiled scores from various measurements, assigning a numerical value to each face before comparing it against millions of images pulled from online sources and intelligence databases belonging to the Five Eyes Alliance, the US, Canada, the UK, New Zealand, and Australia. The algorithm swiftly discarded any images with drastically different values, focusing only on close matches. It then scrutinized individual features, ear placement relative to the nose, periocular depth, jawline contour, lip shape, layer by layer, narrowing down potential matches. Despite the precision of the software, even identical twins showed slight variations, yet many unrelated faces shared eerily similar scores. Gavin Byrie slumped over his desk, elbows propped, watching the rapid-fire display of faces on his monitor. The weight of his mistake in Prague pressed down on him. Jack Jr. had insisted it wasn't his fault, but Gavin knew better. His hesitation had cost a witness their life and nearly gotten his friends killed. Redemption felt impossible. Then the system chimed. Match found. Gavin jerked upright, stunned. The red-headed woman, mid-40s, sharp features had been identified far quicker than expected. Her passport photo from the Czech Republic appeared on screen alongside another image, her standing at a lectern, mid-speech. More photos populated the display, all confirmed as the same person. A quick search revealed she was a well-known figure in her field, explaining the abundance of online images. Gavin verified the details, then grabbed his phone, dialing Jerry Hendley's extension. Maybe this breakthrough could ease the tension upstairs. Jerry answered, irritation sharp in his voice. Yeah, Gavin. Sorry to interrupt, Gavin said, but we've got a match on one of Scala's faces. A sigh, fine, get up here. Gavin hesitated. He wanted to help Dom and Jack, but facing Jerry's wrath alongside them. Not ideal. Sure, on my way. Minutes later, he stepped into Hendley's office. Dom and Jack sat stiffly in front of the desk while Jerry remained seated, uncharacteristically not rising to greet him. An empty chair waited beside Jack. Close the door, Jerry said. What have you got? Gavin took a seat. The redhead, we've ID'd her. The system continued processing, struggling to match the remaining 4 unidentified faces. Jerry Hendley exhaled sharply, his patience wearing thin. All right, who is this woman we're looking at? Gavin quickly responded, That's Dr. Helen Powers, an Australian geologist. Jack and Dom exchanged glances. A geologist? They'd been anticipating nuclear specialists or aerospace engineers, not someone studying rocks, Gavin added. She's a heavyweight in her field, conference speaker, published researcher, the whole deal, specializes in rare earth mineral exploration, mostly in remote parts of Australia. Dom voiced what everyone was thinking. Since when do people get murdered over dirt samples? Once Gavin left, Jerry turned his focus back to the 2 operatives. Prague was a complete mess. You're lucky to be alive, but any intel that Target might have had on North Korea's plans died with him. His tone sharpened. 2 targets, 2 bodies, both right after we show up. Makes me question whether we're even doing this right. Jack and Dom stayed silent. Arguing with the director wasn't an option, but Jack needed to shift gears. I know the timing's bad, but any chance we can back up Clark in New York? He's stretched thin with just 3 men. Gary didn't hesitate. Dom, you're on a flight tonight. Stick to surveillance. Clark's running the show, not you. Dom nearly grinned. He'd expected months of desk duty while the others worked the case in New York. Copy that, boss. Jack tensed, bracing for his own sentence. Gary didn't disappoint you, Jack. Prague was your op. Poor results mean consequences. Hit the desk. Dig into Dr. Powers. Figure out why geologists are dropping dead across the globe. Understood, Jack replied. Outside, Dom clapped him on the back. Not your fault, man. I pushed for that recon on Scala's place. Jack shrugged. Jerry's putting us where we're needed. You get to play detective in New York. I'll crack this thing from here. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Rui Tae-jin watched his operation, codenamed Fire Axe, unfold with unsettling speed. Normally, he'd be pleased if a plan moved faster than a crawl. But this? Assassinating the U.S. president wasn't something to rush. Each successful step should have eased his doubts, yet the rapid progress left him uneasy. Was this luck or recklessness? He wasn't sure. But with every phase completed flawlessly, his hesitation faded, replaced by a reluctant, creeping confidence. Ri no longer fully trusted Choi Ji-hoon, yet he couldn't deny the Supreme Leader's sharp assessment. Eliminating Jack Ryan would almost certainly pave the way for their other goal, securing a functional mid-range ICBM. His mind wandered to a future where North Korea held the power to threaten the U.S. or Western Europe with a nuclear strike. Not that he actually wanted to launch one, that would guarantee annihilation when America retaliated, but the mere possession of such a weapon coupled with the threat of using it could dramatically shift their nation's fortunes. That possibility alone drove him forward. More than anything, though, it was self-preservation that fueled him. If he hesitated now, if Fire Axe failed, he knew Choi wouldn't hesitate to have him executed. That same night, after leaving Choi's estate in Kangdong County, Ri called an urgent meeting with his top operatives. The plan took shape quickly. Assassinating foreign leaders was something the Reconnaissance General Bureau had studied for years. Proposals were drafted monthly, the infrastructure already in place. Few nations had North Korea's expertise in global subterfuge isolated as they were. Their intelligence network spanned the world. Ri himself had brokered deals with foreign regimes, trading weapons, training operatives in brutal interrogation methods. The RGB's reach extended into the underworld, too. Methamphetamine production, counterfeit currency, illegal arms. They knew every major player in the shadows. Finding an assassin capable of reaching the American president wasn't the problem. The real challenge was ensuring no trace led back to Pyongyang. Ri's team reviewed Ryan's upcoming trips: Berlin for a trade summit, Poland for NATO talks, Mexico City in just over 2 weeks, then Buenos Aires. Europe was tempting, especially with U.S.-Russia tensions at an all-time high. Volodin wanted Ryan dead, and Washington knew it, but pinning the blame on Moscow would be nearly impossible. Ri's Russian contacts were limited: cyber hackers, arms dealers, a few low-level Bratva connections. None had the influence to pull this off. Mexico, however, was ideal. The timing was tight, but the conditions were perfect. 6 months earlier, Antonio Maldonado, leader of one of Mexico's most ruthless cartels, had been gunned down in a firefight with federal police in Acapulco. The power vacuum left behind made the cartel desperate, and desperate men were easier to manipulate. Ri allowed himself a rare smirk. If everything went according to plan, Fire Axe wouldn't just succeed, it would leave no fingerprints. The Maldonado cartel, operating out of Guerrero, had been in chaos ever since their leader's death. Now, under the command of Santiago Maldonado, the younger brother, they'd become even more unpredictable and violent than before. Whispers suggested Mexican authorities had only tracked down Antonio Maldonado thanks to technical assistance from a shadowy U.S. military unit, the same team that helped locate Pablo Escobar decades earlier. Officially, neither government admitted American advisors were on the ground in Acapulco when Antonio was gunned down in a hail of rifle fire. But Santiago, a volatile and vengeful figure, swore retaliation. Ri's contacts embedded with the cartel confirmed Santiago might be persuaded to target the American president. Not that he needed much convincing. The man was a reckless, drug-fueled extremist with a cult-like following, willing to die for him. Yet, despite his resources, Santiago lacked the skill and means to pull off such an audacious attack. Still, Ri saw potential. The cartel could serve as a distraction, a smokescreen for the real operation. Shifting gears, Ri turned to an old ally, a former Syrian intelligence chief now hiding in North Africa. Without revealing specifics, Ri requested a name, someone skilled, discreet, and desperate enough to take on a high-stakes job. The Syrian delivered an Iranian bomb maker named Edel Zarif, a man with no love for Tehran, Hezbollah, or the U.S. Zarif had spent years perfecting his craft, from wiring explosives in Lebanon to training insurgents in Iraq. To him, there was nothing improvised about his work. It was precision engineering. Now living under Syrian protection in Damascus, Zarif was a wanted man. Hezbollah hunted him for going rogue. Rebel factions sought revenge for his role in the civil war, and American drones circled endlessly. But Rai saw opportunity in his desperation. A meeting was arranged, and Zarif, ever the pragmatist, listened. After all, when you're already on everyone's kill list, what's one more job? Zarif mastered the art of crafting deadly weapons with shockingly simple methods, transforming ordinary materials into devastating, explosively formed penetrators, devices typically requiring advanced technology. These projectiles could slice through armored vehicles as effortlessly as a hot blade through wax. His first successful strike against an American tank came in 2005, and within 2 years, as Iraq saw over 9,900 IED attacks targeting coalition forces, he had already trained an army of bomb makers in his ruthless techniques. By 2011, Hezbollah relocated him to Afghanistan, where he engineered his most destructive device yet, a monstrous 2,000-pound bomb hidden inside a water truck. A suicide driver maneuvered it toward a British base in Kandahar, nearly reaching the gates before a sniper's bullet cut him down. The dying man's grip released the dead man's switch, triggering an explosion that claimed 76 lives, most of them civilians caught in the blast. Years later, as the Arab Spring ignited chaos across the region, Zarif, now in his late 40s, finally saw the truth. He was nothing more than a pawn for warring factions, sects, and ideologies. Disillusioned, he cut ties with them all, choosing loyalty only to himself. Syria's regime quickly seized the opportunity, recruiting him not out of any shared ideals, but to rig their abandoned cities with deadly traps as they retreated from rebel forces. The arrangement was purely business. Zarif had no love for Assad, just as he felt nothing for the countless lives erased by his bombs. Soon, he was embedded with Assad's 17th Division, wiring entire buildings to collapse at the slightest disturbance and littering escape routes with car bombs. His notoriety spread, drawing the attention of intelligence agencies worldwide, trapped in Damascus with enemies on all sides. He had nowhere left to run until North Korean operatives arrived with an unexpected offer. They weren't there to discuss training sessions in Pyongyang. Instead, they laid out a bold plan: smuggle him to Mexico City, arm him with intelligence and resources, and let him orchestrate the assassination of the U.S. president. Success would earn him a one-way ticket to North Korea, where he'd live out his days in luxury, a seaside palace near Hamhung, surrounded by whatever comforts or companions he desired. Zarif saw an escape, but he wasn't reckless. He demanded proof, technical assurances, and even a face-to-face meeting with North Korea's leadership before committing. Reluctantly, Rai's agents arranged his departure from Syria under the guise of a training exchange officially. He was to teach their forces his bomb-making expertise. In reality, it was all a carefully constructed lie, one that would either secure his future or bury him forever. Zarif had been promised a grand finale to his career, a trip to Mexico to assassinate the U.S. president, followed by a luxurious retirement on the North Korean coast. The offer seemed too good to be true, and it was. After being flown to Pyongyang, he hesitated when pressed to commit, skeptical of the Mexican operatives and their intel. To sway him, his handlers whisked him to Hamhung, where a lavish palace awaited, complete with a line of stunning women ready to greet him. The sight was enough to seal the deal. What Zarif didn't know was that the mansion belonged to the supreme leader, and General Rai had no intention of handing it over. As Zarif shook Rai's hand on the tarmac, eager to begin his mission, the general's weary eyes flickered with amusement. Operation Fire Axe would end with Zarif's death, and his presence in North Korea would vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, Edward Riley abandoned his BMW i8 in a garage on 23rd Street, opting to walk the remaining 6 blocks in the rain. The weather worked in his favor. His raincoat wouldn't look out of place. He'd just gotten word that his trap had been sprung, and timing was everything. He needed to arrive at the peak of his target's distress. Turning onto 29th near Lexington, he descended into a dim basement beneath an aging apartment building. A quick knock, and the door creaked open, revealing a hushed hallway. The middle-aged woman at the entrance muttered, "Room 4," before vanishing into the shadows. Riley moved carefully, avoiding contact with anything, walls, doorknobs, even the dingy curtains. This wasn't about evidence. The place was just disgusting. The massage parlor doubled as a brothel, and Riley's intel confirmed his target had become a regular. After a discreet negotiation with the Japanese madam, complete with a fake badge, a charming smile, and a wad of cash, he'd secured her cooperation. She'd alert him the next time the man showed up, and in exchange, she'd get $2,000 and a promise of NYPD leniency. Riley knew half of it was a lie. The money was real, but the cops wouldn't care. At room 4, he knocked once with his elbow still shielded by his coat. The door swung open to reveal a muscular black man in his 30s, a fake detective badge dangling from his neck. Riley already knew Bridgeforth wasn't who he claimed to be. Riley worked undercover at Sharp's Partners, answering to Bridgeforth, but today's operation required a different kind of performance. As he adjusted the fake badge hanging around his neck beneath his raincoat, he glanced at the third person in room 4, a pale, wiry man in his underwear perched nervously on a massage table. Bridgeforth gave a silent nod before slipping out, leaving Riley alone with their target. The room smelled faintly of antiseptic and sweat, the air thick with tension. Riley didn't bother sitting, choosing instead to plant himself in front of the door, his coat doing little to shield him from the imagined cloud of germs swirling around. The man's wide, fearful eyes told Riley everything he needed to know. Perfect. After months of perfecting his Brooklyn accent, even living as Detective Rich Kincaid for days at a time. The role came effortlessly. "NYPD, Vice," he announced, voice booming. "You're looking at Detective Kincaid." The Austrian, Hans Tischer, swallowed hard. "I have diplomatic immunity," he insisted, his accent sharp. Riley spread his hands in mock helplessness. "Who said anything about charges?" Then, snapping into aggression, he barked. "Shut your damn mouth and listen." Tischer flinched. "Here's the deal. You're with the UN delegation. My partner's got photos of you with a girl who sure as hell ain't legal. Normally, I'd have to cut you loose, but not before the press gets a front row seat." Tischer's face drained of color. "No, please," Riley cut him off. "Or you could bolt out the back. But guess what? My buddy at the Daily News already knows that move. Wouldn't recommend it." The man's hands trembled. "Why are you doing this?" Leaning in, Riley dropped his voice. "When your face hits the papers, you think your family's gonna buy that she was 18? She's in an ambulance right now, Hans. She looks 12. Tischer buried his face in his hands, shoulders shaking. Riley softened his tone, shifting gears. "Or I make it disappear. No scandal, no headlines, just silence." The Austrian's head snapped up. "How?" Riley smirked. "Now we're talking 3 days from now. Your committee votes on sanctions." He watched the realization dawn, confusion, anger, then cold understanding. "This is blackmail," Tischer hissed. Riley shrugged. "Call it a mutual favor. You help me, I help you." "You're not a cop. Does it matter?" Riley's grin was razor thin. "I'm the guy who owns your reputation. Vote no, or I torch your life." Tischer stared at the floor, defeated. "It won't change anything." Riley didn't answer. He didn't need to. The game was already won. Riley's grin widened as he leaned in. "Don't be so sure about that straw poll. People change their minds, especially when the stakes are this high. The global perspective on this issue is shifting faster than you think." Tischer didn't need it spelled out. This guy had already swayed other committee members. The Austrian diplomat exhaled sharply, his fingers tapping the table. "So, if I vote no, you'll just let me walk out of here like none of this ever happened." "Exactly. I'll tell my reporter friend he was mistaken. You were never here. We disappear. And 5 minutes later, you leave like it's just another Tuesday." Vote the right way on Friday, and that envelope with all the compromising photos gets handed over. Destroy it, and this little nightmare vanishes. Tischer studied him. You're not with North Korea. Who are you, really? NYPD, Riley said with a smirk. But let's just say I've got a side gig with some very motivated clients. Details aren't important. Tischer gave a slow nod. Fine, we'll leave it at that. Meanwhile, John Clark's team had been tracking Riley for days before they finally followed him to a discreet massage parlor on 29th Street. Driscoll kept his distance, munching on a gyro from a street vendor while pretending to wait for the bus. Chavez, playing the part of a businessman on a call, lingered inside a Duane Reade across the street, casually eyeing umbrellas while keeping the entrance in sight. On the other end of the line, Clark monitored their positions from the safe house, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he pulled up intel on the location. The web page for the massage parlor left little to the imagination. Photos of women in suggestive poses, promises of relaxation. Clark snorted. Yeah, this isn't exactly physical therapy, he muttered to Ding, who stayed silent, still chatting about the miserable New York weather. Riley emerged after just 10 minutes, and Ding tailed him while Driscoll held back. Sure enough, minutes later, a disheveled man in dress clothes stumbled out, looking like he'd just survived a bad poker game. Driscoll snapped a rapid series of photos, the camera's shutter clicking softly. The man stood frozen in the rain, barely noticing it as he flagged down a cab. Driscoll didn't need facial recognition to guess who he was. This had Tischer written all over it. Sam tucked his camera into his backpack and made his way back to the safe house, his mind racing with the day's discoveries. The campus had set up their temporary base in a sleek high-rise condo on West 79th Street, just a stone's throw from Sharp's Global Intelligence Partners headquarters on the Upper West Side. The 16th floor apartment wasn't glamorous, just 3 bedrooms and a modest 2,000 square feet of space, but it served its purpose. They weren't here to spy on Sharps directly anyway. Their mission was simpler: track Sharps operatives in the field, follow their movements, and uncover their connections. Everything had escalated the day before when Jerry called an urgent meeting. Over the crackling conference line, his voice was tense. By now, you've all heard about the upcoming UN Security Council vote on North Korean sanctions, he began. 9 bureaucrats hold the keys. If they block the procedural vote, the sanctions die before they even reach the full council. And if that happens, North Korea keeps its trade channels wide open, inching closer to the materials and expertise they need for their missile program. Clark cut in, skeptical. If it's just a formality, why the panic? Jerry didn't hesitate. Because Wayne Duke Sharps is making moves. Mary Pat's sources say his people are swarming the UN, trying to cozy up to the committee members. Influence peddling, plain and simple. Foley can keep Sharps himself at arm's length, but his agents, they're everywhere. If they sway even one vote, the whole thing collapses. Ding let out a dry laugh. So let me get this straight. Sharps is basically North Korea's errand boy now. Not officially, Jerry admitted, but his organization is definitely playing for their team. Problem is, we need hard proof, something that ties him directly to Pyongyang. If we get that, we can shut him down for good. Right now, it's all smoke and whispers. Sam frowned. Why not just sick the FBI on him? Because Sharps has friends in high places. Jerry shot back. Ex-agents, old contacts, his tentacles are deep in the Bureau and the CIA. The FBI can't get close without tipping him off. But time's running out. With the vote in 10 days, Sharp's people will be desperate. Cutting corners, that's our opening. By nightfall, Clark had redirected their focus, and soon they were tailing Edward Riley through the city. The man was Sharp's right hand, and he wasn't being subtle. Sam's photos from the rainy encounter outside a massage parlor flashed onto the screen. No fancy software needed. The grainy image clearly showed Hans Tischer, one of the 9 Sanctions Committee members, looking far too cozy with Riley. Clark leaned in, his voice sharp. Riley's running point on this. The vote is their endgame and they're playing dirty to win. The team was working to sway the delegates aboard the flight, pushing them to reject another round of economic sanctions. Sam leaned forward, rubbing his temples. We could shut this down fast, just leak Sharp's little scheme to the press. Once that hits the headlines, he'll have no choice but to back off. Clark shook his head. I thought about that. But Sharp's is the enemy we understand. There are plenty of other shady intelligence outfits in the U.S., not to mention foreign firms that could slip past our defenses. And let's not forget, hostile governments are playing this game too. I'd bet my last dollar North Korea has operatives right here in the city, targeting the Sanctions Committee. If we expose Sharp's now, we lose our only lead into how deep this goes. He smirked. Unless we catch him red-handed working for Pyongyang, he walks free. And trust me, that guy deserves a cell next to a snitch with a grudge. Ding stretched his legs, wincing after days of relentless surveillance. So we keep tailing him. If he meets with North Koreans, we strike gold. But even if we just uncover who he's manipulating, like that Austrian diplomat he blackmailed in the massage parlor, we can quietly turn the screws, influence their votes. Sam groaned as he massaged his sore calves. Guess we're back on the streets. He's holed up in his office now, but he usually bolts by 4. Clark stood, grabbing his jacket. Not this time. You two stay put. I'm taking this shift, and Doms en route. Fresh eyes never hurt. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Rye had bigger concerns than micromanaging. With over 100 global operations running counterfeiting, arms deals, kidnappings, he trusted his subordinates to handle most of them. But the Cheongju mine operation, that was different. Failure meant more than disgrace. It meant his life. The Supreme Leader had made that painfully clear. Rye monitored every detail, even though Sharp's wasn't directly on his payroll. Reports from Oscar Robles confirmed the American was doing his job well, pressuring UN delegates. But then Prague happened. A minor consular officer crucial to smuggling scientists into Cheongju had vanished. Rye hadn't been overseeing that mess personally, but now it threatened everything. Time was running out, and the stakes had just gotten higher. Rye had been blindsided by the news. He hadn't even realized the Czech diplomat had gone missing until reading the morning report. The man had mysteriously reappeared at his Prague apartment alongside 2 unidentified Americans. North Korean operatives had moved swiftly, deciding to eliminate the diplomat after discovering he was leaking intel about their covert activities. According to surviving agents, the Americans had fought back fiercely, leaving 4 North Koreans dead, 3 of them from Rhee's own Reconnaissance General Bureau. The incident left Lieutenant General Rhee unsettled. Who were these Americans? What did they know? His mind raced to Duke Sharp's in New York, realizing just how vital the UN vote had become for New World Metal's financial pipeline. Hope wasn't a strategy. Rhee wouldn't leave this to chance. If Sharp's couldn't handle dirty work, Rhee had other options. His men were authorized to take extreme measures even on American soil. The North Korean UN mission, tucked away in a nondescript office building near 2nd Avenue, was under constant FBI surveillance. Rhee couldn't just phone in reinforcements, but New York's sprawling Korean community offered cover. Hundreds of loyal operatives, some sleeper agents, others trained for direct action, lurked in the city. After a tense meeting in Pyongyang, Rhee activated a 12-man unit in Manhattan with one directive: protect Sharp's operation at all costs. Within a day, shadows trailed Sharp's team through the city, ready to intervene if the UN vote hung in the balance. Meanwhile, President Jack Ryan was savoring a rare, quiet evening. No late meetings, no public appearances. Just dinner with Kathy and the kids in the White House residence. Katie, newly obsessed with becoming a vet, had insisted they watch a snow leopard documentary. Kyle teased her about barely walking the family dog, but Ryan couldn't help smiling. For a few hours, the weight of the presidency faded beneath the glow of family and the distant, wild mountains of the documentary. Katie had always been fascinated by animals, spending hours reading about them and dreaming of working with exotic species one day. Her brother Kyle, on the other hand, was obsessed with becoming a Hollywood stuntman, much to their parents' dismay. He couldn't understand why they wouldn't let him practice his death-defying leaps off a makeshift scaffold in the backyard. After all, how else was he supposed to learn? Jack and Kathy tried to nudge him toward safer hobbies, but Katie's passion for wildlife had them convinced she was destined for greatness, whether as a zoologist or a veterinarian. Just as Jack was about to settle in for some TV, a steward interrupted to say Mary Pat Foley was on the line. He took the call in his study, bracing for bad news. "Everything okay, Mary Pat?" "Yes, Mr. President. I wouldn't bother you if it wasn't important. What's going on?" She laid out the plan. A risky infiltration into North Korea's Cheongju mining operations by a CIA officer, a first-generation Chinese-American. No details beyond that. Ryan loosened his tie, already feeling the weight of the decision. "So you need my approval?" "That's right. How long are we talking?" "A couple of months, tops, once he's inside." Ryan grilled her on the officer's cover, the infiltration strategy, and contingency plans. Mary Pat didn't sugarcoat it. If things went south, there'd be little chance of rescue. The thought of sending someone into that kind of danger made his stomach tighten. But the alternative, North Korea's unchecked missile capabilities, was far worse. After a tense pause, he gave the order. "Send him," he kept his voice steady, masking his doubts. Leaders didn't get the luxury of hesitation, even when lives hung in the balance. Mary Pat needed absolute assurance of the president's unwavering support. The thought of sending an operative into North Korea was enough to churn his stomach. Those ulcers might flare up again, but he never doubted the mission's necessity. "Thank you, Mr. President," she said firmly. "Our top team is on this, and I'll oversee every detail personally." Jack exhaled, gripping the phone tighter. "I trust you, Mary Pat. We both understand what's riding on this for him, for the country." "Get the intel, then extract him clean." The call ended, and Jack dragged himself to the bedroom where Kathy was already curled up in her favorite jogging set, flipping through a magazine. One glance at his face told her everything. "What happened?" "Nothing," he lied, sinking onto the bed. The weight of the decision pressed down on him. Kathy didn't buy it. Jack, he relented. Mary Pat needed authorization for a high-risk op. I gave it. Kathy wrapped an arm around him. "If she's running it, it's in good hands." Jack rubbed his temples. "Feels like I'm signing off blind. She knows 100 times more than I do, and I just rubber-stamped it. Maybe I should have taken another day to review." "You've got analysts for that," Kathy reminded him, nudging his shoulder. "If you start second-guessing every briefing, you'll grind the whole system to a halt." A tired chuckle escaped him. Yeah. I just hate feeling like I'm flying half-blind on calls like this." "You're human, not omniscient." "Tell that to the history books," he muttered, slumping further. 2 more years of this circus. What was I thinking? Kathy traced the creases on his forehead. "You'll miss the chaos when it's gone, but afterward, beach house, no phones." That got a real smile out of him. Deal. Standing, he shed the weight of the presidency, if only for the evening, and reached for his worn-out hoodie. Home, finally. Meanwhile, in New York, Dom Caruso's arrival had given Clark's team the edge they needed. With 4 operatives now tracking Edward Riley's every move, the pieces were falling into place. Riley was the linchpin in Sharp's partner's scheme to sway the committee, and after yesterday's seedy massage parlor stunt, the team suspected he'd already secured at least 1 vote for North Korea. Tonight, Riley's cab led them to Chinatown. Sam tailed him in an unremarkable sedan, circling until he snagged a spot on Bayard with a clear sight line into the dim sum joint where Riley sat alone. Camera ready, Sam kept watch while Dom lurked 2 blocks north, blending into the crowd. The game was on. The man sat alone at a fast food joint on the corner of Mott and Canal, dressed in a black polo and khakis, blending into the late-night crowd. Though he appeared relaxed, the earpiece hidden beneath his collar kept him connected to his team, ready to spring into action if their target Sam needed backup or if Riley made an unexpected move. Nearby, Ding jogged casually through the streets in warm-up gear, his sweatshirt hood pulled up against the evening chill. He circled toward Columbus Park, weaving through pedestrians while listening to Sam's updates through his headset. With only 3 operatives on the ground, every move had to be precise. No room for mistakes. Back at the safe house on the Upper West Side, Clark monitored their positions on a live feed while coordinating with analysts in Virginia, piecing together intel on the UN officials tied to the Sanctions Committee vote. Just past 9:30 p.m., a woman in a beige trench coat passed Dom's post before turning south. She was just another face in the crowd until Sam's voice crackled over comms, noting a lone woman entering the dim sum restaurant. Dom connected the dots, same person. When Sam confirmed she'd joined Riley at his table, Dom relayed her path of approach. Ding's response was immediate. We need an ID fast. Sam adjusted the zoom on his Nikon, but the glare from neon signs made it impossible to get a clean shot. All he could make out was her dark hair, pulled tight into a bun and an estimated age, 40s maybe. Flipping through his notebook, he ruled out one committee member but hesitated on the other. Could be Marlene Allende from Chile, he muttered, but I'll need a better angle. Then the mood at the table shifted. Riley's posture stiffened, his frustration obvious even from a distance. The woman gestured sharply, and Sam couldn't help but smirk. Looks like our guy's having a rough night, he remarked. Inside the restaurant, Riley clenched his jaw as the truth sank in. The Chilean official wasn't playing games, she'd backed out. The $25,000 in his bag might as well have been confetti. He'd been so sure of her, counting on her financial troubles to seal the deal. 2 other committee members had already taken the bait, and 2 more had folded under pressure. But Allende? She'd seemed like easy money. Now, watching her shake her head, Riley realized he'd underestimated her resolve, and that mistake might cost him everything. Back in her home country, Marlene Allende had been a respected law professor with a comfortable middle-class life. But after relocating to New York, she found herself surrounded by colleagues who earned far more and lived far better. The temptation to keep up had slowly eroded her financial discipline. Maxing out credit cards became second nature in a city where luxury was always within reach. Before she knew it, she was drowning in $20,000 of debt. That's when Riley and his team at Sharps Partners spotted her as an easy mark. A quick dive into her bank records confirmed it, and within minutes he had his angle. Their first meeting had gone smoothly. She'd been desperate enough to listen, even hopeful. But now, as they sat in a dim Chinatown dive bar, Riley realized he'd misjudged her. She wasn't just worried about money, she had principles, and that complicated everything. He needed her vote, sure, but more than that, he needed her silence. If word got out about the bribes, the scandal would land squarely on him. He took a slow sip of his Tsingtao, buying time before slipping back into his NYPD detective persona. "Come on, Marlene," he said, laying on the Brooklyn accent thick. "You show up here looking like some old-school noir detective skulking around in the shadows. You don't strike me as someone who's ready to walk away. Just tell me what you need, and I'll make it happen." Allende shook her head, her voice firm. "I want nothing. I came because I was ashamed to even be seen with you. Yes, I need the money, but I won't betray my organization. I won't be part of this." Riley smirked. "And what happens when the vote fails anyway because your colleagues don't share your moral high ground? You'll be the only one left empty-handed." "I know you've talked to others," she shot back. "I see it in their faces. They're all wondering who else knows, who else has been bought. But I won't be one of them." Before Riley could respond, she stood abruptly, her expression resolute. "I won't say a word. I won't expose them, but I won't participate either. Good night, Mr. Kincaid." As she strode toward the door, Riley watched her go, frustration simmering. Meanwhile, outside, Sam Driscoll sat in his parked car, eyes locked on the scene. A black SUV had rolled up silently down the block, its headlights off, neon signs flickered against its tinted windows, making it impossible to see inside clearly. Allende stepped out of the restaurant, her posture rigid with determination as she turned north on Mott Street, straight toward the waiting vehicle. Sam's instincts kicked in. "She's not playing ball," he muttered into his comms, heading north on foot. "And we've got a suspicious ride parked up ahead." Ding's voice crackled through, moving in from the south. Dom chimed in, "Ready if she hits canal?" Sam stayed put, watching, waiting. The game wasn't over yet. Sam fought the urge to start his car and follow the woman walking away, knowing the sudden engine noise would blow his cover. He stayed put, watching as she crossed the street. Just then, the unlit SUV lurched forward, aiming straight for her, until an Audi swerved with a sharp honk, barely avoiding a crash before turning onto Mott Street. The SUV hesitated, its lights still dark, letting traffic pass. "Heads up," Sam muttered into his comms. "Possible hostile vehicle. Can't tell if they're tailing her or trying to flatten her." Dom's voice crackled back. "Seriously, in the middle of Manhattan?" "Just reporting what I see." Sam shot back. "Hold on." The SUV merged into traffic behind the Audi, rolling down Bayard Street as the Chilean official continued north toward Canal. The vehicle flicked its lights on as it accelerated. Sam glanced back at the dim sunspot, just in time to see Edward Riley strolling out, phone to his ear, calm as ever and heading south, away from the action, SUVs moving. But this feels like a handoff or a reposition. They're not done yet. Ding's voice cut in. "Then we trust your gut. I'll flank west. You stay mobile, Dom. You're on foot once she passes Canal." The team fell into sync, a well-rehearsed dance of surveillance. Ding stayed sharp, scanning for threats, but he never spotted the elderly Korean woman tucked behind a grimy second-floor window, her camera lens peeking through parted curtains. She filmed him for 12 silent seconds before sending the clip to her handler. Later, over the phone, she confirmed the Hispanic man was definitely linked to the British target she'd been monitoring. She was just a pair of eyes, no name, no mission details. For days, she'd been shuffled between locations, laundromats, food courts, tonight this empty Chinatown apartment. The only constant, the dark-haired white man. And now, finally, a breakthrough. The Hispanic operative hadn't slipped up. No sudden moves, no obvious interest. But that was the problem. She'd seen him 3 times before, always near the target. Once on 3rd Avenue, sipping coffee with another man while Riley chatted at Starbucks. The old woman never forgot a face. 2 days later, under the hazy afternoon sun, a burly man in faded jeans and a grease-stained T-shirt lounged on the cracked concrete steps of a Chelsea apartment building. Just down the street, Riley and his associate had disappeared into a weathered brownstone hours earlier. The Korean woman pretending to browse luggage displays at the corner shop had noticed him. Something about his posture reminded her of the well-dressed Hispanic man she'd spotted surveilling the same location 48 hours prior. Without proper optics, she couldn't be certain, but operational discipline outweighed curiosity. That evening, however, her patience was rewarded when she spotted the same man sprinting through dimly lit streets in running gear. Either this guy had the most eclectic resume in New York, business executive by day, construction laborer by afternoon, marathoner by night, or he was opposition surveillance. The way he fluidly changed direction without breaking stride suggested professional training, though his possible teammates remained invisible. Frankly, she couldn't care less why this man was tailing Edward Riley, just as Riley's own schemes meant nothing to her. What mattered were the handwritten letters from Pyongyang, her son's excited description of his new mountain bike, her daughter's joy over a shortwave radio. These gifts always arrived months after her intelligence missions in Manhattan, accompanied by obligatory praises for the dear leader. The irony wasn't lost on her. Here she was in the land of opportunity, ensuring her children's loyalty to a regime that kept them imprisoned in paradise. Meanwhile, 3 operatives executed their surveillance ballet through Chinatown's chaotic streets with increasing precision, though the sudden reappearance of a black SUV tracking their Chilean target added dangerous complexity. Marlene Allende remained oblivious, her tan trench coat standing out among bargain hunters pawing through counterfeit handbags on Canal Street. The Ford Escape mirrored her route with disturbing efficiency, disappearing down side streets only to reappear moments later like some vehicular specter. Caruso, maintaining perfect positioning 100 feet back, murmured into his comms, "This is Hanoi all over again. 4 hostiles in that SUV, playing it cool for now, but this crowd's a powder keg." Sam had already broken away, weaving through gridlock traffic toward the nearest subway entrance. His earlier background check on Allende revealed a midtown apartment. No way she was walking that distance. Unless she flagged a cab, those subway stairs were her most likely exit route. Parking in this mess was impossible, but if he timed it right, he could intercept any threats before they reached the platform. Dom studied Allende's hunched posture as she shuffled forward. No counter-surveillance awareness there. The real concern was the Ford's occupants. These weren't amateurs. Their alternating positions, sometimes trailing, sometimes parallel, occasionally approaching head-on, showed disciplined tradecraft. Every mirrored window hid eyes trained to spot exactly what Dom was doing. Hunting the hunters, Dom took his time weaving through the crowded street market, pausing occasionally to examine bargain bin T-shirts and gaudy souvenir wallets, not because he wanted any, but because it helped him blend in while keeping tabs on Allende. Every few minutes, he'd glance her way, confirming the other surveillance team hadn't closed the gap. Then he spotted the Ford Escape abruptly breaking from its position and accelerating up the block. Dom keyed his radio, alerting the team. "Escape's on the move, probably heading for the subway," over the comms. Sam's voice crackled with tension. "So what's the play here, fellas?" Clark, monitoring from a distance, weighed in. "Your call, boys. I'm not on site, and Ding's got no visual." "Dom, I'd rather keep you out of that subway if possible, but if you think she's in real danger, go in and shadow her. Well, talk to me." Before Dom could respond, Sam cut in. Ford just parked at the subway entrance. 2 Asian males, early 30s, exited fast, heading down to Canal Street Station. Light shirts, black suits. The term FAMs needed no explanation among the team. Fighting-aged males could mean anything from spies to soldiers or just a couple of guys in a hurry. But Clark wasn't betting on the harmless option. "Sam, stay with the car. Ding, link up with Dom." Ding's breath was slightly uneven as he jogged, maintaining his cover while closing the distance. "Got eyes on Dom ahead," he reported. Clark's final orders were crisp. "Stick close to Allende. Go overt if you have to. Let those DPRK creeps know you're there, but keep her safe. No cowboy moves. Comms will drop underground, so re-establish ASAP. Good hunting." Ahead, Marlene Allende descended the subway steps, oblivious to the eyes tracking her from above or the ones waiting below. The station was eerily quiet for a weeknight, just a handful of commuters drifting toward the platform, lost in thought. She barely registered her surroundings, her mind tangled in guilt and second guesses. She'd told herself refusing that bribe was the right call. No amount of cash could scrub her conscience clean. A good Catholic, even if a financially reckless one, she wasn't about to sell her soul to some shadowy regime. Then movement snapped her back to reality. 2 men, Asian, stone-faced, were cutting against the foot traffic, angling straight for her. She sidestepped instinctively, but they adjusted course, closing fast. 8 feet away, their hands dipped inside their jackets. Her pulse spiked. "Oh God, they're not just following me." Her breath hitched. "They're here for me." Suddenly, hands gripped her elbows from behind, guiding her firmly but smoothly away from the platform's main path. Two men flanked her, steering her toward the subway tracks as she glanced up in alarm, convinced she was being detained. The shorter one on her left flashed a disarming grin and said in Spanish, "Marlene, no way! How have you been, friend?" His cheerful tone didn't match the tension in her chest. She barely had time to process the Asian men, still lingering nearby hands, tucked inside their coats, their expressions shifting from determination to confusion. The men guiding her ignored them completely. The taller one on her right, bearded and protective, subtly positioned himself between her and the strangers behind them. As the train screeched to a halt, more passengers surged forward, filling the platform. The Mexican man, she could tell by his accent, leaned in, voice low but urgent. "Just get on with us." "It's okay. We're on your side." She obeyed, not out of trust, but because their grip left no room for hesitation. The moment the doors closed, Chavez scanned the platform, but the North Koreans had vanished into the sea of commuters. He exhaled. Maybe their sudden intervention had bought them time. Guiding the shaken woman to a seat, he kept his voice steady. "Miss Allende, I'm not here to scare you. We're the good guys." Her fingers tightened around her bag. Ding, dressed in casual workout gear, hardly looked menacing, but his sudden appearance had her pulse racing. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Those men tailed you after your meeting with Riley. We think they planned to hurt you." "I don't know any Riley. Maybe he used a different name, Mott Street, 20 minutes ago. Ring any bells?" Her flush gave her away before she could protest. Chavez cut in. "Look, we don't care about the details. We just need to get you somewhere safe." Her fear morphed into defiance. "I demand to call my embassy." The train slowed at Prince Street. Dominic edged toward the door, hand resting near his concealed weapon, scanning for threats. "Fine," Chavez said, "but we're getting off now." She hesitated, and Dom lost patience, flipping open his FBI badge. He snapped, "Listen up. You're not under arrest. You're being protected. Move now." Diplomatic immunity or not, she finally stepped forward, too late. A wave of tourists flooded the car, blocking their exit as more passengers piled in. The doors sealed shut, trapping them inside. The moment Chavez and Caruso got their charge through the crowd, the subway doors hissed shut and the train lurched forward. Ding shot Dom a glance. "Get her by the exit and stay sharp. We're jumping at the next station." Dom gave a quick nod in response. What they didn't see, thanks to the packed commuters blocking their line of sight, were the two Asian operatives slipping in from the connecting door. The men moved like shadows through the crowd, scanning for their targets. By the time they spotted the woman flanked by her two protectors near the rear door, they were already within striking distance. Hands flew to the small of their backs, and before anyone could react, pistols cleared leather. A middle-aged woman and her daughter were shoved aside as the North Koreans raised their weapons, freezing the entire car in shock. Dom and Ding reacted instantly. Caruso yanked a compact .40 caliber Smith & Wesson from his waistband, while Chavez pulled his Glock 26 from a concealed holster. Ding positioned himself between the gunmen and Marlene Allende, shielding her with his body. The North Koreans had the drop on them, but the Americans were faster on the draw, leaving all four men locked in a deadly standoff, pistols leveled, fingers on triggers. The air filled with screams as passengers hit the floor or scrambled away, yet the four gunmen stood motionless, weapons steady, despite the train swaying. Chavez recognized them instantly. North Korean intelligence, no doubt. He hadn't expected them to be armed in the city. But then again, assassins didn't exactly travel empty-handed. Dom had his sights on the man in front of Chavez. While Ding lined up on the one threatening Dom, the Koreans had mirrored their stance, creating a lethal crossfire where any sudden movement, a cough, a stumble, could send bullets flying. Ding couldn't help but imagine the chaos. One wrong move, and four bodies would drop in a gruesome spectacle, leaving the horrified passengers with a story they'd never forget. Nobody spoke for a tense beat, so Chavez took charge. "English?" he asked, keeping his tone casual. "Either of you guys fluent?" The man in his sights had sweat beading on his forehead, but his grip on the pistol didn't waver. "I speak English," he replied tightly. "Good," Ding said, flashing a thin smile, "because this is a real cluster." The North Korean stayed silent, his eyes locked on Chavez. Ding pressed on. "Look, I'm guessing you and your buddy want to walk away from this just as much as we do. Sound about right?" The operative muttered something low and harsh in Korean. Whether translating or issuing orders, Chavez couldn't tell. But the tone sent a chill down his spine. Whatever came next, it wasn't going to be peaceful. The weapons trembled slightly as the subway car lurched around a sharp turn, yet 4 barrels remained locked on their targets, fingers tightening against triggers. A woman in her late 20s opened her mouth to speak, but Caruso silenced her with a sharp glance before she could utter a word. Chavez kept his voice steady, offering an out. "Put the guns down, walk away at the next stop. We won't stop you. Hell, we'd prefer it." The lead operative shook his head, beads of sweat tracing his jawline as the train slowed for 8th Street. Dom kept his tone firm but measured, aware of the gun inches from his face. "Listen up. I'm federal law enforcement. Stay calm. Don't move until we stop. When those doors open, exit quietly. No sudden moves." The North Korean barked. "No one leaves." Chavez didn't flinch. "You point those guns at anyone else, we drop you where you stand. Make sure your partner understands that." A college kid behind Dom shifted, whispering, "Should I?" Caruso cut him off. "Do nothing. Not a damn thing." The car fell silent except for the rhythmic clatter of the tracks until a faint rustling of fabric made Dom snap. "Pull out a phone, and you're either dead or in cuffs. Your choice." The noise stopped instantly. The train jerked to a halt at 8th Street, sending all 4 men stumbling, but the standoff resumed in a heartbeat. The passengers, thankfully no kids at this late hour, filed out with surprising discipline. Marlene Allende slipped away unnoticed. The operatives didn't try to stop her. Their focus was locked on the 2 Americans. Dom expected the train to stay put. Someone had to have alerted the conductor by now, but the doors slid shut, and the car lurched forward again. They were near the rear, and the fleeing passengers had probably bolted for the exits rather than running to the front. It wouldn't matter. Once they hit the street, cops would swarm the next stop. Chavez tried again. "She's gone. We can all walk away, or we can turn this into a bloodbath." The North Korean spat. "We have immunity," Dom scoffed. "Yeah, join the club." Chavez seized the opening, then dropped the guns. "Worst you get is deported. No reason this ends ugly." The operative blinked rapidly, sweat stinging his eyes. His partner muttered in Korean, sparking a heated exchange. As their voices rose, Dom murmured to Chavez, "They're spiraling." Chavez nodded, realizing they've got nothing left to lose. Dom exhaled slowly. Dead men walking, the grim truth settled over them. These men were cornered, desperate, and that made them infinitely more dangerous. The standoff wouldn't end with surrender. It would end in gunfire, point blank, and neither side had anything left to lose. The tense standoff between the Americans and the North Koreans suddenly quieted as the train approached Union Square, the abrupt silence signaling an unspoken decision. All 4 men instinctively braced themselves as the subway car decelerated, knees bent to steady against the jolt of arrival. Though no words passed between them, both campus operatives sensed their adversaries would strike the moment the train shuddered to a halt, the perfect chance to attack and vanish into the crowd. Chavez shot Caruso a sideways glance. "You trust me on this, Dom?" Caruso hesitated only briefly before nodding. "Yeah, I trust you." The English-speaking North Korean barked, "What are you saying?" Chavez raised his left hand slowly, palm out in mock surrender, while subtly adjusting his grip on the Glock. The barrel rolled forward, dangling upside down from his trigger finger as he turned toward the man aiming at Caruso. "Here, take it," he offered, voice steady. The distraction worked. The North Korean's focus flickered for just a fraction of a second. Enough time for Caruso to pivot and fire, dropping the other operative with a single shot to the head. The remaining gunman snapped his attention back, but it was too late. Chavez twisted his pistol upright in a flash, firing one-handed. The bullet struck high in the chest, sending the man staggering backward as his own weapon discharged wildly into the ceiling. Caruso finished him with 2 more rounds before he hit the ground. Outside, chaos erupted as NYPD officers swarmed the platform. Spotting the confusion, Chavez grabbed Caruso's arm. "Tunnel now!" They vaulted onto the tracks, sprinting southward just as the first cops boarded the train. By the time authorities realized they'd escaped, the pair had already reached the 8th Street station. Emerging on the opposite platform, they blended into the crowd unnoticed, while officers swarmed the northbound side. The distant chatter of radios and shouted commands faded behind them as they slipped upstairs, vanishing into the city's pulse. Sam arrived to pick them up within minutes, and before long, they were back inside the secure 79th Street hideout. As Domingo and Dominic settled in with bottles of water and a gun-cleaning kit spread across the table, the campus tech team had already combed through every available NYPD and MTA surveillance feed from the area. Not a single frame revealed their operatives' identities. Sure, there was always the slim chance some passenger had whipped out a phone, but in the chaos of a life-or-death situation, nobody was thinking about recording. Grabbing a device could have been a death sentence. After hours of debriefing with Clark in the safe house's dimly lit living room, they concluded they'd somehow slipped through unscathed. The big question remained: why were the North Koreans so desperate to eliminate a single sanctions committee member? Sam's theory, that Allende and Riley's failed negotiation had triggered the hit, seemed plausible. If Riley had tipped off the North Koreans that Allende knew too much, silencing her would have been the next logical move. It was all speculation, but the pieces fit. Clark leaned back, his voice edged with grim certainty. This isn't just intimidation, it's annihilation. While other players might cut their losses or issue threats, the North Koreans go straight for the kill. Underestimate them and you're already dead. Meanwhile, across town, Adam Yao sat in a sleek, glass-walled conference room at the office of the Director of National Intelligence. The view outside offered a deceptive calm, a rolling green hillside blocking sight lines from the Beltway, a deliberate security measure disguised as scenery. He let his eyes linger for a second before forcing himself back to the mountain of intel spread across the table. Operation Acrid Herald consumed his every waking hour. In less than 24 hours, he'd be wheels up to California's Valley Floor mine for final training before the real mission began, infiltrating a North Korean rare earth operation via China. The op was so compartmentalized that even most at Langley were kept in the dark. Only a handful at ODNI's Liberty Crossing complex knew the details, and for good reason, South Korea's intel agencies were likely compromised. Adam had spent days memorizing call signs, frequencies, and his own computer-generated alias, Avalanche. He smirked, thinking of some poor guy out there stuck with Sunflower as his code name. The absurdity of it almost lightened the mood. Almost. Because once he crossed into the danger zone, there'd be no room for mistakes. Adam Yao wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of calling in a quick reaction force extraction for Agent Sunflower. He'd much rather deal with Avalanche any day. This mission was already shaping up to be a high-stakes nightmare, but at least they'd given him a killer call sign before shipping him out. Officially, Adam was headed to Valley Floor to train on the computer system he'd be using in Cheongju. But the real work started now. He spent his final afternoon at LX2 buried in his cover legend, memorizing every fabricated detail of his alter ego's life. Shan Xin, a 35-year-old mechanical engineer from Nanchang, had supposedly moved to the U.S. for school at the University of Chicago, before vanishing into the shadows of an expired student visa. 14 years later, he resurfaced as an expert in ore processing machinery, specifically the computers running hydraulic cone crushers, the industrial beasts that pulverized rock into manageable chunks. The CIA had intel that North Korea already had the crushing machines, but lacked the crucial computer systems after Chinalco pulled out, taking their tech with them. A replacement was en route from France, conveniently intercepted by the agency, who slipped in their own hardware to turn it into a covert comms device. Adam had to sell every detail, his fake education, his non-existent career, even the way he sipped his coffee. The more truth he wove into the lie, the harder it would be to unravel. And then there was the Korean problem. His handlers on Acrid Herald were banking on the North Koreans letting their guard down around Chinese workers, assuming none of them understood the language. Adam's Korean was shaky, but he'd been cramming like a college student before finals, drilling with a native-speaking CIA trainer. If he slipped up, the whole operation could collapse, but if he nailed it, he might just hear something no one was supposed to overhear. The stakes were sky high, but Adam thrived under pressure. After all, what was espionage if not the world's most dangerous improv class? For the past few evenings, Adam had immersed himself in language recordings, gradually rewiring his brain to grasp the nuances again. Today's session, however, zeroed in on mining terminology, vocabulary that would soon become second nature. His training wouldn't stop when he left Virginia for California. Instead, he'd head to Valley Floor with his instructor Mayan, who'd pose as his wife to maximize their study time during the evenings. Though the trip was slated for just over a week, those extra days of practice could mean the difference between mission success and failure. Adam didn't mind that Mayan was striking. Unfortunately for him, she was married. Her husband, a sharp-eyed CIA analyst from Boston with an easygoing demeanor, had dropped by the language lab a few times. Though unaware of Adam's mission details, the man radiated quiet support. Living with a married woman for 10 days? Unconventional, sure, but Adam had done far stranger things in this line of work. Rules were more like suggestions in his world. As dusk settled, he swapped one briefing book for another, diving into ore processing details, until Mary Pat Foley rapped on the conference room door. He waved her in, standing as she entered. "Sorry to interrupt," she said. "Not a problem," Adam replied. "Good to see you." She hesitated, then delivered the news. "Acrid Herald is greenlit. You leave at dawn." "Perfect," they both sat. "They keeping you busy?" she asked. Legend memorized, comms protocols locked in, ore processing studied, though I'll pick up the software specifics in California. Still polishing the language, but I'll hold up my end. Mary Pat nodded. "I'll handle mine too. No micromanaging, but expect twice daily updates from your handlers. I know the risks. Wish I could be out there with you. Director, your field experience speaks for itself, knowing you get it. That matters." She smiled faintly, then glanced out the window. "Lost an old friend recently, operative like you, just older. Cold War veteran, one of the best." Adam shifted. "Lost him, how?" "Murdered. Off the books, but likely North Korean involvement. Why wasn't this in my briefing?" "Private sector work." "No clear link to your op?" "Yet." Adam stayed silent. "Sentimentality's a luxury we can't afford," she mused. "But the day I stop feeling human is the day I walk away." "Fair enough." She leaned in. "I know what went down in China last year." "Yes, ma'am. And I know about Jack Jr." Adam's pulse ticked up. He'd met the president's son in Hong Kong, under false pretenses, of course. Ryan's cover had been flimsy, but Adam had played along. Now the stakes felt higher. The president's son wasn't CIA, that much was obvious, but Jack Ryan Jr. had been in direct contact with Director of National Intelligence, Mary Pat Foley. Adam Yao still found it hard to believe he'd crossed into China alongside the president's kid. a mission that had started as something out of a bad action movie before turning deadly serious. They'd pulled it off, and Ryan had kept his mouth shut about who he really answered to. Back in the States, Yao had been ordered to leave Ryan's name out of his reports, and that was the last he'd heard of it. He figured Foley knew the truth, but he never expected her to bring it up. Now, standing in her office, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. "Yes, ma'am," he said carefully. "It's a messy situation, but it doesn't impact this operation. Still, I should mention you're walking into danger with intel that can't fall into the wrong hands." For a wild second, Yao wondered if she was about to hand him a cyanide capsule. "Yeah, right. That only happens in cheesy spy flicks." He forced a nervous laugh. "Don't worry, I won't say a word." He cringed, worried. It came off as flippant, but Foley just shrugged like the conversation was over. Then she shifted gears. "Your handlers briefed you on emergency extraction protocols? You mean the complete lack of them?" She nodded. "Exactly. If things go south, head for the Chinese border. It's heavily monitored, but the terrain, mountains, rivers, works both for and against you. Getting in would be tough, but in a crisis, it's your best shot." "I've memorized the routes," Yao confirmed. Foley's expression darkened. "Even if you make it across, you're not safe. The Chinese would detain you, but the real nightmare would be North Korean operatives patrolling their side. If they grab you, they'll drag you back over the Yalu. And you know what happens then." Adam exhaled sharply. They'd toyed with the idea of sewing fake documents into his clothes, a fabricated ID claiming he was from Liaoning province just across the border, but the risk of discovery was too high. If the North Koreans found it, he'd be dead before sunrise, so he was going in clean. Caught by China? Prison. Caught by the DPRK? A bullet. Foley leaned in. "There's one last resort. A worst-case scenario option." Yao raised an eyebrow. "I'm listening." "It's classified above your clearance," she admitted. "But if it comes to that, just trust me. We'll move heaven and earth to get you out." He had no clue what she meant, but he nodded anyway. As she stood to leave, she shook his hand firmly. "Good luck, Avalanche. The intel matters, but you matter more. Stay alive." "Thank you, Director," Yao said, forcing a grin. "I'll save you a seat at the debrief." The smile didn't reach his eyes. John Clark couldn't believe they'd let the coffee run out at the safe house. Unforgivable, especially after last night's chaos. With Sam, Ding, and Dom busy tailing a Sharps employee named Bridgeforth, he figured he had just enough time to grab a quick cup before diving back into the mess. Normally, he'd settle for whatever gas station sludge was closest. Black, no frills, but fate had other plans. The only place nearby was some hipster heaven wedged next to his condo, packed with a crowd that made him question his life choices the second he stepped inside. Too late to leave. 4 college kids had already formed a human barricade behind him, so he gritted his teeth and scanned the menu, a sprawling chalkboard monstrosity offering every possible coffee mutation known to man. Almond milk, lavender-infused cold brew, something called a unicorn latte. Clark half expected to see a disclaimer. Warning, actual coffee not included. He was debating whether to ask the barista, a girl with more metal in her face than a hardware store, for a plain black coffee when he finally spotted it buried in the fine print. Small victory. Coffee secured, plus a bagel he didn't really want. He slumped into a corner table and grabbed the abandoned New York Times beside him. Front page drama. President Ryan was getting roasted for his North Korea stance. The article spun some optimistic fantasy about trust but verify, as if the DPRK would ever play nice with inspectors. Clark scoffed. He'd met enough snakes in his time to recognize Choi's game: delay, distract, and dodge until he had a nuke pointed at the West. By the time the UN wised up, it'd be too late. He took a long sip of his coffee. Too bitter. Just like the thought of Choi getting exactly what he wanted. Clark slammed the newspaper onto the table, frustration boiling over, only to freeze mid-motion as a stranger slid into the chair across from him. The man's sun-bleached hair had streaks of silver. His cheeks flushed like he'd just stepped off a golf course, and his grin was all teeth. Too perfect, too polished, Clark didn't need an introduction. Duke Sharps, the name alone was enough to make his stomach tight. He kept his expression blank, his stare unreadable, while Sharps lounged like they were old pals reuniting at some yacht club brunch instead of a cramped Manhattan cafe. John Clark, Sharps drawled, thrusting out a hand. Been what? A decade? More? Hell, time flies when you're having fun. Clark shook it, grip firm but brief, already bracing for the inevitable pitch or veiled threat. But Sharps took his sweet time, flipping open the discarded Times with a theatrical flourish. Gotta hand it to them. Even a broken clock's right twice a day. North Korea's no saint. But since when does Jack Ryan get to play world banker? If they're not slinging nukes, who cares where they park their cash? Clark arched a brow. Since when did you turn Pyongyang's cheerleader? The jab was deliberate, a callback to Oswald's old Cuba crusade. Sharps chuckled, unfazed. Relax, I'm not here to debate, just pointing out the obvious. He leaned in, smile fading. But here's what is interesting. A buddy of mine spotted one of your boys sniffing around Turtle Bay yesterday. Now, I don't believe in coincidences, and neither do you. He tapped the newspaper. So let's skip the dance. You're not agency anymore, contract work then? Some embassy paying you to play spy? The air between them thickened. Sharps dropped the act, elbows on the table, voice lowering. Look, I'm here as a courtesy. Pack up your little retirement tour and head back to D.C. This isn't your playground anymore, my guys. They don't play nice with trespassers. Clark's jaw locked. Every instinct screamed to retaliate, but he forced stillness. Sharps had blindsided him, but his intel was wrong. He thought this was some diplomatic snoop job. Good. Let him keep underestimating. The real mission stayed hidden, and that was the only advantage Clark had left. Clark knew this move was crossing a line, but Sharps didn't care about ethics or legality. His real issue was believing Clark had shielded one of their targets. Pushing back now would only fuel Sharp's suspicions, so Clark played it smart. He let his shoulders slump, shaking his head with exaggerated defeat. Can't trust anyone these days. My team screwed up. Total amateur hour. Sharp's eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction, the look of a man savoring his win while pretending to be gracious. Happens to the best of us, he said, though the condescension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Clark barely resisted, rolling his eyes as he pulled out his phone, calling Ding with clipped orders to dismantle their setup and meet at Penn Station. He made sure to sound resigned, like a guy who'd just lost a bet. Guess the payout wasn't worth the hassle anyway, he muttered, rubbing salt in his own wound. Hell, they paid us like we were roughing it in Haiti. Sharps chuckled, feigning sympathy. Brutal. Then, with fake casualness, he prodded, Since it's all over, mind telling me who hired you? Chile? Denmark? Clark waved him off with a tired grin. Come on, Duke, let me keep some dignity. You've already got the trophy. Sharps leaned back, oozing false pity. You had a hell of a run, but time catches up with everyone. Clark counted to 3 in his head before standing, forcing a handshake. Appreciate it? He left Sharps basking in his victory, weaving through the coffee shop's crowd of bearded baristas and artisanal toast enthusiasts. Every instinct told him he was being tailed. Sharps knew about the safe house next door, which meant this wasn't over. Back at the hideout, Ding stood tense, Glock at his hip. You good, Peachy? Clark deadpanned. Sharps blew our cover. No clue how. Sam and Dom were already packing gear, but Clark stopped them. Sam stays. Get a room with a view of Sharp's building and watch every damn face that walks in. The rest of us bail for now. Dom frowned. So the sanctions vote fails? Just like that? Clark smirked. He won a round. Not the war Adel Zarif, the Iranian bomb maker, stepped onto Mexican soil with a singular purpose burning in his mind. He had traveled halfway across the world, from Pyongyang to Havana, then finally to Mexico City, using forged Syrian documents, all under the watchful eyes of North Korean intelligence. But now, standing in the arrivals section of Benito Juarez International Airport, he found himself face to face with an unexpected figure, a lone operative from the Maldonado cartel. The man introduced himself as Emilio, speaking fluent English, which Zarif had picked up during his time in Lebanon. Though his own grasp of the language was rough, they understood each other well enough. Emilio led him through the chaotic streets of downtown Mexico City, weaving past honking cars and crowded sidewalks until they reached a nondescript building in the gritty Tepito district. The safe house on the second floor was guarded by 3 young men who barely looked old enough to shave. Zarif was given a cramped apartment in the back, stocked with Pacifico beer he wouldn't touch and unfamiliar food he wouldn't eat. Instead, he sent Emilio out for simple meals: grilled meat, fresh salad, bread, and bottled water, along with a crucial tool, a laptop. By the end of the first day, Zarif had what he needed: a burner phone and a second-hand computer. Tapping into the Wi-Fi from a nearby internet cafe, he got to work. The plan was clear. The American president's upcoming visit was his best shot. The Secret Service would try to vary the motorcade route, but Zarif knew there were always fixed points: the airport and the Palacio Nacional. He spent hours scouring YouTube, studying shaky cell phone footage and polished documentaries alike, cross-referencing every turn and intersection with Google Maps. It was tedious work, but Zarif was meticulous. He marked 4 key spots where every past motorcade had passed, narrowing down his options. Still, frustration gnawed at him. He had no explosives, no materials, just theories and guesses. The cartel had promised support, but until then, all he could do was wait, analyze, and hope they delivered what he needed in time. The clock was ticking, and Zarif wasn't a man who liked leaving things to chance. Zarif struggled to finalize his plan without more precise details. The environment would usually dictate his weapon choice, but this time, his limited arsenal forced him to adapt his strategy based on what was available. 3 days in, he connected with 2 officers from the Maldonado cartel, both also serving in the Federal District Police. They confirmed his suspicions about the presidential motorcade's route, providing the missing pieces he needed. Spreading out a map, Zarif pointed to 4 marked locations and requested an on-site inspection. Soon he, Emilio, and the officers piled into a sleek Cadillac Escalade driven by another cartel associate speeding through Mexico City's chaotic streets. After years in Syria, where even in Damascus he moved with armed escorts, Zarif found Mexico City oddly peaceful, despite its notorious reputation. At a red light near his Tepito hideout, 2 blonde women chatted on the sidewalk. The driver whistled and one responded in flawless English, laughing. "Americans?" The driver smirked. Zarif studied them coldly. These women had no idea their world was about to shatter. The first stop was near the airport on Oriente 172, a spot every motorcade passed after VIP arrivals. Online footage made it seem ideal, but reality revealed a police checkpoint just ahead, an immediate deal-breaker. Planting a high-yield bomb here would be impossible with officers so close. The second location, a desolate warehouse district, offered silence but too much exposure. Even the best hidden device could be found during the Secret Service's sweep. Then came the third option, Vidal Alcocer Street in Tepito, a bustling north-south artery near the Palacio Nacional. The intersection pulsed with activity, market stalls, honking cars, pedestrians weaving through traffic. But Zarif's focus locked onto the half-finished building on the corner. "Can we get inside?" he asked. Emilio, without a word, marched across the street, lifted the construction tarp, and gestured for him to enter. Zarif ducked in, scanning the shadows for possibilities. The chaos outside faded as he envisioned his next move. The abandoned construction site stood eerily silent. frozen in time with layers of dust coating the unfinished concrete structures. The skeletal remains of what would become a parking garage loomed in the dim light, partially completed walls on the north and west sides, a three-story staircase rising from the center, while the eastern and southern sections remained exposed, their steel beams and rebar grids waiting for the next phase. The stale scent of cement and rusted metal hung in the air, a reminder of progress halted. Zarif ran his fingers along the sun-warmed rebar lattice, envisioning his plan taking shape. 10 feet up, hidden within the grid, his device would be encased in fresh concrete, masked as just another section of wall. A steel backing would channel the blast outward toward the street. Simple, effective, but one obstacle remained. He couldn't exactly pose as a construction foreman. "Emilio," he called, "I need a crew and a way to work here without raising eyebrows." Emilio's response was immediate, effortless. "No problem," Zarif smirked. Sure, he still didn't know the specifics of the bomb he'd be using, but he couldn't argue with the efficiency of his local contacts. The Maldonado crew moved with the same ruthless precision as the Syrian military back home. No questions, no delays. Meanwhile, Gavin was drowning in self-pity. After the disaster in Prague, he'd barely functioned, dragging himself to the office only to stare blankly at his screen, muttering excuses about jet lag and a phantom cold. But by the third day, something snapped. If he couldn't cut it in the field, he'd damn well make himself indispensable behind a desk. His team had been running support for Clark's operation in New York, tracking Sharp's partners through digital backdoors when direct hacking failed. They'd pieced together enough intel to shadow Riley and his crew, even catching them in hushed meetings with UN officials, but no smoking gun. Now, with the operation scrapped, Gavin knew what had to be done. As his staff packed up for the night, he pulled his lead analyst aside for a crash course on their findings. 45 minutes later, he was alone in his office, the hum of servers his only company. Sharp's network was a fortress, but every fortress had a weak point, and Gavin was determined to find it. The clock struck midnight after 6 grueling hours, and Gavin had hit nothing but digital walls. Sharp's security was a fortress, but Gavin wasn't the type to surrender. He tore into a chocolate bar, switched tactics, and dove back in, fingers flying across the keyboard. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. fumbled for his buzzing phone in the dark, knocking it off the nightstand. Bleary-eyed, he checked the time, 3:48 a.m., and his stomach clenched. Late-night calls always made him think of his father, a man who inspired devotion and fury in equal measure. The world wasn't short on enemies who'd love to take a shot at him. Snatching up the phone, he squinted at the caller ID. Byrie, relief washed over him, no White House crisis, but irritation flared. "Damn it, Gav." Gavin's voice crackled with smug energy. "Watch your tone, Ryan. You'll want to kiss my genius brain once you hear this." Jack, tangled in bedsheets on the floor, rubbed his face. "Spit it out. 9 hours and 43 minutes. That's how long I've been wrestling Duke Sharp's cyber ninjas, their firewalls. Legendary. But guess what? 5 seconds, or I'm going back to sleep." The blonde from Vietnam. Yeah, the one haunting your dreams, she's stateside. Goes by Elise Legrande, now working at a rare earth plant near the Nevada border. Jack lunged for the lamp. "You're kidding? Told ya?" Gavin's grin was audible. Facial recognition drew blanks, so I backtracked through Sharp's visitors, found a forger turned graphic designer in Greenwich Village running a shady print shop. High-end badge printers, Cade rigs smelled like alias factory work. Hacked their cloud storage, and bam, full dossier on your mystery woman. Canadian passport, temp visa, fake consulting gig, cross-referenced with New Corp's site. She's monitoring equipment for a few days. Jack exhaled. "Hell of a catch. Prague still stings, though." "Drop it," Jack said firmly. "That was on me. You're the backbone here." The unspoken weight between them lingered, Prague's ghosts, the trust they'd rebuilt. Gavin's late-night calls weren't just interruptions, they were lifelines. Gavin managed a faint smile as Ryan acknowledged his efforts. "Appreciate it, man. Think Jerry will finally greenlight Valley Floor after this?" Ryan shrugged, adjusting his jacket. "Fingers crossed. Yeah, he was furious about Prague, but with New York falling apart, we're running out of options. If this woman's connected to Sharps, she could be the missing link tying them to Pyongyang." The rain hammered against the windows of Hendley Associates when Mary Pat Foley arrived, the gloomy weather mirroring the tension inside. The UN Sanctions Committee vote had been a disaster. No new sanctions on North Korea for at least 6 months. Everyone in that conference room knew why. Sharps Global had bought influence. Proving it would mean dragging the Justice Department into a bureaucratic nightmare. And by the time they untangled that mess, North Korea might already have a nuclear missile pointed at D.C. Mary Pat wasn't sweating it, though. The campus had the skills to track Sharps and their point man, Edward Riley, without tripping over red tape. Even after the New York setback, they were still the best shot at stopping this. The Valley Floor leak had been a game-changer, proof they were on the right track. When Jack Jr. laid out his plan to infiltrate the facility, she kept her poker face. No need to mention her own asset, Adam Yao, already embedded there. Instead, she dropped intel about a suspicious mineral plant near Cheongju and some shadowy foreign backer funneling millions into North Korea's missile program. Sharps might have been a small player, but after rigging a UN vote, they were suddenly a lot more dangerous. The next day, Ryan, Chavez, and Clark touched down in Vegas, checking into the Mandarin Oriental with the casual ease of businessmen on a routine trip. No disguises, no aliases, just 3 guys plotting over room service. Tomorrow, Ryan would walk into Valley Floor with nothing but his real name and a sharp eye for trouble. Sometimes the simplest cover was no cover at all. By the time the team uncovered the mysterious woman's activities at the facility dubbed Elise for lack of her real identity, they realized time was running short to craft a flawless cover story for one of their operatives. Inserting him into a high-stakes mission to uncover her true agenda wouldn't be easy, especially since she might vanish before they could act. But Jerry Hendley had a simpler solution, just a few well-placed calls to express investment interest, and within a day, Jack Ryan was on his way, leveraging Hendley Associates' legitimate financial clout to gain access. No one at Newcorp questioned Ryan's credentials when he arrived. As a financial analyst scouting potential investments, his presence made perfect sense. The U.S. rare earth industry had been booming, with China struggling to meet global demand, so executives were used to entertaining investors eager to inspect operations. What they didn't know was Ryan's real mission to track down Elise Legrande, or whatever her name really was. A newly discovered mineral deposit, nearly impossible to mine, had complicated Newcorp's prospects, but Jack couldn't afford to tip his hand by mentioning it. His focus was on Elise, connecting her to Sharps and ultimately to North Korea. The facility's announcement listed her department, Hydrometallurgy Quality Control, so Ryan made sure his tour included that area. He needed to get close to skim her devices, but pulling off a convincing accidental encounter wouldn't be easy. Clark had warned him. Elise was no rookie. She'd be watching for anything staged. Then, unexpectedly, luck handed him an opening. On his first afternoon wandering the maze of Valley Floor's sprawling complex, Jack found himself alone in a hallway, slightly lost on his way to a meeting. The perfect moment for a natural run-in if he played it just right. Jack had spent the morning touring the sprawling industrial complex, from the gaping open-pit mine to the labyrinth of water filtration systems and the deafening ore crushers. The research labs and vehicle depot had been equally impressive, especially the monstrous dump trucks that looked like something from a sci-fi movie. Consulting the crumpled map in his hand, he was relieved his next meeting was in the same building as his office. This place was a maze, and he'd already taken 2 wrong turns that morning. He was halfway down the corridor when a door swung open just ahead. The woman from the crowded streets of Ho Chi Minh City stepped out, blonde hair catching the fluorescent light. Jack instinctively slowed his pace as she turned to shut the door behind her. She hadn't noticed him yet, giving him a split second to decide how to play this. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, a voice called out from behind him. "Elise? There you are. We were supposed to meet in Lab 2. That's where the server's set up." She turned away from Jack, flashing an apologetic smile at the man behind him. "Sorry, Ralph," she said, her accent faintly French-Canadian. "Still getting used to this place." She laughed, but Jack caught the tension in her shoulders. He kept walking, certain she'd been caught snooping, but equally sure she'd talked her way out of it. At the end of the hall, he glanced back just in time to see her walking off with Ralph Baggett, the IT director he'd met earlier. Interesting. Was she cozying up to him for intel? Jack made a mental note to schedule a meeting with Baggett tomorrow. Just a casual chat, of course. Later, cruising down the highway back to his Vegas hotel, Jack called Gavin Byery. He laid out the situation, the woman lurking around IT, the suspicious timing, the way she dodged scrutiny. "She's targeting their systems," Jack concluded. "No kidding," Gavin deadpanned. "That's where the fun stuff happens." Jack ignored the sarcasm. "What's she after? Access, data. Both. If she gets credentials, she owns the place. She could crash systems, sabotage equipment. Hell, we once took out an entire nuclear facility with the right code." Jack shook his head. "No, this isn't about destruction. The North Koreans want this tech for themselves. They'd crush Nucorp just by undercutting labor costs. She's here to steal something." Gavin went quiet. "Unless she's after blueprints or expert contacts, I got nothing." Jack drummed his fingers on the wheel. "If she's grabbing intel, she'll need a way to move it. Not necessarily a flash drive," Gavin mused. "Something she always has on her phone. Jewelry, even a damn belt buckle." Jack smirked. "Guess I'll be checking for suspicious accessories tomorrow. I bet it's her phone," he muttered. "Wait, you want me to just grab it, like that failed stunt back in Prague?" "Exactly. I'll overnight you a decoy phone with a special connector. Once you get hers, just plug them together. It'll clone everything on her device in seconds. And if it's locked, oh, it'll definitely be locked, but the copy will still happen. We'll crack it back at the lab." Byery's tone shifted, brimming with quiet arrogance. "I've got a knack for breaking into things in case you forgot. Trust me, I remember. The real challenge is getting your hands on her phone. Let's see if you've still got the touch. Consider it done, Gav? Send me that decoy." The president's trip to Mexico City had been locked in for months, which meant the Secret Service had been prepping just as long. Now, with less than a week until arrival, the advance team had already been scouting the city for days. Their makeshift command center was set up at the Intercontinental Presidente Hotel, where they'd been coordinating with embassy personnel, local law enforcement, and intelligence agencies along the bustling Paseo de la Reforma. Leading the operation was Dale Herbers, a 20-year veteran who'd just flown in from London after wrapping up the president's UK visit. That trip had gone smoothly, like every other international assignment he'd handled. But Mexico City was different. The threats here were real. Cartel activity, easy access to weapons, and a well-oiled criminal network meant Herbers couldn't afford a single misstep. Most people pictured Secret Service agents as stone-faced bodyguards in sunglasses, ready to take a bullet. And sure, those guys existed, but the real work happened behind the scenes. Endless meetings, intelligence briefings, and contingency planning to make sure threats never got close enough to matter. Right now, Herbers was sitting in his hotel suite, surrounded by top officials from the embassy and Mexican law enforcement. The agenda? Running through every known threat, again, to make sure everyone was on the same page. Mexico had always been a security nightmare. The Maldonado cartel was still seething after their leader. Antonio was gunned down 6 months ago. His brother Santiago had been blaming the U.S. and while analysts doubted he could pull off a direct attack, they weren't so sure about his followers. Herbers leaned forward, cutting straight to the point. Santiago's convinced we had a hand in his brother's death. True or not, he's got his people riled up, and they're armed. In Washington, intelligence assessments suggested the threats they'd received were more wishful thinking than actual danger, and officials had spent weeks coordinating with various agencies to confirm this consensus. With the presidential visit just 5 days away, it was time for one last meeting to address any lingering concerns about potential threats, especially from followers of the Maldonado cartel. The discussion turned to a seasoned Mexican official, the head of the Federal Police Intelligence Division, whose thick glasses and mustache gave him an air of quiet authority. He dismissed the idea outright. The Maldonados dominate parts of Guerrero, but that's far from Mexico City. Other cartels keep them out of the capital. Mostly sure we've picked up their members here before, but that was before the Acapulco shootout. With Antonio Maldonado gone, they've turned more violent but far less organized. Herbers absorbed the explanation. It matched previous reports, but he needed absolute certainty. Across the table, the DEA's local director, Raul, nodded in agreement. After Antonio's death, his people flooded social media with threats against Swordsman. We raided a safe house in Iguala later and found a DVD, some guys with RPGs vowing to kill Jack Ryan during his visit. Probably meant for YouTube, but that was months ago. Radio silence since. Herbers had seen the video, the kind of thing that always set the Secret Service on edge. "Here's what bothers me," he said. "They used to scream threats online nonstop. Now as the visit gets closer, nothing. Anyone else find that suspicious?" The Secret Service director in Mexico City leaned in. "Thought about that. Maybe they're quiet because they're planning something. But realistically, they're too scattered to pull off anything major. Still, we're treating the motorcade and public appearances as condition red." Herbers pressed one last angle, turning to the FBI's lead agent. Could they be working with someone else? Russians, Cubans, North Koreans, anyone with a grudge against POTUS? The agent hesitated. Maldonado's dealt with all sorts: Russian guns, North Korean meth, U.S. crime syndicates. But a presidential hit? That's a stretch. Fair enough, Herbers conceded, though his mind was already racing to the next crisis on his list. Meanwhile, Adel Zarif was growing impatient. His Mexican contacts had stalled for days, promising bomb materials would arrive soon from the west. With time running out, the Iranian was tempted to bypass them entirely and take his complaints straight to the North Koreans. The clock was ticking and patience was wearing thin. Emilio had given Zarif a direct line to a specialized team operating in Mexico, with strict orders to call only after the mission was accomplished. But as the days dragged on with no progress, Zarif considered breaking protocol to voice his growing concerns. Despite Emilio's repeated assurances, the situation was becoming critical. With just 4 days remaining, Emilio finally pulled Zarif aside in the cramped living room of their nondescript safe house. "They want a full list of your requirements," Emilio said, leaning forward. Zarif frowned. "I don't even know what's possible." Emilio smirked. "Anything. We've got connections at Military Air Base number 7 in Guerrero. If it fits in a car trunk, consider it yours by tomorrow." Zarif's mind reeled. He'd been mentally preparing to cobble together a crude device from household chemicals, and now here was Emilio offering military-grade firepower. Artillery shells, specifically 105mm howitzer rounds, flashed through his thoughts. He'd used them before in war zones, turning them into devastating IEDs. But this wasn't some improvised ambush. It was a precision strike against the most heavily guarded vehicle in the world. The U.S. President's limo was a fortress on wheels, its exact specs shrouded in secrecy. Zarif knew rumors about its armor, but rumors wouldn't cut it. He needed overwhelming force. Then came the complications. The president never traveled alone. There were always decoy vehicles. Zaref calculated 2 shells minimum, 1 for each limo. But what if that wasn't enough? He hesitated, torn between ensuring success and avoiding unnecessary carnage. Too many civilian casualties might sour his Mexican allies, but failure meant North Korea would abandon their deal. Gritting his teeth, he settled on 3 shells. Better to be ruthless than regretful. He handed Emilio a second list, this one filled with mundane hardware store items and electronic components. Emilio scanned it, then nodded. The artillery rounds come from Guerrero. The rest gets bought discreetly, far from here. Time frame? Zarif asked. 24 hours. Then you get to work. Meanwhile, on his 3rd day at Valley Floor, Jack Ryan Jr. felt the clock ticking. He needed to act fast. The previous day had been packed with back-to-back meetings to maintain his cover, and today had been equally frustrating as Jack failed to cross paths with Elise Legrandi again, despite 2 trips to the hydrometallurgy quality control lab. Rumor had it she'd been lurking around the IT department, so he'd cooked up an excuse to visit Ralph Baggett, only to find the IT director rushing off to another high-priority meeting. With no leads, Jack abandoned his office and headed to the cafeteria, hoping a late lunch might clear his head. So far, his investigation had turned up little. Elise appeared to be running routine checks on hydro-separation equipment, but her real focus seemed to be cozying up to Baggett, and she was doing a disturbingly good job. As Jack chewed his turkey sandwich, he spotted her entering the cafeteria with Ralph in tow. The two settled at a distant table. And though Jack hoped for an introduction, Baggett clearly had no intention of sharing his lunch companion. The IT director's smug grin said it all. He was enjoying the attention of the striking blonde a little too much. Then Jack noticed the woman in the lab coat. She'd been watching him from across the room, her gaze unsubtle. He knew the drill before the beard. He'd dealt with this constantly. Now, recognition was rare, but he could still spot it a mile away. He ignored her, focusing instead on how to approach Elise. But before he could make a move, Baggett's secretary summoned him over the intercom. As Ralph stood, he brushed his hand against Elise back in a move so awkward it belonged in a middle school hallway. She didn't react, but Jack cringed. Just as he considered seizing the moment, the R&D technician materialized at his table. "Sorry to bother you," she chirped, beaming. "I just had to say, your father's work is incredible." Jack forced a polite smile, signed her scrap of paper, and watched her scurry off. Across the room, Elise's eyes locked onto him. No smile, no hesitation, just cold scrutiny. Perfect. He was about to walk over when she stood first, striding toward him. Well, this was unexpected. "Hello," he offered warmly. Her expression didn't soften. "Ralph told me you're some kind of accountant," she said flatly. Jack shrugged. "More or less." Her voice had an intriguing blend of strength and femininity that caught him off guard. "So tell me, what kind of accountant has fans begging for autographs?" Ryan had rehearsed countless scenarios for this encounter, but discussing his minor celebrity status wasn't one of them. He recovered fast, deflecting with a question of his own. "That accent? French, right? French-Canadian," she corrected. "Yeah, sure," Ryan thought, keeping his skepticism to himself. "Charming. Which department are you with?" "Third-party contractor." Her smoky gaze seemed to pierce right through him. He recognized that look, the calculating hesitation of an operative assessing whether this was a setup, even though she'd been the one to approach him. Extending his hand, he introduced himself. "Jack?" "Elise," she replied, but her attention snagged on his visitor badge. The bold Jack was followed by smaller print. She read it aloud. "Ryan?" Her eyebrows lifted in mock realization. "Ah, that woman out there thinks you're the president." "Close. She thinks I'm one of his kids." Another dramatic eye rolled, then sudden comprehension dawned. "Wait, is she right?" "Guilty as charged. Miss Legrand." or is it Mrs.? Veronica Martel ignored the question, mentally scrambling. Fragments of old news articles surfaced. The president's family, a daughter her own age, younger siblings. And then there was the son, the one the press had dubbed Junior. She tilted her head. "You're the one they called Junior, aren't you? Surprised you've heard of me up in Canada?" Elise gave a slow, deliberate nod. The name rings a faint bell. Ryan watched the gears turning behind her guarded expression. Coincidental meetings were red flags in their line of work, and this one had "trap" written all over it. He could almost see her weighing the risks. How much danger could the president's son possibly pose to her mission? "How unexpected," she murmured. Somehow they'd ended up seated. When she asked about his presence at Valley Floor, he spun his cover smoothly. "Financial analyst, actually. My firm's eyeing an investment in the mine, crunching numbers, meeting execs, standard due diligence." He could tell she was dissecting every word. The corner of his mouth twitched. Watching her navigate this mental maze was oddly entertaining. "Your turn," he pressed. "What brings a mining expert to California? A career in mineral extraction, mostly Canadian operations, vague, but he let it hang there, waiting. She obliged with a rehearsed spiel about innovative solvent extraction methods and Newcorp's cutting-edge adaptations. Ryan played along, jotting notes like an eager investor. "Fascinating stuff," he said finally. "Any chance I could see the process in action?" "Hydrometallurgy quality control handles demonstrations," she offered smoothly. "They'd be happy to walk you through the dissolution units." "Perfect. I'll set that up." As they parted ways, Ryan couldn't shake the thrill of the game. She was sharp, maybe too sharp, and that, he decided, made her all the more dangerous. "Will you be there?" Jack asked, watching Elise closely as she hesitated. He could practically see the gears turning in her mind, assessing whether his sudden appearance posed any threat. The whole situation was bizarre enough to make anyone suspicious. Finally, she replied, "I'll be around all day tomorrow if you want to stop by. After that, I'm leaving, flights booked for the next morning." "Perfect. I'll see you then," Jack said, forcing casualness into his voice as they walked out of the cafeteria toward the elevators. Part of him wanted to invite her to dinner right then, but he held back. Pushing too hard would only make her question whether this was all some calculated move. Better to let her think their meeting was pure chance. Besides, if Clark and Chavez found out he was getting even closer to Elise, they'd lose their minds. The last thing he needed was another lecture about operational security and the risks of compromising the president's son. At the elevator bank, Jack hit the up button while Elise pressed down. They exchanged a polite handshake before stepping into their respective cars. Just as the doors began to close, a voice called out, "Hold the elevator!" Jack stuck his arm out, irritated. He still had to debrief with Clark and Ding before dinner. A lean Asian guy in jeans and a polo, backpack slung over one shoulder, slipped inside. "Thanks, man," he said, turning to face forward. Jack hit his floor button, then glanced up and froze. The other passenger mirrored his expression. "Yao, Ryan?" They shook hands, both wearing identical looks of bewildered amusement. "Small world," Jack said dryly. "Apparently," Yao replied. An awkward silence stretched between them as the elevator climbed. Neither wanted to be the first to ask why the other was here, but the unspoken question hung heavy in the air. Finally, as the doors opened on Jack's floor, he broke. "You free for a drink later?" Adam held the door. "Gotta check in with personnel first. Lobby in 20. Done." The nearest bar was a dingy casino joint just over the Nevada state line, a pit stop for gamblers who couldn't be bothered driving all the way to Vegas. Jack and Adam claimed a corner booth at Whiskey Pete's, beers in hand, Sam Adams for Jack, Shiner Bach for Yao. The first few minutes passed in small talk about traffic and the depressing decor, each man subtly sizing the other up. They weren't enemies, far from it, but their history didn't erase the fact that neither had expected this reunion. "You look different," Yao remarked. "Is it the beard, or have you been hitting the gym?" Jack smirked. Both harder to get recognized this way. Must be rough being so famous, Yao deadpanned before taking a sip. Famous for what, exactly? Yao just shook his head, grinning. Ran into an old friend of yours recently, Mary Pat Foley. Jack's expression softened. Now there's a woman who could run the world. Where did you run into her? Ryan asked, swirling his drink. There was a beat of silence before Yao answered, just some corporate event. You know how those things go. Sure. So, who is she? Yao pressed. Elise Legrande. She's with an external contractor here at Newcorp for a couple of weeks. Claims she's from Canada. Interesting. Yeah. The silence stretched between them, thick and awkward. Yao exhaled, rubbing his temple. Listen, it's good catching up, but I think we're both fresh out of small talk. Ryan smirked, lifting his glass. At least the beer's decent. Yao let out a surprised laugh. You're right, we could always roll some dice, but let's be real. I can't talk and you won't. Ryan hesitated, then leaned in slightly. He didn't have the full picture of Yao's operation, but something told him the guy could use a heads up. Actually, I've got something for you. Take it as a courtesy, no questions asked. Yao raised an eyebrow. I've kept my mouth shut this long, haven't I? That blonde you mentioned? What about her? She's not who she says she is. Yao didn't flinch, just took a slow sip of his beer before setting it down. No kidding. Not here for you. At least I don't think so. Claims to be Canadian, but my money's on French. ex-DGSE. Maybe. Now she's with a private firm out of New York. Yao studied him. And you know this? How? Let's just say my team's been keeping tabs on her employer. Your team? Yep. Yao shrugged, deciding not to push. Any idea what she's after? Best guess? Corporate espionage? Her people are tied to a North Korean rare earth mining project. Ryan watched for a reaction, but Yao's expression stayed smooth. The guy was a pro. They'd worked together in China, but Ryan wasn't cleared for Accurate Herald. Assuming Yao even knew he wasn't cleared, the whole situation was getting messier by the day, and Yao wasn't about to start sharing intel, not even with the president's son. Fascinating, Yao said dryly. Nothing to do with me, but fascinating. Want me to flag her for security? Ryan smirked. Yao was playing him. If he was here, it had to be about the mine. Don't bother. Just figured you should know in case she complicates things for you. Not a chance, Yao said, tossing cash on the table. But I appreciate the heads up. Outside, the desert wind whipped through the parking lot as they shook hands. Stay sharp, Ryan said. You too. Thanks again. As they drove off toward Vegas, Ryan couldn't shake his curiosity about Yao's real mission. Yao, meanwhile, had zero interest in Ryan's business. He'd passed the intel to Mary Pat, but his focus was on tomorrow's flight. Doubt wasn't an option. Meanwhile, Veronica Martel stepped into her palazzo suite, tossing her bag onto the bed. She fired up her laptop, plugged her phone in, and initiated the upload. The stolen Newcorp files would soon be in Edward Riley's hands, then funneled straight to North Korea. The rest wasn't her problem. She'd done her job, flawlessly. The past 2 weeks had been exhausting. Pretending to be enthralled by Ralph Baggett, the disheveled IT director at Valley Floor Mining, while navigating an industry she barely understood, had tested her patience. Though far from the worst assignment of her career, she would have preferred scrubbing toilets over enduring Baggett's clumsy advances. Still, she'd pulled it off. No server password, but she'd swiped the files when he carelessly left his terminal unlocked. The fact she'd escaped with nothing more than awkward groping was a small victory, though she'd been ready to go further if needed. Tomorrow marked her final day at the mine, capped by a cringe-worthy farewell party with the hydrometallurgy team and, of course, Baggett, who'd invited himself. Veronica scoffed at the absurdity. Back in France, a decade in an office wouldn't warrant a goodbye coffee, but Americans loved their meaningless rituals. She'd happily vanish tonight if she could, except for one person. Ironically, completing her mission had been the second most interesting part of her day. Smirking, she picked up her phone to call Riley. Standard protocol demanded reporting any unusual contact, and running into the U.S. president's son while hacking a server definitely qualified. But as her thumb hovered over the dial button, she paused. Wait. A slow grin spread across her face. Why play by the rules when opportunity knocked? Corporate espionage had dulled her instincts, but this was a golden ticket. The DGSE had shut her out years ago. But what if she walked back in with leverage? The president's son wasn't just a footnote. He was a bargaining chip. For the first time in years, Veronica felt the thrill of the game. Rules? Best practices? She laughed. Let Riley wait. This was her move now. Today changed everything. Veronica Martel's chance encounter with Jack Ryan Jr. wasn't just luck. It was an opportunity. If played right, this charming American could become French intelligence's golden ticket, offering unprecedented access to details about the U.S. president. The best part, only she could make it happen. Martel smirked to herself. Jack was already falling into place like clockwork, another predictable man drawn in by her charm. She wouldn't even need to try hard. Tomorrow, she'd casually mention her farewell party when he stopped by her office, subtly steering him away from distractions like Baggett. Riley would never know. This was her game alone. By the time she contacted DGSE, she'd be walking back in with a prize they couldn't refuse. The thought sent a thrill through her. One mission ending, another beginning, with rewards far greater than she'd imagined. Meanwhile, across the world, Adam Yao touched down in Shanghai after a long flight from Los Angeles. Coach seats and Korean audio lessons had filled his hours, but he deleted every trace before landing. At immigration, he handed over his U.S. passport under the name Sean Sin, answering the officer's questions with practiced ease. 18 years in America, he explained, married there. Just visiting family now. The officer scrutinized the passport, checking for tampered pages, standard procedure for anyone entering China. Adam stayed calm. He knew the drill. 4 minutes later, he was through, officially stepping back into his homeland as Shan Xin. 3 hours after arrival, he stood in front of an unmarked door in Kunshan. A voice crackled through the intercom. Name? Shan Xin. I'm here to see Mr. Hu. The door opened. 2 men patted him down, confiscating his phone, wallet, even his watch. Listening devices, one muttered. Adam kept his expression neutral. The real work was about to begin. Adam stood calmly as security personnel conducted their search, knowing he hadn't smuggled anything questionable into the country. Moments later, he was escorted into a dimly lit office where a stern-faced man named Hu sat behind a cluttered desk. They'd met before, virtually at least, during a Skype call from Virginia when Adam, posing as Sean Sin, had secured this assignment. Back then, Hu had vaguely described the job at a mining operation in Mongolia, insisting Adam travel to Shanghai immediately for final approval. Now, face to face, Hu wasted no time grilling him about his technical expertise with hydraulic cone crushers. It wasn't a background check. Yao could tell Hu just wanted to confirm his skills. The man was thorough, if not suspicious enough to uncover a CIA operative. After a tense exchange, Hu finally slid a stack of documents across the desk. We're not some bureaucratic state-run enterprise, he said dryly. Adam almost laughed. That was an understatement. This operation was outright criminal. Keeping his expression neutral, he listened as Hu laid out the terms, an 8-week contract, no guarantees, and the option to keep working afterward. I'm here to put in the hours, not sightsee, Adam replied with forced enthusiasm. Hu's next demand was no surprise. Forget you ever stepped foot in America. Your passport stays with me, standard procedure. Playing dumb, Adam feigned confusion. The miners have a problem with Americans. Hu exhaled a cloud of cigarette smoke, his tone blunt. The job isn't in Mongolia, couldn't tell you until now. He paused, watching Adam's reaction. You're flying to Pyongyang today. The mines in North Korea, close to the Chinese border. Adam widened his eyes on cue, letting shock flicker across his face. Who cut off his questions? Everything's prearranged. Once you're airborne, a DPRK official will handle your entry. As far as China's concerned, you never left. Adam signed the papers as Shanxin, his signature steady despite the unease coiling in his gut. Before dismissing him, Hu delivered a chilling warning. We've sent over 100 workers there. The pay's good, but the conditions, brutal. Keep your head down, do your job, and don't give them a reason to question you. Step out of line, you're on your own. Adam nodded like it was nothing, but the weight of the threat settled over him. North Korea wasn't just risky, it was a trap with no exit strategy. Hours later, he boarded a Dearjet charter flight, the Airbus A319, humming as it carried him toward Pyongyang. Around him, the other recruits chatted nervously, oblivious to the danger ahead. Adam scanned their faces, wondering how many would regret taking this job and how many wouldn't make it back at all. The group of professionals boarding the flight to North Korea carried an air of bewildered uncertainty. These weren't rough miners, but engineers, tech specialists, and industry experts, handpicked for their skills, not their familiarity with criminal enterprises. Adam blended in, playing the part of a dutiful worker, wide-eyed but focused on his role. The plane touched down just after sunset, and within minutes they were funneled into an eerily empty terminal. The only signs of life were two rigid lines of young soldiers in crisp green uniforms, rifles clutched tightly, their expressions locked in practiced hostility. Adam kept his head low but caught glimpses of their weapons, locally made Kalashnikovs, safeties off, ready to fire. Immigration was a surreal ordeal. Each passenger was directed to a separate table where stone-faced officers waited. Adam's bag was emptied, his documents scrutinized by a white-haired official while another patted him down. Then came the humiliating command, stripped to his underwear, under the watchful eyes of armed women and his equally exposed colleagues. The metal detector wand passed over him as he stood there, exposed and tense. Then chaos erupted. A Chinese woman from his flight, now in her bra and panties, was confronted over a Korean dictionary. "Why would you need this?" the officer demanded. "For language practice," she protested, baffled. The accusation of espionage sent her away in tears, her belongings abandoned. Adam stayed silent, praying expulsion was the worst she'd face. The whole scene was a stark reminder. This wasn't just a job site. It was a trap disguised as an opportunity. Adam wasn't sure whether to pity her or wish he were in her shoes. North Korea was already a nightmare, and he immediately scolded himself for even entertaining the thought. "What did you expect, Adam?" he muttered under his breath. After the grueling immigration ordeal and the unsettling disappearance of one of their group, Adam and the remaining 42 Chinese technicians were herded onto a bus. The streets of Pyongyang were eerily quiet, barely a soul in sight as they rolled toward the Yanggakdo International Hotel. Adam had heard the stories, how only the 26th floor was ever in use. The rest of the massive hotel left abandoned because, despite the regime's grand ambitions, there simply weren't enough foreign visitors to fill it. He figured with their arrival, they'd be crammed into some long-neglected wing. But no. The minders, sharp in their press suits, handed out keys with crisp efficiency. 4 to a room, all on the 26th floor. Adam almost laughed. They were likely the only guests in the entire building, maybe the only foreigners in the whole city. That night, a stiff reception was held in the basement banquet hall, a cavernous space, absurdly lavish for their small group. The waitresses moved like ghosts, silent and expressionless, not a word of Chinese between them. The technicians murmured among themselves, tension thick in the air. Then, as if on cue, one of the staff cranked up a scratchy radio, holding a microphone to the speaker to blast revolutionary anthems through the room. Adam nursed his beer, forcing a grin. He could have used a dozen more to dull the edge, but he wasn't about to lose his head. Good spies didn't get sloppy, no matter how surreal the situation. Later, as a minder escorted him back to the elevator, Adam remembered the rumors about the missing fifth floor. He craned his neck, confirming it, just a gap in the numbers. Classic, he thought. That's where the watchers lurked, monitoring every move. He wasn't fazed. After years in China, he was used to surveillance, but North Korea. They took it to another level entirely. Meanwhile, Veronica Martel was right on schedule. Getting close to Jack Ryan Jr. had been almost too easy, and she was already daydreaming about her triumphant return to Paris with Ryan as her newest asset in tow. Jack Ryan Jr. stepped into her office just past 9, spending nearly an hour jotting down notes on the equipment and procedures before circling back to chat about solvent extraction. The conversation was professional but brief. He thanked her, swapped business cards, and made to leave. Veronica waited just long enough to seem casual before mentioning the farewell gathering her team was throwing that evening. With practiced nonchalance, she tossed out the idea that he might stop by. Ryan took the bait without hesitation, flashing an easy smile as he accepted. Luckily, the quality control team hadn't yet pinned down the venue, giving Veronica the perfect excuse to snag his number. She'd text him the details later. By the end of the day, she had it all arranged 8 o'clock at the sleek V-Bar inside the Venetian. She didn't doubt he'd show. And sure enough, at 8:15, Ryan strolled in looking sharp in a light tan blazer and jeans. He kept his distance at first, lingering farther down the bar than Ralph Baggett, the department's resident nuisance. But before long, he'd slid into a seat directly across from her. Baggett, as usual, was doing his best to dominate the conversation. But Veronica handled him smoothly, weaving Ryan into the discussion without raising suspicion. For Jack, everything was falling into place. Getting close to Elise Legrand had been easier than expected. Just a morning visit, a few well-placed questions, and suddenly he had an invite to her send-off party. A crowd was ideal. Less scrutiny, more opportunity. His mission was simple. Get her phone. Gavin Byrie had flagged it as the most likely device she'd use to extract data from New Corp's servers. Jack had trained for this pickpocketing, sleight of hand, and he was confident he could pull it off in a room full of distracted coworkers. The team had spent the evening fine-tuning their approach. Jack had Gavin's modified phone ready just a couple of minutes with Elise's device, and he'd have everything they needed. But there were other angles, too. Could he coax more out of her? Where was she headed next? Who was bankrolling the North Koreans? The real gold mine might be in her head, not just her phone. Clark, however, wasn't thrilled with Jack's suggestion of a post-party drink to dig deeper. "Let me ask you something," Clark cut in, voice low. "What happened to the last guy we saw sharing a drink with her Vietnam ring any bells?" Dom, silent until now, winced. "Damn," Jack shrugged. "I've got backup." Clark's glare didn't waver. So did Hazelton. The words hung heavy in the air. In the end, they settled on a compromise, a discreet gadget Byrie had overnighted from Alexandria. The nearly invisible earpiece, barely larger than a hearing aid, came with a slim battery pack dangling behind the ear. While it resembled standard Bluetooth gear, this model had a hidden advantage, an external mic that captured ambient noise. Ryan tested it, adjusting his hair to conceal the device, and within seconds, the team could hear both his voice and the surrounding chatter. For Clark, the real win was ensuring Ryan could receive live instructions during the mission. With cautious approval, Clark greenlit the plan for Ryan to infiltrate the party and target the Frenchwoman's phone. Though he emphasized this was a soft probe, not a full-blown op, if things got dicey, Clark wouldn't hesitate to yank Ryan out. To keep close tabs, Clark stationed himself in the Venetian's bustling lobby, blending in among shoppers while staying just moments away if backup was needed. The party started predictably networking talk, forced laughter, But as drinks flowed, the crowd loosened up. Everyone, that is, except Elise Legrand. Ryan noticed how expertly she dodged personal questions, her sharp gaze tracking every movement at the table. She studied him most of all, locking eyes with an intensity that unsettled him, despite her striking looks. By the third round, the group had dwindled to the diehards, Ryan, Baggett, and the enigmatic Elise. For nearly an hour, Ryan waited for his opening rehearsing excuses to get close to her phone. But where was it, her purse, her pocket? When she finally reached into her silver clutch, he sprang into action, only to freeze. The phone in her hand wasn't the one she'd used all week at Valley Floor. She swapped devices. His stomach dropped. The intel he needed was on the other phone, likely stashed in her hotel room. But where the strip? Probably like every other Newcorp visitor. Without an address, sending a teammate to snoop was off the table, masking his frustration. Ryan excused himself, feigning a trip to the restroom while scrambling for a new plan. The team listened intently as Ryan relayed the latest update the moment he was out of earshot from the table. "Change of plans. She's carrying a second phone," Chavez groaned. "Seriously? What's that about?" Ryan rubbed his temple. Gavin called it. "The first phone was probably just for the op. Now she's either ditched it in her room or stuffed it in her bag." Dom didn't hesitate. "Then check her purse," Ryan shot back. "And you check her room. Where's she staying?" "No clue." Dom scoffed. "You realize we're in Vegas, right? There are more hotel rooms here than common sense. You want me to start busting down doors?" Ryan muttered something unprintable before snapping. "Fine, I'll dig through her bag while you sit there looking pretty. Sound good?" Clark's voice cut through the comms like a warning. "Enough." Ding jumped in, calm but firm. "Ryan, just check the purse if it's not there. Casually ask where she's staying. I've got access to every hotel database in the city. Give me the name and I'll pull her room number. Dom can handle the break-in while you keep her distracted." Ryan agreed, though Ding made it sound like a cakewalk. "Gotta move. Baggett might try something stupid." Ding chuckled. That French operative would tear him apart before he got 2 steps. When Ryan returned, Baggett was gone and Elise Legrand sat alone, scrolling through her phone with her purse tight in her grip. Jack slid back into his seat. Where'd Ralph disappear to? She barely glanced up. He left, sent his regards. Ryan fought back a smirk, but Clark's voice in his earpiece killed the moment. "Too smooth. Stay sharp. Something's off." Clark's suspicion was clear. He thought Legrande might be playing Ryan, but Jack dismissed it. She was just interested in him, and getting rid of Baggett was a win, not some elaborate trap. As she tucked her phone away, he caught a glimpse inside her purse. No second device. Now he needed her hotel name, fast, no time for subtlety. "So what do you think of the Venetian?" She glanced around, unimpressed. "Not exactly Italy, true, but it's got its charm." He leaned in. "Where are you staying?" A flicker of surprise crossed her face, but she answered, "The palazzo next door." Ryan grinned. "No way, me too." Her eyes narrowed. She wasn't buying it. He'd pushed too hard. Ding's voice crackled in his ear, urgent. "Working on a room for you now?" Stall. Legrand tilted her head. "What's your room number?" Ryan's stomach dropped. Ding wasn't ready. He forced a laugh. "Bit direct, don't you think?" Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "I'm not flirting. I'm calling your bluff." Ryan could sense the skepticism radiating off Elise as she studied him with narrowed eyes. "I'm not sure what game you're playing, but something tells me you're not being straight with me." Jack shrugged, forcing a casual tone. "Sounds like you've got trust issues." He hated the lie. But there was no turning back now. Maybe because I've dealt with too many people who twist the truth. She shot back, arms crossed, like right now, for example. Her posture was rigid, every word laced with suspicion. She pressed him again. Where was he really staying? But he held firm. Elise exhaled sharply. "Last chance, Jack. Tell me the truth." A slow grin spread across his face. "Fine, I'll show you my room." His pulse hammered as he waited for her reaction. "You're full of it?" she said, lips quirking in amusement. She clearly thought this was some cheap trick to get her alone, and the idea of calling his bluff seemed to delight her. Jack, meanwhile, was banking on her reluctance to actually follow through. No way would this polished, composed woman take him up on such a reckless offer. "You're the one bluffing," he countered. "You won't go." She ignored the jab. "I looked you up today. Let me guess, found my awkward teen phase? Glasses? Braces? The whole disaster? Adorable." She deadpanned. "But I did confirm you work for Hendley Associates. You doubted that too." She sidestepped the question. "What's strange is how little there is about you post-college. Almost like you vanished." Ryan's stomach tightened. She was sharp, too sharp. If she was digging this deep, did she already know more than she let on? He forced a laugh. "Simple explanation. I'm painfully dull. Works in my favor. Nobody pays attention to boring people. You're trying to lure a stranger to a non-existent hotel room. That's not boring. That's bizarre. You still don't believe me? Not a chance. You just want an excuse to follow me back to my hotel. Thought I wouldn't question it. Maybe share a drink in the bar before inviting you upstairs. Pretty bold assumption. Or just experience." Then Ding's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Room 3908, Junior Suite. Clark's grabbing your key now. Stall her for 20 minutes. Dom's moving your stuff from the Mandarin." Jack almost groaned. Chavez was way too optimistic about how this would play out. He didn't even have the damn key yet. "Room 3908, he announced, watching her closely. For the first time, Elise smiled. A real one. "All right, Jack Ryan Jr., let's see this room at the Palazzo." "Shit." Ding's panicked voice hissed in his ear. "Not yet. We're not ready." Desperate, Jack flagged down a waitress for the check, praying she'd take her sweet time. Meanwhile, across town, Dom Caruso was in full crisis mode. The second Jack, named the Palazzo, he'd bolted into Ryan's room at the Mandarin, yanking clothes off hangers, shoving shoes and electronics into a duffel. Dress shirts were crumpled into balls, toiletries tossed in haphazardly. He zipped the bag, sprinted for the door, and hoped to God they'd pull this off before Elise called Jack's bluff for good. Dom grabbed his pre-packed go bag and bolted from the suite without waiting for the valet. The Mandarin Oriental sat nearly 2 miles down the chaotic strip from the Palazzo. No time to waste in Vegas traffic. As he sprinted toward the elevator, he muted his team conference call and speed-dialed the head valet, a guy named Andy, whom Clark had charmed during check-in. "Andy, it's Bobby Phillips' nephew." Dom lied smoothly, sticking to their cover identities. "Listen, if my black E-Class is waiting at the stand with the trunk popped and keys inside in 3 minutes, there's $50 in it for you." The valet's enthusiastic, "You got it, bro," crackled through the phone before Dom even finished speaking. Clark had already infiltrated the Venetian next door, so Dom jogged the short distance in 5 minutes flat, just enough lead time before Ryan and the French operative arrived. At reception, he cut ahead of 2 bowing Japanese businessmen with quick apologies, snagging 2 key cards for the 39th floor suite. Outside, Dom's Mercedes screeched to the valet stand moments before Ryan's arrival. He grabbed his bag from the trunk and breezed past them into the lobby, playing the part of a harried executive rushing to his meeting. Ryan paused with Elise near a glitzy lobby bar, flashing a grin. "Best margaritas in Vegas," he claimed, nodding toward the bartender. She arched an eyebrow, amused. "You've clearly never been here before." "Ouch?" "No pregame cocktail to break the ice?" Jack teased, leaning into her skepticism. "Let's skip the performance," she countered, crossing her arms upstairs, "or admit this is a waste of time?" Ryan's smile widened. "Oh, we're going up. Your reaction alone will be worth it." Meanwhile, Dom darted toward the elevator bank, snatching the key Clark had hidden in a potted plant. His express car rocketed straight to the 39th floor without stopping, while Clark, already upstairs, taped Ryan's keycard inside a descending elevator with precise instructions. Last car that opens. Take it, cards taped by the buttons. When Ryan and Elise reached the elevators, the final doors slid open on cue. Ever the gentleman Jack let her enter first, but positioned himself to discreetly peel the taped card off the panel. With a fluid motion, he pressed their floor number while turning to face her. The key now palmed in his hand. The doors closed. The game in motion, Jack's fingers brushed against his pocket, retrieving the keycard with a practiced motion before holding it up for her to see. Elisa's eyes widened in shock as the elevator hummed to the second floor, its doors sliding open to reveal an empty hallway. For a moment, they stood in silence, Jack's gaze drifting over the polished marble tiles before landing on her. "This place isn't bad," he remarked with a casual grin. "First time noticing?" she asked, arching a brow. "Nah," he shrugged, just making conversation. The doors sealed shut, and the ascent continued. Meanwhile, John Clark burst onto the third-floor landing, his shirt clinging to his chest as he fought to steady his breathing. He jabbed the elevator call button just as a chime signaled an arriving car. Ducking out of sight, he held his breath, listening intently. A woman's voice, thick with a French accent, cut through the silence. Unbelievable kids. "Total brats," Ryan muttered in response. The doors slid shut, and Clark exhaled sharply. "Bought you some time, Dom," he radioed, "but they're right behind you, less than a minute." Caruso's reply was strained. "Copy that." Minutes later, Jack swiped the keycard and pushed open the door to his suite, gesturing for Elise to enter. She hesitated, disbelief flickering across her face before finally stepping inside. His eyes darted to the center of the room. Dominic had left a pair of his bright red boxers sprawled across the rug. Jack suppressed a groan. "I'm gonna strangle him." The rest of the room was staged convincingly. A tailored suit on the bed, his laptop on the coffee table, a few stray items scattered for effect. "Sorry about the mess," he muttered, snatching up the underwear. Wasn't expecting guests. Elise didn't answer. Instead, she drifted toward the bathroom, taking in the damp towels, the toothpaste-smeared sink, the lingering steam from a recent shower. When she turned back, her gaze landed on the champagne chilling beside the sofa. Jack followed her stare, feigning surprise. "Wow, they work fast," he admitted, pulling the bottle from the ice. Her head tilted. "Champagne at check-in? That's unusual." Jack rubbed his neck. "Yeah, awkward story. The owner's a GOP donor. I try to keep a low profile, but sometimes people figure out who my dad is. Guess he decided to roll out the red carpet." He uncorked the bottle with a practiced twist. "Didn't ask for it, though." "Mm-hmm." She accepted the glass, but before Jack could steer her toward the couch, Dominic's voice crackled in his earpiece, urgent and barely audible. "Balcony, now." "Fantastic," Jack forced a smile. Almost forgot the view's insane. He guided her outside, praying the skyline wouldn't disappoint. Behind them, Dominic slipped from the bedroom closet, silent as a shadow, and dropped to the floor. Dom slid across the carpet on his stomach, his gaze locked on the balcony where his cousin and the stunning French operative stood oblivious. The neon glow of the Vegas Strip reflected in the floor-to-ceiling windows as he waited for the perfect moment. Once he was sure her attention was fixed on the dazzling cityscape 39 stories below, he sprang up and slipped out of the suite without a sound. "I'm clear," he muttered into his comms the second he hit the hallway. "Ding. Point me to her room." Ding's response came through crisp and frustrated. "No reservation under her name. She's either using a fake identity, a second layer of cover, or maybe even her real one, or she's not even staying here." Dom froze mid-step, exhaling sharply. "Well, that's just great, Jack. You're up. Get her talking." Meanwhile, on the balcony, Elise turned from the glittering skyline to face Ryan. The hard edges of her expression had melted away, replaced by something almost vulnerable. "I owe you an apology," she admitted, raising her champagne flute. "I shouldn't have doubted you." Jack mirrored her sip, playing it cool. "Water under the bridge. Now, how about some honesty? Where are you really staying? Like I said, right here." Ryan studied her, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. "You know what? I believe you." Clark's voice crackled in his earpiece. Ryan confirms she's staying on site. Domingo, check female check-ins from the 25th day before she started at Valley Floor. Narrow it down. A brief silence followed as Jack and Elise leaned against the railing, the desert wind tousling their hair. Then Ding's triumphant voice cut through. "Bingo! Only 3 long-term female guests from that date. One's registered as Sophie Brochard, Canadian from Ontario, room 31112. That's our mark." Dom was already moving. "On my way." Back on the balcony, Elise excused herself to fetch more champagne. When she returned, topping off both their glasses, she lingered closer than before. Close enough for Jack to catch the subtle floral notes of her perfume. The mission was spiraling in an unexpected direction. Instead of scrambling to keep her distracted, he now found himself hoping she wouldn't decide to leave then. As if reading his thoughts, she closed the distance and kissed him. Jack had seen the signs, but the suddenness still threw him, especially when her fingers tangled in his hair, dangerously close to his earpiece. He broke away with a practiced hesitation, just as Clark's concerned whisper reached him. "Jack, comms are dead. Status." Elise arched an eyebrow. "Let me guess, married?" Pretty sure TMZ would have broken that news by now. He quipped. "Gay, then," would have trended on Twitter. "Then what? Bathroom emergency. Be right back." She laughed, waving him off. "Take your time." As she settled onto the bed, Jack locked himself in the bathroom, pressing a hand to his forehead. Think, Ryan, fast. Ding's update didn't help. Dom needs 15 minutes, minimum. Jack groaned under his breath. "Yeah, no problem." "Oh, this is bad." Meanwhile, Dom faced the unmarked door of 3112. "No key? No problem." He pulled out Gavin Byery's latest toy, a sleek microcontroller barely bigger than a pack of cards, with a thin cable snaking to a barrel connector. Kneeling, he located the hidden port beneath the keycard reader where no casual observer would ever think to look. The lock didn't stand a chance. Gavin slid the connector into the port and toggled the switch on his handheld device. Many modern keycard locks feature these access points, designed for battery charging and firmware updates, including the hotel's master access code, a 32-bit digital key granting universal entry to every room. Housekeeping staff rely on this master key rather than juggling individual cards for each guest room. As Gavin's microcontroller booted up, the lock transmitted its encrypted access code downward, where his device swiftly decrypted and bounced it back. The keypad's green light blinked to life in less than a second, despite no physical card being inserted. Dominic swung the door open, yanked the device free, and stashed it in his backpack with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Ryan leaned against the marble bathroom counter, studying his reflection as if it might reveal how to handle the woman lounging on his bed. Elise had accelerated things faster than he'd anticipated, flirtation tipping toward something more insistent. Sure, they were both unattached and objectively attractive, but her interest felt clinical, like she was solving a puzzle rather than acting on desire. The memory of their kiss nagged at him. The comms chatter in his earpiece had ruined what might have been, well, complicated. This wasn't some steamy romance. It was a calculated move in a high-stakes game. The idea of sleeping with her just to buy time for his team to rifle through her belongings turned his stomach. Clark suspected Elise was running her own operation, maybe to compromise or extract intel, but Ryan wasn't convinced. Then again, Clark saw threats in every shadow, while Ryan had gotten used to women finding him interesting for reasons that didn't always involve espionage. He flushed the toilet for cover, splashed water on his face, and glared at his reflection focus. She's not some reality show fling. She's a hostile operative working for Pyongyang. The mission left no room for hesitation. Either he played along or blew the entire op. Ryan? Status? Clark's voice crackled in his ear. He ripped the earpiece out, stuffed it in his pocket, and turned off the faucet. Showtime. Elise waited on the bed, still dressed but radiating expectation. He took a step forward. Then her phone trilled from her purse. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, followed by recognition at the distinct ringtone. She scooped up the purse, flashing an apologetic smile. "Désolé, I must take this." Ryan nodded. "Go ahead." Hello? The voice on the other end was razor sharp. "Riley here. Where the hell are you?" Veronica Martel stiffened at the urgency in his tone. "Rebecca, darling, it's midnight here. Listen," he cut in. "There's a man in your room right now." Her grip tightened on the phone. "How could you possibly? Doesn't matter. I've got a team en route. Get back there now." Ryan watched her back stiffen as she listened. When she turned around, any pretense of annoyance had vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating fury that told him the game had just changed. Ryan felt the tension in the air as the woman's piercing gaze locked onto him. Confusion flickered across his face. "Did I say something?" he asked, forcing a casual laugh while rising from his seat, but she was already moving, grabbing her purse with a sharp jerk. "Who the hell are you?" she demanded, each word sharp as a knife. Ryan's mind raced. Had she figured it out? "You looked me up online, right?" he said, taking a step forward, but she spun on her heel and bolted for the exit. "Hold on, wait!" His plea fell on deaf ears as the door slammed shut behind her. Cursing under his breath, Ryan fumbled for his earpiece before abandoning the effort and lunging for his phone instead. His fingers flew across the screen as he connected to the call. "Dom, get out now. She knows." Meanwhile, Caruso had already cracked open the Frenchwoman's suitcase, his lock-picking skills making quick work of the flimsy mechanism. In under 4 minutes, he had her phone synced to Gavin's custom device, data streaming smoothly, until Ryan's panicked warning crackled through his earpiece. Dom barely flinched. Even if she was racing back, she'd have to navigate the maze of elevators from the 39th floor down to the lobby and back up. What bothered him more was how she'd been tipped off. A call that meant eyes on him, maybe hotel security, maybe someone lurking in the halls. Either way, unknowns were now in play, and unknowns meant danger. Clark's voice cut through his thoughts. "John here, lobby's clear, but don't push your luck. Grab and go." "Was hoping you'd say that," Dom muttered, shoving both phones into his backpack. He moved fast, but as he rounded the suite's narrow hallway, the door's latch clicked ominously. No time. He pivoted, vaulting over the couch just as a gunshot exploded behind him. Glass shattered inches from his head as he burst onto the balcony. Without hesitation, he swung over the railing, fingers gripping cold metal as his body dangled precariously over the Vegas Strip. Another shot rang out, closer this time, teeth clenched. Dom swung hard, momentum carrying him downward just as his grip faltered. He barely registered the hooded figure above him, suppressor gleaming before he crashed onto the balcony below. The impact sent splinters of plexiglass flying as he gasped for air, ribs screaming. But he was moving before the pain could settle, scrambling to his feet and locking eyes with his would-be killer 31 stories above. The assassin, perched on the balcony above, couldn't spot Dom at first, but the sudden thud of boots hitting concrete signaled his descent. A gloved hand emerged, pistol sweeping blindly below until it locked onto Dom's position. The muzzle flashed with an ear-splitting crack, sending a bullet smashing through the glass door inches from Dom's shoulder. He hit the deck as a second shot spiderwebbed the pane near his head. Springing up, Dom snatched a patio chair and swung it like a batter going for the fences. Metal met steel as the gun discharged again, sending the weapon spinning into the Vegas night. No time to wonder about spare firearms. Dom bolted through the shattered doorway into an empty conference room, his shoes crunching glass as he hit the hallway at a dead sprint. 30 floors vanished beneath his pounding footsteps, the adrenaline rush fading only when he spotted Ryan and Clark casually loading luggage into their Mercedes like they were wrapping up a weekend getaway. Back at the safe house, Ryan synced data from Elisa's phone while the team scrubbed the place cleaner than a crime scene cleanup crew. Dom's call to Adara Sherman barely raised an eyebrow. Another emergency vacation was just Tuesday for this crew. Their Gulfstream roared into the pre-dawn sky from Henderson, Adara playing nurse to Dom's collection of cuts and bruises. Superficial, Ryan muttered, though Adara fussed over him like he'd survived a shark attack. Up front, the team pieced together the ugly truth. North Korea had sent kill teams after Sharp's global operatives, and the campus was caught in the crossfire. Ryan's cover was blown sky high. Elisa's people knew he'd lured her away right before the break-in. Not ideal for operational security, but right now, their only play was to let Gavin Byery work his tech magic back in Alexandria. The cabin lights dimmed as exhaustion took over until an insistent blinking phone roused Adara from her vigil beside the sleeping Dom. "Aircraft," she whispered, recognizing Gavin's cheerful morning voice. "They're all wiped out except Ryan, who's about to get a rude awakening." She passed the phone to a groggy Ryan, who squinted at her. "Let me guess," he rasped. Gavin cracked the phone. Adara's grin said it all. Ryan's anger flashed briefly before his face lit up with anticipation. He pressed the phone to his ear, barely containing his excitement. "No way you've got something for us already, right?" Gavin's voice crackled with smug satisfaction. "You're underestimating me, Ryan. Dom forwarded the files from Elise Legrandi's phone, 256-bit encryption, but we cracked that commercial security software ages ago. Honestly, it's not rocket science if you just fantastic?" Ryan cut in. "But what's actually in the files?" A dramatic pause. "Well, it's a Samsung Galaxy, so naturally I found games, a couple of ringtones too, the essentials." Ryan rolled his eyes but couldn't help a smirk. At least Gavin was back to his usual cocky self after the Prague disaster. When silence stretched too long, Gavin prodded, "Too soon for jokes? Just get to the point." Right. There's an app, custom-built, proprietary. Looks like she downloaded it straight from New Corp's server." Ryan leaned forward. "Function? Controls a whole network of froth flotation cells. No idea what those are, but hey, not my circus." Ryan exhaled sharply. He'd spent days at the refinery. Those high-tech washing machines separated minerals from raw ore. If this app managed multiple units at once, it was the nerve center of the entire operation. "Bingo," Gavin confirmed. "Seems the North Koreans built themselves a processing plant, but forgot the brains, so they sent their French spy to steal ours." Ryan's grip tightened on the phone. "We brief Mary Pat the second we're back. She's the only one who can untangle this mess." Adam Yao shoveled lukewarm noodles into his mouth, surrounded by the other Chinese mining technicians in the Yanggakdo Hotel's dining hall. The air smelled of stale tea and forced camaraderie. After breakfast, they were herded into a banquet room where a minder took the podium, flanked by a translator. The lecture was a masterclass in absurdity. No spitting, fine, but the ban on mishandling the Supreme Leader's image. Newspapers here were practically wallpaper with his face. Adam stifled a laugh, imagining some poor soul arrested for crumpling a sports section. Radios were contraband unless government-sanctioned, and TV broadcasts were as reliable as a coin flip. A few grumbles rose from the group. Apparently, some really wanted their soap operas. Then came the pièce de résistance. A woman droned for nearly an hour about the Dae Won-soo's eternal friendship with China. Adam tuned out, mentally rehearsing his cover. He wasn't here for propaganda. He was here to find out what the hell the North Koreans were really building in Cheongju. The North Korean officials were described with an almost religious devotion, and the woman delivering the speech grew emotional as she praised the Choi family, insisting their leadership had shielded China from war and starvation. She boasted that North Korea had pioneered groundbreaking advancements in mining, computing, and aviation technologies she claimed had transformed the lives of everyone in attendance. The absurdity of her claims hung thick in the air, and the audience, largely composed of China's tech-savvy elite, shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Their expressions a mix of anger and disbelief. For Adam, it was his first real glimpse of such intense indoctrination, and the realization sent a cold shiver down his spine. These people existed in a sealed-off world, cut off from the internet, foreign broadcasts, and even basic outside information. Yet, despite their education, Adam's colleagues remained silent, aware of who signed their paychecks and who stood armed in the corridors. When the lecture on North Korea's supposed intellectual and cultural superiority finally ended, a group of armed guards entered through a side door, followed by a procession of older men in tailored suits. At the center of the entourage was a diminutive figure, his bald head barely visible between his uniformed escorts. He stepped onto the stage with an unassuming presence, his voice calm and measured as he introduced himself in Korean. The translator relayed his words, but Adam caught the meaning even before the Chinese interpretation. "Welcome to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea," the man said. "I'm Hwang Min-ho, director of the Korea Natural Resources Trading Corporation. It's my honor to host you here." Hwang's demeanor was a stark contrast to the rigid intensity of the guards Adam had encountered since arriving. His speech was pragmatic, devoid of the exaggerated nationalism of the previous speaker, and Adam noticed the tension in the room ease slightly. Hwang acknowledged the mine's shortcomings with surprising candor. "The conditions here are more basic than what you're used to," he admitted, "but we're working towards something greater. Patience will be key." Yao, observing from the crowd, found Hwang's lack of blind patriotism intriguing. The fact that he'd even bothered to address the Chinese workers personally was unexpected. "You're here as guest laborers," Hwang continued, "but you'll be treated fairly. Your contracts guarantee 8 weeks of work, followed by a week of leave. Though if you'd rather keep working, that's an option too." A ripple of uneasy laughter spread when someone asked about recreational activities during their time off. Hwang's deadpan response, "Work?" drew reluctant chuckles. As the presentation wrapped up, he opened the floor to questions, and Adam held his breath, hoping his team would stay quiet, but hands shot up immediately. One man, an expert in electromagnetic milling, inquired about the mine's power supply. Hwang's answer was straightforward. "We draw electricity from a nearby hydroelectric dam. When the dam isn't producing electricity, which happens frequently but not constantly, backup oil generators from your country keep essential systems running. Cheongju may not be Shanghai with its endless lights and electric trains, but power here is prioritized during working hours." Hwang flashed another smile. "At night, everyone needs rest for the next day's work. Who needs lights to sleep anyway?" Adam was already aware that both the facility and the entire city of Cheongju went dark for nearly half the day due to power shortages. Satellite images had shown him as much. Then someone asked the question burning in Adam's mind, "The facility's still under construction, right? Any idea when it'll be operational?" Hwang's response was measured. "Structurally, the site is finished. We just received a shipment of computers last week. Your job will be setting them up at your workstations. There's also new industrial powder processing gear and milling equipment at the refinery that needs installation and testing. One major shipment is still en route, but once it arrives, we expect to be refining metals within a month." After emphasizing he'd be overseeing the facility's launch in the coming weeks, Hwang stepped down to sincere applause from the Chinese delegation. The bus transported the technicians straight onto the tarmac, pulling up beside their waiting plane. As Adam stepped out, a gust of wind carrying the scent of rain hit him. Dark storm clouds loomed west of the capital, an unsettling sight. Then he turned and saw their ride to Cheongju, a Boeing 737 painted in Air Koryo's red, white, and blue livery. Adam vaguely recalled Skytrax, the airline rating service, had once given only a single one-star review in its global assessments. That dubious honor belonged to North Korea's national carrier. He wished he could unremember that fact as he boarded. The flight was rough, though Adam had endured worse back in the States. They touched down at Kwaksan Airport under a steady evening rain, where another bus waited. Surprisingly, the roads to Cheongju were well maintained, though the presence of armed guards at the front and a military truck trailing close behind made the journey tense. Adam couldn't help but wonder if the North Koreans feared a Chinese technician might bolt into the countryside. If this place was truly the paradise the officials claimed, shouldn't they be worried about outsiders sneaking in? Cheongju itself was nearly pitch black, save for the bus headlights cutting through the night, flickering cooking fires, the occasional flashlight beam, and the glow of cigarettes revealed shadowy figures on the sidewalks. Then the bus rounded a traffic circle, and there it was, a towering 40-foot statue of Choi Ji-hoon, illuminated in stark yellow light. The dictator stood in military dress, binoculars in one hand, the other pointing dramatically toward China. Around the base, a small street market thrived, vendors capitalizing on the glow of the great leader's eternal spotlight. The bus rounded a corner, pressing Adam against the window as the temporary housing facility came into view. His throat tightened. He'd spent weeks analyzing satellite images of this exact location, but seeing it in person was entirely different. The chain-link fences and rows of identical metal trailers resembled something out of a wartime documentary, amplifying his sense of isolation. A minder barked orders in Korean, followed by a Chinese translation, and soon Adam found himself standing in line with the rest of his group under the dim glow of floodlights. As he waited, the absurdity of the moment struck him just days ago. He'd been sipping a Starbucks latte in a polished ODNI conference room in Virginia, reviewing this very parking lot on a high-resolution monitor. Now, he was shuffling forward to be processed, assigned a cot, and absorbed into this bleak, unfamiliar world. Even for an undercover operative accustomed to shifting identities, the transition felt jarring, like stepping into a parallel reality. Meanwhile, 3 days before the U.S. President's scheduled arrival in Mexico City, Adel Zarif returned to the half-finished parking garage at the intersection of Vidal Alcocer and Jose J. Herrera. The evening rain had stopped, leaving the air thick with humidity as dusk settled over the quieting streets. Nearby, the bustle of a daytime market had faded, replaced by the rhythmic clang of construction work. 6 of the Maldonado crew, hand-picked for their experience, had spent the afternoon prepping the site, their cement mixer and portable lights casting long shadows. Zarif had already spent hours assembling his weapon in a Tepito auto shop, modifying 3 artillery shells with homemade delayed fuses and wiring them to a detonation system. Back in the early days of the Iraq War, Zarif had relied on garage door openers as triggers until coalition forces started jamming the signals. Cell phones became the next solution, but they had their own flaws: dead zones, interference, and the risk of detection. Then came the game changer: long-range cordless phones. While Americans barely used them, these devices were a lifeline in areas with spotty coverage. Zarif's preferred model, made by Streamtel, had a range of dozens of kilometers and was nearly impossible to disrupt. The irony wasn't lost on him while the U.S. military knew these phones fueled IED networks across the Middle East. Stopping their sale was like trying to dam a river with your hands. A Maldonado lieutenant had smuggled in a set from Guadalajara, and now, standing in the dim light of the construction site, Zarif assembled his device with the same precision he'd honed in Iraq and Afghanistan. It wasn't flashy, but in his line of work, reliability beat innovation every time. As night fell, the improvised explosive device was discreetly transported into the construction zone inside a massive rolling toolbox, resembling an old-fashioned steamer trunk. Zarif remained concealed behind a bright orange tarp, while the rest of the crew busied themselves pouring concrete along the sidewalk on Jose J. Herrera Street and inside the central stairwell. The exposed rebar framework Zarif had scouted days earlier had been altered. Workers had constructed a wooden casing around the lower half of the wall, filling it with concrete. Above this, they'd built another frame to extend the wall to its full 12-foot height, but a strategic gap remained near the top, just as Zarif had directed. Climbing a ladder to a scaffold 5 feet off the ground, Zarif carefully reassembled his device within the exposed metal grid. The artillery shells faced outward toward the busy 6-lane road beyond the tarp, positioned 10 feet high and angled downward with wooden wedges to ensure they'd strike the street below. These weren't standard military rounds. They lacked full propellant charges and rifled barrels, so they wouldn't fire like conventional artillery, but Zarif had a plan. With help from 2 Maldonado associates, he secured 3 heavy iron plates behind the shells, soldering them to the rebar to create a blast deflector. This would channel the initial explosion forward, launching the shells toward their target. He'd built similar devices before, capable of shredding armored vehicles from 50 feet away. After nearly 3 hours of meticulous work, Zarif shrouded the entire setup in plastic bags, weaving them through the rebar to conceal the bomb from prying eyes. Once the scaffolding was cleared, the crew brought in a cement blower, and within hours the device was encased in hardening concrete. By the next morning, workers added a decorative stone veneer, completing the facade. To anyone passing by on Vidal Alcocer Avenue, it looked like an ordinary parking lot wall, but hidden inside were 3 high-explosive shells, primed to launch into the street on command. Zarif wasn't done yet. That afternoon, he had Emilio drive him to a grocery store, where he grabbed a basket and headed straight for the spices, snatching up containers of cumin and turmeric. He ignored Emilio's joking question about cooking dinner. Back at the site, now deserted, Zarif knelt at the base of the wall and began sprinkling the spices along the seam where the floor met the concrete. He concentrated the powder thickly beneath the hidden device, then tapered off as he crawled along the length of the wall. Standing, he dusted his hands and moved to a nearby drain, peering through the grate before glancing up at Emilio with an unreadable expression. "One last thing," Zarif said, his voice low. "I need you to get me something dead. Really dead." Emilio blinked in confusion, but an hour later, a courier from the Maldonado group pulled up on a motorcycle, clutching a white trash bag. When Zarif opened it, the rancid stench hit him like a punch. Inside was a decomposing cat, its fur matted and stiff. Without hesitation, Zarif strode to the open sewer grate, yanked it aside, and dumped the rotting carcass into the drain. The cat barely fell 2 feet before hitting the pipe's bend. He turned to Emilio with a smirk. "This'll mess with the dogs' noses, too." Emilio frowned. "What dogs?" "The Americans," Zarif explained, wiping his hands on his pants. "Before the president's motorcade rolls through, they sweep the area with bomb-sniffing dogs. I've seen their tactics online. But here the dogs will be overwhelmed by spices and rotting animals." He gestured toward the high concrete wall. "Even if they inspect the wall, they won't look up there. Nobody expects a bomb aimed downward." A satisfied grin spread across Zarif's face. He loved outsmarting the system. Meanwhile, across the globe, Adam was settling into his new role at the Chongju refinery, setting up his workstation next to a towering cone crusher. The computer itself was unremarkable, a standard PC shipped from France, loaded with basic mining software, but beneath its mundane exterior lay something far more intriguing. The CIA's tech specialists had rigged it with a hidden satellite transmitter disguised so well that even a thorough inspection would miss it. The components were all Chinese-made, a deliberate choice to shift blame if things went south. Not that it would save Adam. North Korea wasn't picky about which spies they executed. As he powered up the machine, Adam glanced around. His cubicle was tucked behind the massive crusher, isolated from prying eyes. Workers bustled on the catwalks above, but nobody had reason to linger near his station. For a guy sending covert messages back to U.S. intelligence, it was the perfect cover. The hum of machinery drowned out his keystrokes, and the sheer industrial chaos made his little operation invisible. He allowed himself a small, satisfied exhale. This was going to work. Adam knew the other workers, mostly mechanical engineers and basic ore handlers, wouldn't suspect a thing, even if they caught him accessing the encrypted messaging system. The massive cone crusher had been stationed at the Chongju mine long before the refinery construction began, originally placed there by the Chinese state-owned company Chinalco. Their plan had been to crush the ore into manageable sizes for transport, but the North Koreans had no issue hauling the raw material a kilometer to the processing plant. So they relocated the machine here, where the power supply was more reliable than at the mine. After the mandatory 15-minute break filled with patriotic songs, stretches, and knee bends, because nothing says productivity like synchronized calisthenics, Adam returned to his workstation, ready to send his first coded message. He scanned his surroundings, checking over his shoulder and glancing up through the metal grating of the catwalk. Confident he was alone, he rebooted his computer and accessed the BIOS settings, making a few quick adjustments before pressing enter. The screen presented two options. Enter 1 for the covert messaging system, or 2 for a hidden satellite map of North Korea. A handy escape tool his handlers had preloaded, just in case things went south. Adam wasn't planning a dramatic getaway today, so he selected A1 and the screen went dark except for a blinking cursor in the corner. Whoever designed this at S&T had done a solid job. No random office worker would stumble onto this by accident. With another quick glance around, he typed his message in flawless Mandarin, ensuring that if intercepted, the blame wouldn't land on the U.S. secret-to-flash for tidal wave. From Avalanche. Subject. Situation update. Sourcer. Avalanche. 1. All operations normal. Full report to follow. 2. Urgent. Director Huang Minho met with Avalanche and Chinese technicians in Pyongyang 2 days ago. He mentioned an additional shipment of large equipment arriving before facility goes live. No details on type. No independent verification. Possible. 3. Wang will visit processing facility in coming weeks. Avalanche. Signing off with his code name was crucial. Any deviation would signal to his handlers that the message was coerced. He hit enter twice, sending the transmission through a secure NSA satellite instead of the usual commercial ones. The techs back in Virginia had warned him it might take a minute or two, depending on interference or equipment glitches. After a tense 90 seconds, a row of dashes flashed across the screen. Confirmation that his message was on its way. Adam was impressed that the tech team at S&T had gone beyond just slapping a generic Mercelage sent notification on the screen, especially since they weren't the ones risking their necks in the field. As the nation's top intelligence official, Mary Pat Foley carried the weight of immense responsibility. Her schedule packed with high-stakes demands, yet here she was, making her third trip down the George Washington Parkway to Hendley Associates, a clear sign of how critical the intel from Jerry Hendley's discreet operation had become. This wasn't a full-team briefing, just Mary Pat, Hendley, and Jack Ryan in the conference room. With Sam still tracking Sharp's partners in New York, and no need for a post-op debrief like after Vietnam, Clark, Chavez, and Caruso stayed at their stations. Jack laid out the operation's findings, careful to gloss over the messier details, no need to dwell on Vegas. The key takeaway: a Sharp's operative had stolen proprietary software, likely bound for North Korea. Mary Pat absorbed every word, her expression unreadable. When Jack finished, she weighed her response before offering a sliver of her own intel. "This aligns with something we've picked up," she admitted. "Chongju's refinery is expecting a massive delivery soon. Our source didn't specify what. Just that it's big." Jack didn't press for details. Instead, he connected the dots froth flotation cells would fit. The ones at Valley Floor are as big as trucks. A dozen of those? That's a serious shipment. Mary Pat's eyes narrowed. If they're due in Cheongju next week, they're already at sea. The Hendley team exchanged glances, short of intercepting a legal cargo of industrial equipment. Their hands were tied. Back at Liberty Crossing, Mary Pat mobilized the CIA's Financial Forensics Unit. Tracking the flotation cells was like finding needles in a global haystack used in multiple industries, rarely flagged in trade records. Yet within hours, they'd pinpointed 4 recent transactions. A Canadian sale to Brazil, a Brazilian mines liquidation, an Australian custom order, and a Malaysian upgrade. The Canadian lead seemed clean, no hidden links to Pyongyang, but the clock was ticking. Somewhere those cells were cutting through the waves, and the real question wasn't where, but who was waiting on the other end. The investigation then shifted to an abandoned processing facility in Brazil. A thorough financial audit revealed the cells had been shuffled between shell companies, likely to shield assets from bankruptcy claims. The team dispatched a CIA officer from São Paulo to Belo Horizonte to inspect the warehouse where records indicated the equipment was stored, but that lead fizzled out. The same went for the Australian transaction. Their specialized froth flotation cells had been shipped to Lynas Advanced Materials Plant, a state-of-the-art rare earth facility near Kuantan, Malaysia. Though the plant was relatively new, upgrading equipment wasn't unusual, given rapid advancements in the field. But where did Lynas's old cells end up? The analysts spotted a glaring red flag. They'd been sold months earlier to a paper company that vanished after funneling funds to a Singaporean holding firm. Another dead end, at least for now. With pressure mounting for answers, the team pivoted to tracking the physical shipment. Lynas, being Australian, prompted CIA Director Jay Canfield to coordinate with Australian intelligence, leading to a conference call with Malaysian shipping clerks in Kota Bharu. They confirmed a dozen crates had been trucked from Kuantan, stored briefly, then loaded onto 4 massive shipping containers and sent to Manila just 2 weeks prior. There, the trail went cold. Private vehicles whisked the cargo away. Yet the analysts pressed on. A CIA source unrelated to the classified Acrid Herald operation tipped them off that the equipment was en route, so they reversed their approach, scouring vessels bound for North Korea. The Indonesian-flagged San Fernando Chieftain, which had departed Marseille with a final destination in North Korea, made a stop in Manila 6 days earlier. Digging deeper, they discovered 4 Malaysian containers labeled simply as machinery had been loaded there. The ship was now mere hours from North Korean waters. The team relayed their findings and moved on, oblivious to the gravity of their discovery. When Mary Pat Foley reviewed the report, she recognized the grim reality. Identifying sanctioned items on a ship wouldn't stop their delivery. Still, the president needed to know North Korea was dangerously close to securing the final component for their lucrative operation. With time running out, she dialed Arnie Van Dam herself, demanding an urgent meeting with the commander-in-chief. The clock was ticking, and the stakes had never been higher. Arnie had warned her he'd be tied up in back-to-back meetings, prepping for his upcoming trip to Mexico, but he still managed to squeeze her in without hesitation. Less than an hour later, Mary Pat Foley's government sedan rolled through the White House gates, and she was escorted into the Oval Office like she'd done countless times before. She found President Ryan chuckling on the sofa with a sharp-dressed gentleman who'd apparently just delivered a witty remark. Jack sprang up to introduce Ambassador Horatio Stiles, currently stationed in Mexico City, but back in D.C. briefly before accompanying the president south on Air Force One. Stiles excused himself after the pleasantries, leaving behind the faint scent of expensive cologne and a stack of briefing papers. "Remarkable guy," Ryan remarked, settling back into his seat. Marine colonel turned academic, Columbia Ph.D. no less, who somehow became our best non-career ambassador. Give him 5 years and he'll be running the whole State Department. Mary Pat nodded politely before cutting to the chase. "Sir, we've got confirmation on that equipment shipment bound for Cheongju. It's the final piece they need to get that refinery humming. Ryan's first question hit exactly as expected. This intel coming from our new mine contact. Partly, she replied, carefully omitting the fact that the president's own son had provided key details. Jack studied his intelligence director, recognizing the deliberate vagueness, but choosing not to press. He'd long accepted that his team sometimes filtered information to protect him. Shifting gears, his mind raced through the stalled UN sanctions and North Korea's relentless nuclear ambitions. Time for deliberation had evaporated. Listen, he said, leaning forward with sudden intensity. That Cheongju operation isn't just mining minerals, it's bankrolling Pyongyang's nukes. I'm drafting a presidential directive declaring it a national security threat and mobilizing every resource we've got to stop that facility from going live. His voice turned wry. No, I'm not bombing it unless we want Seoul turned into Swiss cheese by artillery, but I'll authorize damn near everything else. Mary Pat recognized that rare steel in his tone. Understood, sir. Just remember, if we're intercepting that ship, the Navy's got about 24 hours before it reaches North Korean waters. Ryan adjusted his glasses with a tired rub at the bridge of his nose. I'll alert SecDef immediately. The paperwork will be ready by the time our ships are in position. He flashed a grim smile. The diplomatic fallout will be ugly, but that's tomorrow's problem. As Mary Pat exited the West Wing minutes later, she felt the familiar adrenaline surge of impending action. While the NSC lawyers scrambled to draft the directive, she knew the real game had already begun. The kind where rules became flexible and consequences got measured in megatons rather than press statements. Somewhere in the Pacific, a cargo ship was steaming toward destiny, unaware it had just become the opening move in a very dangerous chess match. A presidential directive wasn't just a suggestion, it carried the full weight of federal law, mandating that she and her colleagues across the Defense and State Departments pull out all the stops to cut off the Cheongju mine's funding to North Korea's nuclear ambitions. While the entire U.S. government would mobilize in a coordinated effort, the Director of National Intelligence couldn't shake the thought that the real linchpin in this operation was a lone operative deep inside North Korea, isolated and exposed. Meanwhile, in Mexico City, Secret Service agent Dale Herbers was deep into advanced preparations for the president's visit. He'd deliberately waited until now to scout the motorcade route from Benito Juarez International Airport to the National Palace, saving it for the final stretch of his planning. Streets were unpredictable, far more so than museums or government buildings, and Herbers wanted the freshest possible assessment before the big day, leading a team of a dozen agents and Mexican law enforcement counterparts. He set out at noon, mirroring the president's scheduled arrival time. Their convoy traced the westerly path toward the Plaza de la Constitucion, the sprawling central square where the motorcade would end. Herbers' job was pinpointing choke points, crowd hotspots, and tight turns where the motorcade would slow and assigning security accordingly. Every official event would be locked down with metal detectors and bag checks, but the open streets? That was another story. No agency could secure every rooftop alley or bystander along the route. Still, the Secret Service had a system. The Bubble, a layered shield of close protection agents, counter-assault teams, and rooftop snipers. Over 200 U.S. agents were in place, backed by 600 Mexican federal police handling roadblocks and crowd control. Then there was the Beast, the president's armored Cadillac, a fortress on wheels with bulletproof glass, reinforced plating, run-flat tires, and even an onboard oxygen supply. A duplicate limo always rolled in the motorcade, just in case. Because in this line of work, redundancy wasn't optional. It was the only way to sleep at night. Dale Herbers had received word that President Ryan would be staying inside the armored limousine, known as the Beast, throughout the drive, per instructions from his lead security agent, Andrea Price O'Day. This wasn't unusual. While some commanders-in-chief thrived on mingling with crowds, Ryan preferred to keep a low profile. Despite his reputation as a decent and down-to-earth guy, he lacked the natural showmanship of most politicians. Herbers had encountered over his 2 decades in the Secret Service. Ryan only worked a room when it served a purpose, not for the sake of spectacle. The advance team made frequent stops along the planned route, pausing to inspect potential hazards, open windows that raised red flags, buildings with balconies offering sniper vantage points, or tight side streets that might need barricading. They were a well-oiled machine, moving efficiently until they reached Tepito, a high-crime district that demanded extra scrutiny. During the initial planning phase, Herbers had flagged EJ-1, later renamed Vidal Alcocer, as a critical choke point. Every motorcade from the airport had to take this 6-lane artery or risk navigating the cramped, winding streets of Tepito in downtown. Predictability wasn't ideal, but it beat exposing the president's convoy to blind corners and slow-moving chaos. Now Herbers walked the route with a team of 4 fellow agents and 4 Mexican federal detectives, scrutinizing every detail, near the intersection of Vidal Alcocer and Jose J. Herrera, a construction site, caught his attention, a 12-foot wall bordering the sidewalk, flanked by a bustling street market. A detective outlined their plan to cordon off the market, but Herbers wasn't satisfied. He ducked under an orange tarp at the site's edge, his team close behind. Inside, they swept for hidden threats, weapons caches, sniper nests, anything amiss. Then the stench hit them, something decomposing. A Mexican officer aimed his flashlight into a sealed floor drain. "Gato," he muttered. Herbers peered in. "Damn shame," he said, shaking his head. "Got trapped before they poured the concrete." Moving on, Herbers inspected the wall, his agent tapping it methodically, while a bomb-sniffing dog worked the perimeter. The dog kept sneezing, her nose twitching at some unseen irritant. Herbers shot a questioning look at the handler, who just shrugged. Dust, maybe? Or leftover construction fumes? Herbers exhaled, scanning the site one last time. Everything seemed clean, except for that lingering sense of unease, the kind that never quite went away. The agent wiped dust from his hands and muttered, "Just construction debris, cement powder, and crumbling mortar." Without pausing, he led the team up another set of concrete stairs. Herbers methodically swept his flashlight across the dim space, pausing when he spotted a portable radio perched on an overturned paint bucket. He snatched it up, towed the bucket aside to check for hidden wires, then flicked the radio on. A tinny polka melody crackled through the speaker before he shut it off and set it back down. Turning to the cluster of Secret Service agents and federal district officers, he ordered, "Seal this perimeter with caution tape and post officers at the intersection during the motorcade." One of the Mexican investigators nodded. "I'll station 2 patrol cars behind the barricade on Herrera Street. 4 officers will monitor the market crowd and any spectators gathering near the tape. I'll assign 2 more to watch for anyone trying to sneak past the tarp into the construction zone." "Good," Herbers said, then turned to his deputy. "Rick, I want 2 of our guys stationed here too. Already on it. Set up a sniper position at the top of the stairs. It'll give us a clean sight line down the whole block." Rick jotted the instructions as the team exited the site, moving toward the next checkpoint. A sharp westward turn leading into the heart of the historic district, where the National Palace loomed with the president's arrival less than 2 days away. Herbers still had a dozen potential security gaps to address. Meanwhile, after cooling her heels in Las Vegas for 48 hours, Veronica Martel finally got her marching orders from Edward Riley, a one-way ticket to New York. She bypassed her hotel entirely, heading straight to the sleek high-rise housing Sharp's global intelligence partners. Escorted to the 5th-floor office, she found Riley waiting, uncharacteristically silent, while Sharps dominated the conversation, dissecting her every move during the Valley Floor operation. Martel had already decided to keep Jack Ryan Jr.'s involvement to herself. Admitting it now would only raise uncomfortable questions: why she'd failed to report his presence earlier, why she'd let him linger near her assignment. It would make her look either reckless or conspiratorial, and while Veronica wasn't about to claim incompetence, she knew greed had clouded her judgment. She'd gambled on turning a routine corporate snoop job into a solo power play, and now she had to bury the evidence. So she played her hand carefully, painting herself as collateral damage in a botched operation. Sharps, to her relief, bit. He conceded that an outside party had interfered, first in Vietnam, then New York, and finally Vegas. Since Martel had no involvement in the New York leg, Sharps ruled her out as the leak. She defended herself vigorously, careful not to throw Riley under the bus, both because he was her superior and because, well, he was standing right there, arms crossed, watching her every word. Looking back, Veronica questioned whether she should have confronted the Englishman more aggressively. Riley's persistent silence during the meeting had unnerved her, leaving her to interpret it as either guilt or hesitation. When Duke informed her she'd need to remain in the city, possibly just a few days, possibly longer, she wasted no time securing a short-term rental in the Lower East Side. Though technically off-duty, she still took precautions, booking the apartment online under her real name and retrieving the key from a lockbox to avoid direct contact. The cramped third-floor walk-up wasn't much, but with its worn hardwood floors and a view of the fire escapes, it had a faint European charm. Compared to the claustrophobic budget hotels or the garish casino resorts she'd endured, this felt almost cozy. Meanwhile, Sam Driscoll had spent 10 tedious days surveilling Sharp's Global Intelligence Partners office from a rented studio across the street. His vantage point on Columbus Avenue made it tricky to photograph everyone entering, but exits were fair game, each face fed into recognition software. The breakthrough came when Elise Legrande, a woman Ryan had specifically flagged, walked in. Sam, itching to escape his cramped apartment, eagerly took up the chase. When she emerged an hour later, he was ready, perched on a bench near the Museum of Natural History with his bike and backpack. He tailed her cab to a coffee shop, where she lingered over tea and her tablet, then followed her second taxi downtown. Cars would have lost her in midtown gridlock, but his bike weaved through traffic until she stopped on Clinton Street. Watching her retrieve a key card from a lockbox and haul her bags upstairs, he waited for a third-floor light to flicker on before biking back to Columbus. The following morning, Veronica stocked up on groceries and flowers, hauling them up the narrow stairs with muttered curses. Balancing bags on the counter, she turned and froze. The panic surged before she forced it down, masking her shock with a cool tone. "How did you find me?" Jack Ryan, Jr., impeccably dressed in a charcoal suit, didn't even uncross his legs. Sometimes low-tech gets the job done. "You had someone watching Sharp's office. A friend did. What do you want?" "Sit down, Veronica." Hearing her real name sent a jolt through her, but she obeyed, schooling her face into indifference even as her pulse raced. "How did you manage to break into my place?" When Ryan hesitated, she smirked. "Don't tell me you pulled the same digital trick your team used back in Vegas to get into my hotel room." Ryan shrugged. Old methods fade, new ones get the job done. "Who's paying you?" she pressed. Silence. She narrowed her eyes. "Following in your father's footsteps, CIA?" He shook his head. "Just a guy with connections. No crime in that. But you're the one with explaining to do?" "Corporate espionage isn't exactly new," she shot back. "I've got nothing to hide." His quiet laugh grated on her nerves. "Really? Then why do I know so much about you?" Veronica Amy Martel, 38. Born in Rambouillet. 7 years with French intelligence, top marks too. Then you tangled with a married politician whose wife happened to be a high-ranking Socialist Party official. He wasn't reading notes. He knew it cold. Not a career killer in France, unless the wrong people take offense. Next thing you know, you're out, scooped up by Duke Sharps and back in the game. She crossed her arms, a shield against his words. Impressive research still doesn't excuse trespassing. Ryan leaned forward, elbows on his knees. My associates were in Ho Chi Minh City the night Colin Hazelton was killed. No flicker of recognition. She kept her face blank, though she could piece together who Hazelton must have been. They snapped a clear photo of you that night, ran it through every database. Nothing, my guess? Either French intelligence or Sharps scrubbed you clean. Not clean enough, apparently, she countered. You rented this place under your real name. Took some digging, but once they had Veronica Martel, the rest fell into place. Her patience frayed. What do you want? I didn't kill anyone in Vietnam. This is nonsense. North Korean hit squads popping up in Vietnam, Prague, Vegas, now New York. People are dying to keep your operation alive. Not my operation. Right? Edward Riley's, but you're his pawn, and now you're going to help us tie him directly to Pyongyang. She barked a laugh. That's absurd. Riley doesn't work with North Korea. Funny how DPRK thugs show up wherever he needs them. Coincidence? I don't buy it. If that were true, they'd be here right now, wouldn't they? Trust me, we braced for that. My team's all over your block. Swept your place for bugs. Seems Pyongyang's lost interest, probably sidelined you after Vegas. Good. Maybe I'll finally go back to Brussels and put this behind me. Ryan moved closer, kneeling in front of her. Too close. You don't get it. As long as you're with Sharps, you're a target. If the North Koreans think you failed them, you'll end up like Hazelton. She recoiled. I don't need your protection. I need you to leave. He didn't budge. Last time was deception. This isn't. Arrest me or get out. CIA doesn't do favors. The upper hand was hers now. His confidence wavered. Go, Veronica. Now, with a sigh. Ryan scribbled his number on a magazine. Someone will stay nearby. Call if you change your mind. Veronica's voice was icy as she gestured toward the exit. Leave now. Ryan stepped out into the hallway, knowing full well the woman had no clue just how ruthless North Korea could be when pursuing their goals. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, the San Fernando chieftain plowed through choppy waters in the Yellow Sea, its Indonesian crew unaware of the storm brewing ahead, both literal and political. The ship had already passed international inspections in Manila, its cargo of food aid and mining equipment meticulously documented. Yet here it was, confronted by the hulking silhouette of the USS Freedom, its deck bristling with weaponry. The captain clenched his binoculars, rain streaking the lenses as the American warship loomed in his path. Over the radio, the demand to board crackled through, citing some UN resolution he knew didn't apply. His protests fell on deaf ears. With no real choice, he ordered the engines cut, frustration boiling under his forced compliance. Back in the Zodiac, Chief Darrell Ricks adjusted his gear, the familiar weight of his HK-416 reassuring against his back. This wasn't some routine cargo check. They had intel, precise coordinates, even if the details were frustratingly vague. 4 containers, that's all the sat phone call from Seoul had specified. As he scaled the ladder, he caught the distant thump of rotor blades Hackworth's team fast roping from above. No time for hesitation. If history was any indicator, whatever they were about to uncover wouldn't be bags of rice. North Korea didn't play by the rules, and neither, it seemed, did this mission. The previous encounter had involved resistance, and Chief Ricks wasn't expecting this boarding to go any smoother. Yet, strangely, the crew made no attempt to conceal anything or delay the SEALs as they moved through the ship. Too damn easy, Ricks thought, stepping onto the deck, his rifle raised as he swept the area for threats. But there was none. His team secured the wheelhouse, while Hackworth's squad headed for the engine room. Within minutes, the entire 14-man crew was lined up on deck under the watch of 4 SEALs, while the rest moved toward cargo hold 2. The containers were exactly where the intelligence report had indicated, their serial numbers matching. Greaser and Hendricks stepped forward, breaking the seal on the first container. Ricks aimed the flashlight mounted on his rifle inside, sweeping the beam across the contents. Hendricks, standing behind him, voiced what they were both thinking. Bad intel, Chief? No nuclear components, no missile parts. Instead, 3 massive cylindrical machines lay on their sides, industrial-grade froth flotation tanks, according to the invoices attached to each unit. Greaser squinted at the markings. Mineral refining equipment. Rix didn't respond, moving straight to the next container. 20 minutes later, he stood at the ship's stern, pressing the sat phone to his ear. Typhoon, actual to Typhoon, Maine. Go ahead, actual. No joy on the cargo. It's not WMD related. A pause. Understood. What did you find? Rix explained. The silence stretched long enough that he almost checked the connection before the reply came. Typhoon, actual. Listen up. Those containers are being offloaded. A transloader is en route from Seoul, ETA, to follow. You'll oversee the transfer, then release the ship and remaining cargo. Rix hesitated. Just to clarify, we're confiscating mining equipment and holding the ship until it's offloaded. Roger, Rix exhaled. Can we do that, Chief? As far as you're concerned, that material is WMD-related copy. Rix rubbed the spot between his helmet and body armor. Roger, actual out. Back in the cargo hold, his team waited. Greaser, Hendricks, and Hackworth stood ready for orders to release the crew. Rix met their expectant looks. Listen up. If anyone asks, we just found WMDs? Greaser blinked. Come again? Nuke parts. Hendricks smirked. Looks more like industrial laundry machines. Rix shot him a look. Maybe they wash their ICBMs in them. Point is, we're shipping this stuff out on a South Korean vessel. Hendricks crossed his arms. So we're pirates now? Rix shrugged. Command knows what they're doing, Hendricks scoffed. Doubt the president does. North Korea throws a fit when we ignore them. Stealing their gear might just push them over the edge. Rix smirked. Can't wait for your inauguration? Hendricks, you've got it all figured out. Can't be president, Chief. Born in Amsterdam. The tension broke as the team chuckled, but the unease lingered. None of them liked the mission's sudden turn. But orders were orders. Hendricks casually mentioned his Dutch origins as Rix turned away, heading toward the main deck to brief the rest of the platoon. Over his shoulder, Rix tossed back a dry remark. What a shame, Hendricks. Real tragedy there. Meanwhile, Sam Driscoll had barely settled into his stakeout outside Veronica Martel's apartment when a sleek black BMW i8 rolled up and parked curbside. The storm had turned the night into a blur of rain, obscuring the license plate from Sam's position, but he didn't need a clear view to recognize the car. He'd seen Edward Riley behind the wheel enough times during his surveillance of Sharp's global intelligence partners to know the man had expensive taste. Ryan had assigned Sam to watch for any North Korean operatives keeping tabs on Martel. After her apparent fallout with their rare metals operation, there was a real concern. She might end up like Hazelton, another loose end tied up permanently. Unlikely, but Ryan wasn't taking chances. Sam dialed Ryan, who picked up immediately. Sam, what's going on? Riley just showed up at Martel's place. You positive it's him? Ever seen his car? No. What's he drive? BMW i8. Not exactly subtle, but classy, says the guy who used to cruise around in a bright yellow Hummer. Ryan chuckled. Fair point. Wonder what he's doing there, either handing her a new job or firing her. He alone? Yeah, scoped the street. No tail, just rain and 0 lurking North Koreans. Good. Oh, and heads up you're about to get company. Who? All of us. Clark's pulling the team back to New York. Martel's our only lead now. Thought Sharps burned our New York team. We going mobile? North Koreans tipped them off, not Martel. We might be in the clear, but honestly, we'll probably just be crammed in your tiny apartment eating takeout. Sam groaned. 5 guys, 1 bathroom, and a mountain of pizza boxes. Sounds like freshman year all over again. Ryan laughed. Exactly. Inside Martel's apartment, Riley shook off the rain, dressed in dark jeans and a black sweater, carrying nothing but an umbrella and his phone. Veronica offered tea, which he declined. So they sat across from each other in tense silence. She could read the tension in his posture. "What's wrong?" Riley leaned in. Last night, the U.S. Navy intercepted the shipment of froth flotation tanks bound for North Korea. They seized everything. Veronica stayed quiet, her mind racing. If the Americans had the intel, it likely traced back to her breach at Valley Floor. And now Riley needed a scapegoat for Vegas. "Just so you know," he added, "Duke blames you. The North Koreans are livid." She scoffed. "That's ridiculous. Someone else compromised the OPE. They knew exactly where to look in my hotel room." Riley studied her. "Any idea who?" She held his gaze, her expression unreadable. None. He wanted her rattled, but she flipped the script. "Maybe you should answer that. You seem awfully informed about my hotel room. Were you spying on me? Cameras watching me sleep?" Riley didn't flinch. Associates were in the hotel, acting on their own. His calm never wavered. Martell froze as the words hit her. "Someone planted a bug in my room." Riley gave a slow, knowing smile. "Let's call them highly invested observers. The North Koreans? RGB operatives?" she pressed. A slight tilt of his head confirmed it. "So you're cutting out the middleman now? No more pretending with New World medals?" Riley didn't bother denying it. Instead, his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. 12 trillion! Wrap your mind around that figure for a second. That's the valuation of the mine?" "Exactly. This isn't just business. It's a once-in-a-lifetime play. No open bids, no corporate sharks circling, just one state-run operation inside North Korea and one hand-picked foreign partner handling everything beyond their borders." He raised a finger for emphasis. "One exclusive deal. New World medals? That's just the shell company du jour. Oscar Robles has a labyrinth of subsidiaries, shipping, procurement, security, you name it. And every single one will balloon in value because he's Pyongyang's golden boy. Once those flotation cells land, the floodgates open. No breaks." Martell crossed her arms. "And where do you fit in? Last I checked, you answered to sharps." Riley scoffed. "Duke's playing checkers. I'm playing chess. He wants tidy intel ops? Fine. But North Korea's hungry for more, and I'm serving the full menu." Veronica's pulse spiked as the pieces clicked. "You went rogue, offered them a freelance package, surveillance, wet work, whatever they needed. Jesus, Riley, are you seriously pitching me on becoming a mercenary for a dictatorship? Call it strategic alignment. Sharps keeps his hands clean. Robles gets his cut, and General Rhee, he gets results. Everybody wins. She studied him, the adrenaline sharpening her focus. Why the sudden confession? Was this a trap? Her hand drifted toward the edge of the table, gauging the distance to the knife block. The Vegas op had left scars. Maybe this was payback. Then came the sucker punch. "Sharps is done with you. Vegas was your last strike. That's bull. Call him. I'm just the messenger." Riley leaned in, his grin turning predatory. "But here's the kicker. I still have use for you." The realization hit like ice water. This wasn't just recruitment. It was coercion. Get her fired. Leave her desperate. She nearly laughed. Did he really think she'd jump at the chance to be his puppet? After being surveilled, strong-armed, and now threatened? "Here's my counteroffer," she said, rising to her feet. "I'll drag Duke into a meeting myself. Hell, I'll make him explain to my face why he's throwing me under the bus." Riley's smirk faltered. For the first time, she saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Try it," she added, savoring the crack in his composure. "Bet I could even get that meeting in his damn bedroom if I wanted." The room went silent. Riley's knuckles whitened against the chair arm. Riley stormed toward the exit, his boots pounding against the hardwood floor, when her sharp voice cut through the tension. "You never take responsibility, do you? Always pointing fingers while your own arrogance blinds you. Italy should have taught you that lesson, but here we are again." His hand froze on the doorknob, shoulders rigid as he slowly turned to face her. She didn't let up, stepping closer with fire in her eyes. You honestly believe Pyongyang would pick you over Sharps, or that Robles is fooled? Sharps is just a puppet, and everyone knows it. Vegas? Fine. Pin that on me. But Vietnam? New York? Those disasters land at your feet, and you're the one who'll burn for them. A smirk twisted her lips as she watched doubt flicker across his face. I might lose my job, but you. She jabbed a finger at his chest. You'll crash and burn with me, Riley. His posture shifted suddenly, shoulders squaring as his breath turned ragged. For a heartbeat, Veronica thought she recognized that look, the heated transition from fury to desire. When his hands lifted toward her face, she scoffed. Seriously, you think this is the moment I'd want you? But his fingers didn't cup her jaw. They locked around her throat like a vice. She clawed at his wrists, gasping as he drove her backward, slamming her onto the floor. Her kicks were wild, useless, as he leaned down, his breath hot against her ear. Always so predictable, Veronica. Cold, calculating, but never smart enough. Her choked screams faded to whimpers as he tightened his grip. I didn't come for an alliance. I came for a scapegoat. The North Koreans want blood, and you're the perfect offering. When her body finally went slack, he didn't release her right away. Sharps failed. You failed, he murmured, brushing a strand of hair from her lifeless face. But me? I deliver. Rising, he adjusted his sleeves and glanced at the grandfather clock in the corner. Time to move. Dawn had barely broken when Edel Zarif unrolled his prayer mat, the worn fabric familiar under his knees. The call to prayer settled his mind, but patience wore thin, waiting for Emilio to rouse. The younger man shuffled in eventually, rubbing sleep from his eyes, and they ate breakfast in silence before flipping on the TV. By mid-morning, every local channel buzzed about President Ryan's arrival, footage of motorcades, the National Palace draped in flags, analysts speculating about diplomatic handshakes. Emilio translated snippets between bites of toast, Ryan's schedule, the historic banquet. Zarif smirked. There'd be no banquet, the First Lady's delayed trip. That last detail snagged his attention. She's a doctor? Zarif asked, rewinding the clip. Emilio shrugged. Something medical, staying in Maryland an extra day. Zarif exhaled through his nose. The reporter's excitement was almost comical. None of these grand plans would survive the afternoon. Ryan would never see the Plaza de la Constitucion, never taste those meticulously plated dishes. The only history made today would be written in blood. Zarif knew this woman wouldn't be sticking to her work schedule after today. Once she found out her husband had been reduced to nothing but scattered fragments, she'd likely never set foot in an office again. By 11 that morning, 2 more Maldonado operatives from Guerrero arrived to pick them up, men who clearly didn't know their way around the city. Their poor navigation led to several wrong turns, sparking a heated argument between Emilio and the drivers in the front seat. Zarif clenched his jaw, unnerved by their rough appearance and their cluelessness. If these reckless idiots got pulled over by the cops, his carefully laid plans for a quiet life in North Korea could collapse in an instant. He carried nothing incriminating, just his phone, the long-range detonator, and spare batteries kept separate to prevent an accidental explosion. But if the police stopped them and dug deeper, they'd quickly realize he wasn't from around here. That was a risk he couldn't afford. Miraculously, they reached their destination without trouble. The street was already lined with crowd control barriers, and a thick mass of people had gathered near Jose J. Herrera Market. Zarif hesitated. Getting closer meant risking unwanted attention from the police. Sure, he blended in well enough with his dark beard and complexion, but why push his luck? His dream of retiring on a beach surrounded by stunning women wasn't worth gambling over. So he and Emilio hung back, staying out of sight. It didn't matter. They didn't need to be close to set off the bomb. Another Maldonado man, Gordo, was already stationed across the street with a perfect vantage point. He had an iPad ready to live stream the motorcade's arrival straight to Emilio's phone. The moment the limousines rolled into position, Zarif would make the call. Gordo's fate was sealed. He'd be obliterated in the blast, but Zarif kept that detail to himself. As they wandered the market, killing time, Emilio casually mentioned, "The others will move in after the explosion." Zarif frowned. "What others? 12 guys from Guerrero? They're armed with Cuernos de Chivo, AK-47s. A couple even have RPGs. Once the bomb goes off, they'll open fire." Emilio smirked. "Total chaos." Zarif's blood boiled. "Nobody told me about this." "Relax, it's a good thing. They'll make sure Ryan doesn't walk away. No, they'll screw it up. Someone will spot them before the president even arrives." Emilio waved him off, but Zarif wasn't having it. He demanded to speak to the cell leader immediately. After a tense back and forth, Emilio finally caved and made the call. After a tense discussion mediated by Emilio, Zarif finally convinced the cell leader to pull the Maldonado crew back from the main crowd and reposition them a block east of the motorcade's path. He laid out the plan. Once the explosion tore through the street, they could sprint the short distance and unleash chaos on the scene without restraint. The cell leader barked orders, loading his men into 4 battered pickup trucks and stationing them along Nicholas Bravo Street. Their instructions were clear: wait for the blast, then storm the area. 2 trucks would approach from the southeast via Jose J. Herrera, while the other 2 closed in from the northeast on Nacional Avenue. Zarif couldn't help but smirk. These guys probably thought they'd be heroes charging in to finish off Jack Ryan. Instead, they'd be walking straight into a firing squad of surviving cops and Secret Service agents. But hey, not his circus, not his monkeys. With the loose ends tied up, he and Emilio ducked into a nearby Starbucks, grabbing iced coffees before settling in to watch the live feed on his phone. Sure, he'd detonated explosives via surveillance footage before, but assassinating a world leader through an iPhone, that had to be a first. At exactly 12:05 p.m., Air Force One touched down on the tarmac of Benito Juarez International Airport. The pilot taxied to the designated spot, and within moments the mobile stairs were in place, a red carpet unfurled beneath them. A 40-man honor guard snapped into formation on either side, their polished boots gleaming under the midday sun. The airport was already swarming with security, bomb squads, K-9 units, SWAT teams, and hundreds of federal agents who had arrived days earlier with the advance team or on one of the massive C-141 cargo planes packed with gear. Among them was lead advance agent Dale Herbers, scanning the tarmac with sharp eyes. Normally, his job would have been done by now, but Mexico's security demands meant he had to stick around for the motorcade's journey to the Palacio Nacional. 12 minutes after landing, lead protection agent Andrea Price O'Day stepped out of the aircraft, her posture rigid with focus. She descended the stairs and took her position at the base, just as President Jack Ryan emerged behind her. No fanfare played. This wasn't a state visit, just an official one, so the usual pomp was dialed back. Still, the Mexican foreign minister and a handful of officials waited to greet him. Their exchange filtered through an interpreter. U.S. Ambassador Horatio Stiles slipped out quietly, joining the receiving line before trailing Ryan toward the waiting limos. The 2 armored beasts sat back to back, tiny Mexican flags fluttering from their fenders, a diplomatic nicety. The rear limo's door aligned perfectly with the red carpet, swung open and ready. O'Day held it as Ryan folded his tall frame inside, followed by Stiles. With a firm click, she shut the door and signaled her team to move out. Sliding into the front passenger seat beside driver Mitchell Delaney, O'Day kept her gaze locked ahead as the motorcade rolled forward. 2 agents clung to the running boards, their grips tight, but they'd peel off and jump into a chase car once they hit the airport's exit. The stage was set, and the clock was ticking. The presidential motorcade stretched like a steel serpent through the streets of Mexico City. Leading the pack, 21 federal police motorcycles roared ahead, their engines drowning out the city's sounds as they cleared intersections already barricaded by local officers. Behind them, a dozen Mexican police cruisers formed a rolling barrier, followed by a fleet of black Chevy Suburbans packed with Secret Service agents, White House staff, and State Department personnel. The Beast, the heavily armored limousine carrying the president, rolled in the middle of the procession, flanked by two more Suburbans filled with close protection teams, scanning rooftops and alleyways with practiced precision. 3 additional assault vehicles trailed behind, their rear hatches open to reveal heavily armed tactical operators ready to engage any threat. A 4th truck carried enough firepower to level a city block, just in case. Bringing up the rear was the Roadrunner, a high-tech command vehicle bristling with satellite dishes and encrypted comms gear, ensuring the president stayed connected even on foreign soil. 2 media vans crammed with journalists and a dozen more SUVs carrying VIPs completed the American contingent, while Mexican security forces swelled the convoy with over 80 additional vehicles, mostly motorcycles ridden by stone-faced federal officers. Inside the lead press van, CNN reporter Jill Crosby, squeezed between colleagues, her phone clutched tightly in her palm. At 27, she was the youngest correspondent on the trip, and though she'd been assured her cell service would work flawlessly, she couldn't shake the nagging doubt until 4 bars blinked reassuringly on her screen. She exhaled, relieved no calls planned, just a quick check-in with her boyfriend later, but readiness was her creed. It had catapulted her from a cubicle in Washington to Air Force One in record time. Meanwhile, inside the Beast, President Ryan and Ambassador Stiles sipped water, their conversation shifting from diplomatic formalities to war stories. Stiles, a decorated Marine veteran of Grenada and the Gulf, rarely indulged in nostalgia, but Ryan, a former Marine himself, prodded him with the enthusiasm of a history buff. The ambassador obliged, recounting a firefight in Panama with such vivid detail that even the president leaned in, momentarily forgetting the weight of his office. Half a world away, in the dim glow of a Pyongyang office, General Ri Tae-jin stared at a flickering CRT screen broadcasting CNN's noon report. A young translator in military greens dutifully relayed updates about Ohio River floods, her voice steady despite the absurdity of the hour. The general barely listened. His interest wasn't in the news but in the translator's fluency. Somewhere in the static between headlines, a different kind of storm was brewing. General Ri's thoughts surged with intensity as the critical moment approached. He'd launched this mission with skepticism and frustration, but each development, from tracking down the Syrian assassin to receiving covert updates from his Mexico City operatives surveilling the Maldonado cartel, had gradually replaced his doubts with guarded hope. The American president's brazen theft of refinery equipment 2 days prior confirmed everything. Ri's Cheongju processing plant was undeniably linked to the ICBM procurement plot. Now FireAxe, his Mexico City gambit, had become the linchpin. Its success would determine whether his grand vision lived or died. The cruel irony wasn't lost on him. Jack Ryan's survival meant his own downfall. With a sharp gesture, he silenced the translator mid-report. Some flooding crisis in Ohio? Let the Americans deal with their own disasters. Resume only when there's actual news, he commanded. The translator shifted uncomfortably. How should I recognize what qualifies, Comrade General? Ri's typically grim expression softened into something almost resembling amusement. Trust me, you'll feel it. Meanwhile, President Ryan's motorcade turned onto Vidal Alcacer Street, where he acknowledged a mixed crowd behind security barriers. Most spectators cheered, but a cluster of scowling young protesters waved an unreadable banner. That Maldonado takedown in Acapulco must have caused some diplomatic heartburn, Ryan remarked to Ambassador Stiles. Stiles adjusted his tie. As your representative here, I'll admit it created complications with certain segments of the population. The cartel had its sympathizers, particularly in western states. Ryan's posture shifted subtly. the former Marine surfacing beneath the presidential demeanor. Permission to speak off the record? Always. That bastard deserved worse. Stiles leaned in conspiratorially. Not that you can confirm anything, but were our people actually on site when it went down? Ryan maintained perfect deadpan delivery. Official stance remains neither confirmed nor denied. A barely perceptible wink betrayed him. Stiles grinned out the window. That's all the confirmation I needed, sir. 3 blocks away, 2 men hunched over a smartphone in a Starbucks corner. Adil Zarif, the older Iranian, clutched a concealed cordless phone while his younger Mexican associate fidgeted with the camera feed. Sweat beaded on both their foreheads, unnoticed by the cafe's latte-sipping patrons. Zarif's knuckles whitened as the shaky footage stabilized miraculously just as the presidential limousine's flags fluttered into view. Allahu Akbar, he breathed. His companion spat a crude Spanish curse. Zarif's thumb descended on the dial button. The explosion shattered windows 3 blocks away. A mushroom cloud of debris swallowed the street whole. The explosion sent a thick, swirling mass of smoke and debris billowing outward, swallowing everything within 75 feet. Side streets, the nearby market stalls, even the open parking lot. Concrete dust hung in the air like a suffocating fog, choking visibility. Those just outside the immediate blast zone stumbled in shock, their ears ringing, balance shattered by the concussive force. Another 75 feet out, chaos reigned. Cars flipped on their sides, twisted metal littering the pavement, alarms wailing in a dissonant chorus. For a few eerie seconds, no screams pierced the air, just stunned silence as reality struggled to catch up. Secret Service agent Dale Herbers, riding in a suburban 6 cars ahead of the presidential limo, felt the SUV shudder as debris pelted its roof. His driver instinctively checked the rearview, foot hovering over the gas. Standard protocol said to move POTUS out fast, but the sheer scale of destruction behind them made that seem impossible. Was the beast even still in one piece? Radio chatter exploded in his earpiece, a dozen voices overlapping, drowning out any clear orders. Herbers knew he had to act. "Pull over, clear the lane. Then we move on foot," he barked. The Suburban swerved to the shoulder, agents piling out, Sig Sauers drawn. Every instinct screamed this was reckless, but they couldn't leave without confirming the president's status. Sprinting toward the gray haze, Herbers quickly realized the road was a graveyard of mangled vehicles. Suburbans flipped like toys, glass shards glittering in the sunlight, tires smoldering. A few dazed survivors staggered between the wrecks, but most were motionless. To his right, a crowd near the barricades lay in twisted heaps, some twitching weakly. His earpiece crackled with frantic warnings, but the blaring car alarms turned it into noise. No threats in sight, just carnage, jaw set. Herbers pushed forward, dress shoes slapping pavement as he raced toward the last known position of the beast. The mission was simple: find swordsman or die trying. The earpiece crackled with urgent chatter, but O'Day's voice was conspicuously absent. As he plunged into the swirling smoke, the unmistakable rattle of an AK-47 erupted behind him, a sound no Secret Service agent would ever mistake for friendly fire. "Contact!" He barked into his wrist mic, his shout joining a chorus of panicked voices. Bullets whined past his head like angry hornets, their trajectories tracing back to the chaotic crowd. Meanwhile, half a block away through the choking haze, surviving agents staggered from their disabled vehicles. Flames licked at the convoy's lead cars, forcing them to abandon their posts. The Roadrunner lay on its side, ominously still. No movement from within, despite the 30 seconds since detonation. Counter-assault team members, those still standing after the blast, advanced with M4 carbines at the ready blind in the smoke, but desperate for intel. Rifles swept erratically through the gloom as men groped for reference points. Then fresh gunfire. Not just from the initial southern position, but now from the north too. Pickup trucks materialized through the dust, their occupants spraying automatic fire. As agents wheeled to engage, a blood-curdling warning shrieked through every radio frequency, RPG incoming. Jack Ryan blinked away what he assumed were tears. His fingers came away red from his temple. No glasses. No memory of an explosion. Just disjointed fragments. Sunlight. Then darkness. The limo was inverted, Ambassador Styles' limp body wedged beside him. "Mr. President?" O'Day's voice, tight with tension, cut through the fog. "I'm here," Ryan lied, probing Styles' shoulder. The ambassador's head lolled, grotesquely vacant eyes staring past him. "He's gone!" Ryan shouted, but O'Day was already barking orders into her headset. Outside, the firefight escalated. AKs versus handguns, then the gut-punch thud of another RPG strike. The beast's armored frame shuddered. "We hold position," O'Day snapped. Somewhere in the smoke, a pickup truck's engine revved like a predator circling its prey. Jack struggled to his knees, his right arm numb but still attached inside his armored suit. He glanced up at Andrea just as thick smoke began pouring into the wrecked limo, cutting off her words mid-sentence. Her eyes locked onto his, no panic, just razor-sharp focus. "Stay put," she ordered before kicking her door open and rolling onto the pavement. Jack called out to Mitch, the driver dangling unconscious from his seatbelt, but got no response. Andrea wrenched Jack's door open with a metallic groan, revealing how far their armored vehicle had been thrown 20 feet from the center of the road to the curb. As Jack coughed out lungfuls of smoke, Andrea forced him back down, shielding him against the limo's mangled frame. Through the haze, 2 counter-assault agents materialized, rifles raised, their laser sights slicing through the dust like something out of a sci-fi flick. A third agent, his suit jacket soaked in blood, staggered toward the driver's side to help Mitch, but the man was clearly out of it from the crash. Andrea barked into her comms, demanding an extraction vehicle, anything with armor, or, at this point, just 4 wheels and a working engine. Jack tried reaching for Ambassador Styles, but the protective circle of agents held him tight. The smoke was a double-edged sword. It masked their movements but also left them blind to the attackers closing in from multiple directions. Then came the unmistakable hiss, an RPG streaking through the chaos. The explosion slammed everyone to the ground before they could react. Half a block back, the media vans rocked violently as the shockwave tore through them. Shrapnel shredded tires and shattered windows, sending reporters diving for cover. The lead driver, a White House staffer with 0 tactical training, froze at the wheel, his emergency protocols useless now that both front tires were blown to ribbons. The second van's passengers screamed as debris smashed through glass, the once orderly motorcade now a smoldering battlefield. Somewhere in the smoke, Jack heard Andrea swearing, her voice tight with adrenaline. The fight wasn't over. The first van carrying journalists had taken heavy damage, with 4 media members injured by shattered glass and others dazed from the impact. CNN reporter Jill Crosby, seated behind Fox's Jeff Harkis, remained unscathed as chaos erupted around her. Harkis wasn't as lucky. His face streaked with blood from a deep gash near his temple. Without hesitation, Crosby shoved past him, yanked the door handle, and burst outside while others inside either tended wounds or scrambled to escape. Ignoring the danger, she sprinted toward the billowing smoke ahead, already dialing CNN's headquarters on her phone. Gunfire erupted just as the line connected, but she kept moving, dodging past a mangled Suburban that had been spun sideways across the road. Another SUV ahead was a fireball, flames licking the sky. An explosion rocked the street, sending her sprawling, though she barely registered the RPG that had nearly torn her apart. Dusting herself off, she plunged into the smoke, shouting into her phone. "This is Crosby! The motorcade's under attack! We need to broadcast now!" 2 counter-assault agents blurred past her, rifles raised, vanishing into the haze. Meanwhile, Agent Herbers had abandoned his original objective, reaching the president, and shifted focus to neutralizing the shooters in the pickup trucks, now idling among the carnage. Flat on the asphalt, he zeroed in on one gunman, foolishly using his truck door as a shield. Herbers and another agent punched .40 caliber rounds straight through the flimsy metal, dropping the attacker. Over the radio, O'Day's strained voice reported Swordsman was at the beast, but the limo was disabled. No response yet from the backup vehicle. Herbers shoved the thought aside. Survival first, questions later. He reloaded, racked his slide, and barely had time to spot the RPG launch from the shadows. The grenade screamed overhead, detonating somewhere behind him. Praying it hadn't hit the president's crippled limo, he returned fire, forcing the shooter to dive for cover. Then he spotted a drivable Suburban nearby, its windshield cracked but tires intact. An agent slumped over the wheel. Another lay motionless by the open door. Herbers bolted toward it. Ryan, meanwhile, fought through the agony in his right arm, forcing himself up onto his knees. His vision swam, but he locked onto Andrea sprawled on the curb, blood trickling from her forehead. Blinking grit from his eyes, he dragged himself toward her, 5 feet that felt like an endless crawl. The world narrowed to her still form and the deafening gunfire ringing in his ears. The air crackled with gunfire as alarms wailed through the chaos. A helicopter roared overhead, its downdraft cutting through the smoke like a blade. 2 Secret Service agents pressed against Ryan, their weapons snapping left and right while spent shell casings clattered onto the pavement. Ryan knelt over Andrea, cradling her head, her lips slightly parted, her chest still. He pressed his ear to her mouth, then her ribs, but found no breath, no heartbeat. When a tactical officer tried dragging him to cover, Ryan shoved him away with a snarl. Muscle memory took over. He pinched Andrea's nose and sealed his mouth over hers, forcing air into her lungs. The world narrowed to the rhythm of rescue breaths and one-handed compressions, even as gunfire erupted nearby and an RPG slammed into a parking garage. On his third attempt, Andrea gasped, her face twisting alive. Before he could speak, a black Suburban skidded backward onto the sidewalk. Cat officers yanked Ryan away as he shouted protests, but they manhandled him into the vehicle. Armored bodies piled on top of him, crushing him against the floorboards as the SUV lurched into reverse. "Gunman ahead!" the driver barked. "Can we turn around? Clear path 50 yards back?" A voice crackled over Cums, tires screeched as the Suburban weaved through wreckage, sideswiping a flaming armored truck. Through the chaos, Ryan caught one last glimpse of Andrea motionless on the asphalt before an agent's weight smothered his view. 3 blocks away, the Starbucks had emptied, patriots gawking at the smoke plume rising over the street market. Everyone except Emilio and Zarif. They slipped onto Jose J. Herrera Avenue, the young Mexican gaping backward at the destruction. "Dios mío," he breathed, quickening his pace. "That was huge, man." Zarif said nothing, until the distant rattle of AK-47s reached them. A grim smile tugged at his lips. The staccato of Kalashnikovs blended with car alarms and chopper blades, a symphony of bedlam. And it was only beginning. The 2 Maldonado ranch hands, who'd left them earlier, pulled up in their pickup truck, collecting both men before speeding north toward the safe house. Meanwhile, inside the black Suburban, Secret Service agent Davis Linklater hovered over President Ryan in the cramped back seat, his hands moving swiftly beneath the president's coat to assess his injuries. Ryan flinched as Linklater pressed near his right shoulder, his vision blurring from the pain. "Where does it hurt, sir?" Linklater asked, his voice steady despite the urgency. Ryan tried to turn his head, but the movement sent a sharp jolt through his shoulder. "Everywhere," he muttered through gritted teeth before glancing at his swollen left wrist. "Definitely the wrist shoulder might be broken too." Linklater probed higher, near the collarbone, and Ryan let out a sharp curse. "Damn it, Link!" "Collarbone's fractured?" Linklater confirmed. Ryan barely nodded, his thoughts scattered. Andrea, where's Andrea? I don't have an update yet, Mr. President, Linklater admitted. Right now, our priority is getting you to Air Force One. The scene's crawling with first responders. They'll take care of her. Ryan's grip tightened on Linklater's sleeve. Find out now. Linklater met his gaze. As soon as we're wheels up, I'll get answers. Up front, lead agent Dale Herbers gripped the wheel, grateful he'd spent the past week memorizing the city's backstreets. The GPS had been knocked loose in the chaos, but he didn't need it. He wove through traffic, bypassing gridlocked roads with sharp turns that jostled the injured president. Blue strobes flashed as he barreled through intersections, ignoring honking cars. "Easy, Dale," Linklater barked from the back. "We've got fractures, possible internal injuries. Working on it." Herbers shot back. The vehicle was packed. Herbers driving, 2 counter-assault agents armed and alert, and Linklater tending to Ryan. One CAT agent had scrambled into the front seat, his rifle braced against the dash as he scanned for threats. The other knelt in the back, carbine ready, watching their 6. Herbers juggled comms while driving, relaying their position to the rest of the detail. Reinforcements were closing in, more Suburbans, federal police motorcycles, all converging to secure the route. Behind them, Linklater finished his assessment and radioed ahead to Dr. Handworker on Air Force One. As the transmission ended, Ryan grabbed Linklater's jacket. "How many didn't make it?" Linklater hesitated. "No confirmed numbers yet, sir." Ryan's jaw tightened, his mind racing faster than the speeding convoy. The exchange was brief but heavy with emotion. "Too much," the agent admitted, voice strained, his superior pressed for details. "I was 2 vehicles behind you when the IED went off. The SUV ahead took the hit. No survivors visible. Ambassador Stiles. He was gone. Your driver didn't make it either." Jack closed his eyes, the name hitting him hard. Mitch Delaney, a loyal detail member for 2 years, had been alive moments before the RPG struck their armored limo. "Understood," the agent continued when prompted. "Counter-assault team neutralized multiple hostiles. Apologies for the language, sir. Adrenaline talking." Jack gave a grim nod, adjusting the shaken man's collar. No apology needed. Those bastards had it coming. Near the Mobile Command Center, nicknamed Roadrunner Jill Crosby pressed herself against the pavement as gunfire erupted around her. The CNN reporter had missed the Suburban's chaotic reverse maneuver along the sidewalk. Her attention locked on the horrific scene 75 feet away, the presidential limo cleaved in half and engulfed in flames with charred remains visible through the smoke. This being her first motorcade assignment, she didn't realize there were decoy vehicles. She was convinced she was witnessing the president's final moments. As the firefight subsided, black-suited Secret Service agents swarmed the wreckage with extinguishers, while tactical teams scanned surrounding buildings for threats. The desperate attempt to douse the flames confirmed her grim assumption. She was looking at President Jack Ryan and Ambassador Stiles' bodies. Fumbling with her phone, Jill initially tried live streaming before her producer ordered recorded footage for controlled broadcast. When the Atlanta anchor's voice crackled through, she yelled over the chaos of sirens and helicopters. "Dawn, this is an ongoing ambush. Initial explosion, followed by sustained gunfire. The limo's destroyed with multiple casualties inside." Pressed for confirmation, she snapped, "I watched them board this vehicle. Those are their bodies burning." Though the anchor urged caution, the damage was done within minutes of the blast near the intersection of Vidal Alcocer and Jose J. The unverified report had already spread like wildfire. A stray bullet pinged off the Roadrunner's armor as Jill ducked again, suddenly realizing the producer's wisdom. Some truths were too volatile for live television. The tension in the newsroom was palpable as reporter Maria Herrera broke the shocking story live on national television. The president had been assassinated. Across the world, General Ri Tae-jin watched CNN intently, expecting footage of the attack. Instead, He saw an African-American news anchor calmly delivering updates. The distant wail of sirens cut through the broadcast as a female correspondent's frantic voice crackled over the feed. Rez translator relayed the unconfirmed report. The strike had succeeded. Moments later, the screen switched to aerial footage sourced from a Mexican news outlet, now broadcasting on CNN. A thick plume of smoke billowed over a sunlit street, the sprawling cityscape stretching into the hazy distance. The camera zoomed in on the chaotic scene, twisted metal from obliterated vehicles, emergency crews scrambling in every direction. Reese studied the destruction with cold satisfaction. The blast radius was far larger than standard artillery could achieve. No one in the heart of that devastation could have survived, yet one crucial detail of Operation Fire Axe remained unconfirmed. Even as the clock neared 3:30 a.m., Rye knew sleep was out of the question. His office would be his war room until he had absolute certainty. Meanwhile, at the airport, the Secret Service liaison delivered a blunt warning to Mexican authorities. The president's motorcade would barrel through the VIP gate in 5 minutes, and any interference would be met with lethal force. The Mexican police wisely stepped aside as a convoy of 14 vehicles, some Secret Service, most local law enforcement, roared onto the tarmac, lights flashing. Lead Agent Dale Herbers skidded to a stop beside Air Force One, where 24 armed agents stood guard, weapons drawn and eyes scanning for threats. Despite the chaos, President Ryan emerged from the armored SUV under his own strength, though his hunched posture and grimace betrayed his pain. Air Force stewards stood ready with a stretcher, but Ryan waved them off, climbing the stairs with gritted teeth. Behind him, a security detail moved in reverse, rifles trained on the horizon. The moment he crossed the threshold into the plane, his legs buckled. Dr. Mora Handworker caught him, swiftly guiding him to the expanded medical suite she'd prepared near the cockpit. With limited space, she'd prioritized essentials, monitors, IVs, trauma kits, knowing X-rays could wait. As Ryan collapsed onto the bed, the weight of the day finally overtook him, his body surrendering to exhaustion while the world outside reeled from the news of his death. The president's face was pale, his features tight with pain, and the first signs of shock. Streaks of blood ran from shallow cuts across his forehead as the medical team sprang into action. Handworker, the lead physician, worked quickly alongside an Air Force trauma nurse, slicing through the ruined fabric of his suit with surgical shears. David Detmer, the young assistant chief of staff who'd replaced Arnie Van Dam for this trip, hovered near the doorway, close enough to hear when Ryan suddenly barked his name. "Secure phone now," the president demanded through gritted teeth. Detmer edged forward, careful not to disrupt the flurry of medical activity. "The vice president's already been notified, sir. He's en route from Los Angeles." Ryan tried to shake his head, instantly regretting it as pain lanced through his shoulder. "Get me Arnie first, then Kathy." Handworker shot Detmer a warning look before turning back to her patient. "Mr. President, you have a fractured collarbone and probable wrist break. Until we confirm there's no concussion, you will stay flat on your back." She snapped open a medical kit, pulling out cold packs. "And no arguments. Your arm needs immobilizing before you start dictating policy." Ryan's jaw clenched. "Dr. Volodine's probably popping champagne in Moscow right now, thinking I'm dead. Either hand me a phone or stand aside." With a frustrated sigh, Handworker nodded to Detmer. "Someone hold the damn thing for him." A headset was hastily fitted over Ryan's ears, the secure line crackling as it connected to Van Dam. "Arnie status?" "Christ, Jack, CNN just ran with a story that you were killed. Had to strong-arm their news director to retract it before some Kremlin idiot decides to test NATO's resolve." Ryan exhaled sharply as icy compresses tightened around his wrist. Andrea's down, Delaney and Stiles didn't make it. That new kid, Weingarten, he was just a rookie. His voice wavered for the first time. On the other end, Arnie's tone shifted. MSNBC's claiming 3 terrorist groups are fighting for credit. The NSC's locked down in the PEOC, but the Veep's still airborne. The plane lurched forward, engines roaring as it accelerated down the runway. Ryan realized distantly that his legs were bare. They must have stripped his pants during the chaos. No one had bothered with seatbelts. The entire cabin was a blur of motion, medics barking orders, equipment rattling. "Release a statement," Ryan ground out. "Tell the world I'm not dead. Then get me a damage report before Volodine starts moving tanks." Arnie quickly relayed the plan. Press were already gathering in the White House briefing room, and he'd address them the moment he finished with the president. Just then, a staffer rushed in with a phone. "Sir, it's the First Lady." Jack motioned for Arnie to wait as an aide adjusted the headset. Wincing from the sharp pain in his shoulder, he forced a steady tone. "Hey, sweetheart, I'm okay." "Was just about to call. Sorry, you had to hear about this on the news." Kathy's voice trembled. "I had to know you were alive. Put Dr. Handworker on now." Jack wasn't offended. His wife, a surgeon, wouldn't trust his self-diagnosis for a second. Before handing over the phone, he asked, "Do the kids know?" Kyle and Katie had been on a school trip when the story broke. "They're en route to the White House with the detail," Kathy replied. "I'll figure out what to tell them." Jack exhaled. "Tell them Dad's coming home." "Was it Maldonado?" she pressed. "Zero intel. 1 minute we're driving, next thing I know I'm flat on my back." He shifted, biting back another wave of pain. "Gotta go. Passing you to Mora." Turning back to Arnie, Jack's focus sharpened, despite the throbbing in his shoulder. Crisis mode was his comfort zone. What's Moscow's move? Full nuclear alert? Seriously? Bombers near Alaska? But that's Tuesday for them. Jack scoffed. "Get Sec State and Sec Def on a call within the hour." "Already done, Jack. They're coordinating with allies." "Not enough. I need direct contact with every major leader today." Dr. Handworker cut in. "Mr. President, you need rest. After a live statement, we do it from the air. No delays." Jack finally glanced down. His right leg was wrapped in bloodied gauze, his arm immobilized. His left side was a patchwork of compresses. Even his face had untreated cuts, low priority until now. The nurse met his gaze. "That bad?" She hesitated. "We can clean you up, but no shirt until that collarbone stabilizes." Jack turned to Arnie. "You handle the press conference. I'll record audio, get a staffer up here to film it." Detmer, hovering nearby, grimaced. "No press on board, sir. Security nixed it." Jack cursed. "Fine. Use your phone. Skeptics will cry deepfake, but a bruised face ought to convince them." Mora sighed, reaching for a bandage. "At least let me cover that gash." New detail. Added tension with Kathy demanding direct medical updates, underscoring her professional distrust of Jack's stoicism. Tone shift. Sarcasm creeps in with, "That's Tuesday for them," contrasting the gravity of the situation. Emilio, along with the 2 Maldonado ranch hands and Adel Zarif, reached the safe house just over half an hour after the attack. As they trudged up the stairs, all 4 men paused to glance southward, where a dense plume of smoke still lingered in the sky. Though it had begun to thin, the dark smudge, along with the swarm of helicopters buzzing overhead, would haunt the city for hours. Zarif couldn't help but smirk, already imagining the chaos playing out on the evening news while he waited for nightfall. The plan was simple. The Maldonado crew would escort him deep into Guerrero, where a private flight from Acapulco would whisk him off to Cuba. From there, North Korean operatives would smuggle him straight to Pyongyang, and frankly, Zarif couldn't wait to leave this mess behind. One of the burly men jiggled the lock and shouldered the door open, his partner close behind. Emilio shuffled in next, with Zarif trailing after. The 3 Mexicans beelined for the fridge, cracking open cold beers. But Zarif ignored them, heading straight down the hall to the bathroom. He'd been holding it since he left earlier, and the TV could wait. Nature called first. Still wearing his backpack, he barely got his zipper down before shouts erupted from the living room. Emilio's voice sharp with alarm. Zarif leaned out just in time to see 3 Asian men in sanitation worker coveralls step inside. Black pistols fitted with silencers glinting in their hands. The Mexicans barely had time to react, beers still clutched in their fingers before the gunmen opened fire. Bodies jerked, twisted, then crumpled onto the blood-smeared carpet. Zarif didn't stick around to watch. He slammed the bathroom door shut, locked it, and scrambled into the tub. Above him, a narrow window offered escape. He yanked it open, muscles straining as he hauled himself up just as bullets shredded the door behind him. With a desperate shove, he tumbled out onto a narrow ledge, then rolled right off, landing hard in a dusty parking lot below. Gunfire erupted from the window above, bullets chewing up the pavement around him. He dove between a beat-up Ford Bronco and a rusted Winnebago, crawling like a madman before popping up on the other side. Without looking back, he sprinted into the street, weaving through honking cars, then bolted down the sidewalk, his heart hammering. The fantasy of lounging in a beach house surrounded by pretty girls dissolved into panic. Where the hell was he supposed to go now? The North Koreans had betrayed him after everything he'd done for them. Half a world away, General Ri lounged in his Pyongyang office, idly waiting for confirmation from his Mexico City operative. Once word came that the Iranian bomber had been eliminated, he'd head home for a quick nap before returning to work. He fully expected a summons from the Supreme Leader's office, maybe even a personal commendation at the Ryong-song residence. He wanted to look sharp for the occasion. On the TV, CNN played on loop, his translator murmuring updates. The screen showed a smoldering limo, the wreckage blurred to obscure the charred remains inside. Devastating attack on President Jack Ryan's motorcade. The translator droned, casualties reported, possibly dozens, maybe more. Rai barely listened. He was already imagining his victory speech. General Rai sat in silence, contemplating how to discreetly honor Zarif's sacrifice. The bomb maker had likely perished under his orders, but the man's service to North Korea demanded recognition, even if it had to remain secret. Any public acknowledgement would be catastrophic. If the Americans discovered North Korea's involvement in their leader's assassination, they wouldn't hesitate to unleash their full nuclear arsenal. For decades, they'd been itching for an excuse to strike, and RII refused to give them one. His confidence swelled as the TV screen displayed a bird's-eye view of the devastation, burning vehicles, shattered storefronts, and debris littering the streets. The scene shifted to the White House, where a press conference was about to begin. A bald man in his 60s wearing scholarly glasses stepped forward. Rai smirked. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. The man looked weak, like someone who had never known military discipline. Pathetic. The translator identified him as Arnold Van Dam, the president's top advisor. Rai scoffed. If he were truly close to the president, he'd be dead in that wreckage right now. Van Dam hesitated, visibly shaken, before addressing the press. At approximately 12:35 p.m. local time in Mexico City, a brutal attack targeted not just the United States, but the entire free world. The president's motorcade was ambushed with explosives and gunfire. His armored vehicle was disabled, and multiple others were destroyed. A reporter shouted, "Is the president alive?" Van Dam nodded firmly. "He is alive, currently aboard Air Force One en route to Washington." Ri's grip tightened on the translator's arm. "Alive!" he hissed. The screen erupted with more questions. "Is he injured?" "Minor fractures, but he's in good spirits. His doctor treated him on board." Another reporter demanded proof. "Why not a video message?" Van Dam shot back. "We don't have time for a secure video setup. If you doubt it's him, wait a few hours. He'll be back soon enough." A final question cut through the noise. "Who's in charge right now?" Van Dam didn't flinch. "John Patrick Ryan is the President of the United States." Ri's confidence wavered for the first time. This wasn't the outcome he'd planned, The tension in Pyongyang's dimly lit office was palpable as General Rai's piercing gaze shifted from the television screen to the uniformed aide beside him. "So he's alive and flying back," he demanded, his voice dripping with skepticism. When the aide confirmed, Rai's head began shaking first in slow disbelief, then building to furious denial. "This is deception. That plane carries nothing but a corpse while they fabricate their narrative. The moment it touches down in Washington, they'll announce the president died mid-flight." His subordinate's obedient, "Yes, Comrade General," only fueled his rage. Pacing like a caged tiger, Rai nearly tore the phone from its cradle when it rang. Zarif survived? He roared, veins bulging at his temples. "Track that traitor down immediately, or I'll personally relocate your entire family to the coal mines of Chongjin." The phone shattered against the wall, making the translator flinch. Meanwhile, in New York, the campus team had just regrouped in Sam Driscoll's surveillance apartment, watching Veronica Martel's building through binoculars. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows as they debriefed Gavin Byery over speakerphone. The calm shattered when Clark burst through the door, his face ashen. The team sprang to their feet, alarmed by his urgency. Without a word, Clark scanned the dark TV screen before barking, "Ryan, with me!" and striding toward the bedrooms. Jack exchanged bewildered glances with the others. "What I do now?" he muttered, following Clark down the hallway. The older man's grave expression erased any thought of reprimand. This was worse. "Your father's motorcade was ambushed in Mexico City," Clark said tightly, watching the color drain from Ryan's face. "News is breaking fast. Call your mother." A shrill ring from the living room sent Jack sprinting back. His mother's caller ID made his hands tremble. "Is he?" He choked out before she cut in. "He's wounded, but Mora says stable." His knees buckled, he collapsed onto the couch, flashing Clark a shaky thumbs up. The others crowded around as Clark finally turned on the TV. "Santiago Maldonado's cartel?" Jack demanded, but Clark shook his head. "No confirmation yet." An ambulance's wail pierced through the apartment walls, cutting off his mother's plea for him to come to George Washington Hospital. Jack moved to the window just as paramedics rushed into the building opposite them. Sam was already out the door, blending with curious dog walkers as a distraught neighbor emerged. Minutes later, he returned grim-faced. "Superintendent found a woman's body in 3A, the tenant." Back on the couch, Jack numbly watched CNN's update. Arnie Van Dam's press statement flickered across the screen. But all he could hear was the echo of his mother's voice. "He'll want to see you." The apartment's tension now mirrored Pyongyang's two worlds reeling from the same seismic shock. Sam Driscoll's gaze remained locked on the surveillance footage, his jaw tight with disbelief. Veronica Martel couldn't be dead. Not when she was just a short walk away from where he stood. The weight of the moment pressed down on him, but his voice stayed steady as he pointed the finger. "Forget the North Koreans. If you check the alley behind that building, my cameras caught everything. Only one person came or went after Martel was last seen alive, Edward Riley." Chavez frowned, shaking his head. "Riley killed his own asset? That doesn't add up." No one had answers. Ryan sat in silence, exhaustion creeping in as he rubbed his temples. After a long pause, he pushed himself up. "I need to get back to D.C." Clark was already on his feet. "I'll take you to the airport." He turned to the team, his tone sharpening. "The rest of you find Riley. Sharps might know we're onto him, but he's too smart to start eliminating his own people in broad daylight. This is something else entirely." His eyes flicked back to the screen, frustration simmering. Part of him wanted to be in Mexico, hunting down the ambush team, but discipline won out. "Stay sharp, Ryan. Let's move." Aboard Air Force One, President Jack Ryan gritted his teeth as his aides helped him sit upright. The pain in his shoulder was relentless, a dull throb punctuated by sharp stabs, but he refused to deliver his address lying down. His doctor and the Air Force nurse exchanged glances before reluctantly assisting him into a chair, securing his injured arm. David Detmer, the Chief of Staff's assistant, knelt in front of him, holding up a recorder. Ryan took a slow breath, forcing focus through the haze of pain. "No prepared remarks this time," he muttered. "History's just going to have to deal with me winging it." Detmer nodded. "Just speak from the heart, sir." Ryan cleared his throat. "This is President Jack Ryan, speaking to you from Air Force One. We're under fighter escort and approaching U.S. airspace." The truth was, they were still over an hour out. But timing wasn't the point. Calming the storm was. "I took some hits today, but others paid a far steeper price. Good people are dead, more are wounded. If you're the praying kind, I ask you to remember them." His voice wavered for a second before he steadied it. "One thing's clear, Mexican law enforcement didn't hesitate. Federal police, local officers, they threw themselves into the line of fire to protect us. That's courage. And right now, that's what matters. The tragic loss of innocent Mexican lives will likely equal or surpass our own casualties. While the perpetrators of today's attack remain unknown, let's not forget the brave Mexican citizens who stood alongside us, sacrificing everything to defend the stability of the U.S. government. As soon as possible, I'll personally reach out to President Lopez to express my gratitude. His nation has faced immense challenges, and I want him to know that after receiving medical care, I intend to honor our scheduled meeting in Mexico City. Now, to those responsible for this cowardly act, your goal was to cripple American leadership. Yet here I am, alive and speaking, proof of your failure. Predictably, you'll slink into the shadows like the rats you are. But mark my words, we will hunt you down. Whatever grievance you held against this nation will pale in comparison to the reckoning coming your way. America doesn't forget, and we won't stop until justice is served. Once I return to Washington, I'll address the press in detail. Until then, God bless the United States. With a nod, Ryan signaled Detmer to cut the recording. A photographer snapped a quick shot of him, framed against the presidential seal. Though history wouldn't note he delivered this pivotal speech in nothing but his undershirt, collapsing back onto the bed. He rasped, "David, the moment that recording reaches Arnie, drop everything. Find Andrea Price O'Day if she's in a Mexican hospital. Spare no expense, give those doctors whatever they need." As Detmer hurried off, Ryan clenched his jaw against the throbbing in his shoulder. Meanwhile, Arnie had the recording airing within 30 minutes. The Dow had plummeted 1,000 points post-attack, triggering a trading halt. But after Ryan's defiant message, markets clawed back 619 points. The damage was still severe, though not the catastrophe Wall Street had braced for. Half a world away, Adel Zarif stumbled into a grimy Toluca bus station, drenched in sweat and paranoia. With no Spanish and barely any pesos, he holed up in a roach-infested hostel, the stench of mildew clinging to the walls. No one asked for ID just as well, since his frayed nerves couldn't handle scrutiny. Slumped at a wobbly table, he weighed his non-existent options. No allies, no escape, just a burner phone and a nuclear secret that could turn Pyongyang to glass. Blackmail was his only play. Propping his phone on the desk, he hit record. The grainy video captured his hollow-eyed stare as he began. "My name is Adel Zarif. Living in Damascus, I received an unexpected offer from North Korea's Reconnaissance General Bureau, a job to eliminate Jack Ryan in Mexico City. The deal included asylum in Hamhung, a coastal city, once the mission was complete." His recorded confession lasted just 4 minutes, but it exposed the entire operation. He emailed the video to his North Korean handler in Cuba, then followed up with a chilling text. "This recording goes to every major news outlet in America, unless you call me within the hour." The response came in under 20 minutes. Zarif demanded $2 million and a face-to-face meeting in Mexico. The RGB agent promised to arrange it, but Zarif wasn't buying it. With a cold laugh, he warned he'd smash his phone before they could trace it, then call back in 18 hours from a different burner. Surviving multiple wars in the Middle East had taught him not to trust anyone. True to his word, he destroyed his phone behind a cheap hostel, then vanished into the night to find another. $2 million wouldn't solve everything. He still had no papers, no allies, but it was better than nothing. If he played it smart, he might slip out of Mexico and disappear for good. Not the most foolproof plan, but staying alive was the priority. The North Koreans wouldn't hesitate to silence him if given the chance. Meanwhile, Adam Yao woke at dawn in Cheongju to the sound of roosters. Glancing at the clock in his cramped trailer, 5:30 a.m., he rolled out of bed, washed up, and stepped outside. The misty morning air clung to the asphalt as he stretched, the moon barely visible through the haze. Breakfast wouldn't be ready until 7, and the refinery shift didn't start until 8, so he seized the chance to gather intel the only way he could. A perimeter run. Jogging past disinterested North Korean guards, he spotted a convoy of black vehicles near the housing compound, Hwang Min-ho's entourage, fresh from Pyongyang. Something was off. The day before, his ore processing quota had dropped from 800 kilos to just 100, and whispers among the Chinese techs hinted at delayed equipment. Now, with Hwang's sudden arrival, Adam suspected trouble. Rounding the fence a second time, he noticed another runner in the distance, unexpected, out of place. The game was shifting, and Adam needed to stay sharp. The figure in the distance was just a shadow in the dim evening light, too far for Adam to make out any details. Slowing his pace, he considered whether it might be Hwang. The build seemed right, but the runner's full head of hair ruled that out. Adjusting his stride, Adam timed his next lap to intercept the stranger near the fence. His curiosity grew as he pieced together the clues. This was likely one of the Australian contractors staying at the hotel, though he'd never seen them in his section of the refinery. As they drew closer, Adam realized his mistake. The runner wasn't a man at all. It was the red-headed Australian woman he'd spotted around the facility before. She flashed a grin and waved. Adam returned the gesture, but when she called out a cheerful ni hao, he nearly stumbled, a white woman speaking Mandarin. He slowed, nodding. Ni hao. She came to a full stop, breathless. Ni hao ma. Adam halted too. Wo hen hao, ni ne. Her Mandarin was halting but earnest. I'm good, Dr. Powers from Australia. Shanshin, China. Your Mandarin is impressive. She laughed, shaking her head. Not really. Studied in Shenzhen, my husband's hometown. Her accent was thick, vowels stretched in that distinct Australian way, but Adam's pulse quickened. Here was a chance to gather intel without tipping his hand. Keep it casual, he reminded himself. You run every night? What else is there to do? She sighed. What's your role at Cheongju? Cone crusher operator in powder processing. Just started last week. You? Geologist. Been here a month. Adam nodded politely, but her expression darkened even in the low light. You're far from home, he ventured. The words tumbled out of her. I've got 2 kids, a boy and a girl. I miss them so much. Adam mirrored her wistfulness. Same here, boy and girl. Her face lit up. Really? Tell me about them. Seizing the opening, Adam spun a tale of 2 imaginary children names, ages, even their favorite games. Mirroring worked like a charm, especially on the lonely. Got photos? She asked. Adam let his posture slump. Confiscated in Shanghai, just pictures, but now I can't see my little Lanfin's face before bed. The lie tasted bitter. Powers seemed decent, just trapped, but his mission demanded the performance. She swallowed hard. I'd leave tomorrow if they'd let us. They're holding everyone until production starts. Adam pounced on the opening. Rumors say the refinery's behind schedule. Delayed equipment. I'm worried they'll send us home. No mining jobs left where I'm from. Powers waved dismissively. Just the flotation cells. Huang will fix it. He has to. Why's that? She gave a dry laugh. Follow the money. The North Korean government won't receive their payment until the refinery becomes operational. Once production begins, their foreign investors are set to transfer $500 million to Pyongyang. Adam nodded slowly, absorbing the information before asking, "How did you come across these details?" Immediately, he realized his question had crossed a line. Dr. Powers froze mid-step, her eyes darting around the perimeter to ensure their conversation remained private. The tension in her posture told Adam she'd revealed classified information, knowledge she clearly wasn't authorized to share. Recognizing her discomfort, Adam shifted tactics with an easy laugh, falling back into his cover persona. "Forget I asked?" he said with a disarming smile. "Just a tech guy here, happy to hear the facility's almost ready. That's what matters to me." The tension dissolved as quickly as it had appeared, and soon they parted ways, jogging along opposite sides of the security fence. Back at his workstation hours later, Adam composed his encrypted report for Acrid Herald headquarters. He carefully omitted any reference to Dr. Powers, protecting her from potential fallout if his operation was compromised. The key detail, the $500 million payout upon refinery activation, made his stomach twist. Given what he knew about Pyongyang's intentions for those funds, he silently prayed that day would never arrive. Halfway across the world, Oscar Robles de Mota slept soundly in his Singapore hotel suite as chaos erupted in Mexico City. He didn't learn about the assassination attempt until his assistant woke him at 9. For the next hour, wrapped in a plush robe, he consumed every news feed available, American cable networks, Mexican satellite channels, even grainy cell phone footage from the scene. The Maldonado cartel's claim of responsibility didn't convince him for a second. Those amateurs couldn't orchestrate a coordinated strike against hardened U.S. security details, not after botching a simple mayoral hit in Guerrero weeks earlier. As Robles showered and dressed for his midday banking meeting, one name kept surfacing in his thoughts: General Ri. The North Korean spymaster had both the capability and the motive, not to mention existing ties to the Maldonados. The timing was too convenient. Ryan had recently derailed Ri's mining and missile schemes. Robles was halfway to his limo when the encrypted satellite phone rang. He knew before answering. "Bueno." The translator's voice came through crisp and formal. "Comrade General Ri wishes to speak with you, sir." Robles cut straight to the point. "What really happened in my city?" Ri's reply was smooth. "I only know what's being reported." "Bullshit!" Robles snapped. The Maldonados couldn't pull this off. The silence that followed confirmed his suspicions. The tension in the call was palpable. "It was either you or the Russians," the voice on the other end insisted. Without hesitation, the translator responded, "Then it was the Russians." The line went silent as Oscar Robles in Mexico took his time formulating a reply. When he finally spoke, his words carried a quiet warning. "If you had any part in this, I hope, for both our sakes, you've covered your tracks." A heavy pause followed before the translator relayed the chilling response. "There's still some unfinished business." Robles's voice sharpened. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Ri's tone remained steady as the translator conveyed his message. "A man has contacted us. He seems to be the one behind yesterday's events." Robles exhaled sharply. "Go on." Ri laid out the Iranian's extortion demands, revealing he was now hiding somewhere in Mexico. When he finished, Robles scoffed. "This isn't my problem. Why should I get involved? I had nothing to do with your mess." Ri's reply was calm but firm. "You may not be responsible, but this affects you." "How?" "You've poured time and money into Cheongju. You're on the verge of seeing that investment pay off." Robles bristled. "Is that a threat?" "Not at all." "But ask yourself, will Cheongju remain profitable if America believes North Korea tried to assassinate its president?" The implication was clear. War would destroy everything. Robles weighed the risks. Sending someone to silence the loose end was dangerous, but the alternative was worse. He had too much at stake to walk away now. "Do you have someone who can handle this in Mexico?" Robles clenched his fists, furious at being cornered. But he knew a man, not one of his own, someone deniable. Edward Riley. Sharps would never agree. But Riley? He'd do it without hesitation. "Give me a contact number," Robles muttered. "I'll pass it along. What happens next is out of my hands." Ree's final words were smooth. "Sometimes we must correct misunderstandings before they spiral." Robles hung up, his hands still shaking with anger. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. stood in front of the mirror in his Alexandria apartment, razor in hand. In 90 minutes, he'd erased the beard that had become part of his undercover identity. He needed to look like the old Jack Ryan again, just in case the press caught a glimpse of him at the hospital. The last thing he wanted was his disguise exposed to the world. By 9 p.m., he slipped into the hospital through a back entrance, avoiding the swarm of photographers. Inside the private waiting room, he reunited with his family, Sally, his mother, and his younger siblings, Katie and Kyle. The Secret Service kept their distance, giving them space. At 9:30, they were finally led into the president's room, the weight of the moment pressing down on all of them. Jack had heard the reassurances countless times. His father would endure significant pain for weeks, but his injuries weren't fatal. And honestly, considering the wreckage of the overturned limo he'd seen in photos, his dad looked surprisingly intact. Yet none of that softened the blow of seeing the president, usually so full of energy, sharp as a tack, lying motionless in a hospital bed, an oxygen tube snaking under his nose, a thick bandage wrapped around his forehead. "Doctor?" Maura Handworker, who'd been at his side since he stumbled onto Air Force One, offered a quick apology to the family. She explained she'd administered pain meds earlier, and they'd knocked him out cold for the night. The president had resisted for hours, she admitted, but eventually gave in when she convinced him that without rest, he'd be worthless tomorrow. With their patriarch unconscious, the family gathered around his bed, exchanging quiet updates. Jack hadn't seen his sister in months, and Katie and Kyle ribbed him for being a stranger to the White House lately. His mother's gaze lingered on him a beat too long. Her worry wasn't just for her husband, but for whatever shadows had crept into her son's life, making him distant. He pulled her into a tight hug, hoping it said more than words could. As the conversation shifted, Jack's attention drifted back to his father. The bandages, the stillness, it all fueled a quiet rage. Everyone blamed Santiago Maldonado. But Jack's gut whispered a different name. The Russian president, maybe pulling strings from behind the curtain. Then his phone buzzed. He slipped into the hallway, nodding at the 2 Secret Service agents posted outside before moving just out of earshot. The screen flashed, "Chavez." "Hey, Ding. I know this isn't great timing. It's fine. What's up? Your dad holding up? Like a tank, damn straight." Jack glanced through the window. His little sister Katie was being lifted onto the bed, her small frame trembling as she kissed their father's cheek. Chavez's voice snapped him back. "We hit a wall with Riley, checked all his usual spots, came up empty. Finally looped Gavin in. Should have done that first. He pinged the guy's BMW LoJack. Riley parked at Taterboro Airport 2 hours ago, left it in long term." Jack's grip tightened on the phone. "And we scoped flight manifests. Narrowed it down to one corporate jet, registered to a shell company tied to an Antiguan bank." Gavin dug deeper, traced it to Grupo Pacifico, Mexican energy giant, owned by some billionaire Oscar Robles de Mota. Jack's pulse kicked up. Why the hell would Riley be headed to Mexico City? No clue, but we're gonna find out. Oh, and get this. Sam's facial rec caught 2 Grupo Pacifico execs visiting Duke Sharps last week. A cold realization settled in. The pieces didn't fit yet, but the board was shifting. And Jack had a feeling the game was far from over. Riley's sudden trip to Mexico City, right after committing a high-profile murder in New York, raised more than a few eyebrows. Ding's voice crackled over the phone. "We're wheels up tonight. Tracking him down there won't be easy." But we've got leads. Clark says family comes first. Stay with your dad if you need to. But if you can, break away. Before he could finish, Ryan was already grabbing his gear. Tell the pilot to expect me in 60 minutes. Ding responded. Copy that. Send your father our best. Meanwhile, Edward Riley slipped out of Teterboro Airport under the cover of darkness, boarding a sleek Embraer Phenom 300, one of Oscar Robles's many shadowy assets. The jet touched down at Benito Juarez International just past 3 a.m., where a discreet driver whisked him away to a luxury hotel in Polanco. After refining his strategy mid-flight, Riley managed a few hours of restless sleep before a surprise visitor arrived at 9 a.m., a North Korean operative named Kim, fresh off a flight from Havana, laid out the stakes. Zarif, the rogue bomb maker, had tried extorting Pyongyang for $2 million, a modest sum, but practical for a man who couldn't exactly stroll into a bank. Kim had just spoken to him. Zarif demanded a non-Asian intermediary for the handoff, set for that evening at a cinema in Toluca. Riley would play the part, though everyone involved knew the money would never change hands. Keeping Zarif alive was too risky. He knew too much about Operation Fire Axe. Riley agreed with the logic, but smirked at the irony. Robles had even provided a local banker's number, just in case they needed to throw cash at the problem. But money wouldn't guarantee silence. Zarif had to disappear, just not in a way that left loose ends. This wasn't some back alley hit. The bomb maker was no amateur. He'd surely stashed evidence. A video, a dead drop. Something. Riley needed answers, and they wouldn't come gently. His hotel room wouldn't cut it for what he planned. After a brief call to the banker, he secured an off-grid location and a modest 10K float, though he doubted he'd need it. The real currency here would be pain, and Riley was more than ready to collect. Riley was told the safe house was a secluded estate in Cuernavaca, nestled in the mountains just an hour's drive from Mexico City. The banker assured him it was the perfect hideout. No interruptions, no prying eyes. As the conversation shifted to their next move, Kim and Riley strategized how to lure Adil Zarif into their trap. Riley had handled shady transactions before, and he knew $1 million in hundreds could fit snugly into a standard backpack. To throw off suspicion, he grabbed 2 nondescript black packs from a department store, then stopped by a thrift shop to stuff them with dog-eared paperbacks. Just enough weight to sell the illusion. By mid-afternoon, they were scouting the drop location in Toluca, circling the multiplex like predators sizing up prey. Riley clocked the exits. 6 fire escapes, a main entrance, and a back door, realizing Zarif had picked this spot for its quick getaway options. He's paranoid, Riley muttered to Kim. This place is a rabbit warren. We'll need eyes on every exit. Kim frowned. 2 of us can't cover that ground? You'll be inside? What's the play? Riley considered hiring local enforcers, but time wasn't on their side. Then Kim's eyes lit up. I've got a solution. A single phone call later, 10 Cuban intelligence operatives rolled up in jeeps, their presence low-key but lethal. The Cubans, oblivious to the bigger stakes, believed they were just helping allies nab a kidnapper to Riley. It was perfect. Zarif wouldn't bat an eye at Spanish-speaking muscle. Unlike the instant red flag of Asian operatives, at 8 p.m., Riley strode into the theater, backpacks in tow, playing the part of a casual moviegoer. He lingered at concessions, counting seconds under his breath, knowing Zarif was watching. The dimming lights signaled his cue. As he settled into the back row, a shadow climbed the stairs. Zarif, his expression wary. "You're not Mexican," the Iranian said flatly. Riley kept his tone smooth. "You wanted an English speaker. Consider this a professional courtesy?" He nudged the bags. "Let's talk business." With a flick of his wrist, Riley tossed a bound stack of hundreds into Zarif's lap. Just a taste. 10 grand. The rest is right here. Zarif pocketed the cash, eyes darting between Riley and the exit. The game was on. Give it to me now. Zarif hesitated, gripping the phone tighter. Not until I get what you promised? Riley snatched it from his hand, scrolling through the files until he found the incriminating video. Satisfied, he pocketed the device and leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You better not have any other copies floating around. There's one more, Zarif admitted, sweat beading on his forehead. Once I have the cash and I'm clear, I'll... Riley cut him off with a sharp shake of his head. Not happening. Keep the 10 grand. The rest, gone. Call me when you're ready to hand over everything. No games. He flashed a cold smile. Maybe buy a new phone with what I just gave you. Before Zarif could react, Riley stood and strode out of the theater, blending into the crowd. The moment he hit the sidewalk, he dialed Kim. He'll bolt for the back exit, make sure he doesn't get far. Zarif, meanwhile, ducked into another screening room, heart pounding. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. The deal had seemed solid until Riley walked away, leaving him with nothing but a sinking realization he'd been played. The whole meeting was a setup to confirm his location. Pushing through the emergency exit, he stumbled into the alley, where 2 men in leather jackets stood waiting. At first, he dismissed them as locals, but the way their shadows stretched under the flickering streetlight sent a chill down his spine. A black Jeep Cherokee rolled up, blocking his path. He spun to run, but 4 men closed in, slamming him onto the pavement before dragging him into the vehicle. A rough pillowcase yanked over his head, his wrists bound with tape. A familiar British voice cut through the darkness. Where's the file? I uploaded it. Zarif lied, his voice muffled. Bull, I checked your phone. You sent nothing but a message to our friend in Havana. Used a cable, a different computer. Which one? Zarif hesitated. Pay me and I'll tell you. Riley's laugh was sharp. No more money, just your life if you talk fast. A fist cracked against Zarif's jaw, pain exploding through his skull. The Englishman's voice turned venomous. Where's the damn recording? Spitting blood. Zarif weighed his options. None good. Stall or die. He muttered a prayer under his breath, then whispered, Allahu Akbar. Riley groaned. Fantastic. Take him to the villa. This'll take all night. Meanwhile, the campus operatives had been tracking Riley for a full day. Landing in Mexico City at dawn, their Gulfstream followed Riley's trail to the same private terminal. Ding Chavez greased the manager's palm with a couple of bills, loosening details about the Embraer jet and the limo that had whisked its lone passenger away. The hunt was on. The same limo driver picked Chavez up again, hardly surprising given the scarcity of luxury rides at that ungodly hour. Another smooth Benjamin Franklin later, their casual chat turned downright cheerful as they cruised back into the city. By sunrise, Chavez found himself dropped at the same upscale Polanco hotel where the Englishman had been earlier. By mid-morning, the entire campus team had eyes on the location. Caruso and Ryan perched on rented bikes like urban hawks, while Clark and Driscoll blended into traffic in a forgettable Dodge Durango. Chavez, suited up and sipping coffee in the lobby, scanned the local paper while keeping watch. The hotel buzzed with international guests, mostly Asian businessmen, but Clark's warning to spot potential North Korean allies yielded nothing concrete. Then, right at noon, Riley emerged from the elevator with a lean Asian companion who screamed RGB operative. The pair collected a Lexus SUV from valet and took off, igniting a 4-vehicle tailing operation that stretched all the way to Toluca. The targets circled a theater with deliberate slowness, killed an hour at a cafe glued to their phones, then hit a department store. Riley's bizarrely large paperback haul at a bookstore raised eyebrows. By evening, their Lexus rolled into a shopping center lot, soon flanked by 2 black Jeeps. The campus team fanned out. Dom and Jack surveilled from an overpass. Chavez lurked in a nearby lot, while Clark and Driscoll observed from an office atrium across the street. Through binoculars, They counted 10 Hispanic men huddling with Riley and his North Korean counterpart. Chavez keyed his earpiece. "John, what's your read?" "This smells like trouble." "Damn right," Clark muttered. "A dozen armed guys taking orders in a parking lot?" "That's a pre-op huddle. Something's brewing," Caruso chimed in, and whatever it is, Riley needed backup to pull it off. "Stay sharp," Clark warned. "If weapons clear leather, we're ghosts." The convoy snaked back toward the city center, zeroing in on the theater they'd scouted earlier. Riley bailed out a few blocks shy, while the jeeps vanished into side streets. Chavez, slipping inside the theater, spotted Riley loitering near concessions with 2 suspiciously bulky backpacks. The bookstore hall clicked instantly. He hissed into his mic. "Unless Riley's moonlighting as a librarian, this is a handoff." The man carried a couple of duffel bags that were clearly meant to resemble stacks of cash. Clark glanced over and asked, "Those filled with cheap thrillers?" "Exactly," came the reply. Sam Driscoll frowned. "Why bring a small army for a simple exchange?" Clark didn't hesitate. "Because you either expect trouble or you're planning it." "You think they're setting up a hit?" Ding smirked. "Or maybe a snatch and grab. Either way, this should be entertaining. Might need to grab some snacks for the show." 20 minutes later, the team followed the Lexus and 2 Jeeps as they rolled out of town heading south. Every American operative in the group was left guessing who was the unlucky soul Riley and his crew had just yanked off the street. Meanwhile, President Jack Ryan was having the kind of day that made him wish he'd stayed in bed. Every move since sunrise had been an Oscar-worthy performance. He lied to his doctors, refusing anything stronger than ibuprofen because he refused to be fogged up. He faked smiles for the Fox and Washington Post reporters during their carefully choreographed 5-minute visit, proving to the world how perfectly fine he was just a day after the attack. He even kept it together during a call with Patrick O'Day, whose wife Andrea was still fighting for her life in a Mexico City hospital. Jack bit back his own pain, prayed with Pat for her recovery, and pretended he wasn't drowning in guilt. The act continued. World leaders got reassuring calls. Allies received polished video messages, all to sell the illusion that everything was under control. Even his wife Kathy got the sanitized version, just to keep her from worrying more than she already was, his kids. They got the full Disney dad treatment. No scary truths, just reassurances that the world wasn't full of monsters, gunning for their father. But there was one person who got the raw, unfiltered Jack Ryan. Arnie Van Dam walked into the lion's den willingly, the moment they were alone. Jack unleashed. "That nurse has my bandages strapped on like a damn tourniquet, and the meds they're pushing, I might as well be comatose. If I wanted to be useless, I'd let the Russians take me out themselves." He ranted about the Secret Service tossing him into the car like a sack of potatoes, about the indignity of it all, until finally Arnie cut in. "Jack, if you weren't complaining, I'd be worried yesterday you were inches from a coffin. Today, you're just mad the world didn't fall apart without you. Very funny. Seriously, though, Mary Pat's outside. And let's be real, she'll see right through the act." Jack sighed. "Yeah, send her in. She knows me better than my own painkillers." Mary Pat Foley walked into the room moments later, with Arnie choosing to remain by Jack's side. She inquired about his recovery, pressing for details on his treatment and overall well-being. Though Jack let out a few complaints, his earlier outburst with Arnie had drained most of his frustration, leaving him surprisingly composed. Eventually, Mary Pat shifted the conversation. "Figured you'd want an update on the investigation into the attack," she said. "It's early, but we've already uncovered some leads." Jack perked up. "What kind of leads?" 12 dead men at the scene, all tied to the Maldonado cartel. Only 4 were confirmed enforcers, but the rest had their tattoos and IDs. Guerrero State connections, where that family runs everything. Jack frowned. "And the explosion? I don't remember a bomb. Just woke up thinking we'd been in a wreck. Everyone keeps saying it was massive. 3 105mm howitzer shells, likely stolen from the Mexican military." Ryan exhaled sharply. He'd seen the devastation those rounds could unleash back in his Marine days. One hit the lead limo head-on, Mary Pat continued, took out all 4 Secret Service agents inside the second, landed right in front of your vehicle, 15 feet closer. And you wouldn't be here. That impact flipped your car. Ambassador Stiles broke his neck in the rollover. The third shell detonated behind you, wiping out 2 support vehicles. Jack stared at the tangle of IV lines and bandages keeping him in one piece. "Arnie?" Van Damme glanced up from his phone. "Sir, come, shake my hand." Arnie stepped forward, carefully gripping Jack's immobilized fingers. His right hand was still bound tightly to his chest. "Forget everything I just ranted about," Jack muttered. "I'm the luckiest bastard alive. Already forgotten, Mr. President. You know I only yell at you because I can't yell at anyone else, obviously." A faint grin tugged at Jack's lips, his first real smile in over a day. "When we're out of here, you have my full permission to write a tell-all about what a pain in the ass I can be. You'll make a fortune. Hell, I'll even write the introduction." Both Mary Pat and Arnie chuckled. "All I want after this," Arnie said, "is to disappear into some quiet New England college, teach a class on conflict resolution, and finally breathe again." Jack's smile widened. "Sounds perfect. I might even enroll. That'd make things awkward, sir. You'd end up as a recurring case study." Edward Riley's convoy rolled through the darkened hills outside Cuernavaca just before midnight, following the address provided by Robles's banker. The road twisted through an enclave of sprawling estates, each hidden behind towering gates, clearly a playground for Mexico City's elite. Riley had expected some remote ranch, but the reality was anything but. The property loomed ahead, a fortress-like compound carved into the hillside. At its peak stood a sleek, futuristic mansion, its glass walls glowing under dramatic floodlights. The structure looked like a spaceship hovering above the valley, its infinity pool wrapping around it like a moat. The convoy crept up the winding driveway, tires crunching on gravel before stopping at the entrance of what felt less like a hideout and more like a villain's lair. Riley instructed his team to secure Zarif in one of the jeeps, guarded by 4 armed Cuban intelligence operatives, while he and Kim approached the mansion's entrance. The door, much like the gate at the base of the hill, swung open without resistance. Inside, the grand space was illuminated, ceiling fans lazily spinning above a vast cylindrical room with towering windows that framed an extravagant backyard, complete with a shimmering pool, cascading waterfalls, and elegant fountains. The interior was dominated by pristine white furnishings matching the stark exterior. Zarif was dragged inside and restrained in a chair. Despite assurances the property would be empty, Riley ordered the Cubans to sweep every corner, checking the pool house, guest quarters, garage, and surrounding structures. Confirming their solitude, Kim positioned 2 pairs of men to patrol the grounds while 6 others secured the main building, 3 patrolling the wraparound balcony, 3 remaining inside with the prisoner. Zarif had stayed silent the entire ride, and even when the hood was yanked off, he merely blinked against the sudden light before scanning the lavish surroundings with quiet bewilderment. Riley settled onto the sofa across from him, leaning forward with a smirk. "All right, let's cut the suspense time to talk." Meanwhile, the campus team had fought to maintain surveillance without tipping off Riley's convoy. Their 4-vehicle detail, manned by seasoned trackers, executed a delicate dance, switching leads, taking alternate routes, and using the cover of night and steady rain to stay hidden. When Riley diverted toward Cuernavaca instead of returning to Mexico City, Caruso and Ryan surged ahead, anticipating possible routes. The team briefly lost visual in the city's maze of streets until Chavez spotted taillights winding up a hillside. After a few wrong turns, they regrouped just in time to see the Lexus and Jeeps disappear behind the gates of a sleek, futuristic estate. Clark and Driscoll, lagging behind on the twisting road, doubled back to confirm the location before alerting the team. A quick call to Gavin in Virginia set him digging into property records while Clark issued orders. Two men inside rear approach. Priority is IDing that mystery man from the theater. Riley didn't haul him this far for nothing. Driscoll and Ryan drew overwatch duty. Driscoll for his high-grade camera, Ryan for his night vision gear and dark attire. Both carried concealed pistols but had zero interest in a firefight. As Ryan adjusted his monocle, he muttered, "Hope this guy's worth the hassle right now. He's just a stranger in a fancy cage." Riley and his team had barely settled at the mansion when Ryan and Sam made their move. Slipping over the fence from a neighboring estate, they landed silently in a pecan grove, the fallen nuts crunching loudly underfoot despite their careful steps. Ryan swept the area with his night vision scope, confirming no guards or dogs were nearby before signaling Sam to advance. The uneven terrain and scattered pecans forced them to move slower than planned, each step betraying their position until they finally reached clearer ground. A sudden movement caught Ryan's eye, a sentry perched in a watchtower scanning their general direction. Without hesitation, both men melted back into the trees, skirting the fence line toward the rear of the property. They narrowly avoided two roving patrols before finding cover in a cluster of Cohoon palms near a small pond. From this vantage point, they had a clear line of sight to the mansion's rear, including the brightly lit main room where Edward Riley paced like a caged animal. Sam pulled out his Nikon, attaching a long-range lens, and zoomed in on the scene. Riley wasn't alone. The same Asian man from the Mexico City hotel stood nearby, flanked by three rough-looking enforcers. But it was the battered figure, tied to a chair, that held their attention. "This guy's been worked over?" Sam muttered into his mic, snapping photos as the North Korean delivered another brutal backhand. Riley's running the show, but that psycho's doing the dirty work. Clark's voice crackled over the comms from the Durango outside the property. "Gavin's on standby. Send the shot ASAP." The image transmitted, and within minutes, Gavin's stunned voice broke through. "You're not gonna believe this." Facial recognition just tagged him. Adil Zarif, Iranian, FBI's most wanted. A heavy silence followed. Every operative in the field knew that name. Zarif wasn't just some low-level thug. He was the architect behind some of the deadliest bombings in recent history. Then it hit them. "The IED yesterday," Clark said, voice tight. The pieces snapped into place. Riley and his North Korean allies weren't just involved. They were working with the man who'd tried to assassinate the president. And now, by sheer luck or fate, they had him in their sights. The identities of the 10 additional men remained a mystery, but given the connection to the assault on Jack Ryan Sr., it was a safe bet. The Hispanic individuals involved were tied to the Maldonado cartel. Clark made it clear they wouldn't be looping in Mexican authorities, a decision met with instant consensus, trusting local law enforcement to secure the location before the targets slipped away wasn't an option. Clark then floated another idea, reaching out to Hindley, who could alert Mary Pat and set the Justice Department in motion. The FBI likely had resources positioned in Mexico City after the previous day's chaos. Silence followed. The alternative, strike now. A dozen men were inside. Riley might have decent training from the RGB, but the team had handled his kind before. Ryan dismissed the cartel members as a serious threat. Just another group of poorly disciplined thugs. Clark, ever cautious, reminded them they were operating on assumptions. If those assumptions were right, though, the odds favored them. Sam voiced the real concern. Riley's connections. A single call could bring a helicopter swooping in, turning their mission into nothing more than a photo op. Jack Jr. had already made up his mind. Whether the rest of the campus joined him or not, he was moving on that house. These men had nearly killed his father. Discussing tactics over comms felt like debating theory while standing in a burning building. Clark laid out their grim reality. No breaching gear, no body armor, no rifles, no intel on enemy positions, no extraction plan, just pistols, surprise, and sheer necessity. He demanded ideas, fast. 5 tense minutes later, they had a rough strategy. Dom Caruso, slipping over the eastern wall, found cover beneath flowering jacaranda trees. From his position, he radioed the obvious problem, crossing the open yard without getting spotted. Chavez, ever the improviser, had an answer. "Distractions covered," he said. Meanwhile, Edward Riley couldn't help but grudgingly respect the Iranian's endurance. Broken jaw, shattered nose, cracked orbital bone, yet the man barely uttered more than a few curses between recitations of Allahu Akbar. Riley checked his watch. This was taking too long. Even if the man cracked now, verifying the location of the alleged computer file would eat up precious time. Was there an accomplice, a drop point, a random internet cafe? The answers were somewhere, and Riley was determined to burn them out. Then shouts from upstairs. A Cuban relayed the news, a lone Mercedes rolling up the driveway. Not an obvious threat, but Riley wasn't taking chances. He moved toward the front door, the English-speaking Cuban at his side, ready to meet whatever or whoever was coming. Zarif stayed hidden in the shadows, shielded by the grand staircase that curved around the open living space. As Riley swung the front door wide, a sharply dressed Latino man in his 40s stumbled out of a sleek black Mercedes, fumbling with his keys. His tie hung loose, his collar undone, and he swayed slightly as he mounted the steps. "Can I help you?" Riley asked. The man blinked, disoriented, before muttering something in Spanish. The Cuban beside Riley translated, "He's looking for his uncle, Oscar Robles," Riley clarified. The man nodded, his words thick with alcohol. "Sí, Tio Oscar." Riley kept his tone firm. "Tell him Oscar lent us the place for the night. He's welcome to call him. Outside. We're in the middle of something important." He pressed a hand against the man's chest, nudging him backward. The man wobbled, then mumbled another request. The Cuban relayed, "He's asking to use the bathroom. Says it's urgent." Riley studied him for a long moment before finally stepping aside. "Fine. Make it quick." The man shuffled toward the hallway, but before he'd gone more than a few steps, the unmistakable click of a pistol hammer echoed through the stark, modern foyer. "Evening, Mr. Domingo Chavez." Riley drawled amusement in his voice. "What a pleasant surprise." Chavez turned slowly, hands raised. Riley grinned, a Beretta 92 now leveled at his chest, apparently snatched from the Cuban beside him. In the span of less than a minute, two things had gone horribly wrong. First, Riley had recognized him, though Chavez had no clue how. Second, and far worse the moment the man had spoken, Chavez knew this wasn't some sloppy cartel thug. No, this guy was Cuban, sharp, and given the company he kept, North Korean spies, Iranian terrorists, and a British mercenary, there was no doubt. Directorate of Intelligence. And if his team outside walked in now, they'd be walking into a massacre. Riley shoved Chavez toward the main room, positioning him beside a battered Zarif. "Lock it down," he ordered the other Cubans. "This one's CIA, bet. He's got friends nearby." Two guns remained trained on Chavez, Riley's, 6 feet in front of him, and the Cuban doorman's backup piece 10 feet to his right. The North Korean lingered by the couch, unarmed but watching. Riley turned to Kim. "This guy tailed me in New York. If he's here, his team is too. We need to move." Kim nodded. "Cars now. First, we handle Zarif." Riley aimed at the dazed Iranian. "Tick-tock, mate. Knees, ankles, then the crown jewels. After that, lights out." As Riley lined up the shot, Zarif whimpered. Chavez lunged, seizing Riley's wrist and twisting the gun toward the other armed man. The sudden movement made Riley jerk the trigger. The 9mm round tore through the air at over 1,100 feet per second, slamming into the Cuban operative's right shoulder with brutal force. The impact spun him violently, his own weapon discharging wildly into the wall just above Chavez's head. Seizing the moment, Chavez drove his forehead into Riley's face, sending the man crashing onto the cold tiles while wrenching the pistol from his grip, swinging the weapon toward the North Korean. Chavez hesitated, realizing the man wasn't going for a gun, then pivoted toward the second-floor railing. Above him, a Cuban gunman leaned over the balcony, rifle trained. Chavez's instinct screamed Zarif was right behind him, directly in the line of fire. Without thinking, he shoved the Iranian's chair sideways while firing blindly over his shoulder to keep the shooter's head down. Movement flickered in his periphery, the North Korean bolting for the stairs, Riley scrambling after him. Chavez yanked Zarif by the collar, dragging him toward cover as a second Cuban appeared on the landing. Then 2 more men burst through the front door. 4 against 1? No chance. Just as the situation turned hopeless, Jack Ryan Jr. and Dominic Caruso exploded into the room from the kitchen, their Smith Wessons barking. The hallway attackers scrambled for cover. One made it. The other collapsed in a spray of crimson across the pristine tiles. Upstairs, muzzles flashed as the Cubans returned fire. Chavez lined up his shot and dropped one before diving behind the couch as reinforcements poured in. Meanwhile, Sam Driscoll dropped silently onto the second-floor balcony from a pecan tree branch. He moved like a shadow, his Smith drawn, until gunfire erupted below, faster than anyone expected. The guard who'd been posted at the rear tower had already slipped inside, drawn by the chaos. Sam slipped through the sliding glass door, clearing an empty guest room before peering into the hallway. Left darkness and closed doors right, the landing, gunfire echoing, but no visible targets. Then fate intervened. The Cuban who'd abandoned the balcony stepped out of a room just as Sam entered the hall. They collided at point-blank range, pistols clashing, both weapons knocked loose. Sam swung a fist, but the man dodged, flicking a knife from his belt. Sam could have gone for his own blade instead. He lunged, grappling the Cuban's wrists as they crashed into the walls and hit the floor. The man twisted, driving the knife toward Sam's chest. But Sam strained against him, muscles burning, desperate to keep the steel from finding his heart. Downstairs, Ryan and Caruso held the kitchen, laying down, suppressing fire toward the entryway where attackers clustered. Chavez crouched behind the couch, Zarif still duct-taped beside him, and somewhere above, Sam fought alone with no backup in sight. The team had neutralized all visible threats, taking out 2 patrolling guards with silent knife strikes before advancing toward the house while the remaining patrols circled the front. But no one anticipated the North Korean operative and Riley both bolting upstairs. If they were already armed or scavenged weapons from fallen men on the landing, Sam would be dangerously outmatched on the second floor. Ryan took a desperate sprint for the stairs, crossing the exposed living room with only 4 rounds left in his compact pistol. He ducked behind Chavez, drawing fire from the entryway shooters. Recognizing his move, Chavez and Caruso deliberately drew attention with quick suppressing shots before ducking back. Ryan vaulted onto the stairs, slamming against the wall to break line of sight, then charged upward, his weapon sweeping for targets. John Clark skidded the Durango to a halt at the mansion's entrance, bullets peppering the SUV as he rolled onto the gravel. His role had been getaway driver, but when gunfire erupted prematurely, he abandoned the plan and joined the fray. Rising from behind the hood, he fired left-handed at a balcony shooter, dropping him with a headshot that sent the man crashing onto the Durango's roof. Clark sprinted for the door, radioing his position to avoid friendly fire as he breached. Riley and the North Korean agent had barricaded themselves in a room off the landing. Riley pried open a window, but the North Korean insisted on arming himself first. He dashed back to the landing, finding the Cuban operatives dead, shot from below. Snatching a pistol, he moved down the hallway, searching for an exit or a defensible position. Movement ahead caught his eye. A bearded American, Sam, rolled off a fallen Cuban, grabbing a gun from the floor. The North Korean raised his weapon, but Sam was faster. A single shot punched into the agent's chest, slamming him backward. Gasping, he tasted blood, his vision dimming. With his last strength, he lifted his head and saw Sam sprawled motionless, his own chest soaked in crimson. Sam's hit. Sam's down. Ryan's voice crackled through the earpiece as he hurdled the North Korean's body and tripped over the stabbed Cuban before collapsing beside Sam. No breath. No pulse. Just stillness. Ryan pressed futilely against the heart wound, shouting for backup. The firefight below raged another minute before silence fell. Caruso arrived first, then Clark with Chavez dragging Zarif, the pillowcase back over his head. Sam was gone. Clark confirmed it, though they all knew. Wordlessly, Ryan and Caruso carried him to the Durango, while Chavez secured the prisoner in the back. The mission was over, but the cost hung heavy in the air. The tension in the vehicle was thick as they pulled away. The silence only broken when Caruso grabbed his phone to call Adora Sherman, demanding the private jet be prepped for takeoff in half an hour. The team rode in a heavy quiet, each man wrestling with the cocktail of emotions: grief, rage, the lingering high of combat that would soon crash into bone-deep fatigue. Ryan was the first to speak, his voice cutting through the weight of the moment, with the one question burning in all their minds: where the hell is Riley? Meanwhile, Edward Riley was fighting his own battle, stumbling through the darkness with his body battered and bleeding. His clothes were torn to ribbons from scrambling through thorny brush and tumbling over fences, his forehead split open. Every step was agony, but survival instinct kept him moving. He'd lost track of distance. What felt like miles was barely a fraction of that. His phone was still tucked somewhere on him, but right now, all that mattered was putting space between himself and the disaster behind him. The mission had collapsed. There was no going back to the States, no victory to claim. Just the raw animal need to keep running, because stopping meant death. Halfway across the world, General Rai Tae-jin sat motionless in his office after ending the call, his face an unreadable mask. The operation had imploded. Fireaxe was a wreck, the assassin gone, and North Korea's fingerprints would soon be exposed. But instead of rage, there was only cold calculation. He straightened the medals on his chest, flawless in their alignment, before picking up the phone again. "Connect me to technology outfitting," he ordered, his voice steady. "Not a director, someone who handles equipment." By the time he arrived home, the mask of the dutiful husband and father was firmly in place. His wife had dinner waiting, the children clean and eager to share their day, how they'd seen a grand new portrait of the dear leader at the museum. Riri smiled, kissed them, and set his briefcase beneath the table, his mind already elsewhere. As the family prepared to sing their nightly tribute, his wife didn't notice the way his fingers tapped impatiently against his knee, or how his gaze kept flicking to his watch. Tonight, like every night, they would perform the ritual, but for Rai, the song was just another distraction in a plan rapidly unraveling. The aroma of dinner filled the room. But before anyone could take a bite, she turned to the children with a warm smile. "How about a quick song to lift our spirits? I bet you still remember 'Don't Walk on the Cold Snow,' dear leader. Don't you?" The kids grinned and clapped. It was a tune they loved, but Rai shook his head gently. "Not tonight. Tonight, let's just sit together, hold hands, and think about our family, about us. Not the day Wonsu, not now." His wife and children exchanged puzzled glances, the air suddenly thick with unspoken tension. Just then, a sharp knock echoed through the house. His wife moved to answer, but Rai stopped her with a firm look. "But someone's at the door?" she protested. Rai's calm smile never wavered as he gazed at his family. Right before the door shattered inward, splinters flying as armed soldiers stormed in, shouting commands. The children jolted in panic, but Rai held them tight. His wife gasped, frozen in her seat. In one swift motion, Rai's hand slipped beneath the table, gripping the hidden trigger. A deafening blast tore through the house, flames swallowing everything. That night, the strays of Chongjin would scavenge in vain. Meanwhile, Director Hwang Min-ho sat in his temporary office at the Chongju Rare Earth facility. staring at the envelope a courier had just delivered. The message inside was handwritten, unusual for General Ri, who typically preferred phone calls. Huang unfolded the paper, his brow furrowing as he read. Comrade Director Huang, our work this past year has been remarkable. Vision alone couldn't have brought us this far. It took meticulous planning and relentless effort. Though we've faced impossible odds, we've come closer to success than anyone expected. Regrettably, I won't be able to continue supporting the Chongju project. My replacement will arrive soon. I trust he'll prove a capable partner. I wish you the best of luck. Huang's hands trembled as he dialed Rai's office. A secretary answered, his voice somber. General Rai died last night in a gas leak at his residence. Huang's breath caught. His family? He managed, all lost, came the reply. The truth hit him like a hammer. Ray hadn't just died, he'd chosen this. Huang had no idea about the failed assassination plot or America's accusations, but none of that mattered now. His mind raced to his own survival. Without Ri's influence, the mine was doomed. The letter was right. They'd come so close. But close wasn't enough. Huang Minho knew he needed the full cooperation of the RGB to coordinate with Oscar Robles abroad throughout the entire product development cycle. Despite the relentless efforts of the mining director over the past year, even after the Americans seized their froth flotation equipment, he had still managed to find a path forward. But now the crushing weight of reality settled in. It was over. A wave of despair washed over him as he realized the inevitable consequences of failure. Death awaited him, but worse, his innocent children would suffer the same fate. They had devoted themselves completely to honoring the supreme leader. Yet their loyalty wouldn't spare them. The injustice burned inside him. His head lifted from the desk, resolve hardening in his chest. No, this wasn't his failure. General Ri had collapsed under pressure and taken the easy way out. Why should Huang's family pay for another man's weakness? His fingers clenched around the phone as he dialed his secretary. Connect me to the Agricultural Bank of China's Singapore branch, Vice President Chang Lan. While the line rang, his mind raced. Chang Lan wasn't a friend, but he was a resource. During his last visit to Pyongyang, whispers had reached Huang, questions about officials' private lives, discreet inquiries that hinted at deeper connections. His staff had wanted to report it, but Huang had silenced them. The bank was too crucial to Chongju's operations, and stirring up suspicion would only complicate things. Chang might not be intelligence, but he had ties in Beijing, ties that could open doors, and right now, Huang needed just one door escape. Meanwhile, across the ocean, CIA operative Brian Calhoun knew exactly where to find Director of National Intelligence Mary Pat Foley. 3 calls to her office had landed him the same answer. She was downstairs in the Acrid Herald Command Center. This time, he dialed straight to the 3rd floor. Foley's voice crackled through the line, amused. "Brian, guess you caught me lurking in the shadows again." "Lurk all you want, it's in the job description," Calhoun replied. "But we've got something urgent. Our surveillance on a Chinese bank in Singapore just turned up gold." Foley's pen was already moving. "Tell me." North Korea's mining director, Huang Minho, reached out to a bank exec he's worked with before. He's asking for help defecting to China. Foley's grip tightened on the phone. Why? Unclear. "We didn't intercept Huang directly, but the banker relayed the request. Huang claims he can't get to China alone, but he's meeting Chinese mining officials in Pyongyang soon." Her notes sprawled across the page, each stroke sharp with urgency. She leaned in, her voice low. The fact that Chongju still isn't operational must have Huang sweating bullets. Calhoun nodded grimly. "The man's convinced he's facing a firing squad. Why else would he be scrambling for an exit like this? Any clue why China's his lifeline of choice? Familiarity, plain and simple. What he doesn't realize is that his Singaporean banker contact wants no part of this mess. The guy hasn't even reached out to Beijing yet. We only know because he called a friend there asking what to do." The advice? Skip the embassy, avoid phones, and report directly to MSS. So now the banker's booking a one-way ticket home for Saturday. You think Huang actually believes the Chinese will swoop in and rescue him? Calhoun shrugged. Who knows what's going through his head? But once Beijing catches wind of his defection plans, the game changes. Question is, can we move fast enough in these next 3 days before they find out? Mary Pat's mind raced. The idea of forming was risky, almost laughably so, but the best intelligence wins often started that way. Get to Acrid Herald Command now, she said, already mapping the next steps. We're pulling Avalanche into this. Calhoun was already grabbing his coat on it. Adam Yao stifled a dark chuckle. Here he was, worried about being sent home from North Korea, as if that wasn't the whole point. For 3 days, his cone crusher had sat idle, the ore piling up under tarps along the refinery tracks with storage maxed out. Director Huang had cut power to Adam's section entirely. Other departments, geology, metallurgy, hummed along, but without demand for crushed rock, Adam was effectively benched. He'd spotted Huang twice, once during a tense facility walkthrough, another time shepherding his family from an SUV to their hotel. The director's pinched expression had been satisfying, proof the operation was floundering, but it also meant Adam hadn't accessed his terminal in days, cutting off contact with Acrid Herald. His only silver lining, Dr. Powers' their morning jog chats had become a lifeline. Stressed for opposite reasons, she'd confided in broken Chinese about delayed flotation tanks and her desperation to leave. Each day, her resolve frayed further. Today, Adam gambled. He convinced his supervisor his crusher's computer needed urgent diagnostics, a lie. But the only way to steal minutes of generator power, as the lights flickered on, he was already at the keyboard, fingers hovering, no time to waste. Adam powered up his laptop, double-checked his solitude, and accessed the encrypted comms channel buried in his BIOS. His fingers moved through the authentication sequence from memory, and within moments, an unexpected message blinked on screen. He'd braced for a routine status check. Instead, the header made his pulse spike. The words burned into his retinas as he mouthed them aloud, voice cracking under his breath. Holy shit! Eyes only, recipient, avalanche, flash priority, Oregon, tidal wave, Wang Minho defection alert extraction protocol, Intel sources, SIGINT Singapore. 1. Sitrep, SIGINT intercepts confirm mining director Wang Minho has initiated covert contact via Chinese banker Chang Lan to defect to China. Motive unconfirmed, but likely tied to safety concerns following refinery delays. Beijing unaware expected formal request within 48 hours. 2. Orders. Make contact posing as Chinese intelligence within 24 hours, verify defection intent, emphasize operational risks. Extract to coordinates 39 degrees 45 minutes 58 force north, 124 degrees 50 minutes 50 fort 21 west-west. Note, Huang's family resides in Chengdu, authorized for evacuation if feasible. 3. Exil. Exfil, satellite tracked, air extraction pending confirmation. Adam's stomach dropped. The timestamp showed the message was a day old, his window just halved. Attached files revealed the satellite overlay of rural North Korea. The extraction point marked near a ramshackle poultry farm outside Sanshan. He zoomed in, scoffing. Right? I'll waltz up to Huang's door like some damn Uber driver. Hey, buddy, heard you're ditching the regime? Hop in, mind if we swing by for your kids? And the extraction plan? A helicopter joyride through Kim Jong-un's backyard brilliant? The screen went dark as the message self-destructed. He barely had time to draft a reply when boots scuffed gravel behind the crusher. A voice barked in Mandarin. Wrap it up, Shan. Generator's cycling down. God damn it. He killed the laptop as the lights died. HQ would know he'd received their suicide mission. but not his blistering response. No way in hell was he playing tour guide through a North Korean minefield. Dawn came too soon. Adam dragged himself from his cot at 5:30 a.m., the stale air doing nothing to clear his head. Outside, he fell into his usual jogging rhythm until Dr. Powers appeared by the fence. Her shoulders slumped deeper than usual. No new disasters, just the slow erosion of hope. "Need a favor," he muttered, palming a folded note through the chain links. "Give this to Huang. Don't read it." She unfolded it anyway, squinting at the Mandarin characters. "I speak it," she admitted, "but this." Her fingers trembled. The weight of the unreadable words hung between them like a detonator. Adam clenched his jaw in frustration, though he knew miscalculating reactions came with the territory and covert operations. Just last night, he'd been nearly certain, about 75% sure, she'd comply without hesitation. Now that confidence evaporated as he met her skeptical gaze. "It's classified factory intel," he lied smoothly. "Safety concerns? Don't worry. He won't blame you. You don't even need to read it." Her posture stiffened, eyes narrowing. "Who are you really?" "Come on, you know me, Shanzin." The moment the alias left his lips, Adam sensed he'd pushed the friendly Australian connection angle too hard. With a forced chuckle, he extended his hand through the chain-link fence. "Actually, forget it. I'll deliver it myself." But Powers was already tucking the document into her jacket pocket. "He eats breakfast downstairs before his shift." "Family time? Something we contract workers don't get?" she added dryly. A beat passed before she smirked. "Wait, let me guess. You'd prefer if this looked like an invisible handoff?" Adam gave a tight nod. "And it's strictly about the factory. Think he'll care?" "Not a chance." She rolled her shoulders. "Fine, I'll play courier. Maybe if you're lucky, they'll fire you for stirring trouble." A bitter laugh escaped her. "Hell, maybe I should file a complaint too." "Let me test those waters first," Adam replied. Smart man. Duke Sharps pushed his half-eaten turkey avocado sandwich aside, the Times article souring his appetite. The front-page headline screamed about the alleged North Korean link to the Ryan assassination attempt, unverified White House leaks, in his opinion, but damaging nonetheless. Sanctions were tightening, and now this absurd Mexico City blame game Ryan was pinning a massacre, ambassador, agents, civilians, on Pyongyang with flimsy evidence. Sharp's martini glass trembled slightly. His New World metals deal hinged on North Korea's market stability. The newspaper crinkled as he lowered it abruptly. John Clark sat across from him, relaxed as a cat in sunlight. Sharps hadn't heard him approach, typical of the old operative's ghost-like precision. Swallowing a spike of unease, Sharps forced a smirk. "What brings you to my table, Clark? Nostalgia?" Clark uncrossed his legs, leaning in. "Think of me as your last stop, Duke." Sharps folded the paper with deliberate calm. "Excuse me? Whatever delusions you're clinging to, toss 'em out. Your game's over." A hollow laugh. "You fled New York weeks ago after a similar chat. If you've got some grand revelation?" "Revelation?" Clark's smile didn't reach his eyes. "I've got your obituary." Duke Sharps leaned forward, his expression shifting from curiosity to confusion. "All right, let's hear what you've got." Clark smirked, sliding his hands from beneath the table. "Actually, I'd prefer you see it for yourself." He held up a thick stack of glossy 8x10 photos, each stamped with precise timestamps. "The dates are there, but I'll spare you the technicalities." Sharps frowned. "What am I looking at?" One by one, Clark slapped the photos onto the table, each landing with deliberate force, right on top of Sharp's half-eaten turkey and avocado sandwich. "Here's you and Edward Riley leaving your office," he began, tapping the first image. Another followed. "Veronica Martel entering your building." The pace quickened. Riley visiting her apartment. Riley leaving, and oh, here's Martel being wheeled out in a body bag. Sharp stiffened, his mouth opening briefly before Clark cut him off. "This one's Riley in Mexico at a property owned by your client Oscar Robles." He flicked another photo, sending it spinning toward Sharps, who barely caught it. And here's Riley cozying up to a North Korean spy. Sharp's face drained of color. What the hell? Clark wasn't finished. And this, Riley? The same spy, and Adel Zarif, the guy who tried to kill the president, tied to a chair. Sharp's jaw worked silently, his usual quick wit failing him. Clark leaned in, his voice low. No clever comeback. Fine. Let me help. Tell me, these are fake? Sharps swallowed hard. They are fake. Total fabrications. My lawyers will. Clark leaned back, crossing his arms. Zarif's alive, in custody, and singing like a canary. He's already named Riley. Oh, and Mexican police grabbed 2 Cuban intel officers, both wounded, both talking. Turns out they were duped into helping Riley silence Zarif before he could expose the whole operation. Sharps finally found his voice, though it wavered. John, I swear I had no idea. Riley must have gone rogue. It's over, Duke. You're done. Prison, bankruptcy, or both. Nobody will touch you after this. Not in this city, not in this country. Sharp's hands trembled. What do you want? Clark chuckled. To watch you crash and burn. That's it. Come on. Sharps barked, drawing stares from nearby diners. Lowering his voice to a desperate whisper, he added, I can give you Riley. He's off-grid, but I know where he's headed. Clark raised an eyebrow. How? He's cutting a deal behind my back. Something in Thailand. Russian cargo planes. Processing equipment for the North Koreans. Goes down tomorrow. If you move fast. Clark held up a finger, then gestured toward the entrance. A young man in a dark suit and sunglasses stepped forward, flashing an FBI badge. Wayne Sharps, Special Agent Caruso said coolly, On your feet. Sharps hesitated, eyes darting between Clark and the agent. The entire restaurant had gone silent. Clark just lounged in his chair, grinning. Caruso's voice hardened. I won't ask again. On your feet, or I'll drop you face first with my knee planted between your shoulders. Sharps didn't hesitate. He rose immediately, allowing Caruso to spin him around and snap the cuffs into place. Meanwhile, Adam Yao perched on the metal catwalk of the idle cone crusher alongside 3 fellow technicians. The factory floor had been dark since morning, the power outage stretching into its 9th hour. By candlelight and the occasional beam of a flashlight, they'd pass the time chain smoking, swapping stories, and debating whether the North Koreans would ever get their act together. Just as the last cigarette burned low, a lone figure emerged from the shadows of the powder processing area. The 4 men scrambled down the moment they recognized Director Huang, an unusual sight given his complete lack of interest in this section before. Yet here he was, circling the silent machinery with an intensity that set Adam's nerves on edge. Huang's gaze swept over the line of technicians before landing on Adam. Which one of you handles the computer systems? He demanded in Mandarin. Adam stepped forward, keeping his voice steady. That would be me, Comrade Director. The director studied him for a long, uncomfortable moment before finally speaking. I need to discuss software upgrades for the equipment. Are you the right person? Adam nodded. Yes, sir. Then come with me. As they moved through the administrative wing, a part of the facility Adam had never seen, a familiar face appeared. Dr. Helen Powers, clad in her lab coat, exchanging a silent glance with Huang before her eyes flickered with surprise at the sight of Adam. The director ushered him into an office and shut the door, his composed facade crumbling the moment they were alone. Have we met? Huang blurted, his voice tight. Adam understood the coded question. Not directly, he replied smoothly. But we share a mutual friend, Chang Lan. Relief flashed across Huang's face, though tension still gripped his shoulders. I had no idea you were embedded here, he admitted, shaking Adam's hand. My family, they're with me. Can we leave tonight? Adam hesitated. Dawn would be safer. We'll use your car when you head to work. The border? You have a route? Air extraction, Adam said, choosing his words carefully. We'll rendezvous near Sonchon. Huang's composure cracked further. "We can't wait. The Chinese technicians are being pulled out tonight. The whole facility's shutting down." Adam stiffened. "Why? You really don't know?" Huang's eyes widened. "General Ri of the RGB. He took his own life yesterday. A cold knot formed in Adam's gut. Ri's death changed everything. He forced himself to nod like he'd expected this. What was Ri's connection to Chengju? He was the only one keeping this refinery alive. Without him, the froth flotation tanks are a lost cause." Huang's voice dropped to a whisper. "If they realize the project's dead, they'll execute me." "We have to go now." Adam weighed the risks. Every second wasted could be fatal. "Fine tonight, but just your immediate family." Huang shook his head. "5 of us. My parents are coming too." Adam nearly cursed aloud. "That's not happening. I can't move a whole damn reunion." "They're already at a cottage by the coast," Huang insisted, desperation edging his words. "We all leave, or none of us do." Just a short 20-minute drive from Chengju, tensions were running high. "We can't take your parents with us," Adam insisted, frustration creeping into his voice. "Then I'm not going," Huang replied firmly, his expression unyielding. Adam clenched his fists, fighting the urge to lash out. After a tense pause, he relented. "Fine. We'll take your car to the hotel, grab your family, swing by the cottage for your parents, and then head straight to extraction." Huang hesitated. "What about the other agent? The Australian woman, Dr. Powers?" Adam frowned. "She's not an agent. She just passed you the note. My aide saw her hand it to me. They'll assume she's involved." Huang's gaze drifted away, his silence speaking volumes. Adam muttered under his breath in English. "God damn it. What was that?" Huang asked sharply. Adam forced a grim smile. "Just an old saying. The more, the merrier." Minutes later, Huang returned to his office, casually informing his staff he'd drive himself back to the hotel before visiting his parents. They assumed he meant his family in Pyongyang, and he let them believe it. Meanwhile, in the geology lab, Adam found himself alone with Helen Powers. Switching to English, he cut straight to the point. "Dr. Powers, do you actually want to get out of here?" Her eyes widened. "You're American, tell anyone, and I'm dead. You'll be next. Understand?" She scoffed. "Why the hell would I say anything? These people are lunatics. Huang and I are leaving. If you stay, you're as good as dead." Helen didn't hesitate. "Let me grab my purse." Behind the wheel of Huang's silver Pyonghua Pronto, Adam navigated the winding roads of the North Korean countryside. Huang sat beside him, tense but composed, while his wife and 2 young children sat quietly in the middle row, confused but obedient. In the back, Helen kept her fiery red hair tucked under a black cap, trying to stay unnoticed. As they neared the cottage, Huang murmured in Mandarin, "Go you." Adam glanced at him. "Dogs?" Huang nodded grimly. "You thought Troy would have me shot?" "No, he'd have fed me to starving dogs." Adam's grip on the wheel tightened. "We thought that was just a rumor." "General Gang found out the hard way last year," Huang said flatly. "General Ri was there. He killed himself and his family to spare them the same fate." A chill ran down Adam's spine. He wished desperately for a way to signal his team. They were supposed to be watching from above, but with unexpected passengers, he could only hope the extraction chopper had enough space. They pulled up to the cottage at dusk. Far from secluded, it was one of many identical homes in a sprawling coastal complex, a luxury reserved for the elite while the rest of the country starved. A cold breeze rolled in from Korea Bay as Huang scanned the rows, moonlight guiding him to the right one. Huang's family lived in relative comfort, though Yao barely noticed. What seemed modest to him was unimaginable wealth to nearly everyone else in the country. Adam tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Stick to the plan. Move fast. No explanations. Grab only what you can carry. Medicine, essentials, nothing more." Huang gave a silent nod before stepping out of the vehicle alone. The others stayed put. Watching as he approached the weathered front door of his parents' home, Adam cracked the window, listening intently. Huang knocked, and moments later, an elderly couple emerged. His father swayed slightly, gripping Huang's shoulder not just for balance, but to hiss something into his ear. "Father, we don't have time," Huang urged, confusion flickering across his face. Adam tensed. How did they already know? Then the old man spat the words, "Disgrace! You shame this family." Before Huang could react, his mother lunged, her frail fist striking his cheek. It barely landed, but the betrayal hit harder. "Mother, what?" Huang staggered back as Adam bolted from the car, shoving between them just as both parents started swinging. Most of their blows landed harmlessly on Adam's shoulders, but the venom in their voices cut deeper. "Traitor," the old man screeched. "Conspiring with outsiders." Huang stood frozen, tears streaking his face. His wife started to climb out of the SUV, but Adam barked at her in Korean to stay put. "They turned you in!" Adam shouted, grabbing Huang's arm. "If we don't leave now, your kids, Min-hee and Du-ho, are dead!" The mention of his children snapped Huang out of his daze. He turned toward the car, his parents still screaming, chasing after him like feral shadows. Adam hesitated. Part of him wanted to knock the old couple flat, but he clenched his fist instead. No time. He jumped back into the driver's seat, slammed the car into reverse, and peeled out, kicking up dust. Headlights suddenly pierced the darkness ahead, multiple vehicles closing in fast. Adam gritted his teeth and floored it, praying they'd swerve first. The engine roared as the SUV fishtailed onto the narrow road, racing straight toward the blinding high beams. From 50 feet away, Adam recognized the military convoy and immediately veered off-road, plowing through the chain-link fences, separating the cramped suburban front yards. The SUV bucked violently as it tore through barrier after barrier, splintering wood and twisting metal, its tires kicking up clods of dirt as it careened between houses. Gunfire erupted behind them, deep concussive rifle shots sending the passengers into a frenzy of screams. Adam white-knuckled the wheel, pushing the vehicle to its limits until they cleared the neighborhood and fishtailed onto a steep downhill slope. "You contacted your parents?" Adam snapped, glaring at Huang. "You warned them we were coming, didn't you?" Huang's face crumpled, tears spilling over as his wife shrieked accusations in Korean. The children were gasping, nearly hyperventilating, while Dr. Powers struggled to soothe them despite the language barrier. The roar of low-flying helicopters drowned out the chaos for a split second before Adam barked, "Hold on," in Korean, and wrenched the wheels sharply. The SUV jolted violently, its undercarriage scraping against rocks as they barreled down the unlit hillside. "Where does this lead?" Adam demanded. "To a creek," Huang choked out. "Straight ahead. It's shallow now, almost dry in spots." Adam clenched his jaw. Not ideal, but their only shot. He killed the headlights, plunging them into darkness. "What are you doing?" Huang gasped. "Praying they don't have infrared?" Adam muttered, resisting the urge to brake. The SUV bottomed out, and he swerved right away from the coastline. Rocks clattered against the chassis as they sped through the parched riverbed, the distant thrum of helicopter blades growing fainter. If they stayed low, hidden by the overhanging brush, they might just slip past. Adam glanced at Huang, whose grief was palpable. "You had no choice," he said quietly. "Choi would have slaughtered your entire family." Huang whirled on him, eyes blazing. "You are nothing but a filthy Jung Gugui. You dare speak the Dae Won-su's name?" Adam exhaled sharply, brainwashed to the core. Meanwhile, President Jack Ryan ignored every medical warning, his broken ribs be damned. When China's President Ling extended an olive branch amid the North Korean crisis, Ryan seized it, scheduling a face-to-face in Beijing within 72 hours. His staff thought he was insane. Then came the bombshell, Iranian operative captured in Mexico City, spilling secrets about Pyongyang's role in the assassination attempt. Ryan's team leaked the intel, shifting blame away from Mexico, because in this game, timing was everything. Ryan strategically instructed Justice and the DNI to withhold most of their intel, planning to deploy it when the timing would maximize America's advantage. This was high-stakes diplomacy. If he had to endure an assassination attempt, he'd at least leverage the fallout to benefit his country. During his upcoming Beijing trip, Ryan and Foley agreed he'd personally deliver proof of North Korea's involvement to Chinese President Ling, knowing the revelation would send shockwaves through Beijing. Ling would instantly grasp the implications. U.S. retaliation against Pyongyang could trigger chaos across the Korean peninsula, war, floods of refugees, and China's own reputation tarnished by association. Despite the current frost between Beijing and Pyongyang, North Korea still leaned on its communist big brother. Ryan needed Ling sweating over potential U.S. moves. The more China felt threatened, the more likely they'd collaborate against Kim Jong-un's rogue regime. Then came Mary Pat's bombshell, Acrid Herald. What began as intel on a mineral facility had exploded into a game-changer. Hwang Min-ho, a North Korean defector in motion, was currently dodging authorities, convinced China was his salvation. If Hwang escaped, his testimony could expose how Pyongyang funneled mineral riches into nukes instead of feeding its people. Success would transform Ryan's meeting with Ling into a historic partnership opportunity. Of course, none of this eased Ryan's current predicament. Sure, he could walk and talk, but his left hand was encased in plaster, while his right arm hung useless in a sling. Even surrounded by staff aboard Air Force One, not a soul was around when his nose decided to itch like hell. The absurdity of the situation left him grinding his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Adam Yao navigated a stolen North Korean SUV down a pitch-black dirt road, the headlights cutting through the midnight silence. Reaching the isolated poultry farm, he killed the engine and strained his ears. Only the rustle of pine trees and restless chickens answered. The kids dozed in the back seat while Hwang and his wife exchanged nervous whispers. She trembled visibly. Hwang's attempts to soothe her only highlighted his own terror. 9-year-old Min-hee jolted upright, followed by her brother Doo-ho. Then Adam caught it too, a faint insect-like whine swelling in the distance. Not a helicopter, not a plane. Hurting everyone outside, they gaped as a shadowy winged shape emerged from the tree line, banking sharply toward them. A drone, Adam muttered, recognizing the predator's silhouette, no markings smart. Hwang's panicked, "What's it doing here?" went unanswered as the machine circled overhead, its camera lens glinting like a predator's eye. Doo-ho's finger shot skyward, just as the drone dipped lower, its purpose as enigmatic as their fate. Adam couldn't believe his eyes as 2 more predator drones touched down on the road, rolling to a stop just yards away from him. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered under his breath, wiping sweat from his brow. The desert heat made the scene feel even more surreal. Approaching the nearest drone, he spotted an oversized basket dangling beneath it, about the size of a small couch, with a bright red pull label on a pneumatic hatch. Curiosity got the better of him, and he yanked the handle. The basket split open like a giant mechanical oyster, revealing LED-lit interiors with 2 sleeping bags and a blinking satellite phone. He grabbed it just as the call connected. "Avalanche," he answered, keeping his voice low. The voice on the other end was crisp and professional. "This is the USS Freedom Tactical Ops Center. We're monitoring you via KH-12 satellite. Status update on your cargo." Adam glanced back at Hwang's family. 6 total, 3 adults, 2 kids, plus me. Had to bring an Australian doctor, Dr. Powers. She was compromised. A brief silence followed before the response. "Copy that. That basket is a personnel recovery rig. Load the adult male with the boy in one, the women and girl in the other. Backup UAVs en route, ETA 5 minutes. Adam lowered his voice further. "Tell me this isn't some experimental death trap. Affirmative Avalanche Freebird UAVs are rated for 300 pounds each. Ride's low and bumpy, but you'll survive." Adam exhaled sharply. "What about me? Unless you've suddenly dropped to 45 pounds, stay put. Stability's shot past 325. Before Adam could argue, the operator cut in urgently. Heads up, DPRK choppers inbound, 12 minutes out, load up and find cover now. No time to second guess, Adam sprinted to Huang, switching to Mandarin. You're flying out in these now? Huang's eyes widened. Those aren't planes, Adam forced confidence into his voice. Safer than it looks. Routine extraction. Where are the pilots? Remote controlled. You'll meet them later. Huang hesitated, but Adam played his final card. 10 minutes until the dear leader's helicopters arrive. You really want to explain this to them? The threat worked. Huang stiffened. We go now. The kids were surprisingly compliant, letting Adam lift them into the baskets without protest. Duho went in first, followed by Huang, Min He, and Dr. Powers squeezed into the second drone with Mrs. Huang. There was just enough space left one more small passenger could have fit. But Adam wasn't risking it. As he sealed the hatches, a gust of wind kicked up dust around him, a stark reminder that time was running out. The cramped space left no room for the CIA operative. Adam quickly pressed the controls to seal both escape pods. A farewell wish formed on his lips, but he swallowed it down. Switching to Mandarin, he simply said, "We'll meet again soon." The first drone pivoted sharply, aligning with the empty stretch of road away from the incoming choppers, then roared forward. The second followed close behind, barely 100 yards back, one after another. They lifted into the dark sky. Adam's gut twisted as they ascended toward the shadowed ridge, vanishing into the night within seconds. A crackling voice from the satellite phone snapped his attention back. He'd barely registered holding it. "Say again, Freedom." Third drone inbound from the south. Clear the road for landing. Copy. Adam sprinted to the SUV, ears straining for the approaching predator. The engine's high-pitched whine signaled its speed far faster than the others. It banked sharply over the hillside, lining up for its final descent, then erupted in a blinding fireball. Adam threw an arm over his eyes and yelled into the phone, "Freedom! You just lost your bird!" The response was immediate. "Roger, avalanche!" Hostile helos took it down with an air-to-air move now. Adam lunged into the SUV, ignition roaring to life. He slammed the accelerator, tires spitting gravel as he tore down the road. Two attack helicopters crested the ridge to his right, skimming the treetops. They shot past him, then wheeled around for another pass. Adam gritted his teeth, flooring it. Bullets rained ahead of him, kicking up dirt, close but not close enough. He knew the next run wouldn't miss. The highway was still half a mile away, no safer than here. His only chance was the forest. The SUV hit a straightaway, and Adam wrenched the gear shift into neutral. He kicked the door open and hurled himself into the roadside grass. The vehicle careened onward as he tumbled knee-smashing against a rock. Gasping, he staggered up and limped into the trees. Behind him, gunfire shredded the SUV before a thunderous explosion lit up the road. The fuel tank had taken a hit. Adam crouched lower, praying the flames would buy him time, long enough for them to realize the wreck was empty. For a fleeting moment, relief washed over him. He'd cheated death, then his stomach dropped. The sat phone was still in the burning SUV. He punched the ground, swearing under his breath, 20 miles to the Yalu River. China lay beyond hardly friendly territory, but his only option. Blood trickled down his leg as he forced himself upright, hobbling deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, the two Freebirds streaked across Korea Bay, escorted by Navy Seahawks as they neared Incheon. The drones touched down flawlessly at Osan Air Base, marking the Predator Freebird's first successful mission. When CIA teams unsealed the pods, Huang stumbled onto the tarmac, shaky but alive. He helped his son out before rushing to his wife and daughter, crushing them in an embrace. Only then did he notice the ring of American soldiers surrounding them. Later, in a sterile conference room on base, Huang sat silently. The weight of his new reality settling in, Huang sat in silence, dressed in fresh clothes with a water bottle in hand. When the door finally opened, an elderly American woman entered alongside a Korean Air Force officer in uniform. The officer introduced herself as his translator, but Huang's attention locked onto the older woman. "I need to speak with someone in authority," he demanded through the translator. Mary Pat Foley, the head of U.S. intelligence, arched an eyebrow. "I oversee every intelligence agency in this country. Will that suffice?" Huang studied her for a long moment before nodding. "It will." For the next 20 minutes, Foley methodically extracted details about Huang's background knowledge and access. She stepped out briefly, returning with an ultimatum, full disclosure in exchange for asylum. "We want everything," she said firmly. "If you cooperate, you'll get protection." South Korea's an option, too, but that's their call. Huang hesitated, briefly considering other possibilities before agreeing. Foley wasted no time. "Good. We start now." Exhaustion tugged at him. "Can't this wait until I've rested?" Foley's expression hardened. "People are dying, Mr. Huang. Your family sleeps. We work." Meanwhile, Annette Brawley, a geospatial analyst, had spent her morning scrutinizing North Korean rail activity near Pyongyang, hunting for signs of mining equipment being relocated. Nothing stood out until Colonel Peters burst into her workspace. "Drop everything. We're needed in the bubble now." Brawley barely had time to process the order before they were hustled into the secure comms room. The screen flickered to life, showing an empty desk at Osan Air Base. Shadows shifted off-camera before Foley abruptly appeared, her sharp gaze darting to something unseen. The tension in the room spiked. Peters introduced them, his voice tight. Foley cut straight to the point. "You're the experts on Cheongju's rare earth mine?" When Brawley hesitated, Foley added, "They tell me you know that facility better than anyone." Brawley swallowed. She had no clue who they were, or what else was at stake. Her expertise was limited to the mining regions, but she answered confidently. "For more than 2 years, my focus has been on the remote northwestern terrain of North Korea." Foley gave a solemn nod before lowering his voice. "What I'm sharing now is top secret, classified at the highest level." Brawley felt a cold trickle of sweat down her spine as she listened. "We had an operative stationed in Cheongju," Foley continued. "During extraction last night, his cover was blown. Now he's missing, possibly wounded, and completely off-grid." Brawley's mouth formed a silent prayer while Peters cut in. "Any intel on his transportation?" Local SUV already turned to scrap by enemy choppers. Was he still inside? "Satellite intel suggests the North Koreans are combing the area for someone, hopefully him. We had eyes on until their gunships took out his ride, picked up a heat signature nearby after the strike, but it vanished." Peters exhaled sharply. "So no contact?" "None. Every exit route is compromised based on our latest satellite analysis. No way to predict his next move." Brawley clenched her fists. "Fresh satellite feeds are due any minute. If there's unusual military or police movement, I'll spot it. That could give us a lead on." She hesitated. "The officer." Foley's expression darkened, his code name's Avalanche, Chinese-American. Brawley leaned forward. "If we locate him, or even traces of where he might be, can we extract him?" Foley's jaw tightened. "Honestly, odds aren't great. But if we don't find him first, his chances drop to 0. "I'll find him," Brawley vowed, the words slipping out before she realized their weight. Now she had to deliver. Meanwhile, Adam Yao pedaled through the darkness, his left leg stiff and throbbing. The swollen knee refused to bend, forcing him into an awkward, lopsided rhythm. He'd snatched the bike from a sleepy Sancheon neighborhood, picking the lock in seconds before vanishing into the countryside. Dirt roads, fields, even rocky hillsides. None of it was easy with one working leg. 3 miles an hour if he was lucky, but stopping wasn't an option. The Yalu River was his only hope. Getting there meant dodging patrols and helicopters that sliced through the pre-dawn sky. Daylight would turn the hunt into a death sentence if he wasn't hidden by then. And crossing? Bridges were suicide, the currents lethal, and every smuggler's boat would be under surveillance now that North Korea knew they had a rogue agent on the loose. Blood seeped from the gash near his knee, staining the makeshift bandage torn from his shirt. He needed stitches, a medic, a damn miracle, but all he had was momentum. Adam wasn't delusional. He knew the math. Yet, as long as his right leg kept pumping, he'd push north until his body gave out or the sun rose, whichever came first. Annette Brawley leaned back in her chair inside the secure communications pod, her eyes fixed on the high-resolution satellite images displayed across her laptop screen. Across the digital divide, Mary Pat Foley mirrored her posture, both women silently analyzing the same data stream from opposite sides of the world. Annette's stylus hovered over her tablet as she circled a cluster of figures near what appeared to be an empty bicycle rack. "Check this out," she murmured, zooming in. Local police gathered around a missing bike near the Sonshan apartment complexes. You know how unusual that is up there. Bike thieves don't last long in North Korea. Mary Pat squinted at her own monitor. You think Avalanche grabbed it? Has to be, Annette replied, tracing an invisible path northward with her finger. Every other direction spells disaster, ocean to the west, hostile territory east, half the North Korean military to the south. Only logical move is toward the Yalu River and China beyond. She adjusted the feed, pulling up thermal scans of a muddy field dotted with rice paddies. The timestamp read 7 a.m., the scene eerily vacant. Foley frowned. Why would he head here? Annette toggled to a later image, same coordinates, but now a lone bicycle lay abandoned in the muck. Recognize the make? That's a Kalmayagi, the Mercedes of North Korean bikes. Nobody just ditches one of these, especially not in the middle of nowhere. She tapped the timestamp. And look, it appeared hours late. Dude's either hurt bad or moving like a zombie. Mary Pat exhaled sharply. So if he's not in custody and not leaving tracks? He's holed up here, Annette interrupted, laser dotting a dense thicket along the riverbank. A ramshackle fishing hut peeked through the trees, but the Chinese shore beyond bristled with patrols. Smart Money says he's waiting for nightfall. Question is, can he even make it across? A tense silence settled between them, broken only by the hum of servers. Somewhere in those pixels, a man's survival hung in the balance, one wrong move from becoming another border statistic. There's no sign of anything unusual happening on their side, which means he hasn't made it across yet. That narrows it down to these woods. If he's in good enough shape to attempt it, he might be waiting for nightfall to make his move. But the Yalu River is treacherous right now. Whirlpools and strong currents make it a deadly gamble. How do we know about the river conditions? Someone asked. Annette Brawley tapped her keyboard. There are reports from adventure travelers, Americans who've rafted and kayaked the Yalu, not spies, just thrill seekers with GoPros and too much courage. Crazy? Absolutely. But their recklessness gives us intel if Avalanche tries to swim or float across. She hesitated, her voice tightening. If he tries, I don't think he'll survive. Mary Pat Foley leaned forward. This is outstanding work, Annette. Thanks, Annette replied, rubbing her temple. I just wish I could do more for him. That's not on you anymore. If we pull this off, it'll be because of what you've already done. An hour later, Annette powered down her computer, ready to head home. Dinner with Stephanie was always a battle. Her daughter would groan about whatever she cooked. But Annette knew showing up mattered, especially after losing her husband. Teenage angst mixed with grief was a storm she refused to let Stephanie weather alone. Just as she grabbed her purse, her desk phone rang. Probably Stephanie waiting until the last possible second to say she wasn't coming home. Brawley? She answered. Please hold for the President of the United States. Her breath caught. Excuse me? Silence. Then sharper. Colonel Peters? This isn't funny, I don't have time for pranks. But the voice that came through next was unmistakable. She spun in her chair, waving wildly at her coworkers, but they were buried in their own screens. Miss Brawley? Jack Ryan here. She swallowed hard. Mr. President, I need your expertise fast. In 10 minutes, I'm meeting with China's president. The CIA asset in North Korea? Director Foley briefed me on your assessment. It's solid, but I need you to look me in the eye, figuratively, and tell me how sure you are. Her grip on the phone turned white, knuckled. She stared at Ryan's photo on her desk, the one from his Marine days. Sir, he's in those woods, 100%. No extraction team's gone in. I'd stake my career on it. The only question is whether he's moved to the river. I pray he hasn't. But to know for sure, she exhaled. Someone's got to go in. Ryan's response was brisk. Hell of a job. Wish I'd had your tech when I was analyzing intel. More data doesn't always mean clarity, but you cut through the noise. Thank you, sir. Recognition? It's rare. Tell me about it. A pause. So, thank you. She surprised herself by asking, How's the arm? Mexico was... Getting there. Gotta go. Click. The dial tone buzzed in her ear. Did that just happen? Meanwhile, Ryan strode down the hall, satisfaction cutting through his fatigue. 90 minutes with China's stubborn, combative President Ling had yielded more progress than 2 years of diplomatic gridlock. Sometimes, a crisis was the only way to move mountains. This was the first time he'd come face-to-face with China's new president. And while Ryan wanted to credit their rapport for the meeting's progress, he doubted Ling differed much from the typical Communist Party officials groomed for leadership. The real breakthrough came down to Ryan's strategy. He'd arrived armed with both warnings and incentives. He started by outlining North Korea's role in the Mexico City attack, presenting no physical evidence but promising full access to intelligence gathered from Adel Zarif over the last 72 hours. The shock on Ling's face was unmistakable, and Ryan noted with satisfaction how the aging leader grasped the implications for China. Then came the bombshell, Choi Ji-hoon's relentless pursuit of nuclear missiles capable of striking the U.S. mainland. Ling's expression darkened as the threat to his own country became clear. Ryan could tell the man understood the stakes. A war between nuclear powers on China's doorstep was the last thing he needed, and Choi's reckless missile ambitions were pushing the region toward disaster. With the dire warnings delivered, Ryan shifted to his offer, Hwang Min-ho, the defector from Korea Natural Resources Trading Corporation, now in U.S. custody. Ryan proposed handing him over to China, giving them a platform to broadcast Hwang's revelations nationwide. Hwang was ready to expose how Choi had sacrificed trillions in rare earth wealth by expelling Chinese miners, all for a doomed nuclear fantasy that could have leveled the Korean peninsula. Ryan knew China's media reach into North Korea was unmatched. While the average citizen was stuck with state-controlled broadcasts, the elite had smuggled radios tuned to Chinese frequencies, often with Korean translations. Hwang could be on a plane to Beijing within hours, flanked by U.S. escorts, ready to expose Choi's recklessness to those who mattered most. Choi was already unraveling, seizing mining equipment, facing assassination accusations, losing his ICBM tech, and now his intelligence chief's sudden suicide. His recent provocations, missile launches into the Sea of Japan, shelling South Korean islands, proved he was cornered and lashing out. The only solution was an internal coup, and turning the elite against Choi was the fastest way to make it happen. By the end, Ryan and Ling were aligned. Removing Choi would benefit both nations, and as Ryan emphasized the Chongju mine's untapped value, Ling didn't need much convincing. The pieces were in motion. Ryan leaned forward slightly, his tone measured yet urgent. Revitalizing North Korea's mining sector within its own borders could transform your neighbor's economy overnight. Ling gave a slow nod, his expression thoughtful before posing the inevitable question. But how do we persuade Choi without handing him missiles capable of striking Los Angeles? Ryan tapped the table. China holds considerable sway over Pyongyang. Wang's public address might pressure the elite to remove Choi from power. Plausible, Ling conceded. We've cultivated strong ties with key figures in their government. Ryan already knew this, thanks to intercepted intelligence he couldn't disclose, so he feigned ignorance. Ji-hoon's uncle, what was his name? Choi Sang-woo, right? Former ambassador to Beijing, whatever became of him? Ling's lips thinned. We considered him a valuable ally. His nephew, however, saw that friendship as a threat. Ji-hoon had him imprisoned. Sounds like China would benefit if Sang-woo replaced his nephew, Ryan countered. Under ideal circumstances, yes, Ling admitted, assuming he's still mentally intact. Re-education in their prisons isn't gentle even for political detainees. Ryan shrugged. At this point, he'd still be an upgrade over Ji-hoon. A dry chuckle escaped Ling. You're not wrong. With the first matter settled, Huang would push for Chinese-operated mines. Impossible under Ji-hoon's rule. Ryan pivoted abruptly. There's another issue, Mr. President, one requiring your assistance. Connected to this? Directly. An American citizen is stranded in North Korea, badly injured. Extraction is non-negotiable. Ling's translator whispered in his ear. The Chinese leader's eyebrows rose. You're telling me there's a U.S. operative on DPRK soil? Ryan kept his face neutral. I won't confirm his occupation, but I will say I'm choosing honesty over deception. Ling exhaled sharply. What exactly are you asking? He's half a mile from your border south of the Yalu River. You want us to open a checkpoint? More than that, I need a team to bring him out. Ling stiffened. Impossible. Even with our current agreement, provoking Pyongyang isn't worth the risk. Ryan's voice turned razor-sharp. Then our entire deal collapses. This man's survival is the linchpin. The room went silent as Ling processed the ultimatum. Finally, he leaned in, eyes calculating. If I comply, my intelligence officers question him first. Ryan had anticipated this. His intel pertains only to the situation at hand. Ling waved a hand. Regardless, I insist. He's likely bleeding out. Ryan interrupted. Deliver him to our embassy in Beijing. I'll postpone my flight if needed. A new detail flashed in his mind. A sandstorm had grounded DPRK patrols near the border yesterday. A small mercy. Ling drummed his fingers, weighing the gambler. Ryan offered a tight smile, his tone measured but firm. You have my word. If your team meets our conditions, we'll arrange that interview. Of course, it depends on his health, and my people will supervise the entire conversation. He paused, adding dryly, though I suspect our guy might be a little disoriented by recent events. Ling's translator hesitated before relaying the next question. And the extraction window? Within 60 minutes would be preferable, Mr. President, Ryan replied. The silence that followed was thick enough to cut with a knife as Ling processed the urgency. Meanwhile, Adam Yao shivered in the underbrush near the Yalu River, his body pressed against the frozen earth. The distant rumble of military trucks had become a relentless soundtrack, their headlights occasionally slicing through the trees. Every muscle screamed in protest, his knee ballooned with infection, the gash from his escape, now a throbbing nightmare. Crawling through that flooded rice field had sapped the last of his strength, and the river's icy current might as well have been a death sentence. Funny how the mind works when you're bleeding out. He'd spent hours vacillating between panic and eerie acceptance. Maybe freezing to death wasn't the worst way to go. Then came the crunch of boots, not the distant echoes of patrols, but deliberate, closing in. His breath hitched as figures materialized from the darkness, snow camouflaged, armed, moving with precision. Before he could react, hands were on him, one man barking in Mandarin, Yao. Adam's pulse spiked. A trap? He gritted out a denial, but the stranger cut him off. "Your people sent us. Stretchers ready. We're crossing the river." Defiance flickered, then died. What choice did he have? Half a world away, Edward Riley braced against the rooftop railing in Chiang Rai, binoculars useless in the dim glow of the airport's perimeter lights. The cargo flight was late, very late. After Mexico, he'd spun a convincing lie to Robles, inflating his connections like a carnival barker. To his own surprise, it worked. Details of the flotation tanks, shipping hurdles, all handed to him like a gift. Now here he was, sweating through his shirt in the Thai humidity, having pulled off the impossible. 5 days. 5 days of calling in every favor, burning every bridge, and for what? A no-show. Riley's grip tightened on the binoculars. Somewhere below, a nightbird screeched as if laughing at him. Riley had cashed in every chip he had, calling in favors, leveraging old connections, and striking shady deals to weave his way out of Mexico and across the globe. He'd sweet-talked Russian cargo operators and Thai middlemen, all to prove to Robles and Pyongyang that he was still valuable, despite the mess in Mexico City that had put him on America's radar. If he pulled this off, he'd secure his place in their high-stakes operation. 2 Russian Antonovs were supposed to land in Thailand, ready to smuggle a shipment of froth tanks from Brazil straight into North Korea, bypassing the American blockade. But the planes were late, and Riley's patience was wearing thin. Peering through his binoculars again, he muttered, "Where the hell are they?" Then he sensed movement behind him. A man stood in the dim light near the stairwell, an American calm but unmistakably dangerous. Riley's pulse spiked. No gun, no backup. "FBI?" he demanded. The stranger shook his head. Jack. The name meant nothing until he mentioned Chavez. Then Veronica. Riley's stomach dropped. He weighed his options, fight or flight. With a burst of adrenaline, he bolted, not toward the stairs, but toward the roof's edge. The neighboring building was a risky jump, 15 feet across and a story lower. He sprinted, praying his momentum would carry him. Jack Ryan Jr. could have stopped him. A shout, a tackle, but he didn't move. He just watched as Riley hurled himself into the air, limbs flailing. The scream that followed wasn't the sound of a successful landing. It ended abruptly. Chavez's voice crackled in Ryan's earpiece. "You good? I just saw a guy eat pavement!" "Yeah," Jack replied, glancing down at the alley. "Justice served," Clark's voice cut in. "Wrap it up! We've got a funeral to attend!" Ryan took one last look at the rooftop, then headed for the stairs. Some risks weren't worth taking. Adam could have taken a commercial flight home, but the CIA insisted on getting him out of China immediately. The only available U.S. government plane was Air Force One, its gleaming white 747 parked on the tarmac in Beijing. President Ryan had delayed his departure by 2 days just to make this happen, a small gesture that spoke volumes. The coup in North Korea had unfolded with startling speed. Hwang's televised speech exposing Choi's corruption, followed by state media's vague announcement that the Daewon-soo was recuperating in the mountains. Nobody bought that story, least of all Jack Ryan. The kid had been born in a Pyongyang hospital, so the so-called birthplace retreat was pure fiction. The takeover wasn't entirely peaceful. Choi's loyalists had fought back, but they were no match for the Chosun and Mingun. Within hours, power had shifted decisively. While the world credited China for orchestrating the regime change, few would ever learn about America's quiet role, or the lone CIA operative who had uncovered the Chongju mine scandal. The Chinese had manipulated North Korean media, but it was Adam Yao who had gathered the damning evidence. Even the Australian geologist, now safely reunited with her family in Melbourne, would only hint at her minor involvement, never mentioning the American agent or her harrowing escape in a drone. Aboard Air Force One, Adam remained hidden, carried onto the plane under cover of darkness. Only a handful of personnel knew about the injured man on the stretcher. The CIA handlers, the medical team, and 2 overly cautious Secret Service agents who scrutinized everyone, even a barely conscious Yao with his bandaged leg. Since waking in the embassy clinic, Adam had been withdrawn, answering doctors' questions but volunteering nothing. The debrief could wait. His recovery came first. Somewhere over the Sea of Japan, President Ryan stepped into the medical bay. Adam struggled to sit up, wincing as the IV tugged at his arm. Ryan waved off the effort. "Honor's mine, Mr. Yao," he said, settling into the chair beside him. Adam's voice was thin from exhaustion and painkillers, but his eyes were sharp. He took in Ryan's cast and sling. "Sir, are you all right?" Ryan chuckled. The kid had missed a lot. "I'll live, and you're going to be fine. Frostbite, a busted kneecap, some stitches. Nothing time won't fix." Adam hesitated, then asked the question gnawing at him. "Sir, did we cut a deal with the Chinese to get me out?" Ryan didn't flinch. "Not a single concession. You were added to an agreement that was already in motion. This agreement benefits both our nations," he said with a casual shrug. "Honestly, it's a win for everyone, even the North Koreans, though I'm not holding my breath for a thank you note or a plate of homemade cookies." Adam exhaled deeply, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. A grin tugged at his lips. "And trust me, those cookies would be terrible. I'd bet my life on it." Ryan laughed, giving Yao's arm a light tap with his cast. "Solid intel. Need anything else before I go?" "I'm good," Adam replied. "More than good, actually." Ryan's expression turned serious. "What you did, it changed everything. Huang's cooperating, and his statement about the rare earth mine is making waves globally. With Choi out of the picture, who knows what'll happen inside North Korea? Short-term chaos, sure, but long-term? This could be the start of something better." Adam frowned slightly. "What about the foreign workers at Chongju?" Huang handed over the details, Ryan said. "We're sharing them with Australia, France, Canada. Everyone involved. Their governments will have to negotiate directly with Pyongyang. It's the best we can do." He paused, then added quietly, "We owe you more than we can say. You gave up a lot." Ryan's voice grew heavier. "I'm the one who sent you in when I pushed for better human intelligence. I knew someone would end up in the crosshairs. That decision weighs on me. I was in your shoes once, young, idealistic, thrown into the fire. I hope you believe that the old men making these calls actually care about the people they send into danger." Adam nodded. "I do, sir, and for what it's worth, I'd go again in a heartbeat." A cough interrupted them. Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Something else on your mind?" Adam hesitated. "I met your son. Good guy." Ryan chuckled. "Do I want to know where?" "Probably not." With a knowing smile, Ryan stood. "Get some rest, Yao. Your country isn't done with you yet." "Yes, Mr. President." Alone in his office aboard Air Force One, Ryan reached for the phone. Andrea was awake finally and set to fly home tomorrow with her family. He needed to hear her voice to thank her, to reassure her. Even from a hospital bed halfway across the world, she'd be worrying about him. As he waited for the call to connect, his gaze drifted to the framed photos on his desk. His family. A few more years of service, and he'd be theirs, completely. No more late-night calls, no more dread hanging over Kathy like last week's close call. His smile faltered when he looked at Jack Jr.'s picture. His son had a habit of diving headfirst into danger, and Ryan knew better than to hope that streak would fade. One day he might get that call, the one no parent should ever receive. The thought sent a chill through him. Closing his eyes, he did the only thing left to do. He prayed for peace, for safety, for a future where the weight of duty didn't crush the people he loved.